Chapter 1 Li Chang Xiao. Your Highness, Thela Dias Kalingforia. Ian May dressed in a green gauze garment, with hair styled in Totwenloops, hurriedly approached. Before Hurley upon, a teed giof which sought a slendry uthcladina whitey silk robe. His silhouette peered semi-watt frail, with dark, soft-threaded back with a blue leather thong. Upon hearing Thekel from behind, the youth turned his shit. His freshened graceful visage, with features seeming lickaslid with precision, was striking. Even his no spas Danligan thought could scarce lip surpassed. However, Theonly bleemis was sperifi yes, wickbory perpetual drosiness, as if he were on the verjavsa coming to slumber. Themade felt a twin joff regrets and Seth a day sheen to red the royal residence. The young prince had been this, causing the princey and princess great concern. Chingli, Mimother must have urgent matters to discuss with him. Your Highness, tomorrow marks the day of Fio your coming of Fosh ceremony. The lady wishes store mind do off some matters and has entrusted sister quipping token vatham tome. Very well, Lita sprost. With a push efficients, the youth stood upright. Clang! It sounded as though something had fallen into water. King Glistali glanced and discovered that the source of the noise was a wooden bucket. Etap he read the theory young master wasing in fishing for goldfish in the pond. Those fish were a gift from his majesty to the prince, treasured dearly be him. Before King Lecoldry act, the youth hadel read to take several steps ahead. Beneath the white silk robe, his long legs smoothed swiftly, quick lie covering a considerable distance. King Lear read Lyran Takachip, hurla to leg scurrying. The youth seemed to have heard Themade shurried breaths behind him. His delicate brows knit slightly, and Hyung conscious lie slow space. With such amiable disposition, yo would have been sold off in another household long ago. Up in hearing this, Kinga lowered her head in embarrassment. But I am not a born servant. She muttered softly, yether pesequicanet again, soon drawing the art of it. However, Shesta lagged a little behind, that distance fly termededicat. The long corridor of the royal residence is entirely wooden, with pavilions adorned with picturesque landscapes, lush green trees, and blooming flowers along the main road. Next time, I shall ask father to Chinjethis I have grown weary of it all. The youth, Li Changxiao, gazed listlessly at the familiar scenery. He was the second legitimity son of the Cloud King, Li Qinghe, a descendant of the Grand Qin Emperor. Hehe Danelder brother, Li Chongning, wintered the Imperial Academia Theojof20, having been Grand Tethetite Leaf Zhongyang. Possessing Gaul the trait soft heedle, rich and handsome, one would think it a blessing. When Li Changxiao first arrived, he'd suck thought hots. Until, a Theogeophate, while returning to the capita from his maternal grandfather Shom, he encountered bandits synth Kangmang Mountains. The bandits were numerous, and Theta Royal guards escorting him eternize. Li Changxiao was seized beabendite with Asker over his right eye, thrown to the ground, and nearly lost his life. The robbers made off with gold, silver, and jewels, riding away on horseback. After an indeterminate time, Li Changxi arrogant consciousness. Hishia dwasfigi, and dis body felt as if it had been shattered. Suppressing the pain, he straightened himself. He found himself surrounded by grass, with heaps of corpses all belonging to his guards. In the distance, Heffently saw several soldiers in black calling out, Little Prince, Little Prince. Ah, theorecaling form. Li Changxiao discerned Thekel examined himself. Aside from his roy alger being semi-wat tattered, Heberino scarsoever. Only pain within him served as a constant reminder they had indeed died dots. Ultimately, several soldiers in black armor the young prince back to the royal residence. His father stormed in Toth Palace in a feto fridge. His mother wept inconsolably. Even his elder brother, noun for his gentle demeanor, unsheathed this word a rare display of fury. Theglin Toft blade reflected upon their faces, assolence Marie telling thin words. From that moment in, Li Changxiao understood the Thuis different from others. The bandits, Wolonek knew the truth, were ultimately eradicated with black-armored guards dispatched by the emperor. Those who Hoda read to lay hands son Roy Alprogeny would face certain annihilation. At this juncture, they had traversed three-quarters soft tea corridor. A fork in Thepith lay ahead. Li Changxi and King Latorn ed toward the bifurcation, for it led to the residence of the princess. As the venture deeper, Thepith sonither sidwedeened. Meticulous lypron trees, birds perchedge upon their branches, and dunjan excluding blugger bader net the surroundings. Li Changxiao had long since grown accustomed to it, feeling no excitement whatsoever. Upon his arrival, he had measured the land beneath his feet with enthusiasm, countingixed pashuicht, adding Gatwo and 5 zaras in his mind reflective of proper tie price and second ring. However, their joy of wealth wasu overshadowed be the mountain soft gold and silver ornaments by the triasuri. Perhaps the desire refericus stem medmer life from poverty. That woefully halted before an ornate structure. Why the vest adorned in colorful designs and intricate like carved brackets, that are clackered doors and columns seconded in air of nobility. Chapter 2 Lady Zuf Cloud King. Li Changxiao adept lie adjusted his satire before stepping through the door. 2 maids, both in their 20s, stood guard at the entrance. Upon seeing Li Changxiao, they bowed at a 4 to 5-degree angle, performing their respects. Li Changxiao walked past them without pause. In the hall, I allow Pirwood chair awaited. A the headset a woman draped in a lavish lime-broidered cotton robe, her long hair secured with a dozen golden hairpins. This was Li Changxiao's mother, Theladai of the royal residence, Lady Su. Coming from their Naunzu family of Jingzhou, she held considerable among the various lands throughout Hiram. The Suffamalihad Nataliad with Cloud King for Espower Butcherther to avoid the perils of royal succession, as the Cloud King had long been designate, Desajikesser, eliminating his chance of ascending the throne. Li Changxiao clearly perceived his grandfather's intentions and held great admiration for Thielder. The saying of a 1,000-year-old foxip lit ascribe them. The Cloud King's sinabilitant to inherit the throne adrondered merely out of digamy. Thus, Li Changxiao's imperial uncle Sharbard no suspicion stored him. The Li royal family had thrived for 3 centuries without suffering through temporary. Lady Sustratagena ton lialide them with their royal family butal sa shield dead them. From potential disasters, thought could lead to their demise. Upon seeing Gersakonsen, Lady Sus solemn expression softened immediately. Sharosian walked towards Li Changxiao, taking his chandoners. Michaeld, wearing such attiren themed stof winter, doyan at fearfling gil. Tomorrow Ijir Kaminga Fasham and Yaitudbul faded. Thoth hairwords Borieto naf reproach, each syllable overflowed with affection. It 'tis me fault to thank mother for her concern. Li Changxiao replied adaptly, a hint of warmth gracing his usual demeanor. His mother, a woman of flitter a pedigree, wasami watrajiden here expressions. Her choice of words was often meticulously considered, leaving Li Changxia feeling slightly uncomfortable. Yet, her concern and love for him were profoundly genuine. Dueto past events, Lady Sa harbored lingering sins of guilt towards her younger son, always seeking to make amends. Li Changxiao had never held in a resentment towards his mother or Su family. As long as there were I intentioned individual synth world, encountering bandit sonnets Bathwasun avoidbun could never blame others for it. Moreover, his grandfather Hade Twinkles would treat him exceptionally well. Lady Zhu summoned her chief maid, Suaping, instructing her to fetch garments for the young prince. Kuiping obeyed promptly, soon returning with a long robe of fazuri adorned with white cranes. Lady Sutukatan tested its fit before Li Changxiao, her expression surprisingly cautious. Li Changxiao it is said Thaisan felt a twinge of confusion. However, he complied readily, allowing his mother to arrange him. In a time, Therabuus draped Doveries whitey silkatir, a wavy of warm emanating from his sleeves. The garment fit remarkably well, likely padded with cotton. Such tailoring was particularly challenging if not done correctly, the cotton woodruff with outer layer. Mother, this robe fits exceptionally well. Which seamstress crafted it? Lady Zubia meditants, yet did not respond. Instead, Quiping spoke up, the Sager Arab with white cranus was crafted by the princess herself over 3 months, specifically for you, your highness. What? It was made by mother. Li Changxiao exclaimed in surprise, his eyes widening gasha turned to his mother. Tailoring was not among the forarts often, Qi, Shu, and Hua, and it was astonishing the tanable lady like he his mother undertake such work. Wherein it felt delightful. Li Changxia was deeply moved, realizing without question that she must have learned a sense of guilt well adupe within him. With the notions from Miss past life and the peculiarity of his current existence, Li Changxiao was not particularly averse to the cold, making few earring goff silk garments winter norm. His youthful stubbornness, however, had caused his mother great concern. He glanced at a princess, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly touched. Enough, Michael, your July so aloof naturally, your thermos tory more. I fio truly feel guilty, simplia lemur adoring thikaminga fatoni tomorrow. Sanabes. Li Changxia performable, his voice arranging louder than averto day. The princess needed satisfaction, and Li Changxia took his sleeve. Unlike his arrival, the youth's countenance now bore a distinct tarot furichet parted. Kingly watched Harry young master's retreating, figure with a hint of helplessness. Despotestal being galled, Heinzisti don feigning maturity. The servant soft Wang Fu, upon catching sight of Hesmai leaderning the face of te prince, were momentarily taken aback, their hands grippings, malnivus the inadvertent lie grazed Thurston without here notice. The princess Louis and D. Darergum, farmer precious hands now flakies in June. Upon returning to his modest courtyard, the prince a delicate lyre moved the azure-faced, white craniatire, smoothing gout he reassessed with utmost care. With a solemn demeanor, Heffel deed it neat lion placed a twit hines wooden box. Own life ter closing the lidded Heffenaliax haleth the breath he had been holding. Kingla found herself perplexed thung prince evident, Li cherished the garments grafted by the princess, so high must thee tuck them away? In her reasoning, beloved attire of Toborn and displayed. Li Changxiao, however, did no regard her, instead pinching Iskin thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. Acid from Thesier-faced, white craniatire, the small box also contained a jadethumbering, a precious gift from his late grandmother. Chapter 3. The coronation ceremony. On the following day, ceremonial officials of the royal family arrived at the residence of the Cloud Prince, a direct descendant of the Li imperial clan. Li Changxiao's coronation was indeed quite grand. The Emperor of Destiny dispatched the Deputy Minister of Rights to preside over the occasion, while Li Changxiao's imperial uncles sent forth their most cherished sons. However, they themselves would not attend, as it would be inappropriate for elders to be present at an event honoring a junior. Among the visitors was the eldest son of the crown prince, the current royal heir, Li Changwei, as well as the legitimate son of the Qi prince, Li Changtai. Additionally, there was the youngest legitimate son of the Ning prince, Li Changshuan. The first two were considered the most favored grandchildren of the Emperor of Destiny, thus warranting individual mention. As for Li Changshuan, he shared the closest relationship with Li Changxiao among his peers. This bond was fostered when, in his youth, Li Changxiao recited the line about the great rock soaring with the winds, ascending 90,000 miles, which garnered him the emperor's favor, leading to his official title as the Prince of Joy. Fortunately, being from the lineage of the chief eunuch, he did not provoke jealousy from the crown prince or the Qi prince. In fact, Li Changxiao became the only one among the royal grandchildren to maintain amicable relations with both factions, while others, including the father of Li Changshuan, had already taken sides between the crown prince and the Qi prince. The rivalry between the two factions was not merely a matter of discord. It was akin to two tigers unable to coexist. Naturally, the Cloud Prince, being his father, was present at the ceremony. He and the princess consort occupied the elevated seats, while the esteemed guests were seated on either side. The ceremonial officials conducted the proceedings of the coronation. The ancestral hall rituals had long been completed, and the guests had been arranged a day in advance. Everything was in readiness. On this auspicious month and day, we present you with the ceremonial garments, and you shall uphold your dignity and virtue," intoned a solemn, elegantly dressed middle-aged man. His commanding presence was indeed imposing. He was none other than Li Changxiao's father, the Cloud Prince, and the future chief eunuch of the Great Qin. The chief eunuch was historically responsible for overseeing the royal family, and thus, he was well versed in the art of commanding respect. The Cloud Prince rose and accepted the golden crown from the hands of the ceremonial official. As a prince, Li Changxiao was entitled to don the golden crown. On this day, he wore a simple yet elegant robe. Without any additional adornments, the coronation was not merely about placing a crown. It also entailed the replacement of garments, including the ceremonial black robe, leather belt, and cloud boots, which required considerable time. The Cloud Prince approached his son, his stern expression softening for a brief moment before returning to solemnity. "Upon completing this coronation, you shall be recognized as a true son of the Great Qin. Remember the heavens, the sovereign, your parents, and your teachers. Conduct yourself with caution." Li Changxiao's countenance grew serious as he performed a respectful bow, executing the gesture with remarkable precision. Observing this, a flicker of pride shone in the Cloud Prince's eyes. He gently untied the azure ribbon from Li Changxiao's head, causing his inky hair to cascade wildly. The Cloud Prince skillfully gathered the long strands, securing them in place. With one finger, he held them steady while using the other hand to carefully place the golden crown atop Li Changxiao's head. Once the crown secured the hair into a graceful arch, he released his hold. Surveying his handiwork, a glimmer of satisfaction and pride flickered in the Cloud Prince's eyes. He cast one last glance at Li Changxiao before returning to his seat. Initially, Li Changxiao felt somewhat unaccustomed to the weight resting upon his head. After all, the golden crown bore more heft than the azure ribbon. Shortly thereafter, an official approached, presenting the ceremonial garments of a prince. Li Changxiao remained still, allowing them to assist him. He donned the royal attire, slipped into the cloud boots, and fastened the belt. Coupled with his naturally handsome features, he exuded the imposing presence of a young nobleman. The attendees were all esteemed dignitaries and talented individuals, yet Li Changxiao's demeanor continued to elicit admiration. The Cloud Princess consort, Su, watched with an added sense of pride in her eyes. "This handsome lad? He is my son," and Li Changxiao's elder brother, Li Chongning, was also present, seated beside a striking woman, his wife, Su. The Su family was also a prominent name in the capital, though they did not quite compare to the Su family. Since Li Changxiao held a noble title, there were no immediate conflicts of interest, allowing for a harmonious facade between the two families. Su and Li Chongning had been married for 2 years and were expecting their first child in a month or two, heralding the arrival of the third generation in the royal residence. With the completion of his coronation, Li Changxiao was poised to become an uncle. With this, the coronation ceremony drew to a close. The remaining time saw Li Changxiao's peers engaging in subtle rivalries. The young princes were at odds, while their servants schemed in the shadows. The Crown Prince and the Qi Prince understood that the internal conflicts among the younger generation were mere child's play, devoid of substantial outcomes. The Emperor of Destiny would not favor one son over another based solely on the performance of a grandchild. However, if familial ties among the elders were strained, it would pose a problem if the juniors grew close. Thus, they remained focused on their internal strife. Throughout history, the pursuit of the throne has seldom been without bloodshed. The prominent figures displayed their various talents, while the guards engaged in fierce struggles. Ultimately, death is inevitable. The timing of it makes little difference. Upon returning to his chamber, Li Changxiao removed the golden crown and replaced it with a jade crown he had prepared. As before, he solemnly placed the golden crown into a wooden box. Now, he possessed 3 such items. Chapter 4. Old Pei having secured the wooden box, Li Changxiao summoned Qingli to arrange for a meal. He then made his way to a secluded courtyard deep within the royal residence. This small courtyard, known as the Morning Moon Pavilion, was the oldest within the Cloud Prince's estate. The emperors of the Great Qin were known for their frugality. They willingly spent millions of silver taels annually to improve their armaments, but were loath to expend hundreds of thousands on palace renovations or the construction of residences for the princes. In the end, it was often high-ranking officials who built lavish estates for the princes, utilizing the wealth they amassed throughout their lifetimes. However, when the emperor issued a decree, it was not uncommon for heads to roll. Thus, suitable residences for bestowal were readily available, requiring only a few thousand silver taels to change the nameplate and restore the royal dignity. The Cloud Prince's residence followed this pattern. It was said to have been left by the prime minister of the Spring and Night dynasty, who embezzled 3 million taels of silver and ultimately met a grisly end. Indeed, considerable wealth had been extracted, benefiting the current Cloud Prince's estate. Upon arriving at the small courtyard, Li Changxiao found Qingli presenting a specially prepared meal. He opened the box to reveal an array of dishes, 9 meat and 3 vegetable courses, quite satisfactory. Nodding in approval, Li Changxiao entered the courtyard, where an elderly man in coarse clothing sat atop a stone stool. His face bore more wrinkles than hairs in his beard, yet his spirit remained robust, exuding an aura of vitality befitting his years. Li Changxiao approached and stood a few steps behind him, prompting the old man to speak. "Young lad, you have grown." Li Changxiao smiled slightly and replied, "Indeed, I have grown. Have you taken a liking to any young lady?" He shook his head, displaying no hesitation. "Old Pei? You know me well. There is no need to tease." Li Changxiao walked closer to the old man, settling into a comfortable position. He poured himself a cup of tea from the pot before him. The bitterness and heat lingered in his mouth, yet he remained oblivious, squinting in enjoyment as a beam of sunlight fell upon his face. "Enough, enough. You live more like an old man than I do." The white-haired elder chuckled. Scolding him lightly, he rose and entered the house, returning shortly with a sword in hand. "I promised you that after your coronation, I would teach you swordsmanship, thus fulfilling my obligation." Li Changxiao smiled and nodded. Not wishing to waste words, Old Pei unsheathed the sword with a swift motion, revealing a glimmer of cold light. With the sword in hand, Old Pei's demeanor transformed. His long white hair flowed freely. Resembling the tentacles of a silver octopus, a fierce gust of wind emanated from him, stirring the dust at their feet. The dry leaves from the old trees and the weeds in the courtyard swirled around, creating a vortex centered on Old Pei. Li Changxiao watched intently, then remarked, "A level 13 hurricane." A flicker of excitement ignited in his eyes, a rare feeling of envy surfacing within him, as the sword halted. Old Pei carefully sheathed it and approached. "Changxiao, my swordsmanship is still commendable. Would you not agree? What you just employed was your inner strength, correct?" Old Pei's gaze turned inquisitive. "Did the Cloud Prince not inform you?" "I recall that the royal family possesses techniques for harnessing inner strength." Li Changxiao nodded before shaking his head. "My father mentioned the existence of inner strength, yet I am unaware of any techniques within the royal family. If those of the assassins count, then yes, I know of some." At the mention of assassins, Old Pei's expression turned grave. He laughed awkwardly. "Well, it seems there are none. Not to worry. I can teach you with that." He fixed his gaze on Li Changxiao, as though anticipating something. Li Changxiao returned the look, and for a moment, their eyes locked in silent confrontation. Ultimately, it was Old Pei who relented first, waving his hand dismissively. "I concede. I truly have no means to handle you, young lad." Whispering softly, he reminisced, "In those days, Emperor Qiming treated me with considerable courtesy." Li Changxiao, having overheard, displayed no change in expression. The current Emperor Tiaming has reigned for 37 years, while Emperor Qiming, his grandfather, ruled for a total of 43 years, with 60 years elapsed since then. A significant span of time indeed. Li Changxiao's calm demeanor relieved Old Pei, who was not particularly fond of this young fellow fixating on his age. It would be a pity to jeopardize their hard-won friendship, one that transcends age, over matters of longevity. "Old Pei, teach me the ways of inner strength and swordsmanship." "Very well. First, let us finish our meal. Remember, a poor scholar may be rich in martial prowess. You must consume 10 bowls of rice and 20 pounds of beef daily." Li Changxiao nodded, refraining from objections. Having seen the world, he understood that Old Pei's words were foundational for enhancing one's vitality. If gaining strength came with weight, he pondered seriously, then he would gladly embrace being plump at 15 years of age. Li Changxiao stood beside the 96-year-old Old Pei. Prince Yun was aware of Old Pei's existence, but never inquired further. 3 days later, at the Hall of Morning Moon, Li Changxiao wielded a wooden sword, practicing diligently in the courtyard. Old Pei cradled a cup of hot tea, ostensibly for warmth, yet his eyes were fixed intently on the young man. The dimness of his gaze suddenly sparkled with light. In contrast, the wooden sword, crafted from an ancient tree in the courtyard, appeared utterly ordinary. Yet, as he swung it, the brittle branches transformed, slicing through the air, producing a substantial whooshing sound. An almost imperceptible aura began to coalesce around him. Previously, due to his temperament, Li Changxiao had not extensively practiced martial arts. His father had taught him basic stances in his youth, primarily to strengthen his body and avert an untimely death. As Li Changxiao grew older and exhibited disinterest, his father ceased to insist, knowing the royal household had no shortage of mouths to feed. Little did Prince Yun anticipate that Li Changxiao would take up the path of martial arts himself. Once the wooden sword was in hand, he felt a harmonious connection, as if the sword moved of its own accord to follow his will. Initially puzzled, he soon understood his unique physical condition. Having been reborn, it was not remarkable to possess an aptitude for swordplay. Old Pei watched in a wi in his youth. His master had praised him as a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Beginning sword practice at the tender age of 3, mastering his school's techniques by 10, an accomplishment his own master had never achieved. At 15, he had envisioned the rush of waterfalls and grasped the essence of swordsmanship amidst nature. At 22, he encountered a failed transformation of a serpent, which, despite its failure, had lived 500 years, gaining sentience and the ability to speak. In its dying moments, it requested Old Pei to remain by its side, perhaps to leave a fragment of memory in this world. After 500 years of cultivation, all was lost in an instant, evoking a sense of sympathy in Old Pei. Go in peace. I shall remember you. He quietly vowed, standing vigil as the serpent took its last breath. In wonder at the marvels of life, Old Pei experienced an epiphany. Hours later, a blinding light of sword intent erupted from the forest, birthing a new figure in the realm, the black-clad Sword King. He became the beloved of the renowned courtesan from Kai Feng Tower, the sworn brother of the beggar clan leader, and a favored guest of the Holy Emperor of Qin. Old Pei was also known by another name, Pei Ji. Pei Ji rubbed his eyes in disbelief at the brilliance before him. If memory served, such luminescence could only be manifested by one who had mastered the essence of swordplay. As he approached his end, he realized he had underestimated the world. He tugged at his bushy white beard, releasing a few strands, then casually flicked them toward Li Changxiao. The white hairs transformed into sharp needles, slicing through the air with a piercing sound. Upon hearing the rush of wind, Li Changxiao frowned, yet his sword instinctively sliced through the an invisible force created ripples, deflecting the incoming needles to the ground. Observing the curled white hairs on the ground, Li Changxiao's gaze lingered on Pei Ji, seemingly laden with meaning. Impudent child, do not stare so, Pei Ji remarked. He felt a strange rejuvenation. The emotional fluctuations of recent days surpassed those of the past decade. Despite his annoyance, he recognized the young man's exceptional talent and wondered about his future achievements, pondering that the title of Sword King might soon change hands, regrettably, without him witnessing that day. Old Pei sensed a growing malaise within himself, perhaps the onset of death. Having lived this long, it is enough, he softly declared. Li Changxiao, mishearing, thought Old Pei was about to impart wisdom, leaning in to listen but detected nothing. Young man, visit me at the witching hour, and I will teach you the ways of inner strength. Then I must express my gratitude. Old Pei Li Changxiao carefully stored the wooden sword into its wooden sheath, crafted by Old Pei, a treasure indeed. He then departed from the Hall of Morning Moon. Since Old Pei had mentioned the third watch, it implied his dismissal. Qingli followed closely behind as they made their way back to their quarters. Upon reaching the door, Qingli paused, aware that her lord preferred solitude. Li Changxiao smiled contentedly, firmly closing the door behind him. Qingli, exasperated, exclaimed, "Your Highness, are you not a man?" "Not at all," he retorted, though he mused that she must look quite comical, her cheeks puffed like a pufferfish. He removed his outer garment, spread out the bedding, and lay down. The wooden bed was unyielding and uncomfortable, and even after more than a decade, he still found it trying. Alas, without a proper mattress, he regretted not having one to stockpile. As for crafting one himself, he felt utterly incapable. Not every transmigrant possessed boundless abilities. He was merely an ordinary person. Moreover, if he couldn't indulge, so be it. It was not a great loss. One must eat to survive. Thus he would swallow even the most unpalatable food. To forego a meal would certainly lead to starvation. At the third watch, Li Changxiao pushed open the door and stepped out into the courtyard. Qingli had been waiting at the entrance, though her eyelids were heavy with sleep. Amused, Li Changxiao playfully flicked her forehead. rousing her. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, ready to express her ire, only to find Li Changxiao pointing outside, signaling for silence. This gesture quelled her grievances. The palace guards patrolled with lanterns as Li Changxiao walked past them. Remembering that the Hall of Morning Moon lacked oil lamps, he took a lantern from a guard and handed it to Qingli. With his hands clasped behind his back, he strolled leisurely ahead. Soon, they arrived at the Hall of Morning Moon, where darkness enveloped the interior. Li Changxiao instructed Qingli to proceed first, following closely behind, as anticipated. The young girl soon screamed in fright. Prepared, Li Changxiao caught the lantern, preserving a flicker of light. He looked up to see Pei Ji, clad in white, perched atop a small table, his appearance more eerie than that of a ghost. "Child, do not dawdle. Come here," Pei Ji urged, and Li Changxiao approached him directly, receiving 3 taps on his forehead. "All right, the apprenticeship is concluded." Pei Ji leaped down, his tone brimming with excitement. "Very well, master. It is time to teach me the inner strength techniques." Li Changxiao stated flatly. He bore no anger, having forged a bond of nearly 9 years with old Pei, who had always been both mentor and friend. Having learned sword techniques, it was only fitting to pursue the mastery of inner strength. Recalling the sword light he had manifested in the courtyard, he nodded earnestly. Seeing his acceptance, Pei Ji smiled broadly, though afterward, his complexion waned slightly. "I have lived without children. In these final years, your companionship has rendered my life fulfilling." Pei Ji reflected, settling into a meditative posture. Li Changxiao mirrored his stance. "This is a technique I stumbled upon, superior to that of my own school. Despite my brilliance, I have only managed to cultivate for 90 years. I wonder how you shall compare. This technique has no name. I shall call it Chunyang Divine Artitat. As my disciple, you must not rename it. This is my legacy in the world." Li Changxiao nodded with sincerity. Indicating his understanding. 5 finger push to the abdomen. Monkey twists its back. Pure yang sheds its robe, elbow raised and ribs exposed. The tyrant lifts a cauldron. The golden turtle reveals its back, and the fisherman swings his rod. "Remember well, should you fail to grasp it, I shall repeat it. I have it memorized," Li Changxiao affirmed. "Then recite it back to me." "Wuji, my dear boy, you have not disappointed me now. Continue to cultivate alongside me. After 60 years, what does this master consider himself?" Pei Ji leaped to his feet, for he discovered that behind Li Changxiao, a brilliant crimson light had unexpectedly appeared. Goodness, he has entered the threshold. Amidst his astonishment, Pei Ji felt a mixture of frustration and delight. The frustration stemmed from the last shred of pride he held as a genius, while the delight arose from a sense of reassurance. "Continue your practice. I shall step inside for a moment," Pei Ji declared, retreating to the inner chamber. Though the Shangyue pavilion had aged somewhat, the interior remained relatively tidy, with servants from the royal mansion occasionally coming in to clean. Unlike Li Changxiao, Pei Ji was not one to obsess over cleanliness. The simple bed and a table greeted him. Pei Ji crawled beneath the bed and gently tapped against the wooden wall, revealing a hidden cavity. It turned out it had long been hollowed out. Inside the cavity lay a jade box. Pei Ji retrieved it and sat on the bed. The back of the jade box bore the inscription, "The 23rd year of Qiming, my old friend. You have lived 20 years longer than that. Why the haste? You would never have guessed that your grandson's grandson has also befriended me, calling me old Pei. With your rigid demeanor, must be seething down there." A flicker of sorrow passed through his eyes, and his voice softened. "Who could blame you for turning your back on a friend, after more than a decade of camaraderie? A mere rumor can sever bonds. Ally Tings, how foolish of you to forsake your role as our great Qin's holy monarch, a good emperor, yet not a good friend. I forgive you. In time, I shall descend to accompany you. Rest assured, I have long since absolved you. Just look, you have even imparted your skills in safeguarding to the next generation. This sword of the surging phoenix, I shall bequeath to him after my passing. Look at your stingy old self, a ruler of a nation, yet so miserly. How embarrassing for us citizens of the great Qin." After a while, feeling parched, Pei Ji lifted the teacup from the table and took a sip. It was cold, almost chilling to the bone. "I haven't even departed, and the tea has already cooled. What a pity." He grasped the jade box and exited the small courtyard. Li Changxiao remained seated in meditation, undisturbed by the world around him. Such dedication. One truly envies that rascal Li Ting's. Young lad, arrange for a carriage. Let us venture out. Li Changxiao opened his eyes and nodded. He understood certain matters as well. Chapter 7. A journey through the mountains. After conferring with Lord Yun, Li Changxiao and Pei Ji set off in a carriage. Lord Yun, aware that Pei Ji was the former king of the Black Robes, refrained from sending anyone to protect them. Though Pei Ji had aged, his sword remained sharp. One man and one sword could rival 1,000 troops. Li Changxiao did not bring Qingli along, for the journey would be long, and having too many women around would be inconvenient. Indeed, he had prepared himself for a life of hardship. Go. Pei Ji cracked the whip, and the 2 brown horses sprang into motion, departing from the gates of the Yun mansion. Lady Su watched her son's receding figure with a hint of worry in her eyes. Lord Yun gently patted her shoulder to reassure her. The child has grown. It is time for him to see the world. Rest assured, Xiao Xiao's safety is assured. Lady Su buried her head in her husband's embrace, revealing a rare moment of vulnerability. Upon leaving the city, Pei Ji entered the carriage, allowing Li Changxiao to take the reins. Driving is also an art of gentlemanly conduct. Li Changxiao had attended the Royal Academy and performed admirably, engaging well with the instructors, thus acquiring authentic skills. Xiao Xiao, your driving skills are on par with a professional coachman. Being a coachman is not beneath one. It is merely a means of livelihood. That is indeed a valid point. Lord Yun and Lady Su have taught you well, Pei Ji praised. He then withdrew a piece of pale silk from the jade box. Clearly crafted from fine threads, a glimmer of longing crossed Pei Ji's eyes, and his murky gaze seemed to glisten with tears. Before long, his robust inner strength dissipated the moisture. Let us first head to the Piaomiao mountain. My master's sect's ruins lie there. Li Changxiao responded with a hearty affirmation. Understood. Master, hold on tight. We shall accelerate. He angled the whip and struck the horse's hindquarters, increasing the carriage's speed. After all, these were fine horses purchased from Yuzhou. While they could not compare to the black armored army's steeds, they were more than sufficient for travel. He recalled that Piaomiao Mountain was home to the Piaomiao sword sect. Though it still existed, its grandeur was no longer what it once was, yet it had not faced annihilation. Li Changxiao was puzzled as to why his master referred to it as ruins, traveling by day and resting at inns by night. They had brought along travel permits from the capital, and the inns along the route were quite accommodating. Li Changxiao concealed his noble identity, merely presenting himself as a secular youth aspiring to the Tao. After all, Pei Ji's gray hair bore a resemblance to the 3 pure ones of Taoism. He over 90 years of age. Such longevity was rare in this era. To call him a living immortal would not be an exaggeration. 3 days later, the 2 arrived at the foot of Piaomiao Mountain. The innkeeper took care of their carriage while they ascended the mountain on foot. Li Changxiao had initially considered declining this due to his master's age, but seeing Pei Ji's vigorous stride eased his concerns. As they trod upon the stone steps, Pei Ji spoke with a hint of pride. This place was once a muddy path. It is only because of me that it has become a proper road. Li Changxiao glanced at the adjacent stone steps, where small characters could still be discerned, though eroded by time. However, by their outlines, he could vaguely make out the words Qiming Dies for the year. That was too much for Li Changxiao to decipher. As they neared the summit, they beheld a beautifully carved stone gate, inscribed with the words Piaomiao Sword Sect in exceptionally clear script. Li Changxiao noticed the words Imperial Grant in the lower right corner. A realization dawning upon him. Clearly, his master had a significant connection to his own ancestors. As they approached the mountain gate, Pei Ji's pace slowed somewhat. Li Changxiao understood that his master felt a sense of trepidation upon nearing his homeland. Indeed, prior to their meeting, he had heard that Pei Ji had lived among beggars in the capital for over 20 years. The leader of the beggars had changed thrice, yet his master remained as steadfast as a perennial tree. Considering that he had not returned here in nearly 40 years, Li Changxiao stepped forward to support his master's shoulder, offering him a place to lean. Pei Ji was momentarily taken aback. Warmth filled his heart as he did not wish to disappoint his disciple's kindness. Together, master and disciple ascended to the summit. Before the gate stood 2 young men clad in light blue robes, swords in hand, though their grips trembled slightly, likely due to their haste in retrieving them upon noticing the newcomers. "May I inquire about your purpose for coming?" one of them asked. "May I know the name of the current sect leader?" The guarding disciples exchanged glances, and upon seeing Pei Ji's age, their tone grew more respectful. "It is the esteemed Master Pan Huan." Upon hearing this, Pei Ji fell silent for a moment. "Is Master Xian Yun not present?" Master Xin Yun has departed to the realm of the immortals for 15 years. You must be an old friend of his. One of the disciples replied, hurrying off to inform the sect leader. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe approached. Upon seeing Pei Ji, his expression momentarily froze before he rushed forward, seemingly confirming something, his hands and feet trembling. Is it truly you, my revered ancestor? And you are? I am Pan Huan. My master is known as Xin Pu. I had the honor of meeting you when I first entered the sect. Chapter 8. The Return of the Soul. Xin Pu. Did that rascal ever curse me? Upon hearing the name of an old acquaintance, Pei Ji raised an intrigued eyebrow. Why, revered ancestor, you jest. Let me guess. He must have cursed me at least once a month. Indeed, he did not. Very well, take me to meet him. That rascal is younger than I am. He must still be among the living. Upon hearing this, a flicker of sorrow crossed Pan Huan's face. My master was not blessed with longevity. He passed away last year without the chance to meet you. Pei Ji was stunned, seemingly in disbelief. Even that lad has departed? Li Changxiao gently patted his master's back, offering comfort. I am fine, Pei Ji murmured, revealing a smile. Li Changxiao remained silent, his voice having grown notably softer. How could he be fine? Are there any of the Xin lineage still living? Pan Huan shook his head gently. After all, not everyone was granted such longevity. Master, I am Xin Lu, newly accepted under your tutelage. May I accompany you to pay respects to our elders? There is no need for such formalities. By lineage, I should address you as Master Changladanam. Why, revered ancestor is indeed the highest living authority in our sword sect, so you may proceed. Having said this, he instructed the two guarding disciples at the gate. Before moving aside, Pei Ji gently released Li Changxiao's hand, smiling. Allow me to walk this final stretch alone. Very well. 3 individuals traversed the majestic hall, ultimately arriving at the rear mountain. Along the way, various flying eaves, sweeping angles, and the intricate beasts carved into the beams narrated tales of past grandeur. At the rear mountain lay a cave known as Ling Shou Dian, where the departed disciples of the sword sect have been interred throughout the ages. This place, a hidden gem of exceptional feng shui, harbored both tigers and dragons in its embrace. The mortal remains were buried beneath the earth, while above stood a stone tablet inscribed in the shape of a sword. It commemorated the illustrious founder of the ethereal sword sect, the revered Piao Miao Zhenrun, who lived for 122 years, the third-generation leader, Xian Hua Zhenrun, who graced the world for 103 years, and the 25th generation leader, Xian Yun Zhenrun, who saw 71 years. As they passed the tablet of the 23rd generation, Pei Ji paused momentarily, murmuring to himself, Junior disciple, your little master uncle has come to visit you. Li Changxiao found it peculiar, for while the tablets of the 23rd and 25th generations were present, the 24th was notably absent. Yet, a space remained, as the wild grass seemed to deliberately avoid growing there, as if aware that it was a sacred spot. Observing his master kneeling before the stone tablet of the 23rd generation, Li Changxiao suddenly grasped the significance. At that moment, the elder leader gently beckoned him, indicating towards the cave's entrance. Understanding the unspoken message, they walked side by side outside, leaving Pei Ji alone in the vast Ling Shou Din. Li Changxiao, not one to eavesdrop, continued forward into the woods, where he faintly discerned a cluster of yellow. Approaching, he realized it was a forsythia, blooming despite it being the 12th lunar month. Upon further inspection, he noted that the surrounding branches were also adorned with forsythia, their buds tightly wrapped, seemingly fearful of succumbing to the chill of winter. The solitary blossom appeared to be both bidding farewell and welcoming anew. It smiles and departs. A deep voice resonated from behind. It was Pei Ji emerging from the Ling Shou Dian. Li Changxiao hurriedly stepped forward and, upon closer inspection, noticed the redness in his master's eyes. What had once been a robust figure now appeared diminished. Yet, his brows remained relaxed, and the wrinkles upon his face formed parallel lines. Li Changxiao understood that his master had laid to rest a burden of the heart. Naturally, the tension that had previously gripped him began to dissipate. The elder leader's expression shifted to one of sorrow, for he had witnessed such scenes before. Li Changxiao, too, was aware that despite his preparations, he could not help but feel a wave of grief. Indeed, I cannot escape the mundane. Pei Ji, observing the melancholic visage of Li Changxiao, felt a pang of sorrow yet also a sense of comfort. I am sorry, Xiao, for you must bear the weight of this old fool's sorrow. Li Changxiao sensed a profound pressure welling up within him, threatening to overflow. A stoic facade, however, would not suffice to mask the moisture gathering in his eyes. Pei Ji, attuned to this, spoke softly, "Pan Huan, may we have a moment alone together?" Pan Huan nodded gravely and retreated towards the hall. At this juncture, only the master and disciple remained on the rear mountain. Pei Ji's internal energy began to wane, and his once lean hands grew frail. Gently, he brushed his fingers against the corner of Li Changxiao's eye, wiping away the wetness. Pei Ji chuckled, genuinely amused. Li Changxiao, no longer suppressing his emotions, let forth a deluge of feelings: joy, anger, sorrow, and delight, all intertwining and escalating within him. Pei Ji clumsily attempted to wipe Li Changxiao's tears, only to find his palm darkening, a symptom of an internal energy dissipating. Recognizing this omen, he withdrew his hand. At that moment, the bright moon ascended from the distance. A shao, behold the bright moon. The moon smiles, let us, master and disciple, share a smile as well. At this, Li Changxiao fought back his tears and solemnly nodded, though the smile that emerged was more sorrowful than joyous. Witnessing the flood of emotion on his disciple's face subside, a sense of accomplishment washed over Pei Ji. "I should have taken you as my disciple long ago," he murmured softly, though his subsequent words were less discernible. Li Changxiao supported his master, who had now shrunk to half his former height post-energy depletion. This was precisely why many great masters chose to transcend in solitude. Suddenly, dark clouds obscured the moon, casting a shadow over the rear mountain. Yet, amidst this, the forsythia continued to sway in the breeze. Chapter 9. The jade hairpin and silk cloth. The following day, disciples of the ethereal sword sect were gathered. As news spread of the return of the 24th generation leader, Pan Huan, adorned in ceremonial attire reserved for grand occasions, led the multitude of disciples. The throngs resembled the resurgence of the sword sect's former glory. Li Changxiao silently observed the layers of the ceremony unfold, his senses dulled. The weight of the sword at his back and the chill of the jade box in his arms served as reminders of his existence. Feeling the icy touch of the jade box, Li Changxiao softly spoke, "Master, I understand. The courtesan of Jiangnan and our royal ancestor, I shall walk the remaining path for you. Rest easy." Upon uttering these words, he sensed the jade box lightening in his grasp. Perhaps due to its long companionship with his master, now seeking its previous owner. After the ceremony, Li Changxiao entrusted the jade box to Pan Huan, requesting its interment alongside his master. Within the box lay a jade hairpin and a silk note inscribed with the characters A. Subsequently, he descended the mountain alone, retrieving a carriage from the innkeeper. "Sir, where is that old immortal by your side?" "I had hoped to ask him to read my fortune," the innkeeper remarked while counting out coins. Li Changxiao glanced around the inn and noticed the entrance was devoid of his master. He replied, "My master mentioned he was outside setting up a stall to distribute tea, believing it would attract fortune and bring moderate wealth." Indeed. Thank you, esteemed guest." Li Changxiao stepped into the courtyard and quickly located his carriage, where two well-fed brown horses awaited him, their eyes sparkling with intelligence as they exhaled warm breaths upon seeing their master. "Well, it's just the three of us now. Let us be off." Li Changxiao patted the old horse and flicked the reins once more. The carriage lurched forward. Their next destination was Jiangnan Prefecture, an area once under the dominion of the Wu Kingdom. When the Qiming Emperor vanquished Wu, he established Jiangnan Prefecture in its stead. By the time of the current dynasty, the neighboring Yu Kingdom had also been subdued, merging its lands into Jiangnan Prefecture. Li Changxiao's journey was destined for the Kaifenglu, a venue belonging to the former Wu territory. Old Pei had frequently boasted of his romantic escapades, enough for Li Changxiao to remember the courtesan's name, Lanyang. With over 50 years having passed, one could only wonder if the old Pei still roamed the world. Since he was no longer present, there was no need to conceal his identity. Upon reaching the gates of Suzhou City, Qing Guard stood vigilant at the entrance. He presented the royal waist token hidden within his robe. After a thorough verification, the guards summoned the clan officials. The local minor official, Li Yanchong, who belonged to the same generation as the Yun King, hurried over upon hearing that the esteemed prince had arrived. After all, the prince's father was to be the next clan elder and would soon be his superior. Li Changxiao had met the minor official before. "Your Highness, please feel free to call me Uncle Wang if you don't mind." "Uncle Wang, I come today with a request. I in Suzhou. I still hold some influence and can certainly assist," I wish to inquire about the whereabouts of the courtesan Lan Yang from Kai Feng Lu over 50 years ago. Upon hearing the mention of a brothel, Li Yinchang's expression brightened instantly, his brows dancing with excitement, revealing a knowing smile that any man would recognize. However, Li Changshao regarded him with an impassive demeanor. Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, Li Yinchang quickly corrected himself. Your Highness, please rest at the clan residence while I send someone to investigate. Only then did Li Changshao allow a smile to grace his lips. Clasping his hands in gratitude, I thank you in advance. Afterwards, 2 minor officials from the clan guided him to a guest room, and soon after, they served a meal. Li Changshao counted, and found that there were as many as 36 dishes. Although he knew he could not finish them all, he did not decline as for the potential waste of the people's resources. Li Changshao did not give it a second thought. He had lived his life this way, and it was too late to change now. After cultivating the pure yang divine skill, his appetite had significantly increased. Though the quantity of food before him was substantial, each dish contained only a modest portion, presumably because the servants had discerned the temperaments of their masters. Li Changshao called for the minor official and consumed over 20 jin of beef before finally stopping. The ingredients were of the finest quality, and once ingested, they transformed into strands of internal power. This internal power formed a small vortex in his dantian. According to Old Pei, this was indicative of possessing 5 years' worth of internal power. Li Changshao calculated that he had been practicing internal power for merely a month, and his progress was indeed rapid. By evening, Li Yinchang sent word that he had discovered the whereabouts of Lan Yang. Li Yinchang did not come in person as his shift had already ended. Li Changshao recalled his smile from earlier in the day and speculated that he was likely indulging in some woman's affections at this moment. Under the guidance of the minor official, Li Changshao entered Dehua Alley, turning into a small lane filled with modest black-bricked courtyards. It was said that Lan Yang ultimately married a wealthy gentleman, becoming his legitimate wife, a rather rare fortune for someone of her background. However, such a small dwelling hardly seemed fitting for the wealthy. The minor official eventually brought him to a wooden door, and this courtyard stood out prominently in the alley, as half of its black bricks were missing. Seemingly pried off by hand, as they reached the door, just as the two were about to knock, sounds emanated from within the courtyard. The footsteps were heavy, indicative of someone running, followed by both male and female voices. Gu Daju, you scoundrel, stop right there. Running off to gamble again and even daring to pry the bricks off the house. I'll beat you to death. Mother, I was wrong. Please don't hit me, please. The footsteps abruptly halted, followed by the sound of a stick striking flesh and anguished cries. Once the cries subsided, Li Changshao knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the earlier female voice, the footsteps drawing nearer. Upon opening the door, he was met with the sight of a middle-aged woman, her hair slightly graying and her temples damp. Noticing the 2 men before her, dressed respectably, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. Li Changshao quickly understood the reason and spoke. Do not worry, we are not here to collect debts. Upon hearing this, the woman's demeanor relaxed slightly, though her wariness did not entirely dissipate. Li Changshao chose not to elaborate further and directly inquired. May I ask if Madame Yang Lan resides here? The woman's expression grew peculiar. My mother-in-law has been deceased for 10 years. She then tilted her head towards Li Changshao. You wouldn't happen to be a descendant of one of her old flames, would you? Not at all. I am merely here on someone else's behalf. Li Changshao retrieved a jade hairpin from his bosom and handed it to the middle-aged woman, then turned to leave without looking back. The minor official hastily following after him, Li Changshao chuckled inwardly. Old Pei, it seems your courtesan not only married but also took on other suitors. However, I have delivered the item. How they fare now is no longer my concern. It was no wonder that a child who spent all day at the gambling house would end up in such a small alley. The next day, Li Changshao boarded a carriage once more. Heading towards the capital, Li Yinchang wished to arrange for guards, but was met with refusal. It was already dismal enough to return with 3 people instead of 4. Bringing a throng would be absurd. As they journeyed through the vast Kangmang Mountains, Li Changshao suddenly felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him, as if he had once lain here, to avoid being overwhelmed by past memories. He urged the whip in his hand with renewed vigor. The 2 brown horses seemed to sense their master's emotions, quickening their pace. Unfortunately, what one fears often comes to pass. Soon, dust began to swirl from up ahead. Judging by the commotion, it was clear that the newcomers were mounted. The faint sound of bells ringing suggested they were not the troops of the Great Qin. The truth was evident: horse bandits. Having confirmed this, Li Changxiao dismounted the carriage and leapt atop the roof, sitting cross-legged. Ultimately, fleeing would be futile. It was better to confront the situation head-on. The bandits soon approached, brandishing various weapons and encircling the carriage under the leader's command. The leader stepped forward, a scar marring his left eye. "Kid, hand over anything valuable, and you might die more easily." Seeing that Li Changxiao was alone, they could not even be bothered to offer the pretense of mercy. "Pray tell, what is your relation to the bandit of Kangming Mountain from 7 years ago?" "He is my elder brother." The leader sneered. "Looks like you know quite a bit. You can't be allowed to live." He leapt onto his horse, using its neck as a springboard to soar towards Li Changxiao. There was a distance of at least 10 meters between them, indicating he possessed internal power. The long spear in his hand glinted with silver. Clearly forged from fine black iron, as the spear reached him, a flash of silver glimmered, and blood gushed forth. Upon closer inspection, the bandit leader had been cleaved in two at the waist. The black iron spear was also split asunder. His body continued to convulse, his eyes bulging in shock. The stunning sword, Jinghong, returned to its sheath behind Li Changxiao. Despite having killed for the first time, Li Changxiao felt no revulsion. Avenging his grievances brought him a joy that outweighed any discomfort. "How much longer do you intend to witness this?" Li Changxiao coldly inquired. And no sooner had he spoken than nearly 100 crossbow bolts soared towards him, piercing the remaining bandits. Thud, thud. The remaining bandits fell from their horses. Yet the steeds remained still. T. Chapter 11. The fate of the Emperor. Prince Yun nodded in acknowledgement. Li Changxiao changed into his own set of princely robes and made his way towards the Grand Qin Palace. This time, he traveled in Prince Yun's carriage. Given the significance of this journey in representing the royal family, it was necessary to maintain a certain decorum. The carriage was approximately 8 pings in size, furnished with a soft wooden table supported by a wooden frame. On the table lay an assortment of fruits and pastries, alongside a small pot from which wisps of steam subtly rose, indicating it had been heated. Once comfortably seated, Li Changxiao observed as the driver cracked his whip, urging 4 robust white horses into motion. The carriage was remarkably steady, with hardly a hint of jostling, as if some measures had been taken to mitigate vibrations. He poured himself a cup of warm tea, the temperature perfectly calibrated to 60 degrees upon his first sip, and picked up a piece of dragon beard candy, savoring it slowly. Just as he finished, the carriage arrived at its destination. Li Changxiao patted his backside and adjusted his attire, ensuring that every angle reflected his charm impeccably before he stepped down. The palace guard was none other than Yu Yang, a loyal attendant from the time of the Fate Emperor. The old general, now in his 60s, was accompanied today by his grandson, Yu Rufing. Li Changxiao had frequented the palace often enough to consider him an acquaintance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he was subjected to a thorough inspection, including his waist token. Once confirmed, Yu Rufing displayed a characteristic smile, inviting Li Changxiao into the palace. Soon, a young eunuch clad in coarse fabric approached to guide him. The palace was significantly larger than Prince Yun's residence, with rules that were strictly enforced. Li Changxiao had no intention of causing any disturbances. After about a quarter of an hour's walk, they arrived at a magnificent edifice adorned with 9 dragon arches and stone carvings of cloud dragons. Aside from these, there was little ostentation to be seen. It was merely a slight improvement over the dilapidated conditions of Prince Yun's estate. It was difficult to reconcile this with the grandeur expected of a powerful nation such as the Grand Qin. By now, it was well past noon, and even the diligent Fate Emperor must have been due for a meal. The young eunuch took his leave, and Li Changxiao, adjusting his robe, ascended the steps. The eunuch in attendance had already entered to announce his arrival. From a distance, he heard the proclamation. The joyous prince requests an audience. The voice was not shrill, yet it was rather unpleasant. Inside the Golden Dragon Hall, the elderly figure clad in a black dragon robe set down his utensils and spoke slowly. Announced the joyous prince to enter. The eunuch hurriedly rushed outside, his eagerness palpable as he took a deep breath, gathering his strength to declare. Announced the joyous prince's entrance. Perhaps he fancied himself quite dashing in his role of summoning the prince. Otherwise, Li Changxiao couldn't fathom the source of his pride. Disregarding such thoughts, Li Changxiao donned a serious expression and stepped into the grand hall, having grown accustomed to this formality. After all, it was an audience with the emperor. And one could never be too meticulous in such matters. Your grandson pays his respects to the emperor, Li Changxiao proclaimed. Bowing deeply to no need for formalities, came a voice imbued with vigor. Li Changxiao lifted his gaze to find the emperor seated above him. His hair partially silvered, his demeanor stern yet proud, exuding an air of authority. Speak. What business does our Li family's Punger have with the emperor? Punger, derived from the phrase the rock rises with the winds and soars to great heights, was a term of endearment the Fate Emperor had for him. Having heard that the emperor is troubled by the military funds, your grandson has come to offer counsel, Li Changxiao replied. Oh, pray, do tell. The emperor encouraged. Please, take a look, Li Changxiao said, producing a prepared bamboo slip and handing it to the chief eunuch. Although paper would suffice, the Fate Emperor, due to experiences in his youth, held a particular fondness for bamboo slips. Consequently, during the reign of the Fate Emperor, bamboo slips became the preferred medium, and naturally, Li Changxiao followed suit. The Fate Emperor accepted the bamboo slip and began to peruse its contents. The vast expanse of the Golden Dragon Hall fell into silence. The sound of breathing barely audible, lest it overshadow the rustle of the bamboo. The content was extensive, spanning over 60 slips. Initially indifferent, the emperor's expression softened as he delved deeper into the material. After a long moment, he finally exclaimed, "Good. Summon the Minister of Revenue," he commanded. The chief eunuch immediately rushed to relay the order. The Fate Emperor then turned his keen gaze towards Li Changxiao, a flicker of appreciation crossing his sharp features. Punger, your proposal regarding war bonds is quite astute, he acknowledged. The emperor's diligence in governance and love for the people inspires such thoughts in your grandson. Truly, the heavens favor our Grand Qin, Li Changxiao replied with sincerity. The Fate Emperor chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. Flattery will get you nowhere with me, so refrain from such talk. You have served the nation well. What reward do you seek from the emperor? Understanding the emperor's disposition, Li Changxiao had no intention of feigning modesty. Your grandson wishes to visit the royal tombs for a memorial service. I request the emperor's permission. The Fate Emperor looked surprised, finding the request rather peculiar. However, his brow furrowed slightly, as it was typically against protocol for royal descendants to visit the royal tombs unless assigned to guard duty. Then, as if struck by a thought, the Fate Emperor's expression brightened. Go seek the Minister of Ancestral Affairs and inform him that I have granted permission. Li Changxiao's eyes gleamed with understanding. He had anticipated such an outcome and felt no disappointment. Ultimately, the emperor had acquiesced. Afterward, Li Changxiao took his leave. That moment, a plump figure clad in red royal robes hurriedly entered. Brushing past Li Changxiao, he recognized him as the current Minister of Revenue, another royal family member named Li Yan, who held the title of Prince Anping. Chapter 12. Minister of Ancestral Affairs Li Yuanyan. The Minister of Revenue was responsible for overseeing the royal treasury, typically filled by trusted confidants of the reigning emperor, predominantly from the royal lineage. Since the Fate Emperor had not issued any requests, Li Changxiao saw no reason to overstep and take on the burden of the war bonds. After all, the proposal had been made, and the Fate Emperor had readily embraced it. As for the outcome, it was beyond the purview of this idle prince. Li Changxiao was not so presumptuous as to believe that the matter would falter in his absence. The evidence of countless bloody consequences lay before him. People were far more astute than one might assume. The Grand Qin's annual tax revenue barely exceeded 30 million taels of silver, while the Minister of Revenue conservatively managed nearly 100 million taels, surpassing tax revenue significantly. The current minister was capable of earning the Fate Emperor an additional 10 million taels annually, illustrating his considerable prowess in financial matters. In terms of wealth generation, Li Changxiao did not rank highly within the Grand Qin. He merely possessed a modicum of cleverness. Upon exiting the palace, he made his way towards the Ancestral Affairs Office. For most royal offspring, the Ancestral Affairs Office was a source of dread. While commoners might find themselves imprisoned in the Tianlao awaiting trial, royal family members were first detained at the Ancestral Affairs Office. Should any relatives be implicated, they would be apprehended as well. Once the truth was established, titles would be stripped from those deserving, and confinement would be imposed on others. In more severe cases, the Minister of Ancestral Affairs would personally report to the royal elders, leading to the male relatives receiving poisoned wine and the female relatives being dealt with white silk. In the 80-plus years since the Fate Emperor's reign began, more than 10 first-rank princes had been stripped of their titles, typically due to transgressions committed under the protection of their predecessors or during the subsequent purges following a new emperor's ascension. To some extent, the Minister of Ancestral Affairs had assumed the role of executioner, which helped explain why they were not met with suspicion. Straying from the emperor's favor meant courting infamy. At last, he arrived at the Ancestral Affairs office. Utilizing his princely waist token, Li Changxiao smoothly secured an audience with the current Minister of Ancestral Affairs. Li Yuanyin. He was the Fate Emperor's elder brother, belonging to the previous generation of princes, and had been granted the title of Prince Dai. Was he who had recommended Prince Yuan as the next Minister of Ancestral Affairs. I have the honor of meeting my uncle, Li Changxiao stated. You are the lad from the Qinghe family. What brings you to me? Li Yuanyin said, placing his hands on the desk as he struggled to rise. His tone surprisingly gentle, Li Changxiao quickly stepped forward to support his right arm. Uncle, please, take a moment to rest. Your health is far more important than these trifling official documents. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanyin chuckled. Though he chided, foolish boy, matters of the royal family are hardly trifles. He then sighed, placing his left hand gently over his chest. In my youth, I could ride horses and hunt tigers, among the former emperor's sons. I was the most valiant. Do not doubt it, lad. Yes, I do doubt it, so please, take a seat. Only by restoring your health can you hunt tigers effectively. Very well, Li Yuanyin acquiesced, finally taking a seat. Seeing this, Li Changxiao released a sigh of relief. Unlike other royal offspring, he shared a close bond with his uncle, the Minister of Ancestral Affairs. Firstly, Prince Yuan was the next minister. Secondly, perhaps influenced by later generations, Li Changxiao was not intimidated by the responsibilities of the clan patriarch. He conducted himself honorably and had committed no transgressions, so there was no cause for fear. His uncle often regaled him with amusing tales from the reign of the late Emperor Longwu, which Li Changxiao thoroughly enjoyed for their authenticity. Uncle, I wish to visit the royal tombs. The emperor has granted permission and asked me to consult you. The elder Minister of Ancestral Affairs chuckled heartily. This Yuan Zhua, after all these years, still possesses a mischievous spirit. Li Yuan Zhua, the name of the Tianming emperor, was under careful scrutiny from Li Changxiao, who cautiously surveyed the surroundings outside the room. Upon discovering the absence of others, he felt a sense of relief. Even though the old Zongjing was the only surviving brother of the Tianming emperor, one must still exercise caution. When compared to life itself, no level of vigilance could be deemed excessive. Go to the treasury and fetch this year's ancestral offering incense, and take it to the imperial mausoleum. It is fitting that I, in my old age, entrust this duty to you. Thank you, uncle, Li Changxiao expressed with a hint of excitement. Now that you address me as uncle, I am certainly obliged to assist you. Besides, you are the son of the next Zongjing. At this juncture, the old Zongjing chuckled. Should our ancestors harbor any grievances? They will seek out your father, not me indeed. The blame would rest upon my father. In the time that followed, Li Changxiao remained by the side of the old Zongjing. Having spent some time with him in his youth, he possessed a fair understanding of clan matters and had nearly perfected the old Zongjing's handwriting. Observing his uncle's fatigue, Li Changxiao offered to take over the tasks, yet was met with a refusal from Li Yuanyin. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, after all these 37 years, a few more days are inconsequential. Li Changxiao chose to remain silent, standing quietly beside the old Zongjing. The red ink of the brush fell upon the rice paper, marking the conclusion of a long-standing dispute. The old Zongjing had spent much of his life entangled in such matters, yet the human capacity for resolution is finite while disputes are inexhaustible. After dining at the Zongjing residence, Li Changxiao finally departed. Although he had achieved his purpose for the visit, his spirits were rather low. The old Zongjing appeared even more aged than when he had returned. He was 3 years senior to the Tianming emperor. With the year-end approaching, he would soon reach the venerable age of 70, a milestone traditionally regarded as rare. Life, it seemed, was but a fleeting journey. Chapter 13. New Beginnings. Li Changxiao had initially intended to visit the imperial mausoleum, but was halted by Su Shi, for his sister-in-law was about to give birth. Calculating the days, he realized that a month had passed since the coronation, and thus the time for delivery had arrived. Having no brothers in his past life, it would indeed be inappropriate for him, as an uncle, to step out during such a momentous occasion. Very well. I shall pay my respects at the year-end instead, on the day of the event. Wang Feisu had already summoned the most renowned midwife in the capital. Wang Yun and his 2 sons waited outside. The young heir, Li Chongning, had graduated to the role of an expectant father. Typically composed and self-assured, he now exhibited signs of palpable anxiety, pacing back and forth in the courtyard with his hands clasped behind him. Elder brother, do take heart if you tire yourself out. You may find it difficult to carry your little nephew later. Indeed, I should relax a bit. But is Yaoer truly unharmed? Li Chongxiao cast a glance at Lord Wang, his eyes conveying a clear message. It is your turn. Understanding his son's gaze, Lord Wang offered words of reassurance. When you brothers were born, I too was in a state of turmoil. Your mother still teases me about it to this day. Chongning, take heed of the lesson. I shall obey, father. Li Chongning replied, I in our childhood, I must have been the easier one to manage, hence my mother's fondness for me. These words momentarily stunned both Wang Yun and Li Chongning, their expressions reflecting disbelief. It was Lord Wang who first broke the silence, exclaiming, You lingered in the womb for a full 10 months, causing your mother considerable discomfort. Not to mention, your cries could rival thunder. Indeed, second brother, I recall you required 3 wet nurses, hoping your nephew would not resemble you. Li Chongxiao remained silent, and soon the trio's attention shifted back to him. Unbeknownst to Li Chongning, the 2 men exchanged relieved glances. The anxieties of a husband are no less significant than those of a wife. The emotional stability of Li Chongning was of paramount importance, rendering any teasing directed at Li Chongxiao a trivial matter. A quarter of an hour later, a resounding wail echoed from the delivery room. Moments later, a smiling matron emerged, her face alight with joy. Congratulations, Your Highness, and to the 2 princes. The young lady has given birth to a pair of twins. The 3 men exchanged glances, each reflecting the delight in the other's eyes. The matron's appearance signified that the turmoil within the delivery room had abated. The newborns were transferred to an adjacent chamber. While Su Shi, the mother, appeared to have fainted once more, Li Chongning rushed towards the delivery room, his hands enveloping Su Shi's delicate fingers, his expression brimming with excitement. Yaoer, we have children now. Upon arriving at the adjacent chamber, Li Chongxiao and Lord Wang discovered 2 tiny beings cradled in Su Shi's arms, one on each side. Her countenance radiated tenderness and fulfillment. The 2 fathers instinctively softened their footsteps, drawing nearer to catch a glimpse of the children's features. They were but small, the size of an arm, seemingly well-fed, their little bodies puffed up with breath. Gazing upon them brought a sense of tranquility to their hearts. Perhaps newborns, in their very essence, signify new beginnings. As the young lady Su Shi regained consciousness, Su Shi handed the children over to her. Still in recovery, Su Shi would require the assistance of the wet nurses for the time being. Once she had regained her strength, she would tend to the children herself, as was her intention. The birth of a son and daughter solidified her status, one that could never be shaken, as long as her nephew thrived. The Wang family estate would ultimately belong to him, rendering any future children of Li Chongning insignificant in comparison. News of the twins reached the palace, and upon hearing of the birth of a dragon and phoenix pair in the Wang family, the Tianming emperor was elated. At a critical juncture in the war between the Qin and Chu, this news was akin to a celestial blessing for the royal family. Overjoyed, the emperor personally bestowed names upon the newborns. In their generation, names were to bear the character Xian, though not for the daughters. Ultimately, the little girl was named Li Luan, while the boy was named Li Xianbang, together signifying the notion of peace and stability. Li Chongxiao suspected that had it not been for the exclusion of the naming character for females, the Tianming emperor would have named her Li Xuanan. However, Luotong Luo and could also be interpreted as safe arrival, which was indeed a fine name. Li Chongning and his wife, however, were too preoccupied with their joy to dwell on such matters. Among the 4th generation of the royal family, only the eldest grandson of the crown prince received a name personally bestowed by the Tianming emperor. The others had not been afforded such an honor. The birth of the 2 little ones prompted an exception from the emperor. Li Chongxiao speculated that perhaps the war bonds had sold exceptionally well. The Qin dynasty had long been a formidable empire sustained by warfare. Most of the noble families within its borders had risen through military exploits. Once in power, they continued to elevate their descendants. Over time, a martial tradition became entrenched in the Qin dynasty. As long as successive emperors upheld the martial traditions of their predecessors, the war bonds would align seamlessly with the might of the Qin's iron army. After all, it was ultimately the treasury of other nations that was being utilized, rendering it less burdensome. The nobility had also purchased a substantial number of war bonds, possessing far more information than the common folk and readily recognizing the opportunities therein. Chapter 14. The War Between Qin and Chu. Half a month following the birth of the Dragon and Phoenix twins in the Wang family, the Qin-Chu border witnessed a surge of conflict. Veteran General Wang Yinji led the Qin army in an offensive against the Chu forces across the river. All generals, follow me into battle. Let us achieve a great victory to celebrate the new year for His Majesty. For His Majesty. The young men of the Qin army gleamed with fervor in their eyes. Who says we have no garments? We shall share the same robes, they sang as they charged forth. Their long spears piercing the skulls of the Chu soldiers. The hot blood dripped from their hands, burying the last vestiges of reason. Each fallen head was a testament to their valor. The Qin army numbered only 300,000. While the Chu forces boasted 500,000 yet, faced with the ferocity of the Qin army, the numerically superior Chu soldiers found themselves in retreat. Chu General Xiong Can, witnessing the disarray of his troops, was left with no choice but to organize a withdrawal. It was a situation he found lamentable. Despite a lifetime of military service to 3 generations of Chu emperors, he was destined to bear the weight of infamy and death. It is beyond human strength. It is fate. Just as the Qin army was on the brink of running out of provisions, a sudden influx of over 10,000 shur of grain appeared. Conversely, the well-supplied Chu army faced diminishing resources. As he gazed upon the black tide of armor in the distance, a flicker of despair crossed Xiong Can's heart. He summoned his grandson, a young general barely in his 20s. Li, I bear the burden of guilt. I shall not return from this battle. Should our family suffer repercussions, you must take on the responsibility. Grandfather, do not speak of such things. Our great Chu is strong, and His Majesty is benevolent. He would never cause you harm. We shall go together. Just as he finished speaking, Xiong Li collapsed. A figure appeared behind him, hand poised at the spot where Xiong Li's neck had been. Xiong Can looked at him, a flicker of regret in his eyes. I appreciate your care for him, brother. Is there truly no turning back? Xiong Can sighed heavily. Tio the Emperor. A deceased Xiong Can is far more valuable than a living one. I have devoted my life to the service of the Chu. Let me be selfish just this once. Please convey to His Majesty that Xiong Can was unable to serve the country and dies in battle as an apology. For the sake of the surviving sons of Great Chu, His Majesty will surely show leniency. Understood. On that fateful night, the Deputy General of the Chu army, Xiong Li, led the remnants of 20,000 troops back into the territory of Great Chu. Meanwhile, the commander Xiong Can, accompanied by 3,000 loyal soldiers, held the rear. These 3,000 were his trusted confidants, unwilling to part from him. Aware of their unwavering loyalty, Xiong Can ceased his pleas. Tio faced death was already a noble endeavor. To betray the deep affection of his old subordinates would be a grave injustice. Soldiers, heed my command. I am Xiong Can, the loyal and valiant Marquis of Great Chu, appointed by His Majesty as the Grand Marshal for the campaign against Qin. In light of today's defeat, I bear the guilt, and thus I shall hold the rear, seeking only to protect the lives of our 10,000 citizens. Should you fight with me unto death? I have no means to repay you, save in the next life as beasts of burden. Upon hearing this, the 3,000 soldiers proclaimed in unison, life and death have become trivial. We vow to share our fates with the general. Xiong Can smiled, feeling a renewed brightness before him. As the black-armored Qin soldiers drew near, he grasped his spear and shouted, Kill! 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 To his astonishment, the Chu soldiers rallied behind him, charging towards the Qin ranks. The 3,000 in blue armor stood out starkly amidst the throngs of black-clad Qin troops. Qin General Wang Yinji noticed this contingent. A flicker of emotion crossed his otherwise stern visage. In the end, his many words condensed into a single command. All units, be on alert. Half an hour later, the last of the blue-armored Chu soldiers fell. Wang Yinji stepped away from his subordinates and approached the mound of corpses. 3,000 bodies lay in a perfect count before him, yet Xiong Can remained conspicuously upright, despite 3 spears piercing his thigh and nearly 100 arrows embedded in his body, puncturing through his armor to reach his inner garments. Only his head, ensconced in protective wrappings, bore no wounds. Wang Yinji adjusted Xiong Can's slightly askew helmet and smiled, finding it a fitting sight in the aftermath of the battle. Danyang City fell under the control of Great Qin. and Wang Yinji was bestowed the title of loyal and valiant marquis. The Emperor of Chu executed several nobles with fiefdoms. As for Xiong Kan's family, the Chu Emperor ultimately showed leniency, merely stripping them of their titles and lands without further repercussions. In the capital of Chu, Ying, the once proud Xiong residence now lay in desolation. A place that had once been a sanctuary for the valiant generals of Great Chu, now shunned by all. Everyone knew that the Xiong family had met its end. In a small courtyard, the young Xiong Li awoke from a nightmare, calling out, "Grandfather!" Hearing his master's cries, a maid hurried to his side. Xiong Li rubbed his groggy head and his still-pained neck, finally realizing he was awake. His eyes sparkled with determination as he thought of Great Qin. Wang Yan's stark contrast to the fate of Great Chu, the atmosphere in Great Qin was filled with jubilation. Just 7 days before the year's end, they had secured a decisive victory on the front lines. Consequently, the natural barrier that had once protected Great Chu was lost, and vast lands lay exposed beneath the hooves of Qin's cavalry. The Emperor of Destiny, in high spirits, hastened to bestow titles upon the dragon and phoenix twins of the Yun royal family. Li Xianbang was granted the title of Marquis of Danyang County, while Li Luan became the Princess of Heian County. This was a generous act, ensuring that even when they eventually inherited their respective titles, their fiefs would remain intact until the direct bloodline ceased. The Emperor of Destiny even contemplated enhancing Li Changxiao's title further, recognizing his significant contributions to the war effort. However, Li Changxiao declined, instead requesting permission to establish a formal residence, which the emperor readily granted. Chapter 15. The royal tombs. With the new year approaching, the establishment of the residence was postponed until after the festivities. Li Changxiao did not conceal his intentions, openly discussing them with his family. Although the Duke and Duchess of Yun wished to dissuade him, they ultimately refrained from speaking, merely advising him to visit home more often. Li Changxiao agreed. His elder brother, the heir to the Wang estate, however, opposed the notion. The Wang estate is not a place where you can simply come and go as you please. The usually good-natured heir was irate. His wife, the heir's consort, grasped his arm, seemingly ready to speak. Li Changning had no choice but to comfort her, understanding that her recent childbirth made it unwise to escalate tensions. Days passed, and Li Changning begrudgingly accepted the situation. "Little brother, if you encounter any difficulties, you must come to me. The entire Yun family will surely assist you." Li Changxiao smiled, replying, "I, too, am a member of the Yun family. I would never be impolite to my kin." "Impudent child," Li Changning chuckled, playfully striking his shoulder. After these days, even he, who had devoted himself to the study of literature, grasped the underlying reasons. Thinking of the two soft little ones, Li Changning chose to acquiesce. "By the way, Master Wang and Master Meng have been urging you to visit the Imperial Academy after the new year." "Very well, on the last day of the 37th year of the Emperor of Destiny." Li Changxiao rose early. The carriage from the ancestral estate awaited him outside. Offering his apologies, he boarded 4 splendid black horses, muscular and superior in quality compared to the white steeds of the Yun estate. Pulled the carriage. The driver, a seasoned veteran with 30 years of experience, had retired from the palace. Once Li Changxiao settled, the driver gently urged the horses forward. The carriage from the ancestral estate, though less lavish than that of the Yun family, sufficed, featuring 2 rows of seats facing each other and a small window draped with cloth to shield from the wind. Li Changxiao opened the window to behold the swiftly passing scenery. The royal tombs were not far from the capital, merely an hour's journey. After changing into appropriate silks and paying his respects, he would return by the hour of Shun, not missing the New Year's Eve festivities. The palace also prepared a banquet to celebrate the victory of the Qin army. As a prince, Li Changxiao received an invitation, necessitating an earlier return. An hour later, they arrived at the royal tombs. The Great Qin was associated with the element of water, guarded by both the front and back, with the azure dragon to the left and the white tiger to the right. Space was left for the imperial family. The royal tombs were also protected by a garrison led by the tomb officer, a hereditary position, along with 2 chief overseers and approximately 2,000 soldiers. This constituted the protective force of the royal tombs. After submitting the documents from the ancestral office, Li Changxiao entered. Several young eunuchs approached him, eager to guide him. They, too, were scions of respectable families but had been sent to the royal tombs after their castration, seeking to curry favor with the prince and be taken away. "What is your name?" Replying to the prince, My name is Deshun. Deshun. Lead me to the spirit of Emperor Wuxi. Yes, Deshun bowed, holding a small feather duster and leading the way. The posthumous title of Emperor Qiming was martial, as he had vanquished the states of Bashu surrounding Great Qin, enhancing its prestige. Inside the royal tombs, the air was cold yet dry, likely to prevent moisture from disturbing the eternal rest of the emperors. Li Changshao smiled faintly, choosing to remain non-committal. The era of Qiming was not far removed, and soon they arrived at a stone sculpture before the spirit tablet of Emperor Wuxi. It depicted a figure in resplendent attire. One hand raised in reverence while the other pointed towards the distance. A true embodiment of Emperor Wuxi, who never forgot the lands he sought to conquer, those of Great Chu, for he had passed during the campaign against them. The current Emperor of Destiny, in some respects, inherited this ambition. You may leave. I wish to be alone, he instructed. Once this matter is concluded, I will escort you out. Yes, I will guard the entrance with my life. Deshun, visibly excited, hurried outside. Li Changshao turned to the stone effigy of his illustrious ancestor and spoke. Once entangled in dust, one has no further ties to the mortal realm. Descendants ought not to disturb the peace of their forebears. Yet, having received kindness, I cannot go ungrateful. Please forgive me, esteemed ancestor. With that, he knelt and performed 3 deep bows. Subsequently, he retrieved a piece of silk from his pocket. Esteemed ancestor, my master wishes to convey that there is no elixir of immortality in this world. Birth, aging, illness, and death are the fate of all mortals, emperors included. After glancing around to confirm no one was present, not even Deshun, who had moved far away, Li Changshao sat up and sighed gently. Perhaps he. Li Changshao, was that immortal? If it pleases you, esteemed ancestor, allow me to observe this world on your behalf. With that, he chuckled to himself. At that moment, the stone effigy of his ancestor suddenly dropped something. Startled, Li Changshao approached and picked it up, discovering a gleaming tiger talisman. Inscribed with the words Royal Tomb Army on one side and Qiming on the other, it was perhaps a talisman used by Emperor Qiming to command the Royal Tomb Army. Yet, given that 60 years had passed since the era of Qiming, the ministers of the past had either grown old or passed away, leaving one to wonder if the decrees of the former dynasty still held weight. Finding it intriguing, Li Changshao tucked the talisman into his robe. Offering his apologies, he approached the altar. The offerings and incense for this year had long been prepared. Li Changshao lit the silk with the flame from the incense. A gust of cold wind swept from the depths of the tomb, illuminating the character Zhe. Esteemed ancestor, I have sinned. I should not have casually invoked your name. As for the silk, it has been burned for you below. Perhaps my master has already met with you. Let it be a token of nostalgia. One cannot take anything from this world upon death, and all I can offer is this. Once the last flicker of embers vanished from the silk, Li Changshao bowed 9 times, a gesture of apology directed toward his ancestors, as the different facets of Changshao may never return in this lifetime. The timing was poignant, for there had been exactly 9 emperors before the divine mandate emperor in the Qin dynasty, thus rendering the 9 bows both fitting and precise. Following this, Li Changshao made his way toward the exit. Upon his arrival, Deshun was still investigating the path they had taken, demonstrating his diligence, and Li Changshao did not mind bestowing upon him a stroke of fortune. When he emerged, it was 1/4 past the hour of the monkey, a bit earlier than anticipated. Let us depart, Li Changshao instructed the coachman. Deshun, mounted on a mottled horse, trailed closely behind. Li Changqing and the burial officials had summoned him. And the imperial mausoleum had provided a horse as well. Such a horse, with its unrefined coloration, was generally deemed unsuitable for royal family members due to its lack of dignity. Deshun's equestrian skills were commendable, allowing him to keep pace with the carriage along the journey. Ultimately, they returned to the Yun Wang mansion just before the hour of the dog. Disembarking hastily, Qingli had been waiting by the entrance. After instructing her to assist Deshun with the registration, Li Changshao proceeded to his courtyard. When he arrived, several matrons were already there, awaiting him. Li Changshao remained still, allowing them to cleanse and attire him. For attending the emperor's annual banquet necessitated the utmost standards of presentation. The entire Yun Wang mansion had received an invitation. Chapter 16. The imperial banquet at the hour of the rooster. A throng of guests entered the palace sequentially. After undergoing scrutiny from the palace attendants, they were ushered into the Baoha Hall. Soon thereafter, eunuchs guided them to their designated seats. Soft, plush cushions adorned the floor. Yet sitting cross-legged still caused discomfort in one's legs. Despite having knelt for over a decade, Li Changxiao preferred chairs and stools. The entourage from the Yun Wang mansion had arrived relatively early. Li Changxiao took a cursory count of the seating arrangements. Based on the cushions, the scale of this imperial banquet appeared to host approximately 500 attendees, half of whom were royal family members. Of the remaining 200 seats, 30% were reserved for senior civil officials of the third rank or above, while the remaining 70% were allocated to generals who had achieved remarkable feats in the recent Qinchu conflict. The Divine Mandate Emperor had graciously allowed them to bring one family member each, thus catering to the vanity of the military leaders, providing them with opportunities to boast in front of their wives and children. The political acumen of the Divine Mandate Emperor was astute. This move perfectly aligned with the desires of the military leaders, ensuring their willing loyalty. The Qin dynasty had always been rooted in martial prowess, and since the reign of the founding emperor, the military had been favored. The generals had consistently lived up to their legacy, establishing the vast empire of the Qin. However, this was merely the surface. Li Changxiao understood more. The favor bestowed upon the military was due to their lack of involvement in palace intrigues. The only exception had been the imperial guard of the capital, where all ranks were appointed by the royal family. Thus not truly part of the military faction, at this moment, various royal relatives and officials arrived in succession. The Divine Mandate Emperor had 17 sons, 4 of whom had perished in infancy, leaving 11 who reached adulthood. The youngest, the Prince of Jing, was merely 3 years old, making Li Changxiao a full generation older than this uncle. 8 princes were invited to the banquet, and there were as many as 20 noble lords from the clan. The Yun Wang was also born of the Empress, a legitimate son of the Divine Mandate Emperor, sharing the same mother as the Crown Prince, though their relationship was not particularly close. This was the customary dynamic between the clan elders and their siblings throughout the ages. Speaking of clan elders, the Prince of Dai, Li Yuanzhan, was absent, sending his son in his stead due to the elder's recurring illness. Upon the younger prince's arrival, the Yun Wang had inquired about the elder's condition, and upon returning, his expression revealed that the situation was not promising. Li Changxiao sighed softly. Aging often brings ailments, and with limited medical resources, even the finest imperial physicians could only alleviate symptoms temporarily. If the royal family faced such challenges, the common folk would have even shorter lifespans. Figures like Old Pei, who lived nearly a century, were exceedingly rare. As this thought crossed his mind, an image materialized in Li Changxiao's mind. In the netherworld, Old Pei boasted of his longevity to his great ancestor, Emperor Qiming. Power and wealth, adorned in silks and brocades, could not escape the inevitability of aging and mortality. At the hour of the dog, the sun dipped below the horizon and twilight enveloped the sky. The Divine Mandate Emperor entered Baohe Hall, flanked by numerous eunuchs and palace maids. The attendees rose in unison to pay their respects, and after the customary greeting, they resumed their seats. The dragon throne was occupied by the Divine Mandate Emperor, while the phoenix seat was taken by the concubine, the mother of the Qi prince. The empress had passed away 5 years prior, and the Divine Mandate Emperor had not remarried, earning widespread praise for his devotion. This was rather amusing. To claim the emperor was devoted would be more credible if likened to a monkey's loyalty to its troop. At least the Monkey King shared fate with his kin. The concubine had been elevated to the forefront by the Divine Mandate Emperor, providing the Qi prince with the confidence to rival the Crown Prince. However, based on historical patterns and the realities of the Qin, Li Changxiao surmised that the Crown Prince had the upper hand, as the status of a legitimate son rendered him nearly invincible. Among the high-ranking officials and royal princes present, most held positions as legitimate sons. While there were a few bureaucrats of illegitimate birth, they were few in number. Given the court's emphasis on legitimacy, the selection of officials leaned heavily toward those of legitimate lineage. Though the Qi prince hailed from a noble family, as long as the concubine remained unranked, he could not escape the stigma of being a commoner. Li Changxiao, the Crown Prince's cousin, though somewhat unremarkable, had not erred in his conduct. Upon reflection, the implication of being deemed unremarkable could be considered a compliment and a protective charm for a sovereign's heir. Regardless of who ascended to power, it would not affect the lineage of the clan elder. This understanding had been tacit among emperors for generations, evolving into a customary practice that later contenders had little hope of challenging. Once the Divine Mandate Emperor took his seat, the grand celebration commenced. Beauties from the western regions, songstresses from the central plains, and charming maidens from Jiangnan graced the banquet, each a tribute from the officials of the Qin. Their melodious voices and graceful movements enchanted all. And the performance of Danyang's battle song even elicited applause from the divine mandate emperor himself. With their enchanting figures and lilting tones, every gesture was imbued with allure. Even the officials, with their multitude of wives and concubines, covered their mouths with both hands, fearing that drool might escape. A breach of decorum before the emperor could lead to a lengthy stay in the imperial prison. As men, both the Yun Wang and his son were not exempt from such temptations. It could not be said they were lecherous. After all, the Yun Wang had not taken a concubine in many years. His son only had a maid, whose role was merely to instruct in matters of intimacy. Not a true partner. The appreciation of beauty is a universal trait, and Li Changxiao was no exception. However, he had always maintained a separation between body and heart. Life was long, and no one could accompany him through it all. Compared to disembarking along the way, he preferred to secure the carriage door tightly from the outset. Chapter 17. The emperor's favor following the performances, customary rewards were bestowed. This day marked the divine mandate emperor's most generous gesture of the year. From princes and grandsons to royal relatives and officials, everyone received a portion. Li Changxiao accepted his designated gift with a hint of resignation. It was a plate of horseshoe cakes specially crafted by the imperial kitchen, inscribed with year 37 of the divine mandate. This reward was quintessentially reflective of the divine mandate emperor's character. Li Changxiao pinched a piece and tasted it, finding it mildly sweet with a hint of lingering sweetness, the kind that grew more fragrant with each bite. He observed his father and elder brother, who were indulging in treats. Crispy butterfly pastries, pineapple cakes, and hawthorn cakes, all visually appealing. Swallowing hard, he lifted his gaze to meet that of the divine mandate emperor. Fearing that prolonged staring might compel him to take action, the Yun Wang, amused by Li Changxiao's demeanor, discreetly patted his thigh. Coming back to reality, Li Changxiao noticed his father pushing 2 plates of delicacies toward him. The implication unmistakable. Li Changxiao shot a glance at his father, his eyes conveying the impropriety of the situation. The Yun Wang observed him calmly, and Li Changxiao understood. Rules are rigid, but humanity is flexible. With this realization, he hesitated no longer and eagerly seized the pineapple cake and hawthorn cake to savor them. Li Changning, witnessing his younger brother's enjoyment, offered him his butterfly pastry. Drawing from past experience, Li Changxiao relished every bite even more. The already crispy butterfly pastry, paired with the royal secret recipe for a crisp coating, produced a sound that echoed delightfully, crack, just as Li Changxiao took a bite. The noise resonated, drawing the attention of the high officials present and even the divine mandate emperor above. After the songstresses departed, the vast Baoha Hall fell into a serene silence, heightening Li Changxiao's prominence amidst the restrained atmosphere. Li Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, noticing his companion, Li Changxian, chuckling shamelessly, leaving him feeling somewhat exasperated. However, a glint of satisfaction flickered in the divine mandate emperor's gaze directed at Li Changxiao, prompting a hearty laugh that eased Li Changxiao's tension. Since the Prince of Xi enjoys pastries so much, let him indulge, the emperor declared. Lai Fu. Here, your majesty, came the reply. Order the imperial kitchen to provide more for the Prince of Xi, on the eve of the new year. I cannot allow my beloved child to go hungry. Your servant obeys. The esteemed eunuch Lai Fu, adorned in his ceremonial attire, descended to convey the imperial edict. Witnessing Lai Fu personally undertake this task, the royal lords present experienced a twinge of jealousy. Moreover, the emperor's affectionate reference to Li Changxiao as Punger unmistakably revealed his fondness for him. Such an illustrious occasion, marked by the use of a nickname, speaks volumes. After all, the royal banquet was a privilege, and the emperor proclaimed that he could indulge to his heart's content. Observant individuals, following this thread, deduced the emperor's boundless grace. The gazes directed towards Li Changxiao brimmed with fervor, overshadowing any jealousy. Given that the Yun royal household harbored no ambitions for the throne, their interactions leaned more towards camaraderie rather than hostility. Had it been the crown Prince Li Changwei or the heir of Prince Qi, Li Changtai, the rival factions would undoubtedly have clashed, an inevitability in such a scenario. Li Changxiao aptly termed this as the thorny path to the throne. The emperor reveled in the rivalry, viewing it merely as a mental exercise. go where the crown is to bear its weight. As long as the interests of the great Qin remain unscathed, the sovereign would refrain from intervention. Soon, Lai Fu returned, flanked by several palace maids, each carrying a tray of delicacies. How splendid! Li Changxiao couldn't help but commend Lai Fu. For the attendants, both male and female, were evidently well trained, and the maids were quite pleasing to the eye. The phrase "a feast for the eyes" held true, undeniably influencing the overall mood. Amidst the envious glances of the onlookers, the table before the Yun royal family was laden with an abundance of pastries. Such grand affairs seldom remain cloaked in secrecy. It was likely that by the morrow, whispers would circulate about the Yun prince's imminent ascension. Although it sounded absurd, the common folk relished in gossip, yearning for tales of royal squabbles to inject excitement into their mundane lives. It was not just the highborn who reveled in the spectacle. Even the commoners found joy in the unfolding drama. Li Changxiao graciously invited his father and elder brother to partake in the feast. They, honoring his gesture, joined him despite having already dined. That moment, a burly figure stepped forth, revealing that the emperor intended to confer titles. General Wang Yinji, the commander of the Qinchu campaign, had already been bestowed the title of Marquis of Loyalty and Valor, while the ranks of others awaited their honors, specifically designated for today. A gesture of goodwill. Ming Ran, the deputy general of the Western Army, who had distinguished himself by slaying 160 foes, was elevated to the title of Earl of Bravery. "Thank you, Your Majesty," boomed Ming Ran, his powerful voice startling Li Changxiao. Truly, it was akin to the roar of a tiger or a thunderclap. Following Ming Ran's elevation, another general named Wang Lai was granted the title of Earl of Huichang. The remaining individuals were not awarded titles, as the royal Li family exercised caution in bestowing honors. Those of differing surnames without significant merit were seldom recognized. Throughout the 38 years of the Tianming era, merely around 15 titles had been conferred, averaging less than one every 2 years. The titles within the royal family were also typically passed down through generations. To maintain their status, one must contribute to the glory of the great Qin. The position of Zongjing could guarantee that titles would not be demoted for 3 generations, thus extending a legacy of prosperity. Yet few could attain such standing. Once the conferral concluded, the imperial banquet came to an end. With half an hour remaining until the new year, everyone returned home to welcome the new year. Chapter 18. New Year. As they exited the palace, darkness had already enveloped the sky. The lanterns at the palace gates provided the only flicker of light. The carriage drivers of the Yun royal household had long awaited outside. Once the masters boarded, the coachman snapped the reins, calling out, "Go!" The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as the dignitaries departed, leaving the vast palace eerily quiet again. Li Changxiao turned to glance back at the palace gates, observing the hurried figures of commoners heading homeward. Upon returning to the estate and swiftly changing clothes, the family gathered once more. Only the Yun royal couple and Li Changxiao remained, as Li Changning had already retreated to bed with his wife and their pair of twins. On this frigid night, the young daughter-in-law found herself alone in the estate for quite some time. Thus, Li Changning had hastened to keep her company. The Yun royal couple wore expressions of contentment, reminiscing about their own youthful romance. Suddenly, an unsettling premonition washed over Li Changxiao. Indeed, the Yun princess, Su, turned to him with a smile and inquired, "Changxiao, do you have someone special in mind? Which young lady has captured your heart? Have you inquired about her name?" This relentless barrage of questions has historically been the bane of unmarried men and women of a certain age. Moreover, considering Li Changxiao was only 16, it felt premature. He cast a pleading glance towards his father, only to find that the once cooperative Yun lord had fallen silent. Li Changxiao discerned a faint hissing sound, quickly forgiving his father, as it was likely the princess's hand was firmly grasping the Yun lord's thigh. With no allies left, Li Changxiao steeled himself and replied, "I currently have no one special." Su's expression brightened immediately as she released her grip on the Yun lord and grasped Li Changxiao's hand. "Your mother has already considered several young ladies for you. Their backgrounds and temperaments are commendable, and I believe you would find them to your liking." Witnessing his mother's excitement, Li Changxiao felt compelled to hold his tongue. Uttering a declaration of lifelong celibacy would only cause her heartache. That moment, the sound of firecrackers erupted from outside. The new year had arrived, marking the end of the old. The conversation abruptly ceased, and the small gathering drew to a close point one by one. They returned to their respective quarters, succumbing to slumber. Li Changxiao found himself unexpectedly grateful for the intricate customs, as well as his mother's rather traditional disposition. In a typical household, failing to provide a satisfactory explanation would prompt a mother to persist until satisfied. With the new year upon them, the estate would be opened, allowing him to reside elsewhere, thus buying him some time. The matter of marriage had become a significant conundrum for Li Changxiao. It wasn't merely about finding a suitable young lady, but rather his reluctance to pursue such a path. Lost in contemplation, Li Changxiao drifted into a deep sleep. Year 38 of Tianming, New Year's Day early in the morning. The sounds of drums and gongs outside his residence roused Li Changxiao from his slumber. He quickly rescinded his earlier sentiments. The elaborate ceremonies were indeed disruptive to one's rest. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Li Changxiao did nothing but languish indoors, practicing his pure young divine art. The frozen pond in the courtyard deprived him of the joy of fishing. On the second day of the new year, the Yun royal family boarded a carriage destined for Qingzhou, the home of the Yun princess's family. The Su clan Li Changxiao felt a mix of joy and trepidation. Joy at the prospect of meeting his maternal grandfather, yet apprehensive regarding the matter of marriage. The Su princess had taken a fancy to the notion of uniting him with his cousin, who had just come of age. Setting aside the appropriateness of her age, the mere fact of their shared bloodline was enough for Li Changxiao to refuse such an arrangement. However, this was not a matter that could be openly discussed. Fortunately, his grandfather was relatively progressive, often allowing Li Changxiao to evade such matchmaking attempts. Over time, a bond had developed between the two, much to Li Changxiao's relief. Strangely enough, whenever he sought refuge with his grandfather, his mother and uncle would refrain from intruding, prompting Li Changxiao to wonder if he had unknowingly fallen into his grandfather's machinations. The Su family boasted 3 generations of second-rank officials. Remarkably, each generation had successfully retired to their homeland without scandal. Though none had ever held the position of prime minister, they were a perennial presence within the bureaucratic landscape of the Great Qin. The entrance to the Su estate was adorned with a couplet. First line: the fragrance of books and flavors transcends time. Second line: the lineage endures for millennia, benefiting the world. The horizontal inscription read, a scholarly family. These sentiments were not exclusive to the Su clan. Families with multiple generations of officials often proclaimed such distinctions. Although the court did not mandate this practice, various aristocratic families formed their own circles. Without sufficient pedigree to support such claims, displaying such couplets would likely incite resentment from rival families. Fortunately, the Su family was well within their rights. The Su household was already aware of the Yun lord's intention to visit with his wife, leaving the immediate family members at home. Li Changxiao's own cousins piqued the interest of various aunts and relatives. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changxiao discreetly slipped away, exchanging a knowing glance with his grandfather, who understood immediately. After a final glance at his grandchildren, he retreated to his study. Li Changxiao entered the study, shedding his previous demeanor of deference. He casually took a seat at the tea table and instructed a servant to pour tea. When the elder Su entered, he noticed the main seat was unoccupied, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. Among his 2 grandsons, he favored the younger one primarily because he was unafraid of him. The elder Su, having retired from the officialdom, emanated an air of authority that intimidated many children. Secondly, he appreciated the younger one's manners. While minor errors might occur, he was not prone to significant missteps. Though he had not formally requested permission to sit, he at least had the sense to leave the main seat for his grandfather, thus enhancing their sense of intimacy. Chapter 19. The elder Su Changxiao, your gaze appears unfocused, your lips parched, and your spirit scattered. Is there something you wish for your grandfather to assist you with? Li Changxiao sighed, thinking it would be more direct to say that his brow was clouded. The elder Su chuckled heartily, for this was the nature of their rapport. Let us discuss serious matters. Grandfather, should I choose not to marry in this lifetime, I hope you can understand, Li Changxiao tentatively inquired, revealing his thoughts for the first time. The old gentleman was momentarily taken aback. Even a seasoned fox of the political arena like him was struck by his grandson's words. His expression grew stern. Changxiao, are you truly serious? Throughout history, there have been royal sons who shunned the company of women, yet none have chosen to remain unmarried. The affairs of love are a natural inclination. Save for monks or eunuchs, one is forbidden, the other is incapable. Li Changxiao nodded slightly, pondering the familial background of the other party, or perhaps the allure of a certain courtesan. He was momentarily stunned. Unable to fathom that his grandfather would utter such bold and audacious words, no, that is not the case. After a brief hesitation, he gazed at the earnest countenance of old Master Su and took a deep breath. Grandfather, if Changshao were to experience death and resurrection, would you believe it? Seeing the gravity of his demeanor, old Su also grew serious. Pray, share your tale with your grandfather. Li Changshao nodded and began recounting the events of his 8th year, starting from the menacing grin of the scarred brute to the moment he awoke amidst a pile of straw. As he narrated, he felt as though he was transported back to that fateful day. Memories of death surged forth, chilling him to the bone, provoking shivers down his spine. He struggled to suppress his discomfort as he concluded his story. Suddenly, an intense coldness enveloped him. Looking across at old Master Su, he found him frozen in place, his white beard tousled by the wind, each strand clearly defined. Time seemed to halt in that moment. Li Changshao stood up and waved his hand before the old gentleman, yet received no response. He approached the young servant, who was at the prime of his youth, and struck him in the abdomen with all his might. The soft sensation met him, but the servant remained motionless. Li Changshao regarded his surroundings in disbelief. Time had indeed come to a standstill. Realizing this, he resigned himself to his seat, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Was it genuine laughter? Or merely self-mockery? He had always treaded carefully, fearing that one day his dreams might be overheard. Little did he expect to have overestimated himself. He found that he lacked even the power of choice. The notion of immortality was merely an unspeakable secret. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, an impression surged forth, seemingly indicating the restoration of time. In the next instant, old Su stirred. The servant he had struck was now on the ground, clutching his abdomen and appearing quite distressed. Old Master Su noticed this and merely glanced toward the door, prompting 2 robust attendants to enter the room. After offering an apology, they hoisted the servant away. Once these matters were settled, old Su turned his gaze back to Li Changshao, his demeanor warm and benevolent. Changshao, what do you mean by death and resurrection, grandfather? You may have misheard. Your grandson merely cherishes life, hence envies those who have experienced death and returned to life, possessing countless chances to squander. Old Su's expression turned grave. The body and flesh, bestowed by our parents, should never be taken lightly. Changshao, do not speak recklessly. The matter of marriage is trivial. After all, Changning has secured the continuation of the Yun Wangfu line. You may leave the matter concerning your mother to your grandfather. With a deep sigh, the old gentleman appeared quite regretful. Yet when he looked at Li Changshao, there was a hint of indulgence. I thank you, grandfather. Li Changshao stood up, exhilarated. He understood the weight of old Su's words, recognizing how difficult it was for him to express such sentiments. Having excelled in the imperial examination at the age of 16, old Su had navigated the political waters for 50 years, progressing from the Hanlin Academy to the Ministry of Rights, ultimately achieving the esteemed position of minister. His willingness to tolerate Li Changshao's perceived ingratitude left the latter engulfed in guilt. The old gentleman gestured toward the heavens, then pointed to himself, subsequently forming a shushing motion. For a long while thereafter, Li Changshao could not comprehend the meaning behind this gesture. Initially, he believed it to signify that one's actions were observed by heaven, urging him to restrain his words and deeds. During old Su's final moments, Li Changshao was not present. According to his elder brother's account, the old gentleman clasped his hands, pointing towards the waist token that represented Li Changshao, embracing him tightly. None understood the old man's intentions in those last moments, save for Li Changshao, who realized that old Su was concerned for his solitude. Each time he reflected on this, a wave of emotion surged through him, for the elder truly understood him. Thus concluded their conversation, and they shifted to discussing matters of study. Have you read The Great Learning? Have you revisited the Analects? Li Changshao possesses an extraordinary ability to engage in conversation effortlessly, not merely due to an unyielding thirst for knowledge, but rather because the joys of ancient times are scarce. Instead, he finds profound pleasure in perusing the manuscripts of his ancestors, reliving their every step and day, thus experiencing a wealth of emotions. In Chapter 20, titled Establishing the Residence, the Duke Yun and his entourage spent 2 days at the Su residence before returning to the capital. Should they have lingered any longer, it would have contravened the established protocols, particularly for someone of royal lineage, who adheres to such conventions with great scrutiny. Typically, a royal consort's visit would suffice for half a day. However, the Duke Yun extended it to 2 days, which was the utmost leniency permissible by royal customs. As the future head of the family, the Duke was mindful not to contravene these traditions. On their journey back, Su Shi nestled happily in the Duke Yun's embrace. While it is commonly said that royal men are cold and unfeeling, she found this not entirely true. At least her husband could be described as affectionate and loyal. After spending half a day on the road, their carriage arrived back in the capital, where the festive atmosphere of the new year still lingered. Punctuated by the occasional sound of firecrackers and bustling vendors, upon disembarking the carriage, they returned to their respective quarters, freshened up briefly, and retired for the night. Since that day, Su Shi had not broached the subject of marrying Li Changxiao. It remained a mystery what old Master Su had said, but it seemed to have laid to rest a lingering concern, leaving Li Changxiao feeling quite relieved. After the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the new year, the festivities came to an end. Li Changxiao spent his days wandering about the residence, cradling his little niece. His nephew, however, was coddled by his elder sister-in-law as if he were a precious gem. Leaving Li Changxiao with no opportunity to hold him, he was not particularly concerned. His niece, Li Luowen, was calm and quiet, neither crying nor fussing, and even recognized people. Initially, Li Changxiao held her merely to pass the time. But as days turned into weeks, their bond deepened. Each time she saw him, she would smile, revealing her toothless grin, while his nephew, in stark contrast, would wail with a thunderous intensity, creating a ruckus that left Li Changning, his elder brother, perpetually frowning, likely due to the child's pampered nature. After the new year, news arrived from the palace that his princely residence was complete. Although they spoke of construction, it was likely that they had merely cleaned up a certain corrupt official's estate for use. Such matters fell under the purview of the Ministry of Works, and Li Changxiao paid little heed, as he had no particular expectations. Ultimately, moving out of the Duke Yun's residence would lessen future disputes. The household was fully staffed with both male and female servants, and the House of Nobility also dispatched 4 royal guards, a standard provision for every royal lineage. As the Son of Heaven still reigned, Li Changxiao remained a legitimate royal descendant, entitled to such protection. Should a new emperor ascend, he would transition from a grandson to a nephew, thus becoming a collateral relative, and the royal guards would no longer be assigned. Li Changxiao felt a sense of relief that he had established his residence early while the current emperor still lived. The 4 royal guards, Yanqing, Wei Lai, Tanxi, and Di Yan, had been trained by royal martial arts instructors and were all capable fighters, adept enough to take on 10 opponents. More remarkably, he sensed the presence of internal energy within them. The eldest, Di Yan, was 20 years old, while the youngest, Yanqing, was 16. Their internal energies had developed over roughly 3 years, marking them as competent fighters. As for Li Changxiao, he had already cultivated a second energy vortex, signifying that his internal strength had officially surpassed the single-digit level, reaching a decade's worth of cultivation. Such a revelation would undoubtedly astonish many. Having acquired the pure young divine art, he had achieved in 2 months what would typically require a decade of arduous training. He could not pinpoint the reason for this rapid advancement. It seemed that this body possessed an innate ability for cultivation. With each night's rest, his internal energy surged like a torrent. He harbored no grand ambitions or desires. Simply put, he sought to preserve his life and fortune. As for his remarkable sword, the Jinghong, it had remained sheathed since he vanquished the bandit leader, for there had been no just cause for its use, and he deemed it a waste to draw such a fine weapon. In his daily practice, he wielded the wooden sword crafted by Old Pei. Although he initially considered putting the wooden sword away, he reconsidered, fearing that if it decayed or sprouted within the confines, it would tarnish other belongings. Thus, after careful contemplation, the mementos of Old Pei became the Jinghong and the pure yang divine art, while the wooden sword remained a cherished artifact, ready for the day it might unexpectedly break. After all, even people face the cycle of life and death. How much more so an unassuming wooden sword? Ultimately, what would remain would be the memories shared between Old Pei and Li Changxiao. Reflecting upon this, Li Changxiao tucked away the wooden sword and began to speak to himself. Old Pei, I envy you for having found such a disciple in me. Immortal and eternal, I shall remember you as long as I exist in this world. Do not be deceived by the throngs of the Piao Miao sword sect who pay homage to you. It is of little consequence. One day, they too shall depart, and perhaps your grave will fade into the dust. He mused that his disciple would likely not intervene, as he was well aware of his tendency toward laziness. The silk and jade hairpin have been returned on your behalf, sufficient to honor the divine art and swordplay you bestowed upon me. In Chapter 21, titled The Death of the Prince, the first month of the 38th year of the reign of Tianming had passed, and February had commenced, with the first half of the month remaining uneventful. Li Changxiao had settled into his own residence, visiting the Duke Yun's estate once or twice a month, and then bringing Li Luowen back to his princely abode. It was unclear whether his sister-in-law, Su Shi, genuinely harbored a deep-seated apprehension of her younger brother-in-law, for even Li Luowen seemed to suffer as a result. The child was often left hungry and thirsty, with Su Shi thwarting any attempts by the servants to attend to her needs. Li Chongning returned home a few times, and even had a quarrel with Su Shi. Initially, the Duke and Duchess attempted to mediate, but eventually, they grew weary of the situation. Li Changxiao felt responsible for the girl's distress, leading him to offer to take her to his residence. The Duke and Duchess deliberated several times, but it was the Duchess who ultimately agreed decisively. Thus, the princely residence gained a new little mistress. On one such day, Li Changxiao cradled Li Luowen while gazing out at the falling snow. Your princely uncle. I shall protect you, dear county princess. When I grow old, you must come to care for me, he said cheerfully to the little one in his arms. The child seemed to comprehend, revealing a hint of white as her new teeth began to emerge. How splendid! You're growing teeth just like your uncle Li Changxiao. Ha ha ha! At that moment, a servant hurriedly approached, visibly sweating despite the cold, indicating the urgency of the matter. Speak. What is the pressing issue? Li Changxiao inquired. The servant, catching his breath, relayed. The servants from the prince's residence have conveyed that the prince may not have long to live. Li Changxiao was taken aback, his countenance darkening. Noticing his change in expression, Li Luowen began to cry. He quickly adopted a reassuring smile, saying, Little Anur, do not fret. Your uncle is perfectly fine. Gently patting her back, he spoke in the softest tones. It's all right, Anur, don't cry. Your uncle is here. The little girl's sobs ceased instantly, and upon closer examination, her tiny gums were now visible. You little imp. How kind of you to comfort me. After a while, Li Luowen drifted off to sleep in his arms. Li Changxiao signaled to the servant to prepare the carriage before quietly returning to the inner room. Approaching Li Luowen's cradle, he gently laid her down and tucked the blanket snugly around her, ensuring she would be shielded from the cold wind. At that moment, the little girl's eyes squinted together, her small body stirring, a sign that she was about to awaken. Li Changxiao leaned down and kissed her forehead, whispering, Anur, be good. Your uncle will be back shortly. The young girl appeared to comprehend, drifting back into slumber. Her breathing soft and steady, Li Changxiao gently closed the door, instructing Di Yin and Wei Lai to stand guard outside, while he led Yin Qing and Tan Si out of the residence. The carriage of the Wangfu had long been prepared. As Li Changxiao settled into the carriage, 2 royal guards mounted their steeds and followed closely behind, their destination unmistakably the residence of the Prince of Dai. With the young girl absent, Li Changxiao felt liberated to express his emotions. He rested his head on his knees, resembling a wounded creature. At this moment, the old clan elder was the first to face a genuine life-threatening illness. A figure who had watched him grow since childhood. The old Pei and the Empress Dowager could also be considered, yet they had not been present in his life for a continuous 15 years as the old clan elder had. This year marked the 38th year of the Tianming era. Just after the new year, compounded by the fact that the old clan elder was born during the year's end, he had reached 70, truly living to the age of an ancient sage. Within the entirety of the Li royal family, he was indeed a venerable elder. Had it not been for this unfortunate turn of events, the royal relatives had planned to hold a grand celebration in his honor. Who could have foreseen that it would instead turn into a funeral upon arriving at the residence of the Prince of Dai? Li Changxiao swiftly disembarked, brandishing the county lord's token as he hastened towards the main hall. Familiar with the layout from numerous visits, he knew where the old clan elder's chamber was located. Upon his arrival, he found the entrance crowded with descendants of the prince, including several swaddled infants, presumably great-grandchildren. 4 generations gathered under one roof. Attracted by the commotion, the prince's heir approached. Recognizing Li Changxiao, he stepped forward to clear the way for him. Gratefully, Li Changxiao entered the inner chamber, casting a thankful glance at his royal uncle as he closed the door behind him. The prince's heir smiled knowingly. He was aware that his father wished to see Li Changxiao, which was why he had granted him passage. Heaven knew how many visitors had been turned away. The well-dressed individuals, clearly having made an effort at their appearance, contrasted sharply with this young lord, whose hair was tousled, face flushed from the cold, and breathing labored, an obvious indication of having rushed to arrive. This disheveled appearance only pleased the prince's heir further, as it signified genuine concern for his father. Upon entering the room, Li Changxiao was met with the pungent scent of medicine, mingled with an oppressive atmosphere. Approaching the bed of the prince, he noticed a young physician in attendance just as the prince opened his eyes and glimpsed Li Changxiao. A fleeting glimmer of joy flickered in his murky gaze, quickly vanishing, not due to a lack of happiness, but rather a loss of the ability to control his expressions. "Please, you may leave," the prince instructed the physician, who, upon noticing Li Changxiao, promptly withdrew. Kneeling beside the bed, Li Changxiao faltered, "Uncle, how are you?" His voice trembled, betraying the tears he fought to suppress. He understood that such weeping would only dampen the spirits of his uncle. In the face of impending death, it was crucial to focus on joyful matters. Yet, despite his efforts, tears continued to flow unbidden. Drawing upon his inner strength to dry his eyes, fresh tears still fell uncontrollably. "Why has this happened?" he pondered, recalling the vigor of his uncle when he last visited him at the imperial tomb. The prince spoke softly, a tone laced with resignation. "I have aged, succumbing to the chill of winter. Fortune has favored this old man, allowing me to endure through the new year." Ha, cough, cough. The prince had intended to smile, but the effort aggravated his old ailment. Li Changxiao's gaze fell upon the medicine pot by the stove, steam wafting from it. Noticing the flames had dwindled, he surmised the medicine was likely ready. He retrieved a small bowl from the bedside, scooping half a bowl of the concoction before presenting it to his uncle. The aroma was far from pleasant, yet it held the potential to save a life. Even if it could not restore him, it might prolong his days. Understanding that the old clan elder preferred not to drink a full measure, Li Changxiao poured only half a bowl. The prince, seeing the modest amount, smiled, his eyes crinkling with amusement. Though he wished to laugh, he refrained, fearing it would cause his nephew undue worry. After consuming the potion, a hint of color returned to the prince's pallor. He struggled to rise, and Li Changxiao instinctively supported him. "Changxiao, you truly understand me," the prince remarked, Li Changxiao's eyes glistening with unshed tears as he nodded. Striving to project an air of pride, suppressing his breath to stave off further emotional turmoil, the prince, aware of his nephew's distress, sighed. He contemplated sending Li Changxiao away but feared it would only deepen his sorrow. If he departed, this emotionally attuned young man would likely bear the weight of guilt for eternity. Reaching out, the prince gently patted Li Changxiao's shoulder. "Do not weep. Your uncle is merely seeking his father. Among our siblings, only Yuan's were remains in this world, and his health has been waning. Da Xiao, you are wise. I know you wish to avoid the entanglements of familial strife. However, your royal grandfather is aging. Please assist him in bearing the burdens, so that we brothers may linger a while longer in this realm." Tears brimmed in Li Changxiao's eyes as he shook his head, his emotions spiraling out of control once more. "Ah, here, take this." The prince extended his hand from beneath the covers, pulling forth a jade pendant from around his neck. "You, my child, are sensitive and deeply emotional. If you find yourself missing your uncle, simply hold this. If your father falters, correct him. Very well, depart now, my child. The remaining time I wish to reserve for your uncles." Li Changxiao nodded and made his way toward the door. As he opened it, the swelling in his eyes had diminished. After bidding farewell to the prince's heir, he returned home. That night, the old clan elder and the Prince of Dai passed away unexpectedly, reaching the age of 70. The Tianming emperor, upon hearing the news, secluded himself, emerging only after the Defei had knelt outside the hall for an extended period to persuade him to rejoin the world. Chapter 22. The new clan elder, the Prince of Dai. Being the legitimate son of the late emperor and concurrently holding the position of clan elder, commanded significant respect among the royal relatives, except for a few princes stationed at the borders who could not leave. All those above the rank of Marquis in the Li royal family attended the funeral of the Prince of Dai in person. The Tianming emperor, despite his frail condition, personally walked alongside the coffin for a time. though he was soon escorted back to his dragon sedan chair by the eunuchs. Nevertheless, this gesture was sufficient to demonstrate the immense favor the emperor held for the Prince of Dai. The emperor's actions served to pacify the line of the prince, ensuring that no one would dare to provoke them. Throughout the mourning process, Li Changxiao participated fully, though the grief he had initially felt over the passing of the old clan elder had significantly abated. After all, it was the person of the old clan elder he mourned, not the black coffin being carried. Death leads to reincarnation, allowing for the emergence of a new soul. The old clan elder would follow this path as well. Perhaps one day, Li Changxiao would encounter the reincarnation of the old clan elder. Given his long life, anything was possible. Who could say what fate had in store? Even if he recognized the reincarnation, he would no longer weep as he had before. It was as if the moment the old clan elder departed, he had taken with him Li Changxiao's sorrow, with the position of clan elder now vacant. The Lord of Yun, the designated successor, naturally ascended to the role. At the age of 36, he had been appointed as the heir by the Prince of Dai at the tender age of 12. Over the course of 24 years, he had become well acquainted with all matters of the clan. However, it was rare for a clan elder to pass away before the reigning emperor, highlighting the longevity of the Tianming emperor, which was a boon for the great Qin. As long as the Tianming emperor reigned, the dynasty would enjoy stability. The lurking forces of darkness would not dare to emerge, allowing the Great Qin to continue its campaigns far and wide. During the inauguration ceremony for the Lord of Yun, the Tianming emperor was also present, personally handing over the token representative of the clan elder to him, encouraging him to emulate the late Prince of Dai and become a person of high virtue and respect. The Lord of Yun received the token with evident excitement. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changxiao observed the Tianming emperor's face, noting the increasing streaks of gray at his temples. It was only natural, as the descendants of the late emperor now numbered only the Tianming emperor himself, a true solitary figure. After attending to these matters, another half-month passed. Upon returning to his residence, Li Changxiao encountered a woman clad in purple embroidered garments emerging from within, cradling the young county princess. Upon spotting Li Changxiao, a faint blush graced her cheeks, indicating her infatuation. Li Changxiao approached, taking the young county princess from her arms, and without a backward glance, entered the house. Were it not for the fact that the little girl was still nursing, he would have considered dismissing the wet nurses. He looked down at Li Luoan in his arms, and then touched his own face, finding it coated with a layer of youthful vitality. "Nur, do you truly think that your royal uncle's visage is that captivating?" The little Li Luoan seemed to understand, bursting into a fit of giggles. "You naughty one, how can you tease your royal uncle like that?" Li Changxiao gently touched the corner of the little girl's face. The child was still quite young and could not withstand much pressure. Qingli stood outside the house, watching her foolish prince, and sighed. She had not anticipated that the prince would utter such a silly question. Initially, she inwardly cursed Li Changxiao for his self-absorption, but as she pondered his words, she meticulously compared his appearance in her mind. After coming of age, the once tender features of the youth had gained an air of gallantry. Coupled with his mastery of the pure yang divine art, his physique had become tall and robust. And he had grown significantly in height over the past 2 months. His once somewhat delicate looks had transformed into a true embodiment of heroism. Upon this realization, Qingli shyly covered her face, a rosy blush creeping onto her cheeks. She was unaware of when it had begun, but it seemed she had developed improper thoughts about the prince. "Qingli, wake up, you two are impossible. The prince is destined to marry. How could someone of your uncertain lineage be worthy?" With this thought, Qingli felt a wave of despondency wash over her. In frustration, she struck her head a few times, both as a punishment for her foolish fantasies and an attempt to forget them. Just as her delicate fist was about to connect with her head, a warm hand suddenly grasped it. Qingli looked up to see Li Changxiao gazing at her, a devilishly charming smile gracing his lips. "Silly girl, do you think yourself so clever that you need to punish yourself?" He released her hand, adding, "You mustn't do this again. If you truly knock some sense out of yourself, who would attend to me? Your prince? I would have no choice but to sell you off to a country squire as a little wife." Qingli immediately exploded with indignation. Who would want to be a country squire's little wife? Her voice was loud, a clear indication that her spirits had returned. Li Changxiao felt a sense of relief within. Though he did not show it outwardly, he pointed towards the inner room where Li Luoan was. clearly signaling her to keep her voice down. Seeing this, Qingli quieted down, though her cheeks still puffed out. Li Changshao playfully flicked her forehead and then swiftly ran away. Moments later, Qingli's shout echoed throughout the small courtyard, followed by an even louder cry from Li Luan. Realizing the trouble she had caused, Qingli reluctantly returned to the inner room to soothe the little county princess who had been awakened by her commotion. Chapter 23. The relocation of the capital of Chu in the 38th year of the Tianming era, the Cloud King assumed the position of the new Zongjing. In the 39th year, the Great Qin, utilizing Danyang City, captured 10 cities in the Great Chu within a year, leaving the capital of Chu, Ying, only a little over 1,000 miles away. The Chu Emperor, Mihi, along with various nobles within the territory, relocated the imperial capital over 3,000 miles inward. As for the old capital, he granted it to several military families, effectively using them as a means to guard against the advancing Qin forces. The Xiong family, descending from General Xiong Can, acquired a fiefing due to his legacy. Xiongli regarded this as an opportunity and took advantage of it to gather the wild people within the kingdom, enticing them with the promise of citizenship and absorbing many vagrants in these extraordinary times. The Chu Emperor he was naturally willing to allow it, as employing the descendants of military generals to secure Chu territory was a strategic move he had taken freely. After all, these generals had lost family members to the Qin army and would never surrender. The longer they could hold out, the more days the Chu imperial court could enjoy a respite. As for counterattacking the Qin forces, the Chu emperor had already given up hope. The Battle of Danyang had claimed the lives of 300,000 Chu men, including the great Chu's war god. Xiong Can, shattering Mihi's ambitions completely, he merely wished for a few more days of tranquility. Seeing that Xiong Can's grandson had such aspirations, he naturally would not refuse, for he understood that the sins of the past could not be laid solely upon Xiong Can. However, Xiong Can had to die. Otherwise, Mihi would bear the infamy himself. With this slight flicker of conscience, the Chu emperor even transferred Xiong Can's brother, currently serving in the Chu army, Xiong Lai, to Ying. Along with 6,000 Chu soldiers, one family should be united. Observant individuals quickly discerned the Chu emperor's intentions, yet no one spoke out against it, knowing that if the Xiong family were to perish, it would inevitably come to their own turn. Better I betray the world than let the world betray me. In matters of selfishness, everyone was treated equally. Among the 6,000 Chu soldiers, many hailed from noble families, leveraging their connections to be reassigned from Xiong Lai's command. Daily, soldiers packed their belongings and departed, their departing gazes filled with sympathy, deeply piercing the hearts of the remaining Chu troops. Consequently, many Chu soldiers began to sneak away. Some concealed their identities and hid in the mountains, becoming wild men, while others fled to the neighboring Baiyue territory, re-establishing their citizenship, and no matter what, it was better than death. Those who ran, scattered, by the time Xiong Lai's troops were deployed to Ying. Fewer than 2,000 armored soldiers remained under his command, with a significant portion being Xiong Lai's personal guards. Truly, it was a case of people leave and tea cools. Xiong Lai sighed, when his elder brother was still alive. Many coveted the Xiong family's name but could not attain it. Now, however, his deputy stepped forward to offer comfort but was halted. Xiong Lai drew his sword from his waist, declaring, "If you do not abandon me, I shall not betray you." His words seemed to inspire the remaining troops, who raised their long spears in unison, proclaiming, "We shall die in service to the general." The atmosphere was ripe for action as they set forth towards the Xiong family's fief. Xiongli had attained the rank of a middle official and was granted a fief of 100 miles, however, with only a little over 100 farming households under his name. It was far from sufficient to sustain Xiong Lai and over 1,000 Chu soldiers. Upon Xiong Lai's arrival, Xiongli eagerly awaited outside the fief. Upon seeing Xiong Lai and his entourage, Xiongli patted his mixed-breed horse and approached. As he drew near, he dismounted and knelt directly before Xiong Lai. "Uncle, Xiongli pays his respects to you." It had been over a year since the two had seen each other following the defeat of Qin and Chu. Xiong Lai had no sons. His brother's child was the sole continuation of the Xiong lineage. Unexpectedly, his nephew had passed away, but fortunately, a grandson remained. The bond between them, as the only remaining relatives, was evident. "Uncle, let me show you around our Xiong family's fief." Having said that, he glanced at the soldiers behind Xiong Lai, noting their disheveled yet orderly appearance, and felt a surge of admiration. You are all my uncle's subordinates and also my elders. Henceforth, you shall be called uncles. Uncles are also welcome. I have prepared food to entertain you." Upon hearing this, the Chu soldiers' eyes lit up. After days of relentless travel, their mouths had grown as dry as a bird's, and their rations had long been exhausted. Their stomachs were so empty that they could devour a cow. Xiongli and Xiongli walked ahead while the Chu soldiers followed behind. Fields stretched on both sides, with rice growing taller than men, presenting a golden panorama of abundance. However, Xiongli frowned. Upon reaching their lodgings, Xiongli arranged for the Chu soldiers to stay in the vacated noble residences, which had been left behind by the previous occupants, thus benefiting Xiongli. Xiongli called Xiongli to the courtyard for a private conversation. "Uncle, have I managed well?" Xionglei's brow furrowed once again. "Uncle, but it seems that Ali has done something wrong." "Ali, this amount of grain is insufficient for our troops' consumption. They are all our trusted men. We cannot let them suffer." Xiongli nodded. "Uncle, this matter has indeed been considered by Ali. How did you come to know of these military affairs?" Xiongli was somewhat astonished, for the ability to assess provisions was indeed a profound military skill. How could a mere youth like Xiongli grasp it? "Uncle, I have had the fortune of studying under Wu Zi and thus understand some principles. My grandfather provided much guidance during his lifetime." Xionglei's face brightened with anticipation. "Does Ali have any strategies?" Xiongli nodded. Wu Zi states, "To gain, one must lose. By sacrificing the yin, one benefits the yang." "What do you mean?" "Ali? Indeed, uncle. We bear the mission of resisting Qin. In extraordinary times, we must adopt extraordinary measures. Those who sit idle and eat must be dealt with." Xionglei's expression showed excitement as he deliberately asked, "Is Ali not afraid of retaliation? Even those who sit idle have their strength. A centipede with 100 feet does not die easily. Once dead, there is nothing left to fear." Half a month later, several noble fiefs surrounding Ing saw fully armed Chu soldiers arriving at their doorsteps, transporting provisions and armor from their granaries. Most nobles chose to cooperate, spending some wealth to buy peace, which was quite profitable. However, some who were unaware of their fate were executed on the spot by Xiongli, and their fiefs were subsequently renamed Xiong. The deceased included many prominent families within the Chu kingdom, and even a member of the Mi royal family, who was related to the current Chu emperor. News of this reached Shochuan, leaving the Chu emperor momentarily stunned. Several noble ministers below thought their sovereign was enraged and hastily submitted reports. Little did they know that the Chu emperor merely remarked, "One ought to have a son like Xiongli." On this page, the chapter turns as Xiongli continuously expands his troop numbers by borrowing provisions from various households and military families. Through the guidance of seasoned veterans mentoring new recruits, a formidable fighting force is swiftly established, bolstered by the Xiong clan's ancestral martial training methods. In a mere 9 months, his battle-ready army swells to 9,000 strong. Other prominent military families in Ing follow suit, and within a year, Ing City has become the bastion of anti-Qin sentiment throughout the realm of Dechu. Chapter 24. The Crown Prince's grave illness in the 40th year of Tianming. The venerable emperor of Qin has reached the age of 70. Perhaps due to his advancing years, the vitality of the Tianming emperor has waned considerably. Nevertheless, the rivalry between the king of Qi and the crown prince remains unresolved. As the Tianming emperor ages day by day, Li Changxiao's crown prince uncle appears to harbor thoughts of ambition. Having served as the holy emperor for 40 years, Tianming has also been the crown prince for the same duration. Recently, Li Changxiao has heard whispers of the crown prince's deteriorating health. This development adds a thrilling twist to the court's dynamics. Initially, it was believed that the crown prince could outlast the Tianming emperor. But the narrative may now be shifting. Based on the frequency of recent changes within the Imperial Medical Academy's upper echelons, one can surmise the Tianming emperor's health is not gravely compromised. It is merely a case of bodily decline due to age. If this is the case, he may yet endure for several more years, for prolonging life is often simpler than curing ailments. According to reports from the clan's insiders, the imperial physicians have been visiting the Eastern Palace with increasing regularity. A few elderly physicians have reportedly gone and not returned. Li Changxiao boldly speculates that the missing physicians may have been dealt with by his own uncle. At their level, the life of a physician holds little significance. A mere report of death suffices afterward. However, the implications of this situation are far more alarming. Even Li Changxiao, a leisurely prince, has caught wind of these events. One can only imagine that the far-reaching king of Qi is currently hosting celebrations within his residence in the Qi king's estate. The king of Qi has donned his 7-bead princely robe, a gift from the Tianming emperor, which he typically refrains from wearing. After all, princely distinctions exist. For instance, the likes of Prince Yun are typically allotted 5-bead princely status, while other princes receive 3 beads. This is partly why the Qi King's faction has gained prominence in the court. The 7-bead princely title accounts for a significant share of their influence. Below, the Qi King's heir, Li Changtai, along with the strategists of the estate, raise their cups, beaming with smiles to toast their lord and his father. Aware that this is mere flattery, the king of Qi cannot help but chuckle heartily. Ha ha ha, everyone shares in this joy. When I ascend the throne, all of you present will be honored as heroes. Upon hearing this, a gaunt man among them, his eyes glinting with resolve, swiftly steps forward, kneeling at the hall's forefront. I, Minister Feng Shun, pay my respects to the heir. A few other scheming strategists secretly curse him for his audacity. The king of Qi pauses momentarily before bursting into laughter again. He gestures toward Feng Shun and instructs a eunuch, reward him with 200 taels of gold. And further rewards shall await once I ascend the throne. The eunuch promptly takes his leave to fetch the gold. By the way, exercise some restraint lately, oh not provoke my elder brother. An old dog nearing death knows not what it does. The king of Qi recalls the crown prince, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. We shall obey your command. Having engaged in a prolonged struggle against the crown prince's faction, they are acutely aware of the formidable power the crown prince's party wields. Should they retaliate, many present may not survive to witness the king of Qi's ascension. In the Eastern Palace, the crown prince's eldest son, Li Changwei, and the crown prince's consort stand vigil at the crown prince's bedside, their expressions tinged with sorrow. Lying upon the bed is a man whose features bear a striking resemblance to the Tianming emperor, characterized by high cheekbones and a broad forehead. Indeed, it is the crown prince. Li Qingyin. Several physicians stand nearby, preparing medicine, yet the crown prince remains in a deep, unresponsive slumber. The crown prince's consort holds his hand, her once radiant countenance now marred by despair, her eyes swollen and red from weeping. Li Changwei, suppressing his grief, instructs the eunuch at the door, please summon the minister of state and the grand historian. Inform them that I have urgent matters to discuss. Ensure they enter the palace discreetly. Lest news of this leaks, especially to the king of Qi's faction. Yes, the eunuch replies with a bow before hastily departing. Half an hour later, the crown prince's grand historian, Shangbo, and the minister of state, Sunju, enter the eastern palace through a secret passage. Without hesitation, Li Changwei invites them to the hall. I have the honor of meeting you both, esteemed elders. Given the urgency of our situation, I shall keep it brief. I hope for your understanding. How could we dare? Both Sunju and Shangbo respond, bowing and taking their positions on either side of the hall. Seeing his father's trusted aides, Li Changwei feels a measure of reassurance. He steels himself, his face etched with sorrow. Why, father's days are numbered, and I seek your counsel on how best to proceed. Your Highness, how could that be? Sunju's calm demeanor abruptly shifts to one of urgency. Conversely, Shangbo remains composed, locking eyes with Li Changwei's. Oh, it is true, the rumors circulating about your Highness. Although framed as a question, his tone carries an unmistakable conviction. Indeed, Li Changwei sighs, my father's condition has worsened. Chronic ailments have compounded, and I have summoned numerous physicians. The crown prince has called upon us, but both elders are loyal confidants of the crown prince, and they have been instrumental in Li Changwei's education. Presently, he feels uncertain about his next steps and implores them for guidance. As he kneels, preparing to bow, Sunju swiftly intervenes, preventing him from lowering himself. He exchanges a glance with Shangbo, then sighs. There is no need for such formalities, Crown Prince. We share a bond of honor and disgrace with the Eastern Palace. There is no need for you to test our loyalty. Faced with his thoughts being laid bare, Li Changwei blushes with embarrassment, casting a more fervent gaze towards Sunju. Chapter 25. The Eastern Palace Council. Shangbo, who has maintained a low profile, steps forward. His stature, already taller than Li Changwei's, commands respect, and he gazes intently at the Crown Prince. Should the Crown Prince choose to contest the King of Qi, Shangbo pledges unwavering loyalty. The Shang family stands ready to support the Eastern Palace to the bitter end. However, he quickly adopts a more serious demeanor. Should chaos ensue and rebellion arise, I, Shangbo, shall be the first to oppose it. With that, He draws a sword from his robe, its icy blade gleaming ominously. An aura of bloodlust enveloping him, reflecting a hint of trepidation on Li Changwei's face. Sun Ju steps forward, placing a hand on Shang Bo's arm to sheath the sword, then turns to Li Changwei, donning a warm smile. "Your Highness, please speak freely." Having faced a moment of intimidation, Li Changwei's expression darkens, but he remembers his need for their counsel and swallows his displeasure. "If my father were to pass, neither my mother nor I would stand a chance against the King of Qi. I harbor no ulterior motives. I merely seek the safety of my family. The Eastern Palace has historically known only death or injury. Few enjoy a peaceful old age." As he speaks, tears well in his eyes, a testament to his deep sorrow. Witnessing this display, Shang Bo's once stern countenance softens, and he bows sincerely. "I have misjudged the Crown Prince. I beg for your forgiveness." "Not at all." The Crown Prince still possesses a glimmer of hope. Sun Ju interjects, as his words sink in. Both Li Changwei and Shang Bo turn their gazes toward him, the former visibly excited. "Please, Master Sun, enlighten me. Do not forget, there is still Prince Yun." "Prince Yun?" Li Changwei queries, perplexed. "He is now the Zhongjing and has never involved himself in the disputes between my father and the King of Qi. The ascension of either would not affect his lineage. Indeed, Prince Yun has no need for such involvement, but his lineage is not limited to him alone." "Master Sun, are you referring to the heir of Prince Yun or to the Marquis of Qi?" "Certainly the heir of Prince Yun. As for the Marquis of Qi, it would be prudent to avoid provoking him." "What makes the Marquis of Qi so extraordinary?" Shang Bo, who has remained silent until now, finally speaks. "The Marquis of Qi is a disciple of the black-clad swordmaster from the Qiming era, having mastered a swordsmanship that borders on the divine. Recently, he single-handedly exterminated over 200 bandits in Kangming Mountain without leaving a single survivor. However, targeting the heir of Prince Yun is not an easy endeavor," Sun Ju adds, his beard twitching. "Our opportunity lies with the princess consort Su. I have inquired and discovered that her father has recently been appointed as a 7th-rank county magistrate. He represents our chance." "Only a 7th rank?" Li Changwei exclaims, his excitement palpable. "Indeed. Coincidentally, the Ministry of Personnel is under our control. Leveraging Su's influence may compel the Yun family to take action, thus significantly improving our odds. But Prince Yun shares the same mother as my father. Should we scheme against him, my father may seek retribution in the future." Li Changwei feigns hesitation, though a glimmer of cunning shines in his gaze. Seeing this, Sun Ju fans the flames of ambition. "The Crown Prince values loyalty. Your Highness shall undoubtedly find solace in that. If the Eastern Palace lineage were to weaken, it would surely cause the prince great unrest. The act of the Crown Prince is one of profound filial piety. What wrongdoing could be found therein?" Chang Wei comprehended this and expressed his gratitude for Sun Shi's guidance. Li Changwei performed a bow. Accepting the assistance offered by Sun Ju, Shang Bo observed their disingenuous demeanor. A frown etched upon his brow, yet he refrained from uttering a word. That night, the two once more departed from the secret passage of the Eastern Palace. Returning to their respective residences, the residence of the joyful Duke, Li Changshao was engrossed in a book within his chamber. Seated cross-legged, a small figure lay atop him, covered by the soft fabric of his royal robe, which served as a makeshift blanket. The small figure was none other than Li Luoan, who, having learned to walk and speak, now clung to Li Changzhao's side like a devoted shadow. In the past 2 years, Li Changning had welcomed 2 illegitimate sons and a daughter into the fold, the latter namely Liang Yu, who had captured his affection most dearly. Meanwhile, the Su family's offspring remained silent, prompting thoughts of their eldest daughter fostered at the residence of the joyful Duke. Several attempts by Su Shi to reclaim her had been met with refusal from the young girl, culminating in the dispatch of her own brother to the Duke's residence, only to be turned away by the household staff. Li Changshao took it upon himself to pen a letter to his father, thereby further diminishing the royal couple's regard for this daughter-in-law. Yet, considering she had borne Li Xianbang, they endured. Over the past 2 years, Li Changning had brought 5 concubines into the inner courtyard without interference from the elders, which spoke volumes. Li Changshao gently caressed Li Luoan's face, a fleeting tenderness gracing his handsome features. A surge of internal energy flowed from his hand into the small girl, ensuring her health and vitality. Even though this energy could not aid in martial training, lacking experience in child-rearing, he could only resort to such rudimentary methods to safeguard her well-being. Feeling the vast reservoir of his internal energy, he let out a soft sigh. A colossal vortex, accompanied by 4 smaller whirlpools, surrounded him, signifying that his internal strength had reached 70 years. The Imperial Guards surrounding the Destiny Emperor were of similar caliber. Peiji, known as the Black-Clad Sword King, had lived nearly a century, yet had only cultivated 90 years of internal strength. Li Changzhao's prowess could easily place him among the top 5 martial artists in the contemporary realm. Chapter 26. The scheme of the Su family. The personnel of the Crown Prince's residence swiftly made contact with the county magistrate, Lord Su, revealing their intent. Lord Su, should this matter succeed, my master will recommend you for the post of assistant minister in the Ministry of Personnel. What say you? The Crown Princess family bore the surname Sun, and the Crown Prince had dispatched his cousin, Sun Rufang, to persuade Lord Su personally, a gesture that reflected genuine sincerity. Lord Su, however, appeared hesitant. The Ministry of Personnel was the foremost among the 6 ministries, and the title of assistant minister was a position of the 5th rank. Should there be no contenders within the court, it would be unlikely for him to ascend, as the 5th rank would grant him entry into the esteemed circles of nobility. Recalling his royal in-law, a flicker of indignation ignited within Su Yu. Here he was, possessing both talent and knowledge, with his in-law being the emperor's legitimate son, yet he remained stagnant at the 7th rank. Had his in-law been willing to lend assistance, he could have attained the 5th rank years ago. Sun Rufang observed Su Yu's expression with keen interest, feigning a friendly demeanor despite his disdain for such opportunistic individuals. Lord Su, have you reached a decision? The Crown Prince has shown ample sincerity. With your scholarly aptitude, a position of 3rd rank could very well be within your grasp. Upon hearing the mention of the 3rd rank, Su Yu felt as if his throat had constricted. He nodded fervently, unaware of the Crown Prince's intentions, declaring, I shall surely cooperate. Sun Rufang leaned closer, whispering in his ear. After a moment's hesitation, Su Yu seemed to have an epiphany. Gritting his teeth and resolving, I shall ensure this matter is executed flawlessly, so as not to disappoint His Highness. Sun Rufang's satisfaction was evident. Even the form of address had shifted, indicating that Su Yu was indeed amenable. That night, taking advantage of his wife's repose, Su Yu confided his plans to her. Upon successful completion of this venture, the Crown Prince will elevate me to the 5th rank. His wife hesitated, expressing concern that should this scheme be uncovered, their daughter Yao would find herself in a precarious position. Such is the perspective of a woman. Should the Crown Prince ascend, I would be a loyal subject. What does it matter if my in-law is a prince? Can he compare to His Majesty? Do not be foolish. My career rests squarely in your hands. Should you refuse to cooperate, I shall be compelled to seek other avenues. At this, Su Yu's demeanor shifted to one of impatience. His wife, who dreaded his irritation, hastily acquiesced, I shall obey. Do not be angry, my lord. Su Yu's hand gently massaged her back, his tone softening, I knew you would understand. My dear, once I achieve success, I shall not forget your support. As if rekindling youthful passion, Su Yu extinguished the candlelight in their chamber. Under the cloak of night, the long-married couple savored a moment of intimacy. The following day, Su Yu's personal maid arrived at the residence of the joyful duke to convey the news of Su Fu Ren's grave illness to the young mistress. Upon hearing of their mother-in-law's ailment, the couple summoned the household physician. Yu Shi hastily prepared to return to her family home, taking Li Xianbang along in the evening. Upon returning from the Imperial Academy, Li Chongning discovered that both his wife and son had returned to her family. His discontent towards his wife deepened, and with a pent-up frustration, he resolved to spend the night with concubine Eloy. Yu Shi, having hurried back to her family, was quickly drawn into the machinations of Su Yu and his wife. It was then that she realized she had been deceived. After entrusting Li Xianbang to a maid, she unleashed her fury. Father, life at the palace was already overwhelming. Why add to the chaos? Yao, do not be vexed. Your father seeks you for an important matter. Su Yao glanced at Su Yu, her respect for her father quelling her anger, though traces of discontent lingered on her face. Father, I need you to procure the seal of the Cloud Prince. What? Su Yao exclaimed, her voice rising before she lowered it again. You wish to jeopardize my life? If this matter is exposed, those 2 old fools will not spare me. Listen to me, Su Yu insisted, and then he instructed Su Fu Ren to take Li Xianbang away, leaving the father and daughter alone in the room. He laid bare the crown prince's intentions to his daughter. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's brow furrowed. According to your words, a third-rank position is achievable. However, from my perspective, the assistant minister's role is attainable, but more than that seems unrealistic. Even so, your father wishes to try. I cannot bear to see you endure humiliation at the residence of the joyful duke, nor can I stand to see Xian Bang's status threatened. As he spoke, tears welled in Su Yu's eyes. If only I were of a higher rank, the duke's household would not dare to look down upon my daughter and grandson. It is I who am useless. It is I who am worthless. In front of his daughter, Su Yu wept uncontrollably. I will refuse the crown prince's offer. I cannot allow you to fall into danger and anguish. Su Yu raised his hand to strike his own face. Appearing deeply remorseful, Su Yao grasped her father's hand, her own eyes brimming with tears. You have misunderstood me, father, do not worry. Give me some time, and I will retrieve the Cloud Prince's seal. Through her tears, she patted her father on the shoulder. You are a good daughter. I will not place you in a difficult position. Just a half day is all I require, and I will return it once used. Su Yao leaned against his chest, sobbing, while Su Yu's countenance regained its composure. When Su Yao looked up, her eyes were instantly red and swollen. Even Oscar would have deemed him a master of performance. Chapter 27. Ming Qianfan. After spending 2 days at her parental home, Su Yao returned to the residence of the Cloud Prince. With a blend of grace and authority, she ensured that the palace physicians were in agreement with her narrative. Consequently, no one in the estate harbored any suspicions regarding her visit. In the following days, Su Yao made an exception and brought Li Xianbang to meet his grandparents, allowing the princess and the Cloud Prince to assist. Although the elderly couple was somewhat taken aback, they did not dwell on it for too long. Half a month later, during the day when the prince was attending duties at the Zhongren mansion, Su Yao successfully obtained the Cloud Prince's seal, exchanging it for the counterfeit she had prepared in advance. 3 days later, the fake seal was once again replaced with the genuine article, and throughout this elaborate charade, no one in the expansive Cloud Prince's residence noticed anything amiss. On that day, Li Changxiao was invited to the Guozijian, at the behest of Confucian Master Ming. He had previously declined several times, citing Li Luowen's tender age as an excuse. However, after a chance encounter with Master Ming, while taking Li Luowen to the market, he could no longer evade the invitation. Upon disembarking from the carriage, he held Li Luowen's hand, their contrasting sizes making them particularly noticeable. The students they passed recognized Li Changxiao and greeted him respectfully, yet their attention was captivated by the adorable little girl. Such a charming young lady was a rare sight indeed. Today, Li Changxiao had styled Li Luowen's hair into a bun, and her naturally curly fringe bore a resemblance to the mythical figure Neza. Li Luowen was quite pleased with her appearance and refused to let anyone touch her hair, though she allowed them to pinch her cheeks, except for Uncle Wang. As the crowd around them grew, the little girl became somewhat shy, prompting Li Changxiao to lift her into his arms. Fortunately, they had passed through the student area, and ahead lay the residence of the Confucian masters. Master Ming, whose full name was Ming Qianfan, was 56 this year. The name Qianfan was derived from the phrase all sails pass by but are not the same. He was a distant relative of the sage who had been relocated thrice in his previous life. Coincidentally, this Master Ming also espoused the theory of innate goodness. Upon their first meeting, Li Changxiao, in a playful mood, decided to borrow the theory of innate evil, as there was no Xuanzi in this realm. His original intention was merely to jest with this old scholar, yet it caught the master's attention, who even wished to take him as a disciple. Naturally, Li Changxiao was reluctant, and their interactions evolved into a deep friendship that transcended age. While he enjoyed conversing with Master Ming, he often found himself dodging discussions about innate goodness and evil, which was the main reason for his evasions. However, after years of exchanges, Li Changxiao had made significant progress in Confucian and Daoist studies, exuding an aura of righteousness in his conversations. Coupled with his handsome appearance, one could easily imagine him as a scholarly figure, likely to attract the affections of a fox spirit. Due to Li Luowen, Li Changxiao had found himself in the capital more frequently over the years. After all, he was merely 18 this year. At such an age, many imperial grandsons were already married, making Li Changxiao seem like a late-blooming bachelor in comparison. Yet, within official families and among common folk, he remained an eligible young man. Moreover, he was renowned in the capital for his striking beauty, often compared to the likes of Panin, having topped the capital's list of handsome men multiple times. As the legitimate grandson of the Holy Emperor and the legitimate son of the Zhongzheng, he had been conferred the title of a royal prince at a young age. He was indeed a diamond bachelor. The object of affection for numerous noble young ladies, in this era of strict etiquette, he had managed to cultivate a fan base in the capital. Many officials had approached the Cloud Prince with marriage proposals, much to the shock of the Cloud Prince and his wife. Previously, they had only heard of suitors seeking their daughters, yet now their son had become the subject of such pursuits. This incident soon became a source of amusement within the royal family. Qingli had taken great pleasure in teasing Li Changxiao about this matter. Nevertheless, he remained rather indifferent to romantic affairs. Over the years, the only females in his company had been Qingli, his devoted maid, and the little Li Luowen. Thus, on this day when he visited the Guozijian, he opted not to use the royal carriage but instead rented one from a carriage shop. Chapter 28. A Day at the Guozijian. Li Changxiao, cradling Li Luowen, soon entered the small courtyard belonging to Master Ming. The whitewashed walls, wooden houses, stone tables, and the figures toiling in the fields painted a serene picture. Upon their arrival, Master Ming was dressed in coarse cloth, wielding a hoe as he tended to his small plot of land. Having cultivated the pure young divine art, Li Changxiao possessed extraordinary hearing and eyesight. He spotted Master Ming working in the distance long before the master noticed them. Li Changxiao made a shushing gesture to Li Luowen, who nodded sweetly in understanding. Then, he stepped into Master Ming's house. After about a quarter of an hour, he emerged with items in hand. In his left hand was a selection of fruits grown in Master Ming's garden, and in his right, a steaming pot of tea. Li Luowen sat obediently on a small wooden stool, her little feet swinging like wild grass in the breeze. At this moment, Master Ming was still oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Li Changxiao seated himself and picked up a red pear from the table. This was a Hongxiao pear, its surface blushing with color, the flesh plump and the juice sweet. He had acquired the seeds from a merchant from Dian and had Master Ming cultivate them. Li Luowen adored these pears. The only downside was that they required peeling. Li Changxiao took out a small wooden knife from his sleeve, channeling his inner strength into it. With a gentle twist, the red skin was entirely removed. Upon seeing this, Li Luowen was delighted and clapped her hands. Just as her hands were about to come together, Li Changxiao swiftly placed 2 pears into her hands. The little girl, unfazed, took a big bite, juice splattering all over her face, making her resemble a little flower cat. Li Changxiao took some paper and gently wiped her face, applying just the right amount of pressure that she was accustomed to. Having completed this task, he poured himself a small cup of tea from the pot. The tea was a deep red, with a hint of black. The aroma wafted upwards, filling his nostrils with its fragrance. He savored a sip, exclaiming that it was indeed high-quality pu'er tea. With his eyes closed, he took another sip, relishing the rich, sweet, thick, and smooth essence of the tea, each drop a testament to the earth's bounty. "Oh, is it truly that delicious?" a frail voice inquired from behind him. Li Changxiao's eyes comfortably narrowed. "This tea ought to be found only in heaven. How often does one get to taste it on earth?" In the next moment, the teapot in front of him was seized. "Tea? What do you mean? Your tea? This is mine." Li Changxiao opened his eyes to see a red-faced elder standing before him, gripping the teapot, steam still rising from it. For a moment, it became difficult to discern who was truly exuding the steam. "Your words are misguided, master. Ancestors have said, like smoke, past matters are forgotten. A heart without selfishness knows vastness. A pot of tea hardly measures up to our friendship. You little rascal with your nonsensical chatter, you ought to show me some unselfishness. Master, please wait. The tea will grow cold. If we delay too long, a good brew will be wasted." The elder realized the truth of the matter and sulkily took a seat. Pouring himself a cup, he then imitated Li Changxiao, closing his eyes to savor the tea. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changxiao took back the teapot and poured himself another cup. The elder clearly noticed this but said nothing. Instead, it was Li Luowen who became curious. "Uncle Wang, what is that? Aner wants to drink too. Can I?" With her round, glistening eyes fixed intently on Li Changxiao, she sparkled with eagerness. Li Changxiao turned to the teapot. Meeting the elder's furious gaze, "Aner, how about we skip the tea? It's a bit astringent." "All right." The little girl, displaying her understanding, complied with her uncle's advice and refrained from insisting further. Li Changxiao turned his attention to Master Ming, who still wore a disgruntled expression. With a cheerful tone, he remarked, "Master, as an educator, how can you let external matters disturb your peace?" As the ancient said, a gentleman may find meaning in objects but should not be fixated on them. Upon hearing this, Master Ming's previously flushed face turned dark. He finished the cup of tea in his hand and retreated into the inner room. When he re-emerged, he held a 7-inch stick. Li Changxiao's expression shifted, and he was about to dodge. A loud smack resounded from his backside. Li Changxiao turned, clutching the struck area, gasping in shock. "Master, you actually struck me." At this moment, Ming Qianfan had already seated himself, one hand deftly peeling a jade-green grape, feeding it to Li Luowen, who opened her mouth in delight. He then turned to Li Changxiao, his mustache bristling with indignation. The ancient said, "A gentleman is one who, despite lacking knowledge, should not presume to take on the mantle of a master. A mere foot of punishment is not excessive, is it? Master, circumstances change. We must innovate rather than cling to old practices." Preposterous. Master Ming made a motion to reach for the ruler, and Li Changxiao turned pale. "Master, Luowen is still present. Grant us some grace for the sake of youth, so we may meet again in the future." Li Luowen heard his name being called and turned his gaze towards Ming Qianfan. Upon meeting the innocent gaze of the young child, the old scholar's heart softened, and he tossed aside the ruler. Li Changxiao bestowed a look of approval upon his niece, his brows and eyes brimming with vitality. Li Luoran graciously adjusted her delicate nose, and the harmonious rapport between the uncle and niece inevitably warmed Ming Fuji, who joined in the playful exchange, shedding his earlier stern demeanor. Chapter 29. A letter from Ming Fuji before he could inquire. The scholar invited me to ponder the purpose of his summons. It was only after finishing an entire pot of tea that Li Changxiao recalled the objective of his visit, momentarily forgetting the matter at hand. A sign, indeed, of advancing age. Indeed, Ming Fuji was nearing the age of wisdom himself. "Please wait a moment," he said. Retreating into the inner room, Li Changxiao observed the strength in his back as he departed, noting that he did not exhibit the frailty of old age, which brought a slight sense of relief to his heart. After a brief interval, Ming Fuji returned, cradling several blue-bound books in his arms. He first removed the teapot, then carefully arranged the tomes on the table. Songshi Li, Songshi Lu, Songshi Yi, and Songshi Shu. Li Changxiao was momentarily taken aback. If his memory served him correctly, Songshi was the self-styled name of another scholar, Wang Fuji, whose birth name was Wang Yin, hailed from the Wang family of Linzi and was a descendant of the esteemed sacrificial officiant of the Jixia Academy in the Great Qi. After the fall of the Great Qi, Wang Yin's family fortunes waned, and with the incessant wars, much of their ancestral collection was scattered. Thus, he took a position at the Imperial Academy of the Great Qin as a scholar, hoping to reconstruct the texts that had been lost to the ravages of war, using the Academy's resources. Through the introduction of Ming Fuji, the two became fast friends despite their age difference. Li Changxiao had once jested that should the scholar compile his works, he would be sure to send a copy to Changxiao, considering it a boon. Wang Yin readily agreed, but Li Changxiao had not taken it to heart. Now, seeing these books marked with the name Songshi, those memories flooded back to him unbidden. Before he could voice his curiosity, Ming Fuji spoke first. "Brother Wang has recently suffered the loss of his father and resigned from the academy half a month ago. Returning to Linzi, before his departure, he entrusted me to deliver these to you, hoping you will cherish them." With that, Ming Fuji stacked the volumes, selecting a bamboo box to contain them, which he then handed to Li Changxiao. "You may return today, and do not disappoint Brother Wang's intentions." Li Changxiao nodded, cradling the bamboo box in one hand, while holding Li Luan's hand with the other as they exited through the rear gate of the scholar's courtyard. An imperial carriage from the academy awaited them. Li Changxiao first placed the little girl onto the carriage, and once she was settled, he took his seat opposite her, clutching the bamboo box. As the carriage began to move, the chilly sensation emanating from the box drew Li Changxiao's attention once more. He gently opened the bamboo case and retrieved the topmost volume, Songshi Li, carefully flipping it open. Upon revealing the title page, the author's name appeared, Wang Songshi, a native of Linzi. Continuing to leaf through the pages, he found annotations where the author compared the Confucian ideas of the Great Qi with those of the Great Qin, offering insightful commentary. Li Changxiao had perused numerous classics by esteemed scholars, but found many passages recorded within that he had never encountered before, likely a result of Wang Fuji transcribing from memory. The ancient texts had succumbed to the flames of war, yet Wang Fuji had managed to preserve part of their essence. Gazing at the slightly yellowed pages, one could surmise they were indeed the original manuscripts. The scholar's handwriting was robust and powerful. Merely looking at these pages allowed Li Changxiao to envision the scene. The long, dark night, a flickering candle, a figure fervently writing at the table. He wondered if Wang Fuji had other manuscripts. If not, the burden Li Changxiao bore would be considerable. It was likely he did possess more. Given Wang Fuji's tenure at the Imperial Academy, he would surely be held in high esteem upon returning to Linzi. There, he could find earnest young scholars to whom he could impart his lifelong learnings, unlike at the Great Qin Academy, where everyone's aspirations lay in the political arena, in the words of the scholar. It was no longer pure. Li Changxiao recalled that Wang Fuji's father had lived to a venerable age, a rarity indeed, while his mother was still alive, also approaching her twilight years. With this departure from his post, it was certain he would not return. He would serve his mother at home, fulfilling his filial duties, and then indulge in the joys of grandchildren, living out his days in peace. Li Changxiao understood that Wang Fuji was such a person, deeply emotional and easily wounded by sentiments. After a lifetime dedicated to preserving the teachings of the sages, it was only fitting for him to reserve the latter half of his life for himself. Even if he were a sage reborn, no fault could be found. After all, scholarship is about embodying principles through action rather than merely laboring in solitude. Wang Fuji's filial piety was indeed commendable. Reflecting on this, Li Changxiao let out a gentle sigh. With age, he had become increasingly sentimental. For someone like him, emotions were perhaps the most burdensome of all: friendship, familial love, the bond between teacher and student. As time flowed inexorably onward, all of these would ultimately be rendered futile. The world would transform, and all beings and things would be buried in the passage of time. Only Li Changxiao remained, suspended between the clouds, as if a deity gazing down upon the mortal realm. At that moment, Li Luan suddenly called out, "Uncle Wang, we have arrived home." Li Changxiao was jolted from his reverie, his eyes falling upon the smile on the little girl's face and the warmth lingering on the bamboo case in his arms. The heart that had just been adrift among the clouds was abruptly tethered back to the earth. "Uncle Wang, hold me!" cried the little girl. Li Changxiao extended his arms, embracing her, while his other hand grasped the bamboo box as he leapt down from the carriage. The servants observed their master's evident delight and the presence of the young county princess in his arms, prompting them to think of the bond shared between the uncle and niece. Truly heartwarming. Chapter 30. Li Luan learns etiquette. Since that day at the Imperial Academy, Li Changxiao had not left the estate. Li Luan, now 4 years old, had been entrusted to him from the Yunwang Palace, where he borrowed several elderly nurses to teach the young girl court etiquette. These nurses had served alongside Li Changxiao's late grandmother and were pleased to assist in this endeavor. Having spent decades attending to the empress, the nurses were well versed in the highest standards of court propriety. As Li Luan resided with Li Changxiao, he naturally wished to provide her with the very best. Initially, Li Luan cheerfully acquiesced, but after several days of scolding from the nurses, her spirits dampened. The little girl was quite sensible and did not display her discontent in public. It was only when alone with Li Changxiao that she would bury her face in his embrace and weep. "Uncle Wang, the nurses are hurting me. It hurts," she sobbed, tears mingling with her nose, leaving her sticky against him. Li Changxiao did not mind at all. After all, he too had been a child once and understood that such rigorous customs were indeed harsh for a 4-year-old. Moreover, the etiquette being imparted was the most orthodox of the empress's teachings, raising the expectations even further. He gently tousled the girl's hair, speaking soothingly, "Do not be afraid, my dear. Next time, Uncle will join you. If the nurses scold you, Uncle will scold them too." Upon hearing this, the little girl peered up, her face serious. "The nurses are not bad. It's just that an is foolish. Uncle, please do not scold them." Seeing her understanding, Li Changxiao held her a bit tighter. "That won't do. Uncle still has to go. Otherwise, every time you cry, my heart will shatter." With that, he clutched his chest, feigning agony. The little girl was momentarily taken aback, her expression frozen as if she had lost her soul. Her round eyes began to brim with tears once more. Realizing he had taken the jest too far, Li Changxiao quickly reassured her. "Uncle is fine. I was just teasing you. An is Uncle's pride." The little girl remained silent, burying her head deeper into his embrace. Thinking she was still upset, Li Changxiao was about to comfort her when she suddenly spoke earnestly. An T cry anymore. Li Changxiao was taken aback, processing her words for a moment. Finally, he smiled and replied, "Then uncle thanks you in advance, for you truly are uncle's little cotton-padded jacket." "What is a little cotton-padded jacket, uncle?" That night, after coaxing Li Luan to sleep, Li Changxiao quietly exited the room. Since Li Luan had begun to form memories, each day had unfolded in this manner. Typically, he worried that the few stories he had left in his mind would soon be exhausted. Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, the Tinderbox, the Swans of Summer. Yet today, those thoughts eluded him. The bond between uncle and niece had flourished since her arrival. And now, over 3 years later, apart from the first time Li Luan called him uncle, this night marked the second occasion he had seen the seriousness in her expression. The little darling, it seemed, could even empathize with his feelings. As he journeyed along, Li Changxiao walked with a light-hearted step, almost skipping with joy. Behind him, Qingli struggled to keep up, nearly exhausted. In his previous life, Li Changxiao had been a solitary figure. Yet in this life, he found himself nurturing Li Luan as both a mother and a father. In this moment, he experienced a profound joy akin to that of a doting father. It is no wonder that so many men become enamored with their daughters. After all, a little girl is soft, fragrant, and heartwarming, deserving of all affection. Regarding the customs of propriety, Li Changxiao had anticipated that the elder women would be somewhat stern. Deep down, he wished to spare the young girl from such hardships. However, many matters could not be decided by a mere county prince. Born into royalty, she would inevitably be subject to the laws governing marriage and family. Seeking only momentary comfort would ultimately harm the young girl in the future. While Li Changxiao could choose to remain unwed, living as an outlier within the royal family, he could ignore the peculiar gazes of others. After all, many years hence, all would return to dust, and past events would dissipate like smoke. Li Luan, however, was a different matter. The thought of others casting judgmental glances her way was unbearable for Li Changxiao. He possessed but one sword, and even if he could slay 100 foes, he could not silence the whispers of the masses. Immortality does not equate to omnipotence. The only thing he could do was provide the best for the young girl, empowering her to grow stronger. When she was older, he would impart all his swordsmanship to her. In this world, even those of royal blood were not immune to peril. With martial skills at her disposal, she would be able to protect herself. When the time came for her to be courted, regardless of the suitor's family, if Li Luan took a liking to him, Li Changxiao would ensure he returned with her. His daughter deserved nothing less than the very best. Suddenly, Li Changxiao realized, his little girl would eventually marry. She certainly could not remain in the royal residence, lest she become a target for bullying. The thought filled him with anxiety. Throughout the night, he wrestled with this dilemma. Chapter 31. The establishment of the crown prince in the imperial court. The Emperor of Destiny sat upon the throne, while the chief eunuch held a whisk, standing by his side. Below, a line of officials knelt, and it was evident that there were significantly more attendees than usual. This was not due to a mere influx of sycophants, but rather because those who had previously taken leave were now present. As the emperor aged, the ministers began to shift their loyalties, gravitating towards the crown prince and the chi prince. In ordinary circumstances, many would request leave due to other commitments, and the emperor was aware of the reasons but chose not to intervene. In his youth, he had once envisioned a world where he would reign for eternity over the Qin dynasty. Upon ascending to the throne and vanquishing numerous states, his longing for immortality only intensified. Yet, time and again, he was deceived by sorcerers, witnessing the deaths of those around him. As he reached his 70s, the emperor finally accepted his fate. The claws of the mighty lion retracted, while the younger lions prepared for battle. The old lion wished to intervene but lacked the strength, forced to remain passive. The gathering of officials today was naturally due to the crown prince's return to court after a prolonged absence of over a month due to illness. With time, those with influence recognized the crown prince's deteriorating health, and his faction had diminished as a result. Now that the crown prince had returned, his loyal supporters rallied around him. Unfortunately, this young lion of the Qin dynasty appeared to have aged prematurely, even faster than the old lion. Despite his illness, the crown prince forced himself to attend court without a physician in attendance. Observant individuals noted his abnormal condition, realizing that a storm was about to break. In contrast, the Qi prince's faction was filled with vigor. After years of contention for the throne, it seemed that the outcome would soon be determined. They regarded the ailing crown prince as already out of the running. As was customary, the ministers of the 6 ministries and local officials presented memorials. Once discussions concluded and results were given, the court's affairs would come to an end. The chief eunuch, Lai Fu, as was his custom, called out in a sharp voice, "If there are matters to address, please speak. If not, the court is dismissed." However, today was different. A figure clad in a red robe stepped forth from the ranks. This individual, a member of the Li clan, bore the single name Yang, a descendant of the royal family from the Qi Ming dynasty. "Your Majesty, I have a matter to present," Li Yang declared. Upon hearing this, the Emperor of Destiny opened his eyes, revealing a gaze that encompassed the vastness of the empire, glimmering with unending majesty. "Speak." The glance bestowed upon Li Yang sent chills down his spine, yet recalling the crown prince's promises of promotion. He summoned his courage once more. I, along with 160 pillars of the empire, have co-signed a petition beseeching your Majesty to appoint the crown prince's eldest son, Li Shichengwei, as the crown grandson. As soon as the words left his lips, countless ministers emerged from the crowd, each holding a rank of 5 or above. The 3 foremost figures were the Minister of Personnel, Guan Yinzhong, the crown prince's chief advisor, Shang Bo, and the crown prince's tutor, Sun Ju. Even the previously staunch crown prince stepped forward, bowing low despite his illness, kneeling before the emperor. The emperor offered no immediate response but turned to Lai Fu, instructing him to retrieve the document for his perusal. "I wish to see what esteemed pillars of the empire have exerted themselves thus." Lai Fu complied, slowly descending from the throne and approaching Li Yang. His footsteps echoed heavily upon the hall. The emperor's gaze swept over the ministers like an invisible blade, causing the crown prince's faction to avoid eye contact, while the Qi prince's party stood tall, as if victorious roosters, emboldened by their perceived safety. Lai Fu, having procured the document, hastened toward the emperor's throne, his pace noticeably quickening. With silent precision, he delivered the document into the emperor's hands. The emperor accepted it, flipping through the pages with keen interest. The document was over 100 pages thick, crafted from the finest Xianzhou paper. Each page bore the handwritten signatures of officials, accompanied by their respective seals to authenticate their validity. In the Qin Empire, a seal was akin to a person's presence. As the emperor perused the extensive document, he read aloud the names. Guoyu, Deputy Minister of Personnel, the top scholar of the 20th year of Tianming, initially appointed as an editor in the Hanlin Academy. Upon uttering this, his gaze fell upon the front row, where a figure pressed their forehead to the ground, not daring to move an inch. Their trembling form revealed their inner turmoil. Shi Chun, Deputy Minister of Justice. The emperor continued, smoothly reciting his credentials, and the figure remained prostrate. After several names, the emperor turned to the next page, and a cold smile crept across his face. His expression darkened, causing even the Qi prince's faction to gasp in shock. "Who, pray tell, has provoked the emperor's wrath?" The emperor read aloud, "Yun Wang, Li Qinghe. At this announcement, gasps filled the hall. Even the kneeling crown prince's faction turned their heads toward the Yun Wang. "In response to your Majesty, I have not—" "Silence," the emperor interrupted, slamming the document against the Yun Wang's forehead. "Your seal is upon this document. I demand an explanation." The Yun Wang, incredulous, picked up the document, finding a prominent seal upon the open page. The words were clear, expressing concern for his elder brother without mentioning the request for the crown prince's appointment. The phrasing mirrored the Yun Wang's usual manner of speaking, and even the handwriting was so similar that even Su Shi present would struggle to discern authenticity. Chapter 32. The Qi prince's concern at that moment, the Yun Wang felt as if he were in a dire predicament. Akin to being caught in a muddy situation, neither wholly innocent nor entirely guilty, he wished to claim ignorance, but the onlookers would surely not believe him. But the emperor would likely trust in his innocence. However, based on the emperor's recent demeanor, it was evident that he harbored disappointment in his son. As a prince, to have one's personal seal misused was indeed a profound humiliation. The Qi prince cast an angry glance at his royal brother, unable to fathom how the Yun Wang, as a member of the royal family, could dare to breach such a taboo and recklessly interfere in the matter of the crown prince's succession. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of betrayal, realizing he had been deceived from the beginning. The Yun Wang, once revered, now appeared despicable in his eyes. From this moment onward, he harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the entire Yun Wang residence. Surpassing even his disdain for the crown prince, the emperor paid no further heed to the Yun Wang, allowing him to wallow in despair at the side. His gaze swept over the remaining ministers, finally resting upon the crown prince. Qingyin, it has been said that your health is compromised. Is this true? The crown prince, Li Qingyin, slowly raised his head at the mention of his name, responding feebly, in reply to your majesty. It is indeed the case. Upon uttering these words, a violent fit of coughing ensued. Cough, cough, he gasped, the intensity of his illness escalating until he coughed up blood, staining the yellow carpet. Li Qingyin felt darkness closing in around him. The emperor, alarmed, quickly rose from his throne and descended the dais, while Lai Fu shouted, "Summon the imperial physician, swiftly." Li Qingyin's body fell backward, only to be caught by a pair of broad arms. He exerted all his strength to open his eyes. Discovering that it was the Destiny Emperor, the emperor's face bore an expression of urgency, with wrinkles atop his forehead layered one upon another. This scene evoked a sense of nostalgia in Li Qingyin, reminiscent of his childhood. "Father, I have disappointed you," he uttered, before collapsing entirely into the embrace of the Destiny Emperor. At that moment, the urgently summoned royal physician also arrived. The chief physician personally came forward, taking Li Qingyin from the emperor's hands, swiftly checking his pulse with his right hand, then pressing his head against Li Qingyin's chest. As time ticked by, the physician's countenance grew increasingly grave. "Your Highness's condition is dire. I implore you to return to the Imperial Medical Bureau for treatment." The Destiny Emperor nodded, his expression tinged with worry. Subsequently, Li Qingyin was escorted to the Imperial Medical Bureau by designated personnel. This diversion alleviated some of the previously somber atmosphere in the court. The Destiny Emperor glanced at the kneeling officials and the Qi Wang among the courtiers. Letting out a sigh, he waved his hand, declaring, "Let today's affairs conclude here." Lai Fu understood his master's sentiments and promptly announced the court's adjournment. Soon, a throng of eunuchs surrounded the Destiny Emperor, escorting him away from the front court into the inner palace. In the great hall, the Qi Wang, witnessing the crown prince being carried away, found his mood less delightful than he had anticipated. Had it not been for the crown prince's sudden fainting, the prince's faction would undoubtedly have faced a setback. No one could have foreseen that the usually unremarkable crown prince would pull off such a stunning move. The Qi Wang frowned slightly, having caught a glimpse of his father's fleeting sadness. A clear indication of emotional turmoil. His reliance had always been on the Destiny Emperor's political acumen, which allowed him to stand toe-to-toe with the crown prince in the court, a balance stemming from careful calculations. Now, with the emperor genuinely moved, the Qi Wang dared not guarantee whether further decisions would be made. With this thought, he turned to glance at the Yun Wang, who happened to be looking in his direction as well. The Qi Wang smiled faintly and approached him, only for their paths to brush past each other. As they neared, the Qi Wang lowered his voice to a level only the two could hear, saying, "Your Highness truly possesses remarkable skill. I admire you." The Yun Wang paused momentarily upon hearing these words, realizing that his elder brother harbored resentment towards him. Feeling somewhat helpless, he was at a loss as to how he had become embroiled in such disputes. Amidst these thoughts, the Yun Wang was more concerned about his elder brother's health. Throughout the journey home, his mind felt somewhat hazy. After all, the crown prince was his own flesh and blood, sharing the same mother. And among the princes, their bond was the closest. Even after becoming the Minister of Rights, the Yun Wang maintained formal exchanges with the crown prince. "May my elder brother be safe," he mused. Approaching the age of 40, he had nearly experienced the full spectrum of human emotions, and familial bonds were the most precious, diminishing with each passing day, which he cherished deeply. At that moment, the carriage arrived at the Yun Wang's residence. Fixating on the plaque at the entrance bearing the words Yun Wang Fu, a glimmer of coldness flashed in his eyes. It seemed that someone wished to see his family come to harm, as a thief had infiltrated their estate. Once his mind regained clarity, the Yun Wang, with his intelligence, quickly deduced the presence of an insider trader within the household. After all, the Yun Wang's seal had not gone missing. It merely appeared elsewhere, indicating a foolish thief who had taken it and returned it. Chapter 33. Thorough investigation of the Wang Fu. Upon entering the estate, the Yun Wang's expression was terrifyingly grim. The servants, unaware of the events that had transpired, dared not provoke his wrath, for the fury of an honest man was the most fearsome. The Wang Fei, Su Shi, vaguely aware of the stir in the court, understood her husband's thoughts and did not seek him out in the study of Yun Wang Fu. 3 individuals clad in blue stood to one side while the Yun Wang savored his tea. The one at the forefront knelt partially. "Your Highness, an insider trader has emerged within the estate. This is our dereliction of duty." Upon hearing this, the Yun Wang gently set down his teacup. "I grant you 3 days. If there are no results, the Blue Guard shall be disbanded." Your subordinate obeys. With a wave of his hand, the Yun Wang dismissed the blue-clad individuals, leaving him alone in the spacious study. The Yun Wang placed the teapot down and stood, pacing around the ample space. Despite its spaciousness, some individuals often preferred to narrow the paths they traversed. It could only be said that fate decreed it thus. In less than a day, the Blue Guard presented their findings. The one who had stolen the Yun Wang seal was none other than the young lady Su. Although the Yun Wang had anticipated this, he could not help but feel a sense of lament. The position of young lady was already sufficiently glorious, destined to bring honor to her son in the future. He could not fathom why she would take such risks. Understanding notwithstanding, the Yun Wang produced an order, instructing the estate guards to detain Su. The guards, having received the decree, led by the household officer, stormed into the young lady's quarters. As the door was tightly shut, they forced it open. The maid, Jinya, who had accompanied Su Yao and the Wang Fu for several years, had cultivated a commanding presence. Seeing so many intruders, she mustered her courage to shout, "How dare you invade the young lady's quarters?" The household officer and the guards ignored her entirely, proceeding onward. Feeling disregarded, Jinya could no longer restrain herself. Having been a figure of authority in the estate, she had never been treated this way, especially not by mere gatekeepers. She seized the last guard's armor, her voice sharp. "Halt!" The officer, disturbed by the commotion behind him, turned to see 2 of his subordinates ensnared by a shrew. Growing impatient, he ordered, "Take her as well." "Yes." The 2 guards, having received the command, wasted no time in apprehending Jinya. Despite this, her mouth continued to spew defiance. The guards removed their shoes and stuffed them into her mouth, rendering her world silent. The household officer led the remaining individuals into Su Yao's resting quarters. Li Xianbang had long been taken away by the Yun Wang's designated nurse, leaving Su Yao alone. Upon their entrance, Su Yao was in a deep slumber. Naturally beautiful, her skin was as fair as jade, and even her sleeping form was a sight to behold. However, the household officer, already informed of her misdeeds, felt a surge of nausea. Such a person was truly deserving of no sympathy. Betraying one's own kin was the most despicable act in society. The officer approached and yanked Su Yao from her slumber. Startled awake, she was still in a daze. Before she could grasp her surroundings, the guards had already clamped a collar around her neck. Coming to her senses, Su Yao was infuriated, ready to reprimand these lowly servants for their insolence, only to have her mouth stuffed with a prepared cloth strip. The household officer withdrew a blue silk scroll from his bosom and began to read aloud, "Royal Decree. Young Lady Su has unlawfully intercepted the royal seal. She shall be imprisoned and dealt with on a future date." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's expression changed dramatically. She struggled to lunge forward to seize the decree, but the guards were prepared, 1 on each side, restraining her. The officer gestured to the guards, who dispersed to other corners of the courtyard, apprehending other servants. According to the Wang's directive, no one bearing the surname Su would be spared, including the elder women and maids. A quarter of an hour later, nearly 100 individuals emerged from the small courtyard. The estate steward dispatched people to the Guozijian and the Shijun Wang Fu to inform both princes, as the disgraceful actions of the young lady warranted their presence. The steward sent his own son, Ding Yi, to the Shijun Wang Fu, knowing well that compared to the young master, the strikingly ethereal Shijun Wang was the true force to be reckoned with. In this matter, only his own son could be trusted not to falter. Ding Yi, in his early 20s, was in the prime of his vigor. He ran swiftly to the Shijun Wang Fu's entrance, where the doorkeeper relayed the message, and ultimately, the chief eunuch, De Shun, came out personally to welcome him. Li Changxiao sat on a bench, perplexed as to why his father had sent someone to their door. After entering, Ding Yi respectfully saluted before explaining his purpose. Initially, Li Changxiao's expression remained indifferent, but upon hearing of Su's theft of the seal, his demeanor shifted dramatically. This was no mere theft. It was an act that could lead the Yun Wang Fu to ruin. If the Minister of Rights became involved in the Crown Prince's affairs, no one in the Great Qin could guarantee his safety. "This foolish woman," Li Changxiao exclaimed, shaking his sleeves in fury, his internal energy unintentionally surging forth, instantly overwhelming those in the room with a sense of suffocation. Di Shun and the others displayed expressions of agony, but dared not speak. At that moment, a maid's voice was heard from outside. "The young county princess has arrived." Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao instantly regained his composure. With a retraction of his internal energy, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal. Chapter 34. The disposition of Su. When Li Luan entered the room, Li Changxiao had already resumed his usual gentle demeanor. A serene smile graced his lips as he endeavored to present his best self at this moment. Li Luan adored her uncle's smile, finding it exceedingly charming. She quickened her pace, rushing toward him. "Slow down, little ancestor." Li Changxiao steadily lifted her into his arms, remarking that if the nurse were to witness this, there would surely be repercussions for him. Li Luan dismissed the concern, asserting that as long as Uncle Wang remained silent, the nurses would remain oblivious. Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao chuckled softly as he affectionately patted the little tuft of hair at the back of her head, feeling grateful for such a considerate niece. Contemplating this, he pondered for a brief moment, and a plan began to take shape in his mind. He then turned to Li Luan and proposed, "Anur, shall we pay a visit to great-grandfather? Let it be a means of accompanying Uncle Wang." Upon hearing the mention of great-grandfather, Li Luan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although she harbored a dislike for the Wang residents, she had a fondness for the great-grandfather and grandmother who delighted in feeding her treats. "Let us go," she exclaimed. With her agreement, Li Changxiao rose to change into a different outfit. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage of the Duke of Joy set off, with Ding Yi and De Shun riding ahead to clear the way. The passers-by in the streets recognized this to be the Duke of Joy, yet his entourage refrained from approaching. They were well aware that when Duke De Shun was paving the way, it indicated that the Duke of Joy was in a hurry. Consequently, no one dared to impose. Upon entering the estate with the little girl in tow, Li Changxiao discovered that his elder brother had just arrived as well. Upon seeing their biological father, Li Luan displayed little reaction, a sentiment mirrored by Li Chongning. Children raised apart from their parents naturally lacked emotional ties. The two brothers exchanged a glance, forgoing idle chatter, and proceeded directly to the main hall. Along the way, the blue-clad guards stood vigilant, as the elite force of Prince Yun. Their presence signified the prince's genuine displeasure. Li Changxiao speculated that this was likely a display meant for his elder brother's benefit. Their father might have feared that his elder brother was not fully aware of the situation, hence the subtle reminder. However, to Li Changxiao, it seemed that his father's actions were somewhat unnecessary, for his elder brother was probably not as devoted as imagined, having long since lost patience with the Su family. Upon entering the main hall, the brothers took their seats. Prince Yun and the princess occupied the head of the table, while the only child present was Li Luan, who sat quietly on Li Changxiao's lap, munching on pastries. Prince Yun cast a casual glance and then addressed the brothers. "You both should be aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. Share your thoughts." Li Changxiao looked at his elder brother, who happened to turn his head as well. Understanding his younger brother's intention with a single glance, Li Chongning nodded and stood up. In response to father, "The Su family has committed a grievous transgression. Asked the heir, I bear the responsibility and am willing to accept the consequences. Let us not dwell on that. My inquiry pertains to how we shall handle this situation, not whether you should be punished," Prince Yun urged. Li Chongning appeared momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend his father's meaning. After all, the sage only taught about familial respect but did not instruct him on the nuances of dealing with such matters. The scholarly mindset, in its most fundamental form, momentarily left him perplexed. "Let me be direct. A woman who resorts to thievery must not be permitted to remain in my household. Chongning, do you have any objections?" As he spoke the final sentence, Prince Yun's tone grew significantly more forceful, and anyone with discernment could detect the anger in his words. Prince Yun, known for his good temperament, had never lost his composure in front of his sons until now. This time, his heart was truly cold. Li Chongning hesitated, glanced at his younger brother and mother, and then bowed slightly. "I concede. Given the severity of Su's offense, it is utterly unreasonable to allow her to remain in the estate." Upon hearing this, Prince Yun was instantly satisfied. He rose from his seat and approached Li Chongning, placing his broad hand on his back and giving a few encouraging pats. Let us raise Xianbang under your mother's care. He will provide her companionship and ease her weariness. Li Chongning nodded obediently. Seeing his son so cooperative, Prince Yun continued, as for the selection of your legitimate wife, should you have a particular girl in mind? Your father shall assist you. If you find favor with any of those illegitimate daughters, I shall not stand in your way. The implication was clear. The decision regarding marriage and the choice of a beloved were entirely left to Li Chongning. This could only be deemed generous. Prince Yun nearly expressed outright that he could elevate a beloved concubine to a position of honor. Perhaps he had developed a sentiment for the official's daughter-in-law. Once bitten by a snake, one becomes wary of ropes. From a legal standpoint, this arrangement could be justified, especially with Li Xianbang, the legitimate eldest son, firmly established. Others would undoubtedly be overshadowed by him. With the guidance of Princess Yun, there was little fear of spoiling his character in time. He would stand on his own, and Prince Yun could rest peacefully in the afterlife. Having concluded the discussion regarding Su's fate, Prince Yun let out a long sigh of relief. His eldest son was indeed understanding, sparing his father from difficulty. The shadows lingering in his heart dissipated significantly. The once liberal Prince Yun returned to his former self in high spirits. He commanded the chief eunuch to prepare a grand feast. Seizing the opportunity while Li Chongxiao was at the estate for the family to gather and indulge in the pleasures of life together. Chapter 35. Acknowledging a daughter just as the chief eunuch received his orders and left. Li Chongxiao stood up. He turned to Li Luan with a smile, gently placing her on the long bench. Ensuring her safety, he then approached the main hall. Father, I have matters of importance to discuss as well. These words rendered the three individuals in the room momentarily speechless. Their son, the second brother, rarely voiced his opinions. Shower. What prompts such formality? Prince Yun inquired, stroking his beard with a jovial expression. Indeed, second brother, we are all family here. There is no need for reserve, Li Chongning added. Father, mother, and elder brother, I wish to adopt an as my own, Li Chongxiao declared. Tio adopt an Shower, have you truly considered this? Prince Yun was the first to respond, casting a knowing glance at his son, which naturally indicated his concern for the princess. After all, Li Chongxiao's actions would solidify his decision to remain unmarried. As the premier matchmaker of the Wang residence, Su Shi would undoubtedly disapprove of this. Li Chongxiao turned to his mother, feeling a twinge of anxiety, but he remained resolute in his choice. Princess Yun had long been observant of the subtle exchanges between mother and son, and she chose not to interrupt. Instead, she gazed intently at Li Chongxiao with a serious expression. Shower, you do not wish to marry, and I will not pressure you. However, Anur, being a girl, will eventually marry, and there will be no one to care for you in your old age. After all, adoptions were typically made in cases of childlessness, and the chosen ones were usually boys. Upon hearing his mother's words, which contained a hint of concession, Li Chongxiao's confidence grew considerably. Mother, I assure you that this decision has been thoroughly contemplated. In this lifetime, I may not have a wife, but I wish to keep Anur by my side, a small ray of warmth to accompany me through the years. His voice bore a chill, imbued with an innate coolness. Despite Li Chongxiao being right before her eyes, Princess Yun could distinctly feel her youngest son drifting further away. A flicker of sorrow flashed in her gaze, though it quickly vanished. It was Prince Yun who finally broke the silence. I find this proposal acceptable. Luan has been raised alongside Shower and must have grown accustomed to it. If she is to live here in the future, it is best to establish such a relationship early on. He then smiled, turning to the little girl sitting dazedly on the long bench. Anur, tell great-grandfather, do you wish to become the daughter of your Uncle Wang? Upon hearing her name called, Li Luan turned around with excitement. However, she did not comprehend the meaning of the question. Great-grandfather, if I were to become Uncle Wang's daughter, would that mean I cannot stay with Uncle Wang anymore? Li Luan's voice was bright yet tinged with a hint of a whimper. She turned to Li Chongxiao. Uncle Wang, did Anur do something wrong? You cannot abandon Anur Wa. Li Chongxiao hurriedly rushed over to lift her in his arms. Do not worry, Anur, Uncle Wang is here. I apologize. It was my oversight. He felt a pang of guilt. Seeing the precious little girl in tears weighed heavily on his conscience. He gently wiped away the tears at the corner of Li Luan's eyes and patiently explained. Being a daughter means being a treasure, Anur. You will become Uncle Wang's treasure, and I will be able to protect you even better. Upon hearing this, Li Luan's tears ceased instantly. Her round eyes widened in surprise as she looked toward Prince Yun. Then Anur wants to be Uncle Wang's daughter. Prince Yun laughed heartily. Very well, then this matter is settled. Yun Wangfei and Li Chongning exchanged no words, yet it was evident to any discerning observer that the bond between this uncle and nephew surpassed that of an ordinary father and daughter. Given this, no one would dare to assume the role of the villain. That night, Li Chongning made a visit to the prison within the Wangfu, where Su Shi had been confined for the past 2 days. The minor officials had not mistreated her, as she was provided with her meals punctually. However, to claim that her treatment was in any way favorable would be an exaggeration. Accustomed to a life of luxury, Su Shi initially had the strength to curse and create a scene upon her arrival. Yet, after a day of hunger, she finally resigned to her fate. Her hair was in disarray, resembling that of a straw mat, and her once regal countenance was now obscured by the shadows of despair, making her resemble a beggar more than a noblewoman. Under the guidance of the servants, Li Chongning arrived at the cell where Su Shi was held. When he entered, she had her back turned and did not notice his presence. Li Chongning gazed at her back, momentarily lost in thought. This was his legally wedded wife in their youth, when they were wrapped in crimson garments. Li Chongning felt an extraordinary joy in his heart. Su Yao's beauty and vivacity had once captivated him. She desired grandeur, and thus he bestowed upon her the title of the heiress consort. She sought peace of mind, and so he ensured she bore a legitimate son. She longed for the Wangfu, and his younger brother willingly withdrew to allow her to live separately at a tender age. Each concession he made only led to greater dissatisfaction rather than gratitude. Perhaps his affection for his first wife had been gradually worn away by her insatiable greed. Li Chongning offered a bitter smile and shook his head. From beyond the iron bars, he called out to her, Su Shi. Upon hearing someone call her name, Su Yao turned around. The moment she beheld Li Chongning's face, her eyes sparkled with hope. I can leave. With this thought igniting her spirit, Su Yao rushed towards the iron bars. My lord, save me. They have wronged me. You must rescue me. Witnessing her desperate plea, the last flicker of warmth in Li Chongning's eyes extinguished. In a few days, someone will escort you back to the Su family. The Wangfu will no longer keep you. Xinbang will be raised by your mother, and Luowen will be adopted by Changshao. You need not worry. Having said this, he turned his back and left without a glance back. Once outside the prison, Li Chongning dismissed his servants and remained alone, collapsing to the ground in tears. Sobbing with a profound sense of helplessness and anguish, he swore to the heavens that if Su Shi had truly harbored even a sliver of affection, he would bear the blame for the crime of stealing the seal alone, even at the cost of losing his title as heir. Yet, the harshness of reality proved far more brutal than he had anticipated, crushing both Su Shi and Li Chongning beneath its weight. Chapter 36. Li Changshao pays a visit the following day. When the Yun Wang made his way to the Zongrenfu, he simultaneously arranged for the adoption matter to be settled. As Li Luowen was a member of the clan, her adoption fell under the jurisdiction of the family. The Zongren held a quasi-leadership role within the Li royal family, and the Yun Wang's actions could be seen as a misuse of public authority for private gain. The elder clan members, aware that this was a family affair, chose not to intervene. Were it anyone else, the scrutiny alone would have taken considerable time. Once the documentation was finalized, Li Luowen was officially recorded under Li Changzhao's name in the family genealogy, transforming the uncle-nephew relationship into one akin to father and daughter. That same noon, a carriage departed from the back gate of the Wangfu, carrying a freshly groomed Su Shi, who was being sent back to her family. Her eyes were devoid of spirit, and she clutched a letter tightly in her hands, the reverse side of which bore the character for divorce. Li Chongning chose not to make a fuss about the matter, considering it his final act of tenderness towards Su Shi. Meanwhile, the newly minted father and daughter returned to the Shijun Wangfu. Throughout the journey, Li Changshao incessantly instilled in Li Luowen the notion that she must no longer address him as Wang Shu, but rather as a Fu or Father Wang, so obedient. Although their relationship had changed, their daily lives remained largely unaffected. After all, prior to this, Li Changshao had treated Li Luowen with the same affection he would show a biological daughter. The only difference now was that it had become overt. Upon their return, a matron arrived to escort Li Luowen for her lessons in etiquette. As Li Changshao observed their departing figures, an inexplicable tugging sensation gripped his heart. Perhaps becoming a father had aged his spirit as well. He shook his head, reflecting that if aging were truly this easy, it might be a blessing for him. The grand main hall of the Wangfu was now left with only Li Changxiao. He sat at the desk, analyzing matters of state. Such political affairs had always been a source of great distress for him. However, to unravel the predicament of the Yun Wangfu, he needed to delve into these complexities. The current political landscape, influenced by the aging Tianming emperor, had made the struggle for succession a dominant issue. His elder uncle's ill health had become the most significant variable in this equation, disrupting the balance between the Qi Wang and the Crown Prince factions. As the scales tipped, it was only logical for external forces to be drawn in. Following this line of thought, the involvement of the Yun Wang became considerably more reasonable. Furthermore, when assessing the greatest beneficiaries, the shadowy figures behind the scenes began to emerge, predominantly pointing towards the Crown Prince's faction. After all, for the Qi Wang, the principle of adapting to change was paramount. The entry of the Yun Wang not only captured the Qi Wang's attention but also alleviated some pressure from the Crown Prince. How astute! His ailing uncle would likely be incapable of managing such affairs. Thus, his elder cousin emerged as the prime suspect. After all, in such a monumental affair, only the heirs and the Crown Prince had the authority to approve matters of this magnitude. As for the other information, Li Changxiao found it unnecessary to analyze further. He merely needed to know whom to confront. He entered the inner chamber and retrieved the Jinghong sword that hung from the rack. The scabbard had been remade by the imperial blacksmith several years prior, and the sword's brilliance was now sheathed within its casing, lending it an otherworldly aura. "Today, I shall burden you," Li Changxiao said softly, before slinging the sword over his back and stepping outside the estate. Deshun and the others did not follow, as their master had previously stated that should he don the Jinghong sword, it signified matters of the Jianghu. Outside, Li Changxiao donned a conical hat, obscuring his features from view. He traversed through 12 alleys, ultimately stopping before an imposing structure. The building, entirely wooden, stood on a vast expanse of land laid with blue bricks. In a city where every inch was invaluable, this was a testament to one's status and power. Upon raising his gaze, he read the plaque that bore the words Shengwei Biaoju. For those without any influence, it would be nearly impossible to uncover the true owner behind this prestigious establishment. Even the gossipmongers of the streets could only refer to him as that esteemed gentleman, remaining blissfully ignorant of the facts. Li Changxiao, however, was well aware that this was a front established by the Crown Prince to handle unsavory dealings. It housed individuals from the Jianghu recruited by the Crown Prince's faction, responsible for executing clandestine tasks and assassinations against opposition figures. Li Changwei had once remarked in private, "The Shengwei Biaoju is to the Crown Prince's residence what an arm is to the body." Li Changxiao's purpose for visiting today was to sever this limb. Rather than remain passive and await judgment, Li Changxiao preferred to take the initiative. After all, dignity must be earned through one's own efforts, not granted by others. The authority of the Wangfu was at stake. Today, if someone plotted against the Yun Wangfu without repercussions, the world would perceive the Wangfu as vulnerable, leading to unrest. Li Changxiao stepped onto the blue bricks and retrieved an arrow from his pocket, which bore a pre-written declaration of war. A surge of internal energy rose from his palm and enveloped the arrow. Releasing his grip, the arrow soared forth, aimed directly at the plaque inscribed with Shengwei Biaoju. With a resounding crash, the arrow pierced the door of the Shengwei Biaoju, creating a significant breach. The fragility of the wooden structure was laid bare before the force of his inner strength. Such a commotion quickly summoned several skilled fighters from within. Their keen hearing allowed them to discern the sound of something heavy falling from afar. Upon closer inspection, they recognized it as the Crown Prince's golden plaque. Igniting their fury one by one, they leapt from the various floors, each displaying their respective martial arts skills with remarkable finesse. The heights they descended from were no less than 7 or 8 meters. Yet they landed silently, showcasing their exceptional training. The light dust that stirred revealed various footprints, and the hardened expressions of those with bushy beards turned toward Li Changxiao, filled with menace. Judging by their physiques, it was clear they were merely in their teens, yet they exuded an air of formidable strength. The leader, clad in a coarse garment with a black headscarf tied around his brow, bore a small copper plaque at his waist. His energy radiated, reminiscent of a tiger or leopard, and he brandished a multi-edged knife as he advanced. "Impudent youth! How dare you vandalize imperial gifts? Surrender your weapons immediately and accompany us to the noble residence to answer for your crimes. The emperor is still present. You dare speak ill of the imperial gifts? Should your master learn of this, he shall not be able to protect you." Li Changshao chuckled lightly, folding his arms as he strolled forward with the Jinghong sword in tow. "It seems you are but a troublesome guest. In that case, you shall not be spared." The leader sneered menacingly, extending his hand behind him to beckon. The heavy and dense sound of footsteps echoed from within the premises of the Shengwei Escort Bureau. Growing ever closer, soon, from behind the shattered door, a group of thugs clad in brown tunics surged forth, standing in a neat row behind their leader. Simultaneously, a throng of spectators gathered around Li Changshao. Drawn by the legendary reputation of the Escort Bureau, with someone daring enough to confront them alone, what could be more entertaining? As the standoff unfolded, nearly 100 more onlookers joined the crowd. The spacious entrance of the Shengwei Escort Bureau transformed into a natural theater. Li Changshao felt detached. After all, the spectacle was not for his amusement, but rather for the group from the Escort Bureau. The leader, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation, recognized that, in broad daylight, the Bureau's sign had been knocked down. Should word of this incident spread, he would likely face severe repercussions, perhaps even a threat to his life. With this thought, his hatred for Li Changshao intensified. Gripping his broadsword, he bellowed, "Kill him!" and charged to the front. Harnessing his inner strength, he split it into two halves, one half concentrated in his weapon, the other fueling his swift advance. In the span of mere breaths, he reached Li Changshao, his broadsword glimmering ominously as it sliced through the air, aimed directly at Li Changshao's face. Having practiced martial arts since childhood and honing his pure inner strength for 2 decades, his anger lent the blow a force exceeding 300 pounds. The spectators instinctively covered their eyes, unwilling to witness the gruesome sight of a living man cleaved in two. Yet, Li Changshao displayed little interest. The leader's speed was too slow and riddled with flaws. In the brief moment it took for him to close the distance, Li Changshao identified over 20 potential counters. Ultimately, he chose not to exploit them. In a flash, a cold glimmer erupted, followed swiftly by the sound of steel-piercing flesh. Boom! A tremendous explosion resonated through the air, startling the crowd into opening their eyes. The scene before them plunged them into silence. The man in the conical hat, expected to be sliced in half, stood unharmed, gently wiping his longsword. At his feet lay a large severed head, devoid of blood, the result of a precise strike to the throat. Nearby, a headless corpse sp. As soon as the words were spoken, the room fell into an utter silence, broken only by the occasional sound of labored breathing, accompanied by painful groans. In the end, the man on the floor closed his eyes. He had survived the battles against the enemy nation, yet perished at the hands of his own kin. The tears of Shangbo had long since dried, and his gaze fell outside the window, a layer of frost settling in his eyes. Let him rest in peace. The following day, Sun Ju arrived at the Shang residence with the crown prince. Sun Ju made his intentions clear. They had come to express their apologies. Li Changwei, the crown prince, approached the plaque of the royal guards and offered incense. Thus did he convey his contrition, if one were to overlook the insincerity lurking beneath. Li Changwei appeared genuinely sincere. After completing this act, he stepped before Shangbo and bowed, saying, "Please, sir, do not take offense. This matter has arisen due to Changwei's lack of consideration, leading to such calamity. I hope for your forgiveness." This time, his tone bore a touch of sincerity, albeit tinged with urgency. At this moment, Sun Ju interjected, "Your Highness, such an incident must not be repeated in the future." "Indeed, as Master Sun has stated," Shangbo replied. Attempting to control his expression and muster a smile, he was baffled by how he managed to smile at all. Even Sun Ju, who had been in the court for over 30 years, failed to discern the underlying tension. As Shangbo regained his composure, the conversation naturally shifted to matters of importance. "Brother Shang, what are your thoughts on the massacre committed by the Duke of Shi against the Shengwei Escort Agency? The Duke of Shi is audacious beyond measure. I shall ensure he pays the price." The eyes of both men then turned to Shangbo. "Everything is contingent upon your Highness's decision." Upon hearing Shangbo's stance, Li Changwei's expression brightened with satisfaction. Not long after, the two took their leave. Shangbo watched their retreating figures, the smile on his face finally fading. He cast a glance towards the palace, both at the emperor and the crown prince. Feeling that his own vitality was not what it once was in his youth, he had been a valiant general, Yet now he found himself as the crown prince's advisor, leading a life of tedium. Perhaps the life of a martial general truly did not belong in this realm of comfort. The next day, in the imperial court, the emperor, as usual, sat at the highest seat. Upon hearing from the court physician that Crown Prince Li Qingyin's condition had improved somewhat, the emperor's mood lifted. When it was time for the ministers to present their petitions, Li Changwei, standing in for his father, stepped forward. He knelt on both knees, exclaiming, "Long live the emperor!" He then presented an indictment against the Duke of Shi. Charge 1. Disrespect towards the Crown Prince. Charge 2. Unjustly slaying the innocent. Charge 3. Public misconduct. The ministers in attendance were well aware of the situation but refrained from intervening. Neither the Qi Wang faction nor the Crown Prince faction had a single minister step forward to support him. For the Qi Wang faction, Li Changxiao had done them a great service, and they would not wish to undermine him. When Qi Wang himself heard the news, he applauded Li Changxiao, which inadvertently distanced him from the Yunwang. As for the Crown Prince faction, the matter was even simpler. After all, the Shengwei escort agency was ultimately in service to the Crown Prince's household, not the Crown Prince faction. The agency's downfall did not adversely affect the interests of the ministers. In fact, it illustrated Li Changxiao's astuteness. The rivalry between Li Changxiao and Li Changwei was something that ordinary families dared not involve themselves in. If anyone were to intervene, they would need to seek permission from the Duke of Shi's sword. The emperor, intrigued, took the indictment from Li Changwei. Perusing its contents, he disregarded the formalities and focused on the sequence of events. With his keen insight, he swiftly unraveled the entire situation. Though he maintained an impassive demeanor, he silently marveled. He had not anticipated that the predicament of the Yunwang's household would be resolved in such a manner. Indeed, he was not mistaken in calling him my Punger. Chapter 39. I know you are anxious, but please do not rush. Li Changxiao's actions were privately endorsed by the emperor. Although the laws of Deqin were stringent, royal scions were expected to hold themselves to an even higher standard, serving as a model for others. However, this did not imply that royal youth should lose their vigor. The Confucian scholar Gong Yang once stated, "Even after 9 generations, can one not seek revenge?" The Crown Prince's household had dragged the Yunwang down, and Li Changxiao had severed one of its arms. Was this fair? Was it cruel? If one were to strip away the veneer of hypocrisy, the outcome was quite clear. Gratitude must be repaid with gratitude, and grievances with grievances. This is the nature of humanity. Li Changxiao merely brought the matter to light. After perusing the indictment, the emperor had reached a preliminary decision. His gaze shifted to Li Changwei. "How do you believe this matter should be handled?" His tone was unremarkable, devoid of joy or anger. Li Changwei's eyes lit up, believing the emperor was testing him. According to the laws of Deqin, a murderer must pay with his life. Under the clan laws, titles may be stripped. As the Duke of Shi is a member of the royal family, he may be spared the death penalty. I implore the emperor to revoke his title and reduce him to a commoner. With that, Li Changwei bowed deeply. The emperor did not even glance at him, instead turning his attention to the other ministers. "What do you all believe should be done?" The crown prince, kneeling on the ground, was completely disregarded. The veteran ministers began to grasp the emperor's intent. Chancellor Situ Shang was the first to speak. "Your Majesty is wise. It would be best to summon the Duke of Shi to the court to speak for himself, allowing for a more enlightened verdict." "Very well, let it be as Situ has suggested," the emperor replied. Subsequently, the Grand Eunuch Fu Shun dispatched his adopted son to summon the duke. Several ministers, who were a beat behind Situ Shang, secretly cursed him as a cunning old fox. Amidst their grievances, there was also a sense of admiration. They could not fathom how Situ Shang possessed such a keen intellect. It was no wonder he had ascended to the position of chancellor. This ability to read the emperor's mind was sufficient to secure him a lifetime of wealth and status. As for the matter of summoning the Duke of Shi, it had already become irrelevant. The outcome of the Shengwei escort agency incident had been sealed the moment the emperor spoke. The only one oblivious to this fact was Li Changwei. Still prostrating on the ground, Fu Shun's adopted son, the little eunuch, arrived at the Duke of Shi's residence. The palace carriage awaited outside, and he entered the estate with a golden token in hand. Before Li Changxiao, he conveyed the imperial decree. After delivering the message, the little eunuch did not rush him, for this duke was known to wield a sword. Understanding this, Li Changxiao did not press the eunuch, merely instructing Qingli to take good care of Li Luan before boarding the palace carriage. Thanks to the golden token, their passage was smooth. Today, he donned a robe adorned with fire cloud patterns and a jade belt depicting a crane riding the clouds, his hair bound with a yellow crown. Upon entering the grand hall, the little eunuch announced, "The Duke of Shi has arrived." The ministers present turned their heads in unison as Li Changxiao entered, his expression tranquil, hands gracefully tucked within his sleeves. His gait exuded elegance, akin to a gentle spring breeze, enveloping those around him in warmth. Regal and resplendent, his visage resembled that of a jade figure emerging from a painting. The ministers exchanged glances, collectively thinking, this is how a royal youth should appear. The emperor, observing Li Changxiao's demeanor, felt a flicker of appreciation in his eyes. He too had been young once and recognized the brilliance of youth. When Li Changxiao reached Li Changwei's side, the latter remained kneeling. Without even a glance, Li Changxiao knelt as well, performing the customary greeting. "I, Li Changxiao, pay my respects to your majesty. Rise, and let the crown prince rise as well." The words spoken by the emperor felt like a reprieve to Li Changwei. Having knelt for so long, his legs felt weak, but such discomfort was inconsequential. As he lifted his head, he met the gaze of Li Changxiao, who wore a mischievous smile. The embarrassment he suffered in the grand hall today would surely be repaid in kind. The emperor observed the malicious intent in Li Changwei's eyes and the unflappable demeanor of Li Changxiao. A slight frown forming on his brow, he then sighed softly. The other ministers failed to notice, but Fu Shun, standing closest, "Did, you both are here. Please speak your minds." After uttering this, the emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he were resting. On the way, the little eunuch had already explained the circumstances. Thus, Li Changxiao had prepared his remarks in advance. "Your Majesty, the Duke of Shi has harmed others in public, showing contempt for the laws of Deqin, thereby diminishing the dignity of the royal family. I beseech you to revoke his title as a warning to others." Li Changwei, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Do not slander him. The Shengwei escort agency has always acted in goodwill towards the people, upholding the law. Do not confuse the truth." Li Changxiao chose to ignore him, instead retrieving a document from within his robe. He cast a glance towards Fu Shun, who understood the unspoken message and approached Li Changxiao to take the document, presenting it to the Emperor of Destiny. The document detailed the crimes of the Shengwei escort agency, embezzlement of public funds, exploitation of the populace, and the disregard for human life, along with the arrest warrant issued by the Court of Judicial Review. Upon perusing its contents, the emperor's expression grew increasingly irate. At that moment, Li Changwei sensed that the situation was turning dire. With a sudden motion, the emperor cast the document to the ground, where it landed squarely before Li Changwei. Revealing the incriminating evidence of the Shengwei escort agency's transgressions, initially unfazed, Li Changwei's countenance shifted dramatically as he comprehended the implications of the document. Shortly thereafter, the emperor's voice rang out, "The crown prince governs with negligence and harbors criminals. Bring the crown prince away." In an instant, 4 soldiers clad in black armor entered the hall and approached Li Changwei, seizing him and escorting him out. Li Changwei's complexion transformed from crimson to azure and finally to pallor. Shang Bo and Sun Ju refrained from intervening, as it was evident to all that the emperor was incensed. The crown prince's actions, which had siphoned the lifeblood of the common people, could indeed tarnish the emperor's reputation. Touching upon a sensitive nerve for the ruler, the emperor aspired to be a revered sovereign, beloved by the masses, and the affair involving the Shengwei escort agency threatened to mar his legacy. Li Changxiao, recognizing the gravity of the situation, knelt once more, acknowledging his misdeeds and imploring the emperor for punishment, to uphold the dignity of the royal family. The emperor regarded his submissive grandson, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Acknowledging both virtues and faults, he decided against a severe punishment for the act of killing, instead decreeing that Li Changxiao should reside in the ancestral hall for a few days. Li Changxiao bowed in gratitude, and a glimmer of understanding passed among the ministers present. The emperor's leniency was evident, as the favored prince was indeed held in high regard. Chapter 40. 3 days in the ancestral hall. It is worth noting that the Cloud King held the position of the chief of the ancestral hall, wielding considerable influence over its affairs. Thus, the emperor's decision to confine Li Changxiao there was unmistakably clear. Though it appeared as punishment, it was, in truth, a protective measure. After all, Li Changxiao's violent actions in public were indisputable. And despite any justification, The loss of lives under his command could not be overlooked. Should a resolution not be reached today, it could be exploited by those with ulterior motives, placing Li Changxiao in jeopardy. Therefore, the emperor utilized his imperial authority to bring the matter to a definitive conclusion, ensuring that any future descent from successors would not challenge the will of the former emperor. All ministers recognized this underlying rationale. The emperor's profound affection for his grandson was indeed astonishing. Coupled with the precedent set by the crown prince's actions, the ministers now regarded Li Changxiao with a mixture of warmth and concern. After the court session, individuals from the ancestral hall awaited outside the grand hall. Approaching Li Changxiao and preparing to escort him to the ancestral hall, Li Changxiao complied willingly, boarding the carriage accompanied by several guards. He felt little apprehension, having anticipated this scenario and already entrusted the care of Li Luowen to Qingli. His little girl, though prone to displaying affection in his presence, remained resilient in front of outsiders. Within the ancestral hall, he was certain his father had paved the way for a manageable stay. A quarter of an hour later, the carriage arrived at the ancestral hall, guided by an attendant. Li Changxiao changed out of his ceremonial robe into simple attire and was then led to an unadorned room. For the next 3 days, this would be his residence. The ancestral hall staff treated him with respect, refraining from imposing shackles, a courtesy likely influenced by both the emperor and the Cloud King, as well as Li Changxiao's cooperative demeanor. Even the guards escorting him developed a modicum of fondness for him. Acknowledging that such compliance from a member of the royal family was a rarity, in contrast to other royal family members who had previously arrived at the ancestral hall, often boasting insignificant titles while behaving arrogantly and causing considerable trouble. Li Changxiao's performance, initially mediocre, was now elevated to exemplary status. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently become an outstanding model of propriety. The modest room measured approximately 2 zhang square, featuring a single window. Though the thatch was plentiful, it was still more comfortable than a prison cell, as there was at least a bed for sleeping. After finishing his meager lunch, Li Changxiao sat cross-legged on the bed. The ancestral hall had not treated him harshly, providing him with some coarse grains to eat. Although they were less palatable than rice or wheat, they were still acceptable, and experts often extolled the health benefits of consuming whole grains. Unsure of the truth of such claims, Li Changxiao chose to embrace them. With his eyes gently closed, the food he had just consumed quickly transformed within him into a warm current. This warmth represented his internal energy. In truth, with his current strength, he had no need for further cultivation. 90 years of internal energy made him an unparalleled force in the contemporary world. As one who was essentially immortal, Li Changxiao had no desire to pursue the elusive path of transcendence. Cultivating the pure young divine art was merely a way to pass the time. This practice was bestowed upon him by his master, who was no longer present. Thus, the timing and method of his cultivation were entirely at Li Changxiao's discretion. After much contemplation, Li Changxiao discerned a profound truth. All things would eventually depart from him, except for himself. He was free from worries of hair loss or the ravages of aging. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, his visage would remain as it was now, eternally preserved. The internal energy he cultivated was likewise everlasting. Since its inception, it had never left him. Li Changxiao had experimented with this notion, discovering that no matter how he expended his internal energy, it would return to its original state in the next moment. The concept of 90 years of internal energy was merely a broad characterization. In reality, it was boundless. This was a fortuitous circumstance. His internal energy would accompany him alongside his physical form. While Li Changxiao was lost in thought, he suddenly heard the sound of the door creaking open. He opened his eyes to find the Cloud King entering, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, indicating he had rushed over immediately after his duties. The reason for his haste was self-evident. The warmth enveloped Li Changxiao's heart as he broke into a smile upon seeing the Cloud King. Initially fatigued, the Cloud King found his weariness dissipating at the sight of that smile. He gestured for Li Changxiao to come closer while taking a seat on the bed. His eyes began to survey the sparse room, and he furrowed his brow slightly, exclaiming, "This place is truly small." Li Changxiao wholeheartedly agreed. "Father, as the esteemed chief of the ancestral hall, is it appropriate for you to express disdain for your own abode?" "As your father, I see no issue in speaking the truth," the Cloud King retorted. Li Changxiao had no further argument. The Cloud King's contentment was what mattered most. The Cloud King then turned his attention back to him, stating, This matter was already in my plans. You need not have taken such risks. Li Changxiao understood that his father referred to the resolution of the crisis. He shook his head. I am aware that father has devised a strategy. Yet the winds of the court can shift abruptly, and I feared changes might arise. A single sword and I are sufficient for this task. How could a father bear to let you shoulder such dangers alone? You gave me life, and mother nurtured me. I cannot bear to let either of you be troubled by others. Upon hearing these words, the Cloud King was momentarily taken aback, after a long pause. He offered a wry smile that it seems I have erred as a father. I can indeed sense your filial piety, my son. Noticing the Cloud King's mood had dipped slightly, Li Changxiao quickly added, I have no other concerns. Save for the well-being of our little girl. Should father find a moment, please look after Iner for me. She must be missing her grandparent. Yuan Wang nodded slightly, having regained a semblance of spirit. Li Changxiao, with a touch of helplessness, reflected that the knot in his heart still required the balm of understanding. However, it might not be a hindrance. Once he stepped outside, that emotional turmoil would likely dissipate. Ultimately, it was due to Yuan Wang's profound attachment to sentiment that the family found themselves in a predicament they ought not to be in. If it were an ordinary prince, sacrificing a child to ensure the peace of the household would have been a dream come true. Contemplating this, Li Changxiao also thought of the Emperor of Destiny. His protective feelings were, to a large extent, a manifestation of emotion as well. Although this sentiment had been tainted by the mingling of too many interests, Li Changxiao still felt grateful. After all, in this world, there is no love or hatred without cause, especially considering that the emperor's grandchildren were nearing 100 years of age. Li Changxiao was merely one among them. To have even a fragment of that grandparent-grandchild bond was sufficient to satisfy him. Subsequently, Li Changxiao, citing the need to relieve himself, finally persuaded Yuan Wang to take his leave. This cramped room was already narrow, and if Yuan Wang lingered any longer, he might truly succumb to heartache. Li Changxiao's gaze drifted to the window, where sunlight streamed in through the cracks, warming his palm. He closed his hand, only to find the sunlight spilling out from between his fingers. A gentle smile graced Li Changxiao's lips. Indeed, some things can only be felt, never grasped. Chapter 41. Homecoming. Once Yuan Wang departed, he did not return. Li Changxiao felt a sense of relief, realizing that his father had indeed taken his words to heart. Ultimately, his confinement at the Zhongrenfu was brief, lasting merely 3 days. As he closed his eyes, it was as if a new day had already dawned. Given his cooperation, the guards were willing to indulge his small requests, such as bringing him a pot of hot tea or sharing news from the outside world. Those with discernment recognized that Li Changxiao was merely seeking refuge here, fundamentally different from the truly imprisoned members of the royal family. During this time, the tale of Li Changxiao's valiant act against the Mingyue escort had spread widely. The common folk revered nothing more than heroes and bandits. Li Changxiao's righteous fury, challenging 80 martial artists, was a true embodiment of chivalry. As for his identity, it became inconsequential, for the people preferred to believe in what they chose to acknowledge. The narratives of loyal and righteous individuals resonated deeply with the populace, also reflecting positively on the Emperor of Destiny for his lenient treatment of Li Changxiao. This was indeed a timely boon, akin to a pillow for a weary head. The emperor had been troubled about how to suppress the disgrace of the Shengwei escort, and his ministers had preemptively provided him with a way out. The emperor's countenance brightened with delight. Upon hearing these tidings, Li Changxiao felt little stir within his heart. It was not just he who benefited. Even the matter concerning Li Changwei was gently laid to rest. The punishment deemed him guilty of negligence rather than a serious crime, merely demoting his princely title to that of a duke. Clearly, the emperor was quite forgiving towards this grandson. In contrast, an ordinary official, entangled in corruption, would face severe repercussions, even extermination of their entire clan. Though Li Changxiao lamented not being able to topple Li Changwei, he did not oppose the system of the Qin dynasty. After all, he was no sage, but rather a beneficiary of it. People often learn to love only after they have mastered the art of selfishness, and Li Changxiao was no exception. As for the ensuing conflict between Prince Qi and the Crown Prince's faction, he resolved to withdraw completely, especially given the Crown Prince's grave illness. Those embroiled in this matter would surely suffer. Now that the Yun Wangfu had extricated itself from turmoil, it was time to live peacefully. 3 days later, Deschun arrived early, waiting outside the Zhongrenfu with a horse-drawn carriage. Li Changxiao changed into a simple outfit and, under the guidance of the guards, exited the estate. Seeing his master, Deshun's eyes brightened as he hurried to greet him. Li Changxiao said nothing, stepping onto the carriage with ease. Deshun, ever adept at deciphering his master's thoughts after 3 years of service, took his place as the driver, urging the carriage to move. The scenery outside began to change, and as the carriage windows opened, fresh air flowed in, offering a sense of revelation. Throughout the journey, Li Changxiao remained silent. While Deshun filled the air with chatter, he reassured Li Changxiao about the young county mistress, noting that she was well cared for and had not cried, continuing her lessons as usual. Moreover, the old prince had visited the estate for a couple of days, bringing the county mistress some trinkets from the market, which delighted her immensely. Deshun's voice never ceased from the moment they boarded the carriage, while Li Changxiao remained quiet, though Deshun knew his master was absorbing every word. Finally, the carriage arrived at the estate. As Li Changxiao stepped through the grand entrance, he was greeted by the sight of a figure rushing towards him. "Slow down, you little imp," he chuckled, skillfully catching the exuberant Li Luan in his arms. The little girl had gained a bit of weight, indicating she was well fed, and he examined her cherubic face, pleased with her healthy appearance. After all, it would be a travesty for his cherished daughter to grow thin. "Anur is here to welcome father. Father is very happy. Sister Qingli is here too." Li Luan pointed behind her. Following her gaze, Li Changxiao noticed Qingli, clad in blue, standing there. Qingli sensed Li Changxiao's gaze upon her, her starry eyes sparkling momentarily, as if she wished to speak but swallowed her words. Seeing this, a warm smile blossomed on Li Changxiao's face, conveying that he was untroubled. Qingli pouted, indicating her understanding, then bowed and took her leave. Carrying Li Luan a little further, the father and daughter soon found themselves perspiring. "Anur will go play now. Father will take a bath. Otherwise, I feel rather uncomfortable with all this sweat." The little girl hesitated, her bright eyes pondering. Then, "Father should hurry up." "All right." Li Changxiao laughed heartily and headed towards his courtyard. The servants had prepared everything in advance. He changed out of his clothes, leaping into the water with a splash. A wave of warmth enveloped him, radiating from the depths of the pool. Li Changxiao took a cloth and placed it on his forehead, leaning back against the edge of the pool with his arms outstretched. Even before his journey through time, he had cultivated a fondness for bathing. The gentle steam rose, washing away the accumulated dampness of daily life. Such bliss was a luxury even the gods would envy. He gently closed his eyes, wishing to savor the beauty of this moment. Suddenly, he heard a soft sound behind him, so subtle that one might easily overlook it. However, with his keen hearing, Li Changxiao could not let this slight disturbance escape him. The footsteps were light, either a skilled martial artist or a woman. Given the recent events, a martial artist would not dare approach the Shijun Wangfu, leaving but one possibility. After a brief moment of contemplation, he deduced the identity of his visitor. "Is it Qingli?" As soon as he uttered these words, the person behind him appeared to hesitate, their breath becoming noticeably heavier. Moments later, Li Changxiao felt a rush of air pass by, followed by a pair of delicate arms draping over his shoulders. The smooth, lustrous skin exuded a faint fragrance, akin to cold jade resting upon a fiery bed, igniting a warmth within Li Changxiao's heart. The pure yang divine skill instinctively activated, swiftly quelling the rising tumult. With a hint of exasperation, Li Changxiao spoke. "There is no need for such actions. Knowing there are better days ahead, it would be a regret to linger here. The prince knows my heart. Why must you torment me?" A gentle feminine voice whispered in his ear, accompanied by a hint of warmth and a delicate scent. It was indeed Qingli. Chapter 42. Qingli's origins. At this moment, Qingli was wrapped in a thin veil, her figure modestly concealed. She was 1 year younger than Li Changxiao, having just turned 19. In an ordinary household, she would already be a mother of 2. The royal household had treated her generously over the years, and with her close proximity to the prince, Qingli had blossomed into an exquisite beauty. Young masters from respectable families had developed affections for this beautiful maidservant by Li Changxiao's side. But alas, all such advances had been firmly rejected, not by Li Changxiao's unwillingness, but rather by Qingli's own choice. She sought no title. Simply remaining by the prince's side was enough to bring solace to her life, and she implored the prince to cherish her. Upon finishing his words, Li Changxiao sensed a gentle warmth emanating from behind. as if the fiery passion that had been suppressed was now rekindled. He extended his hand backward, ultimately resting it softly upon Qingli's face. A glimmer of joy illuminated Qingli's countenance, with tears welling in her almond-shaped eyes. In the next moment, her head rested upon Li Changxiao's shoulder. With a splash, Li Changxiao leapt from the water. He draped the garment he had prepared for himself over Qingli, who had succumbed to unconsciousness. He pressed on her sleep acupoint, knowing she could slumber for several more hours. As this night promised to be a restful one, however, for Li Changxiao, sleep would remain elusive. He stepped outside to have another set of clothes brought to him, before carrying the fully dressed Qingli back to her chamber. Gazing at Qingli's serene sleeping face, Li Changxiao's dark, lustrous eyelashes fluttered momentarily. His lips feeling parched, he gently closed his eyes and returned to his small courtyard. With a graceful leap, he ascended to the roof beams. As the night deepened, a half-moon hung high in the sky, casting a cool light below. Beneath the moonlight, clad in white with flowing black hair, both his attire and locks danced lightly in the breeze. Unbound and free, carrying a unique touch of coolness typical of midsummer, Li Changxiao inhaled deeply, feeling his body become light once more. In this moment, his white attire shimmered, making him appear as a celestial being descended to earth, his eyes sparkling with a glass-like brilliance. Only in this sage-like state could he truly feel himself awaken. The worldly desires seemed to have completely detached from him, drifting away to their rightful places. Half an hour later, Li Changxiao descended from the rooftop and returned to the inner room. A solitary candle flickered, accompanied by a pot of buttery tea and a flask of fine wine. Just then, a commotion echoed from outside, a shadow fell upon the paper-thin window, and a voice soon followed. Subordinate Xie Yao, requesting an audience with the prince, Li Changxiao softly replied, "Come in." Immediately, a man clad in armor entered. A crimson belt fastened at his waist. Xie Yao, originally a 100-man commander of the blue-clad guards, had been dispatched by the Cloud King to assist Li Changxiao. Xie Yao bowed respectfully, retrieving a scroll from his bosom. Presenting it with both hands, "I have fulfilled my duty. After much investigation, I have finally uncovered the intelligence the prince sought." Li Changxiao's eyes brightened. With a swift motion, he summoned the document from Xie Yao's hands using his internal energy. It contained the results of the investigation into Qingli's origins. Over 2 years prior, Li Changxiao had sent Xie Yao on this mission. Unlike other household servants, Qingli had been rescued by the Cloud King's consort. When he first encountered her, her face was soiled, resembling a ragged child, emaciated and with hair that was both dry and yellow. She appeared on the brink of starvation when the kind-hearted consort, returning from a pilgrimage, happened upon her and brought her to the estate. After some familiarity, the matron discovered she had adopted a girl, a strikingly beautiful one, agile and intelligent. Considering Li Changxiao's similar age, she was subsequently sent to serve him as a personal attendant, which led to the subsequent tale. As time passed, Li Changxiao grew closer to Qingli, their master-servant bond deepening. On one occasion, he noticed Qingli holding a jade pendant with purple markings. Clearly not an ordinary artifact. Out of curiosity, he inquired, and she revealed it had been with her since birth, likely tied to her heritage. The matter rested there, but as Qingli matured, Li Changxiao's desire to help her find her family arose. As a way to honor their years of companionship, the issue lingered until their separation from the estate, as the Cloud King's household would not expend resources for a mere maid. Li Changxiao examined the scroll in his hand. It contained the findings regarding the imitation of the purple-marked jade pendant that Xie Yao had acquired after extensive inquiries. The revelations were astonishing. Qingli hailed from a noble lineage with significant connections. The jade pendant belonged to the Xiong family from the state of Chu, and the family had distant ties to the current king of Chu. However, due to the generational gap, they could no longer be regarded as royalty. In recent generations, the Xiong family had produced renowned generals, with the celebrated Xiong Can, the god of war of the Great Chu, being their most distinguished member. The owner of the jade pendant had been Xiong Can's deceased son, General Xiong Yin, who fell in the Battle of Danyang, leading to the decline of the Xiong family. Li Changxiao's gaze flickered. If memory served him right, the states of Qin and Chu were still at war. This posed a significant dilemma. The recent conflicts had severely strained relations between Qin and Chu, making it impossible for him, as a prince of Qin, to set foot in Chu territory. Thus, the current findings seemed futile. Li Changxiao gestured to Xie Yao, who promptly exited and closed the door behind him. Alone in the vast chamber, He stared at the scroll in his hand, the image of Qingli's radiant face resurfacing in his mind. Her frown? Her smile. He had initially intended to surprise her, only to find himself disappointed. Sighing, Li Changxiao withdrew his feet from the now cool water of the wooden tub. Typically, he would read for a while before sleep, simply out of habit. Yet today, an unexpected disinterest washed over him. He changed out of his inner garments and lay upon his bed, gently extinguishing the candle with a flick of his fingers. The room was once again enveloped in darkness. Li Changxiao closed his eyes, signaling the end of the day. Half an hour later, he opened them again, his expression remaining placid as still waters. His usually tranquil heart was now beating at a frequency he could distinctly perceive. It was not merely confusion. Upon closing his eyes, visions of enchantment flooded his mind, filled with memories of the day's sunlit moments. The sound of flowing water seemed to linger in his ears, stirring an unrest within him. At this juncture, Li Changxiao understood the nature of his turmoil. It was the stirrings of desire. The hues of passion, the longing between men and women, enveloped him. He offered a wry smile, having thought himself a paragon of virtue, only to find himself affected. The sage once said, "Desires are like illusions, fleeting as snow in the sun." Yet, despite this wisdom, the entanglements of human emotions are not easily dismissed. It appeared that sleep would evade him tonight. He called out for someone to bring a basin of cold water and, without hesitation, leapt into it. With sleep eluding him, he would instead practice his skills in the cold bath, seeking to soothe his restless spirit. Chapter 43. The general of Yulin, Li Changxiao, spent the entire night immersed in cold water, astonished to find that the pure yang divine skill seemed to harmonize remarkably well with the chill. A night of cultivation equated to 3 days of usual practice. Now in midsummer, the early sun began to rise, casting a pale light from the east, accompanied by hints of purple mist wafting through the air. Li Changxiao inhaled deeply, feeling an immediate sense of relief wash over him. Rising from the water, he shook off his robust internal energy, causing the moisture of his garments to evaporate. A nearby servant offered him a dry towel. His raven-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, with droplets lingering on his face, enhancing the brilliance of his already fair complexion. "Your Highness, you are more beautiful than any woman," the maidservant mused silently at that moment. Footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. Turning his head, he beheld a young woman clad in a moon-white floral dress, the edges adorned with delicate white lotus patterns. Her cheeks were brushed with a subtle blush, resembling a flower ready to bloom. It was the awakened Qingli. Li Changxiao, preoccupied with drying his hair, was momentarily oblivious to the stirrings outside. Qingli, upon witnessing her prince taking an early morning bath, paused for a moment in surprise. Instinctively, she rushed forward, snatching the towel from Li Changxiao's hands to assist in drying him off. Li Changxiao sensed the familiar fragrance as she seized the towel, and recognition dawned upon him. He watched as Qingli skillfully wiped him down. Her movements adept and precise, though not overly gentle. Despite her lack of adornment, she remained radiant. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, Li Changxiao's gaze toward Qingli carried a newfound complexity. Youthful infatuation mingled with the satisfaction of intimacy. He closed his eyes, not to rest, but rather to guard against revealing his thoughts. Deep within, Qingli felt a flicker of anger. Having exerted herself to such lengths, she was still rebuffed. Was she truly so undesirable that even in offering herself, there was no place for her? Ultimately, she harbored a modicum of confidence regarding her appearance. The events of yesterday, initially perceived as a myriad of faces, have since rendered mutual glances devoid of expectation. Who could have anticipated that upon encountering the Duke today, after years of companionship, a single glance would reveal a marked difference? The origin of this distinction need not be elaborated upon. A fleeting thought crossed Qingli's mind, and her hands moved with unerring precision. This year marks the 40th of the Celestial Mandate, coinciding with the 70th year of the Celestial Emperor. Throughout the annals of the great Qin's emperors, few have lived to witness such an age, no more than 3 fingers' worth. In recent memory, only his ancestor, Emperor Qiming, has reached this milestone. The same holds true for the kingdoms of the north and south. Emperor Zhao ascended but 10 years ago. Emperor Yin is but a child, with the Yin Empress wielding power. And the Emperor of Chu has seen frequent successions, with 4 rulers in the span of the Celestial Mandate alone. The only contemporary of the celestial emperor remaining is Emperor Wei, whose full name is Wei Ran, styled Wei Wuti. 3 months prior, Wei Wuti had reigned for 38 years before passing. Thus, the celestial emperor has now become the longest reigning sovereign among the states. Coupled with the achievement of vanquishing the Great Qi, he is undoubtedly convinced that the mandate of heaven lies with him. In this season of new rulers, the celestial emperor resolved to wage war against Wei. For 40 years, his imperial authority has resounded in the court, and none dare to offer counsel against him. This matter had little to do with Li Changxiao. He was merely a leisurely duke. If there were anything remarkable about him, it was his overt favoritism and the recent notoriety he gained among the populace, becoming a character of local tales. The misfortune lies in this very notoriety. It is unclear which lowly rat spread the rumor that likened him to the gatekeeper deity. Whispers abound that Duke Xi, clad in armor and wielding a sword, causes malevolent spirits to disperse and ensures everlasting peace. Under ordinary circumstances, this would merely be fodder for idle court banter. However, with the celestial emperor preparing for war, the implications take on a far graver significance. The passage of time draws ever closer to the realm of spirits. Even this mortal emperor cannot escape the customs of his kind. As he prepares to attack Wei, auspicious omens have emerged, seemingly bestowed by the royal family. It is as if the mandate of heaven has descended upon the Great Qin. Ensuring the permanence of its dominion and the endurance of its state, a decree soon reached the Duke Xi's residence, promoting him to the commander of the Yuan army, tasked with leading troops into battle a fortnight hence. Li Changxiao received the imperial edict and bid farewell to the eunuch who delivered it, momentarily stunned. He'll march with the army was not within his expectations. It was not fear of death that troubled him. Having faced death once already, he was less daunted by it. Rather, the intricacies of the situation appeared rather peculiar. In the vast expanse of the Qin kingdom, with its multitude of princes and grandsons. Why had he been singled out? It was evidently implausible that this was orchestrated without a guiding hand. Narrowing his eyes, Li Changxiao gazed outward from the duke's residence, half glancing toward the palace and half toward the Qi prince's residence in the southwest corner. The source of this upheaval could only be two royal uncles. Ultimately, the identity of the instigator became irrelevant. The imperial decree had been proclaimed, leaving no room for retreat. The pressing concern now was to contemplate the forthcoming expedition. Accompanying the edict was a document from the Ministry of War concerning the campaign against Wei. The Yuan army commanded by Li Changxiao numbered 3,000, divided into 6 battalions. Yuan, part of the Shangjuan in Qin territory, was not too distant from the Qin capital, and its soldiers were all valiant men of the Great Qin. Among the million-strong Qin army, it was one of the finest. The celestial emperor's assignment of this army to Li Changxiao may have stemmed from a desire to compensate him. On the surface, this seemed to be the case. Yet, the emperor's heart is notoriously fickle. One moment, he is a trusted confidant, and the next, merely a heap of earth. Li Changxiao understood that this was merely the nature of imperial intrigue. The Yuan army, being close to Xianyang, consisted entirely of seasoned Qin soldiers. Ordinary individuals could not command such a force, yet members of the Qin royal family could. As the legitimate grandson of the celestial emperor and the currently bestowed Duke Xi, Li Changxiao naturally held sway over the local Qin populace. Although he had no military achievements to his name, his influence alone was sufficient. Once the Grand Army was mobilized, he would merely need to issue commands, ensuring that his subordinates complied. The celestial emperor and the commander required nothing more than a tool in Duke Xi. This was one reason. The second reason lay in the valorous spirit of the Qin people, who were known for their boldness and love of chivalry. The tales of Li Changxiao wielding a sword against the enemy resonated most profoundly among the Qin populace. Granting him command of an army was not without its purpose. At this juncture, with the new monarch of Wei recently crowned and the state in turmoil, the generals of the Wei Wuti era were either dead or disgraced. The new army and its new commanders needed to be integrated. And military preparedness along the borders had waned. If an attack was to be launched, now would be the opportune moment. The aim of the Qin monarch and his ministers was the capture of Shaoyang city along the border with Wei. Shaoyang served as a pivotal point of the Wei Great Wall, which had long stood as a formidable barrier against the Great Qin. The commander of this military expedition was Shangbo, a member of the Shang family, one of the few martial clans in the Great Qin, who had served the imperial family for 5 generations and had repeatedly achieved military success. The The Celestial Emperor appointed Shang Bo as commander, recognizing his deep-rooted family legacy. This battle was to allow no defeat. Chapter 44. The Yulin training grounds. The Duke Yun's residence also received word of Li Changxiao's intent to accompany the expedition. According to Qin law, military reports had arrived, and generals were not to meet anyone prior to their departure, as the arrangements for troop deployment and selection of commanders had been finalized and recorded in the military report. Only the Minister of War and the generals could be privy to this information. Such matters were the secrets of the military and could not be divulged, even to a prince like Duke Yun. Thus, although the Duke wished to visit, he found himself unable to do so. Li Changxiao was not one to dwell on past considerations. Once the decision to depart had been made, he would not entertain further thoughts. According to military regulations, the commander was required to arrive at the training grounds 10 days in advance. Li Changxiao planned to go the following day. Remaining in the residence for a few more days would serve no purpose. Although he was not yet immortal, he cherished his life, having experienced death once. The sensation was not pleasant. Adapting to the military lifestyle sooner would afford him a greater measure of self-preservation. That night, after coaxing Li Luoan to sleep, Li Changxiao did not leave. He found a wooden chair and sat quietly by her bedside. It would likely be several months before they would see each other again. Since the little girl's birth, such a moment had not occurred. Even when she had been raised under the care of his elder sister-in-law, Li Changxiao would visit her daily, if one were to speak of separation. The longest had been 3 days at the ancestral residence. Li Changxiao did not deceive the little girl. Rather than allow her to speculate wildly, it was better to be forthright. She was a receptive child, and he preferred to speak the truth to her. While she did not fully grasp what battlefield meant, Li Luoan understood that her father was about to leave again. She wept inconsolably. It took 3 bedtime stories for Li Changxiao to lull her to sleep. The gentle sounds of her breathing filled the room, her eyes slightly swollen and red like a little rabbit, evoking a sense of tenderness. In that moment, Li Changxiao felt no regret over his dwindling stock of stories. He would exhaust his imagination to ensure her satisfaction. Rising from the wooden chair, he gazed at Li Luoan's peaceful face illuminated by candlelight and smiled. Meanwhile, outside the room, another figure sat on the steps, her delicate garments fluttering in the breeze, casting layers of melancholy. The luminous moonlight fell upon her, yet seemed to bounce away, rendering her even more ethereal than the moonlit night itself. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a sliver of light spilled out, illuminating the woman. Sensing something, she hurriedly stood, yet her silhouette trembled, as if seized by a fit. Li Changxiao approached slowly, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. At that moment, the moonlight glowed like rosy clouds. I will be departing shortly, and I entrust everything in the residence to you. I would not feel at ease leaving it to anyone else, though I am but a humble servant. Having been favored by the Duke, I shall obey your wishes, the woman replied, her voice imbued with steadfastness. This is for you. Consider it my token of affection. With that, Li Changxiao handed her a neatly folded scroll. The woman, intrigued, accepted it and opened it on the spot, revealing a piece of purple-patterned jade pendant inside. Let this be the end for today. With those words, he stepped out of the courtyard first. The woman lifted her gaze, watching his departing figure, lost in silence. Just past the hour of the tiger, the sound of neighing horses erupted from outside the residence. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed as more than a dozen steeds galloped past the street. Many vendors had just begun setting up their stalls and, upon hearing the approaching hoofbeats, quickly made way. Then, a dozen figures appeared ahead, led by a rider on a magnificent black stallion, clad in gleaming silver armor, yet wearing a black mask that bore the visage of a skull. The vendors were taken aback and hurriedly turned away, clasping their hands in reverence toward the courtyard wall, murmuring incantations. Little E is innocent. I still have family to feed. Spirits, do not take my life. Li Changxiao's steed had galloped far ahead, naturally oblivious to these matters. The silver armor adorning him jingled melodiously with the rhythm of the horse's movements, reminiscent of delicate bells. This was the meticulously crafted Balian armor, dispatched by the Cloud King. The average soldier of the Qin army donned the most commonplace iron armor, yet even such simplicity had surpassed the capabilities of the southern and northern nations. Forging the formidable reputation of the Qin as a pack of tigers and wolves, Li Changxiao's armor, however, had been painstakingly forged by the palace blacksmith, tempered 100 times, thus truly deserving the title of Balian. Its hardness vastly exceeding that of ordinary iron armor, was said to have been left by the late Emperor Longwu, later bestowed upon the Cloud King, and now it had found its way into Li Changxiao's possession. The metallic plates clinked softly, akin to a protective embrace, for a son embarking on a journey stirs parental concern. Though the iron was undeniably cold, Li Changxiao felt a gentle warmth coursing through his heart, perhaps a testament to human determination triumphing over fate, assuring him of a smooth journey ahead. Yulin was not far from the capital. After half an hour, the group arrived at the Yulin military camp. Upon halting the horses, Li Changxiao made his way toward the camp. He retrieved the waist token from his bosom, which bore the insignia of the Yulin general. The soldiers stationed there acknowledged him with respect and permitted their entry. Once Li Changxiao and his entourage moved further away, a Qin soldier to the left whispered to his companion, "You? Our general possesses quite a terrifying presence." His companion nodded repeatedly, "Though it is still daylight, I feel an unsettling chill." It was not only them. The Qin soldiers training along the route also turned their heads as they passed by. On this sweltering summer day, such a formidable aura could not go unnoticed. Li Changxiao chose not to speak but proceeded directly toward the command tent with his orders in hand. Upon his arrival, 6 soldiers clad in shoulder armor were seated in a circle. Seeing someone enter without being summoned, irritation flickered across their faces. Before they could react, Li Changxiao spoke first. "I am Li Changxiao, the newly appointed general of Yulin." The group was taken aback and quickly rose to their feet. Upon noticing the waist token he held aloft, they respectfully bowed in unison. "We greet our commander." "Assemble the troops." "Understood." They responded in unison and hastily made their way outside the grand tent. Li Changxiao led several personal guards from the Wang residence straight toward the training ground. 3 minutes later, a formidable array of Qin soldiers stood before him, rows upon rows clad in black iron armor, aligned with precision, resembling a vast ocean of darkness. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Li Changxiao's eyes. Truly, they were the most elite troops of the Qin. With the ferocity of wolves in front and tigers behind, it felt as if they were poised to pounce at any moment. A promising battle lay ahead. As Li Changxiao assessed them, the Qin soldiers observed their new commander in turn. Clad in silver armor, his imposing figure bore the marks of a seasoned warrior. A collective sigh of relief spread among them. Fortunately, their leader was not one who could easily be dismissed. Warriors respect one another, and while there may be a hierarchy, they prefer to be led by someone of martial prowess. Scholars may engage in idle banter. Yet martial matters ought not to be trifled with. As for the visage concealed beneath the mask, that was of little concern. Although fearsome, they too were familiar with the gates of death, with a formidable spirit before them. Perhaps this journey would indeed ensure their safety. In an instant, the Qin soldiers at Yulin found their admiration for Li Changxiao greatly amplified. Chapter 45. Preserving a useful body. Li Changxiao took a step forward and proclaimed, "I am the newly appointed general of Yulin, bestowed with the Emperor's grace to lead you all. I have heard tales of the splendid state of our Yulin army, and today, I see it is indeed true." As he spoke, he remained clad in silver armor, the black skull mask gleaming under the sunlight, accentuating his towering stature. "We have met the general. May I inquire about your skills?" A young officer, appearing to be of the camp, ventured to ask. Li Changxiao's gaze settled upon him, noting that a multitude of Qin soldiers were also fixated on him. It seemed today would be an opportunity to showcase his abilities. "Who are you?" Reporting to the general, "I am Commandant Sun Xiao, in charge of the 3rd Battalion." Li Changxiao nodded, realizing he was merely a battalion officer, which explained his audacity. In that case, let us engage in a friendly spar." With that, Li Changxiao leaped, clad in nearly 100 pounds of armor, soaring to a height of over 10 meters, as if treading upon clouds, swiftly making his way toward the training field. Sun Xiao's eyes brightened at the sight, unleashing his inner strength to pursue Li Changxiao. However, encumbered by heavy armor, he soon began to show signs of fatigue. With no other choice, Sun Xiao landed and dashed forward. The witnessing Qin soldiers were left astonished. Though both donned armor, their general moved with the grace of a swallow, while Commandant Sun faltered after only a few steps. Those familiar with Sun Xiao's capabilities could gauge the terrifying prowess of Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao was keenly aware of the commotion behind him but chose to remain silent. His inner strength had accumulated over nearly a century. To declare it unparalleled would not be an exaggeration. Sun Xiao, though possessing commendable skills, was constrained by age, his internal power barely reaching 15 years. To compare the two would be akin to bullying. Nonetheless, Li Changxiao felt no sense of arrogance. With a thud, Li Changxiao arrived first at the training field. He crossed his arms, gazing toward the direction he had come from. 1 minute later, Sun Xiao arrived, slightly ahead of the Yuanqing soldiers, all of whom were panting as if they had just completed morning exercises. Sun Xiao regarded Li Changxiao with newfound seriousness, his tone respectful. "General, please." Li Changxiao nodded and gestured toward the weapon rack. A resonant clanging of weapons echoed throughout the field. The Qin soldiers, gripping their long swords, were taken aback. The swords seemed to exhibit a desire to leap from their sheaths, a phenomenon unheard of before. The source of this disturbance was unmistakably the training ground. As the soldiers turned their gazes, they were met with a scene that left them in disbelief. It was the rebirth halberd once wielded by General Bai. An elder soldier's expression turned grave, a flicker of nostalgia in his eyes. "Brother Xin, is that true?" questioned a visibly younger recruit, especially upon hearing the name of General Bai Mashing, the divine warrior of the Qin, also known as the Butcher of Men, had wielded this very halberd during the Battle of Qi. Several other veterans who had served under Bai Mashing recognized the fearsome weapon, acknowledging its history. Indeed, it was a weapon of terror. This singular blade had accompanied General Bai in his campaigns for 30 years, claiming nearly 10,000 lives beneath its edge. The term killing weapon scarcely sufficed to encapsulate its lethality. At that moment, on the training field, a black war halberd exceeding a yard in length soared from the weapon rack, its trajectory directed toward Li Changxiao. The sleek, lustrous black halberd stirred a violent gust of wind, as if ushering in a deluge of blood. Li Changxiao's expression shifted. He too sensed the peculiarity. It was a true instrument of slaughter. Yet, with such a weapon now unveiled, there was no recourse to retract it. Extending his right hand, the dark halberd landed securely within his grasp, surprisingly nimble. Li Changxiao's heart raced with astonishment as he began to wield the rebirth halberd. In an instant, the chilling glint of iron flashed, and the wails of vengeful spirits resonated throughout the air. The rebirth halberd weighed scarcely over 100 pounds, its touch exuding an unsettling coldness. Rendering its material indiscernible at first, Li Changxiao drew the halberd across the Baoyan armor, leaving a distinct mark, yet the halberd remained unscathed. Evidently, the rebirth halberd's hardness surpassed that of the Baoyan armor. The martial instructors of the Cloud King's residence had imparted halberd techniques, allowing Li Changxiao to wield it with ease. With a century of pure yang internal power coursing through him, even if some malevolent residue lingered, it would surely turn to ash beneath such purity. Turning to Commandant Sun Xiao, Li Changxiao nodded. "Are you prepared, Commandant Sun?" "I am ready for battle at any moment." Sweat beads formed on Sun Xiao's forehead. His confidence had notably waned. Yet, to flee in the face of battle would be too shameful. Steeling himself, he replied, "General, I am ready." "Excellent," Li Changxiao bellowed, and in a flash, he and the halberd vanished from sight. In but a breath, he arrived before Sun Xiao. The latter's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily summoned his twin daggers to defend himself. With a resounding crack, an immense force surged through the halberd. Reaching Sun Xiao's side, the twin daggers in his hands contorted, bending into a crescent shape. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the ranks of Qin soldiers. The outcome had been determined in the mere instant of their engagement. Commandant Sun had evidently lost the ability to resist, while the masked general maintained an air of calm composure. A 10-foot-long halberd added to the imposing aura, rendering him nearly invincible. "Your strength is unmatched." "General, I concede," Sun Xiao admitted, surrendering to the undeniable prowess before him. Sun Xiao's face contorted in agony as he struggled to speak. Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao nodded slightly, preparing to retract his war spear. Just then, whether due to complete exhaustion or not, Sun Xiao collapsed onto the ground. The dual tridents in Sun Xiao's hands, which had already been bent, now flew toward his face like arrows released from a bow. Propelled by immense force, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. If this overwhelming power were to land, it could very well sever his head from his body. Sun Xiao was in dire peril. Even he himself felt that he was about to meet his end. Ultimately, it was a matter of skill falling short, yet he still wished to resist. He gazed at the ghost-faced general before him. a flicker of regret flashing in his eyes. Serving under such a valorous figure was the dream of every old Qin person, yet he had no opportunity to fulfill it. Resigned, Sun Shao closed his eyes. Perhaps this was heaven's punishment for his overconfidence. Li Changshao perceived his thoughts and furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he spun the rebirth spear in his hand, its shaft whirling with such speed that it was almost invisible. Astonishingly, the dual tridents, burdened with immense force, were directly shredded by the rotating war spear. Hearing the commotion beside him, Sun Shao opened his eyes and beheld a pair of hands before him. Looking up, he met the face of the ghost-faced general. Though concealed by the mask, Sun Shao sensed the smile beneath. He extended his hand, and in an instant, was lifted by an overwhelming force. Li Changshao approached from behind and patted him on the back. Life is not easy. We must cherish our existence and preserve our valuable bodies. With that, Li Changshao directly left the arena, leaving Sun Shao with nothing but the broad silhouette of his back. The phrase "preserve our valuable bodies" remained etched in Sun Shao's memory for a lifetime. Chapter 46. The assembly at the pointing general platform. Seeing their commander depart, several commanders exchanged glances and promptly dismissed their subordinates. They approached Sun Shao's side. "Brother Shao, are you unharmed?" Sun Shao nodded, still gazing in the direction where Li Changshao had left. "It seems His Highness has truly subdued you with this maneuver," remarked a fellow commander. Similarly dressed, Sun Shao turned to him, grasping his arm tightly. "What His Highness, Brother Zhang? How come I was unaware?" The Brother Zhang he referred to was a man in his 40s. Zhang released his grip, a hint of pride on his face. "Did none of you notice what our general said when he self-identified?" "Wait, don't tell me, let me think. Was it Li Changshao?" "What's so peculiar about that?" a commander interjected. Zhang displayed an appreciative expression. "Our Qin royal family bears the surname Li. Have you all forgotten the recent joyous duke?" "What, the general is the joyous duke?" The subordinates engaged in their chatter, while Li Changshao paid them little mind. Upon returning to the camp, he meticulously examined the rebirth spear. Undoubtedly, this was a fearsome weapon, reputedly passed down from the notorious butcher Bai Mashing. Bai Mashing held considerable fame within the Qin, having annihilated the states of Qi, Song, Wei, and Chao among others. The fearsome reputation of the Qin was forged under his command. Regrettably, after the fall of Qi, Bai Mashing retired from military service, bidding farewell to the ranks entirely. Despite the emperor's repeated attempts to persuade him to remain, he was ultimately unsuccessful. Some say that this old killer, seeing his time nearing, began to restrain himself, fearing punishment for his sins in the afterlife. Though this reasoning sounded absurd, Bai Mashing truly lived for many years after retiring. If memory serves, he still resides in his old home in Xianyang, having surpassed his twilight years. The rebirth spear felt remarkably comfortable in Li Changshao's hands. He found himself growing fond of it. Thus, upon returning to the capital after the battle, he resolved to pay a visit to the old man. Several days passed, and likely due to the previous day's encounter with Sun Shao, the Yulin Qin army exhibited remarkable deference towards their commander. Initially perplexed, Li Changshao soon realized that this was a clear acknowledgement of his strength. He pursed his lips, continuing to practice various spear techniques with the rebirth spear in hand. During these days, he studied military tactics alongside the veteran soldiers. When the time for actual combat arrived, these techniques would prove essential for survival. Yet, the royal court did not impart such knowledge. Li Changshao's eagerness to learn was met with the veterans' willingness to teach. Once on the battlefield, they became brothers in arms, trusting one another with their lives. Before long, the veterans recognized a remarkable truth. There truly existed prodigious talent in the world. Li Changshao grasped various lethal techniques with ease, even demonstrating an ability to extrapolate from them. Within just 6 or 7 days, he had mastered the skills of the veterans. In a wonder he was chosen by General Bai, they silently praised, secretly comparing Li Changshao to the legendary Bai Mashing of yore. On the eve of their departure, Li Changshao had already melded seamlessly with the 3,000 Yulin soldiers under his command. The group gathered outside the training grounds, with Li Changshao clad in silver armor, riding a black horse and wielding the war spear at the forefront of the army. According to tradition, they were to proceed to the pointing general platform to rendezvous with other contingents. Once the emperor personally reviewed the 3 armies, they would march into battle. Li Changshao succinctly summarized the Yulin army's resolve in 4 words: return safely. The other generals paused momentarily before exchanging smiles and collectively shouting, return safely. The atmosphere surged with excitement. Li Changxiao spurred his horse forward, leading the charge as the other commanders closely followed, finally departing from Yulin to Ayin, the outskirts of Xianyang. Once their contingent arrived, they were assigned to the left-wing army. Considering his status, the officers responsible for their reception intended to invite him into the camp for rest. However, Li Changxiao cast a glance at the Yulin soldiers behind him and ultimately declined. Though entering the tent would provide greater advantages and potentially yield more military merit post-battle, Li Changxiao was unwilling. Since he had taken on the role of Yulin commander, he felt they were now one entity. If they could not share in both life and death, they ought to share in hardship. That night, the group hastily set up camp and managed to endure the night. Their rations were distributed, consisting of a dry, hard biscuit that, despite it being summer, felt as though it had been frozen solid. Li Changxiao surveyed the surroundings and noticed that everyone was accustomed to the fare, even appearing to enjoy it. He observed that the Qin soldiers would crumble the biscuits and then immerse them in hot water until they dissolved. The once solid biscuit transformed into a small mound of white dough, somewhat reminiscent of a type of bread. If one were to sprinkle some chili flakes and add a touch of scallions, it would surely become a delightful dish. At this thought, Li Changxiao slapped his forehead, chiding himself for his foolishness. Am I a starving ghost? How can we waste salt like this? It is meant for survival. After a hasty dinner, the group settled down by the fire to sleep. Exposed to the open skies for the first time in Li Changxiao's life, the deep blue night sky twinkled with stars, soon obscured by drifting clouds. Li Changxiao felt uncertain, pondering whether on the distant side of the heavens, the likes of Chang'e and the Jade Rabbit, or the cowherd and the Weaver Girl might exist. Perhaps not, for he might not even be beneath the Milky Way. The crackling of the flames filled his ears, and the scene before him grew increasingly hazy. It seemed he was destined for a pleasant dream that night. The following morning, the group awoke early, receiving orders to assemble, arriving in succession at the pointing general platform. Li Changxiao rubbed his eyes, still somewhat groggy. However, upon clearly seeing the figure on the platform, he instantly became alert. It was none other than the Emperor himself. Today, the Emperor donned golden armor, though his belly protruded slightly, creating a significant arc in the armor across his chest. Beside him stood a general clad in black armor, wielding a sword and adorned with a golden plume atop his head. He must be the commander of this campaign. Shangbo.at that moment, Shangbo bent slightly at the waist, arms raised, receiving a golden square object from the Emperor's hands. Within the square lay two items, a command seal and a tiger talisman. After completing this exchange, Shangbo returned to the front of the three armies. Meanwhile, the Emperor's gaze shifted to the Qin soldiers, seemingly searching for something. Ultimately, his eyes landed on Li Changxiao, widening in astonishment, likely having never encountered such a fearsome-looking general before. As the Emperor pondered this figure's identity, he soon recognized the Yulin flag behind him, instantly identifying him as his grandson. Before he could react further, Li Changxiao's black war spear caught his attention again. That is by Ma Xing's weapon, the Emperor murmured softly. Shangbo had seldom seen His Majesty in such a state. Following his gaze, he quickly spotted Li Changxiao. The large skull insignia left a deep impression on him. Shangbo said nothing more, bowing respectfully before turning to face the troops. He mustered his inner strength and proclaimed loudly, "The army, march out." Chapter 47. A short pain is better than a long pain. Once the Grand Army set forth, it divided into three segments. The left army, led by Li Changxiao, took the forefront, followed by the Central Army under the command of the Supreme Leader, Shangbo, with the right army bringing up the rear. This arrangement was predicated upon the types of troops. The left army comprised a total of 100,000 soldiers, predominantly cavalry, granting it considerable mobility. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise during the march, they would be the quickest to relay information. Li Changxiao pondered deeply. Was this not akin to a guiding stone? Nevertheless, there was little to reproach of the 400,000 soldiers dispatched for this expedition. Only 150,000 were cavalry, while the remaining 250,000 infantry and archers would have to traverse the vast 1,000-mile journey on foot. If one were to account for the 110,000 conscripted laborers, the scale of the contingent would increase even further. These figures could only be considered conservative estimates, as the consumption of supplies for both soldiers and steeds remained an approximation. The quartermaster, aided by mathematicians, could only compile rough calculations, leaving a portion of fluctuating numbers as allowances. In matters of military importance, provisions must exceed expectations, and with limited manpower, reliance on the great river's transport capabilities became imperative. The Qin army's main encampment was situated in Huayin, merely 100 miles from Wei Shaoyang City. Huayin lay at the confluence of the Yellow River, the Weihua River, and the Grand Canal, with the capital, Xianyang, and the granaries of Bashu ready to supply troops and provisions at a moment's notice. Though the speed may not be swift, the volume was substantial. 2 days later, the main force of the Qin army arrived at the grand encampment in Huayin. Upon Shang Bo's command, the army settled in. Li Changshao, seated within his tent, scrutinized the map that had been provided to him. Upon discerning their current position, his interest was piqued. A mere 30 miles away stood a mountain known as Huashan. At this time, Huashan bore little renown, far from the later prestige of the western peaks, an elevation that would only come to pass with the rise of Taoism. Currently, its connection to the Qin dynasty was limited to a certain female ancestor named Li Nongyu. Li Nongyu was exceptionally skilled at playing the shang and ultimately wed a man adept at playing the xiao, known as Xiao Shi. The couple's duet was said to possess such beauty that it could summon dragons and phoenixes. One day, Xiao Shi rode a crimson dragon while Nongyu rode a purple phoenix, and together they ascended to the heavens in broad daylight. This event stirred quite a commotion, prompting the emperor of the spring night to dispatch heavy troops to search Huashan. Yet they found no trace of the couple. Ultimately, a shrine dedicated to the Lady Xiao was constructed at the site of the Starry Rock. Over a century has passed since the era of the Spring Night dynasty, and the existence of true immortals remains uncertain. However, the shrine dedicated to the Lady Xiao indeed exists. Li Changshao was immersed in his thoughts. A hurried sound of footsteps echoed from outside the tent. He set aside the map just as an individual entered. The newcomer bore a blue feather at his waist, unmistakably a messenger. Li Changshao's expression turned serious. Could it be that a battle was imminent? He promptly rose, grasping his Wangxing spear. Observing Li Changshao's demeanor, the messenger quickly realized the misunderstanding and spoke hastily. "General, it is not a battle. The supreme leader has summoned you to the tent to discuss important matters." "Then let us proceed." Li Changshao firmly planted the Wangxing spear into the ground, the spearhead embedding itself a full meter deep. The messenger's face immediately registered awe, and he respectfully gestured for Li Changshao to lead the way. Li Changshao said nothing, striding ahead with purpose. He was not directionally challenged. He naturally knew the location of the main command tent. The messenger followed closely behind, trembling with apprehension, while Li Changshao offered no words of comfort. This individual had entered the tent without summons and now failed to state his purpose directly, clearly intending to play games, a perfect opportunity to temper his spirit. After a brief interval, Li Changshao entered the main tent. He bore a sword at his waist, prepared for any unexpected developments. By the time he arrived, over 20 Qin generals were already assembled within the tent. Most sported thick, dark beards, while a few older generals had hair that was grizzled with age. Shang Bo occupied the foremost seat, his gaze fixed intently upon the map laid out on the table. The Qin generals appeared to have formed small clusters based on age. The dark-bearded men congregated together, while the older generals with white beards gathered in another group. Li Changshao, being clean-shaven, sought an opening amidst the two factions. Upon noticing the approach of a masked individual, the groups instinctively made space for him. The Qin army did not impose restrictions on wearing helmets, but in this sweltering heat, it seemed rather impractical. With the space afforded to him, Li Changshao politely introduced himself. "I am Li Changshao, the commander of the Yulin army. It is an honor to meet you all." At that moment, a large hand landed heavily on his shoulder. "Li brother, you are indeed the commander of the Yulin army. Those fellows must be quite a handful. Are they not obedient?" Li Changshao turned to discover the speaker was a robust man with a broad forehead and prominent eyes. Noticing Li Changshao's silence, the man realized his own impetuousness. "Forgive my rudeness. I am Zhang Qi, commander of the Jingbian army." Jingbian and Yulin were both counties under Xianyang, and their armies were in close proximity. Thus Li Changshao felt a sense of camaraderie. He shrugged his shoulder, easily shaking off Zhang Qi's hefty hand. Mimicking Zhang Qi's earlier gesture, he patted the man's back. "Ah, you are the commander of Jingbian. I apologize for the oversight. Rest assured, all is well within the Yulin army. We are ready for the summons." Upon receiving the pat, Zhang Qi winced, drawing in a sharp breath. He gritted his teeth, forcing a smile. that is good to hear. I wish you victory in this battle, Li brother, and may you attain your rank soon. With that, he took a significant step back, for safety's sake, keeping a distance from this powerhouse. Li Changshao offered a faint smile, refraining from saying much. After all, it would be too disheartening to reveal that he had already tempered his strength. Once the group settled, various Qin generals began to arrive in haste. Today was merely for convening military discussions. And given the last-minute notifications, a longer duration was to be expected. 15 minutes later, the tent was filled with over 40 Qin generals. Those present were all commanders, each leading a contingent of at least 3,000 men. Many were direct generals of the Central Army, commanding forces exceeding 10,000. At this juncture, Shangbo also rose to his feet. He surveyed the room, first assessing the general's spirits. Seeing that everyone appeared lively and alert, a flicker of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Very well, I have summoned you here today to deliberate on matters of attack. Supreme Leader, do we intend to launch a direct assault? Indeed. Yet the losses may be considerable. And should we emerge victorious, it will undoubtedly deplete our Qin national strength. The speaker was a white-haired general positioned near the front, clearly of considerable seniority. Although he faced rebuttal, Shangbo's expression remained composed, devoid of anger. This campaign is intended as a tribute to His Majesty. We must strive for a swift victory, returning home before the year's end to celebrate the reunion. As these words were spoken, several generals who had previously contemplated speaking fell silent. If it was the emperor's intent, then it could not be measured solely by common logic. The loss of 1,000,000 lives could be justified if it elicited a smile from the sovereign. Sensing a shift in the room's atmosphere, Shangbo continued, the commander of Shaoyang, Gong Shuyun, is an expert in defense. While I wish to proceed with caution, the army's logistics cannot afford to wait. Time is of the essence, and our great Qin cannot endure without provisions. Upon hearing this, the generals lapsed into silence. If this campaign were to drag on, supplies would inevitably dwindle, forcing the elderly and the young to bear the burden of foraging. With winter approaching, should extensive requisitioning occur, famine would surely follow, resulting in countless deaths. A long-pained directly assault the city would undoubtedly lead to significant casualties among the Qin troops. However, should the conflict cease, it would result in a short pain. A long pain is worse than a short pain. Though these appeared as two choices, neither left any room for negotiation. Chapter 48. The gossip of soldiers. Even Shangbo himself fell silent. He understood that war would inevitably lead to death. The deceased would not only be the Qin soldiers, but also those common folk reliant on grain for survival. Would refraining from battle alter the outcome? Nay, this battle must be fought, not solely for the destiny of the emperor, but for the glory of the great Qin. With the new ruler of Wei in place, it is indeed the most opportune moment for an assault. Should we falter today, the casualties in the future will only multiply. Every general comprehends this truth. Immediately thereafter, Shangbo began to allocate tasks to each division. Anticipating that the Wei forces would remain entrenched, the main forces of the Central and Right armies were assigned to hold their ground and encircle the enemy. The Left army, possessing greater mobility, was tasked with severing the supply lines, slaying reinforcements, and preventing the Wei troops from receiving sustenance. Although a strong offensive was decided upon, Shangbo nonetheless commanded that they first establish a camp outside Shaoyang City. The Qin soldiers remained blissfully unaware, believing it to be yet another prolonged war of attrition. By the time this impromptu military council concluded, night had fallen. Torches were lit throughout the camp, and by their flickering light, Li Changshao discerned the faces of several Qin soldiers. Their faces were square-shaped, yet due to malnourishment, they bore little flesh. Their cheekbones were sunken, and their chins were tightly pressed against their necks. Nevertheless, the iron halberds in their hands were firmly grasped, their eyes filled with the weight of experience. It was evident they had seen the horrors of war. Perhaps Gong Shuyun was taken aback. He inquired of the commander, initially posing the question casually, not anticipating a response from the deputy general. After all, with the imminent clash of armies, the selection of a commander is typically shrouded in secrecy. Each general possesses unique strengths, and if concealed adeptly, could catch the enemy off guard. Having guarded Shaoyang for 11 years, Gong Shuyun was unable to maintain such discretion. However, Shangbo, a seasoned veteran of the battlefield, ought not to have committed such an oversight. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on Gong Shuyun's countenance. Just then, his personal guard brought forth his steed. Gong Shuyun leaped into the saddle and galloped forth from the residence. His exceptional equestrian skills would render even the mightiest of warriors, in the prime of their youth, feeling inadequate in comparison. The deputy general, mounted as well, trailed behind him. Upon hearing of the impending conflict, the townsfolk hastily shut their doors, and the once bustling Shaoyang city swiftly fell into a hushed stillness. As he ascended the city walls, Gong Shuyun's mind began to formulate a strategy. Shangbo was renowned for his encirclement tactics, favoring siege without direct assault, advancing cautiously until the city's supplies ran dry, at which point he would strike decisively. Finally, Gong Shuyun reached the parapet. The city's defenders hurried to greet him, eager to pay their respects. Ignoring them, Gong Shuyun cast his gaze towards the encamped Qin forces. The Qin army stood more than 300 paces from the city walls. Even the finest archers would struggle to reach such a distance. A dense throng of Qin soldiers was visible, among which a few blue banners fluttered. Among the prominent military clans of the era, the blue insignia was unique to the Shang clan of Qin, which perhaps explained the deputy's assumption regarding Shangbo. Having personally verified this detail, Gong Shuyun felt a measure of relief. It was not strength that instilled fear, but rather the unknown. The ancestors of the Gong and Shang families had once stood in opposition, their generations marked by alternating victories, each serving their respective lords, thus fostering a deep-seated enmity devoid of pleasantries. He ordered the archers to be reinforced and the fire crossbows prepared, should the Qin marauders dare to advance. He vowed they would meet with no return. The remaining personnel shall accompany me to the northern gate. The southern gate, fortified by the Great Wall, is known for its formidable defenses, making it notoriously difficult to assault. Moreover, with a significant military presence stationed there, a direct attack would likely prove futile. In contrast, the northern gate is relatively flat and its walls lack the strength of those at the southern gate. Although the city of Pampang serves as a bastion, Gong Shuyun remains uneasy. Should the northern gate fall, a breach would appear in the vast western defense line, allowing the Qin forces to surge forth. And consequently, the entire Gong Shujia clan would be rendered criminals of the Great Way. Meanwhile, outside the city, Shangbo has commanded the entire army to establish a camp. 50,000 troops are on alert in the central and right flanks, while the remainder awaits orders. Despite the determination to launch a strong offensive, the present moment is not opportune. The morale of the Wei army is high, and engaging in combat now would likely result in significant casualties for the Qin forces. As autumn transitions into summer, it is the time for grain to be stored, and the soil of Shaoyang is not suited for cultivation. Thus, provisions must be transported from Hudong County. Intelligence reports from Qin scouts indicate that the Wei ruler has recently been replaced, leading to political upheaval. Due to various delays, the grain supply for the first half of the year has been compromised. Shangbo surmises that the city's food reserves are limited, and in the midst of potential civil unrest and uncertainty among the populace, that shall be the opportune moment to strike. A mere month's delay would allow the Qin forces to prepare adequately, and if it results in fewer casualties, it would be all the more commendable. Shangbo's forces, including the 10,000 men led by Li Changxiao, are tasked with clearing the Wei scouts along the route, ensuring that grain is not transported from Hudong and that the Wei forces in Shaoyang do not send out any messages. The remaining 80,000 troops, under the command of Qin General Wang Ming, advance fiercely towards Pampang City. Upon receiving orders, Li Changxiao leads his 3,000 cavalry swiftly to occupy the Weishan region. The terrain of Weishan is not particularly elevated, even somewhat flat, making it relatively favorable for cavalry compared to the ruggedness of other mountains. Li Changxiao understands that this is Shangbo's consideration for him. Unfamiliar with military matters, he does not intend to overextend himself. He merely aims to fulfill his responsibilities without putting his subordinates at risk. Organized by battalions, they begin to scour every corner of Weishan. The seasoned veterans of the Yulin army possess considerable experience in mountain warfare, resulting in the immediate elimination of numerous Wei scouts concealed in the shadows. Even some Wei civilians who inadvertently cross paths with them face the same fate. Li Changxiao feels no guilt. Once embroiled in war, there is no room for mercy, at least none that extends to the enemy. With a swift motion, Li Changxiao hurls his Wangxing spear once more, piercing a Wei soldier hidden within the grass. Thanks to his acute senses honed by internal energy, he excels in reconnaissance. He steps forward, retrieves the spear from the corpse of the Wei soldier, and continues onward without a backward glance. Blood continues to drip from the Wangxing spear, landing on his hand with a warm, sticky sensation. The soldiers behind him quickly excavate a pit to bury the Wei soldier's body, not out of nobility, but rather from concern that the sweltering heat might lead to disease if the corpse were left to decay. After all, they must Wang Ming burst into hearty laughter, merrily making his way to his tent. Li Changxiao remained rooted to the spot, silently watching him depart until he vanished from view. He was well aware that Wang Ming sought to cultivate a camaraderie with him. After all, seizing the city was a monumental achievement, and Wang Ming's willingness to include him spoke volumes. However, the notion of military merit held little significance for Li Changxiao. He was devoid of ambition and desires, having found himself inexplicably thrust onto this battlefield. Now preparing to return, he had set out with 3,000 Yulin soldiers, yet over 1,000 would remain behind forever. Perhaps it was the insidious pangs of hypocritical nobility that stirred within him. For all he wished was to lead the survivors home safely. With dawn approaching, succumbing now would be an utter folly. Chapter 51. The surrender of the Wei army on the morrow of Wang Ming's departure. The reinforcements of 30,000 Qin soldiers were also withdrawn, along with the entirety of the Jingbian army. Li Changxiao recalled that the commander of the Jingbian forces was named Zhang Qi, also a veteran soldier from Qin. Like the Yulin army, the Jingbian forces had been dispatched to sever supply lines and clear the forests. Yet, their losses far exceeded those of the Yulin troops. Including the severely wounded, the Jingbian soldiers now numbered fewer than 1,000. This was, in part, due to the Wei cavalry's assistance, which had mitigated the casualty rate among the injured. Observing Zhang Qi's actions, it was evident that he had been swayed by Wang Ming's words. Of the 4 cavalry units dispatched by the left army to participate in the siege, only Zhang Qi's contingent took part. The other 2, comprising the Xinmu and Dingbian armies, were led by old Qin nobles who, like Li Changxiao, chose not to engage. It was apparent to any discerning observer that the outcome of this battle had already been determined. What remained was merely the counteroffensive of the Shaoyang Wei army, led by Gong Shuyun. Although the glory of capturing a city was great, one must first possess life to enjoy it. Given the current state of the Jingbian forces, their involvement would be tantamount to a death sentence. Though Li Changxiao felt a twinge of regret, he refrained from offering counsel, as he had no justification to impede others from striving for their own futures, lest he appear as one who speaks without the burden of consequence. Weeks passed, and the food supplies within Shaoyang City reached a critical juncture. The external supply routes had been severed by the Qin army, leaving the Wei soldiers trapped like fish in a barrel. Due to the restriction of provisions, few Wei soldiers succumbed to starvation. Instead, it was the city's populace that suffered. Each day, thousands of dead bodies of starving citizens were carted outside the city walls to be burned, both to prevent the spread of disease and to deter cannibalism. Gong Shuyun's family had ancestral ties to the sage of Confucianism, and he felt that such a state of affairs was beneath his dignity, incompatible with the ideals of great harmony. He contemplated the rights and laws, as well as the statutes of Wei, yet he completely overlooked the essence of humanity. Time was short, and bolstered by the prestige of the Gong family, along with the support of the Wei soldiers, the city managed to persist. However, as days turned into weeks, the promised reinforcements and supplies remained tantalizingly out of reach. Witnessing the departure of a once jovial elder yesterday, now carried away, the laughter of comrades was forever silenced. Humans are not mere plants, who can remain devoid of emotion. The Wei soldiers gradually lost hope for victory. Day after day, they repeated the grim cycle of removing corpses, defending the city, and removing corpses once more. After the Qin army occupied Fanpang City, they continued to expand their encirclement, opting for a strategy of containment rather than direct assault. This was both a contest of physical endurance and psychological warfare. At last, news arrived from the Qin spies infiltrating the city. Shaoyang was in chaos. The citizens, bereft of hope, took to the streets alongside some Wei soldiers unwilling to continue the slaughter. They stormed the granaries of Shaoyang, only to discover that not a grain of food remained. With this, the last bastion of faith crumbled. Panic spread from the populace to the Wei soldiers, and through this faction, it permeated to the remaining 200,000 Wei troops in the city. The gatekeeper, Zhang Xian, had been personally promoted by Gong Shuyun. Yet, he too had family in Shaoyang, facing imminent starvation. Though he wished to repay the general's kindness with his life, Zhang Xian ordered his deputy to take his insignia and open the city gates to surrender. In light of this merit, The Qin forces would surely not make things difficult for him. He simply requested that his deputy look after his family. The deputy, perplexed by Jiang Xian's words, understood that opening the gates for surrender was their only chance for survival. Ultimately, the desire for life prevailed. He grasped the city commander's insignia and hurried toward the gates. Jiang Xian watched his deputy's retreating figure with a sense of relief, allowing himself a moment of solitude. Clad in armor, he entered his chamber, locking the door tightly with a wooden bolt. Approaching the tea table, he found the pot empty, the last few tea cakes having been consumed days prior, soaked in water and used to stave off hunger. The tea cakes, bitter and precious, would typically fetch a handsome price, yet as he chewed them raw, he felt only the bitterness, no pang of regret. What use was gold if death could not be evaded? Jiang Xian uttered a curse, his thoughts turning towards the capital of Wei. He then turned his gaze towards the garrison, an inexplicable emotion flickering in his eyes. Jiang Xian removed his helmet and discarded his armor. Arranging them neatly on the table, now, clad only in a simple tunic, he bore no heavy burdens, as if he had returned to being that impoverished soldier of yore, devoid of possessions. The elevation granted by Gong Shuyun had bestowed upon him everything. And he had once believed he possessed it all. However, as his garments fell away, he recognized that he remained that destitute lad. Drawing his sword from his waist, he gently wiped its blade. The edge was keen, capable of cutting through hair, suggesting it was exceptionally sharp. Jiang Xian smiled, for this sword had also been bestowed upon him by the general. Originally intended for the defense of home and country, it was now to serve a dual purpose, to slay treacherous foes. The one to be slain was none other than Jiang Xian himself, a man devoid of loyalty and righteousness. Grasping the sword with both hands, he pressed the blade against his neck, a chill coursing through him. Soon, warmth enveloped him, with a faint trace of crimson. Boom! A figure crashed heavily to the ground, the sword in his hand lying flat against his abdomen. The man, along with the sword, was drenched in blood. Shangbo and his companions remained camped outside the city when the gates suddenly swung open. A lone rider burst forth, heading straight for the Qin army. Shangbo discerned the rider's intent and called out, "Prepare for battle." Upon hearing this, the Qin soldiers hastily donned their armor and readied their weapons. From afar, archers tightened their bows, a multitude of arrows aimed at the approaching figure. Should there be any treachery, they would ensure he met 100 deaths. The deputy dismounted 100 paces from the Qin soldiers, shedding his armor as he knelt, bowing his head to the ground. Shangbo understood this to signify surrender. He gestured lightly, signaling the archers to lower their bows. "Enter the city," Shangbo shouted, and the Qin army surged forward, their spirits high as they spurred their horses onward. 10,000 Qin cavalry led the charge, among them Zhang Qi's Jingbian army. Shangbo and his contingent followed closely but halted 200 paces from the city walls. Only after the vanguard confirmed there was no deceit would they proceed. The 10,000 cavalry served as the spearhead of the main force. Should the Wei army feign surrender, these 10,000 would perish. If the surrender proved genuine, half of the credit for capturing the city would belong to them. Life and death were decreed by fate, wealth and honor determined by heaven. The opportunity for glory was fleeting. If calamity were to befall them, no blame could be placed upon others, only upon their own greed for riches. Of course, the likelihood of the Wei army feigning surrender was minimal, especially against the Qin. If even one of the 10,000 Qin soldiers suffered injury or death, Shangbo would lead the remaining 740,000 Qin troops to slaughter the city. They would leave not a single soul alive. The mighty Qin would muster the strength of the nation to annihilate the cities along the way to the Wei capital. Such was the indomitable spirit of the old Qin people. Chapter 52. The last of the Wei warriors, the 10,000 Qin cavalry swiftly entered Shaoyang City, rapidly securing the city towers and eliminating every stronghold, ensuring no hidden Wei soldiers lay in ambush. The surrendered Wei soldiers and civilians took to the streets, submitting to the custody of the Qin army. All weapons were meticulously arranged in the center of the road, entrusted to the first wave of Qin soldiers entering the city for safekeeping. Once confirmed secure, the Qin soldiers atop the walls ignited the signal fires. Outside the city, Shangbo's face lit up with evident delight upon witnessing this. He raised his sword high and called out, "Advance into the city." The ranks of the Qin soldiers could hardly contain their eagerness. Upon hearing the command of their commander, they surged into the city with great haste. The front line consisted of the combatants, followed closely by those tasked with transporting siege equipment and the laborers responsible for moving supplies, with the latter entering last. The total number of military and civilian personnel within the city exceeded 100,000. Under the guidance of Shangbo, the elderly and able-bodied men were confined together, while women and children were kept in another group, thereby minimizing the risk of insurrection among the captives. For every 200,000 prisoners, 5,000 armored Qin soldiers were assigned to guard them, with a stern warning that any signs of rebellion would be met with merciless execution. Nevertheless, alongside this iron-fisted approach, there existed a measure of leniency. As the war came to a close, a portion of provisions was allocated to the captives. Though meager, it was sufficient to sustain their lives. In these times, the mere availability of food would deter rebellion, unless one were to overindulge, which would be a different matter altogether. As Shangbo listened to the reports from his subordinates, a smile began to form on his face. This victory was not solely his own. It was a triumph for both the Shang family and the Gongshu family, a culmination of generations of rivalry. The transfer of the city was proceeding in an orderly manner when suddenly, Wang Ming, clad in armor, rode in on horseback. He stopped 10 meters away from Shangbo, leapt gracefully to his side without performing any formalities, and spoke directly to "My lord, there remains a contingent of Wei troops that have not yet surrendered, and I have already mobilized our forces to encircle them." Shangbo's expression revealed little surprise. As if he had anticipated this, he squinted slightly and replied in a low voice, "It must be Gongshu Yun and his 1,000 family soldiers." "Indeed. Lead me to them." Wang Ming acknowledged with a nod, returned to his horse, and swiftly rode off. Shangbo summoned his own steed, leaping onto its back to follow closely behind Wang Ming. He chuckled softly to himself, thinking that Gongshu, that petty individual, was indeed not one to surrender easily. The original 30,000 Wei soldiers within the city had suffered a loss of 10,000 over the course of 2 months, leaving only 20,000 who had capitulated. The sole remaining force of resistance was the 1,000 Gongshu soldiers under Gongshu Yun's command. Although their number was small, Shangbo did not let his guard down. After all, they were trained according to the standards of the Wei Wu army, with even some seasoned Wei Wu soldiers mixed among them. Thus, it was prudent to exercise caution. The glory of the Wei Wu soldiers had long been swept away into the dust of history along with the hegemony of the Great Wei. Presently, this Gongshu army was, strictly speaking, the last remnant of the Wei Wu soldiers. With this thought, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Shangbo's eyes. He would personally bury the glory of the Wei Wu soldiers. At the command post, Gongshu Yun donned the ancestral Xianzhong armor and wielded his sword, standing before the plaza of the command post. Behind him, the armored soldiers held long halberds, with iron swords at their waists and large shields on their backs. Outside the command post, a sea of Qin soldiers had gathered, their numbers vast and seemingly endless. Gongshu Yun's expression was stern as his gaze remained fixed outside, clearly awaiting someone who had yet to arrive. The Wei soldiers behind him stood motionless, heeding no orders from their commander, resembling statues. A quarter of an hour later, the heavy sound of hooves, accompanied by the clanking of armor, echoed from beyond the command post. Gongshu Yun's brows relaxed. It appeared the person he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Outside, Shangbo dismounted from his warhorse and approached the ranks of the Qin soldiers, his gaze locking onto Gongshu Yun. Although their families were sworn enemies, the two had only met twice in their lives. The first encounter occurred when the Qin army initially arrived at the city, and neither had clearly seen the other's features. Now, however, they recognized one another distinctly. It was likely that they would never meet again in this lifetime. Shangbo looked at Gongshu Yun, devoid of any sense of camaraderie, filled instead with a desire to eliminate him on the spot. Gongshu Yun felt the same. Given the chance, he would not hesitate to strike down the man before him. Gongshu General, why struggle? It only brings about unnecessary casualties. Instead, why not surrender to the great Qin and seek a peaceful existence? You, Shang, are but a petty man. I would rather die here than submit to your kind. Upon hearing these words, the encircling Qin soldiers raised their weapons. Having insulted their commander, Gongshu Yun had sealed his fate. The might of the great Qin would not be trifled with. The 1,000 Gongshu soldiers also brandished their spears, and the battle became unavoidable. Shangbo did not hesitate to issue the order to attack. In an instant, thousands of fire arrows rained down from the sky, striking into the command post. Shangbo knew that the Wei Wu soldiers were clad in triple-layered heavy armor, impervious to blades and spears. Thus, fire attacks were the most effective. Prior to this moment, he had mobilized 30,000 archers specifically for this occasion. Gong Shu Yun had evidently not anticipated this strategy. Gathering his troops within the command post was intended to consolidate their strength, but it had now become a fatal weakness. Fire arrows continuously struck the buildings and trees, igniting them instantly, even though the soldiers of the Gongshu army had cut down nearby trees in advance. It proved futile as the flames rapidly spread. The main entrance was barricaded by Shangbo and his men, while Wang Ming and the hastily arrived Li Changxiao blocked the side entrance. As time wore on, the number of fire arrows raining into the command post increased, and thick black smoke billowed into the air, suffocating many of the Gongshu soldiers. The training they had undergone proved ineffective under this deluge of fire. A sense of despair washed over Gong Shu Yun. It was over, the Gongshu family was finished, and so too was the Great Wei. "Convey my orders, break out," he hoarsely shouted, and as his voice faded, the troops of Gongsu Jun divided into two groups, exiting through the main and side gates. Although danger loomed outside, there remained a glimmer of opportunity to fight, far preferable to suffocating in despair. However, the archers of the Qin army had long awaited them. As soon as they burst forth from the gates, the foremost Wei soldier fell, pierced by 100 flying arrows that shattered through their heavy armor. Yet the soldiers behind him did not falter. They trampled over their fallen comrade, successfully breaching the first line of defense. Li Changxiao and Wang Ming had been waiting for some time. Their eyes met, and they both advanced, with a swift motion. Li Changxiao, drawing upon his inner strength, hurled his soul-reaping halberd, which impaled 3 Wei soldiers in succession. He then unsheathed his sword, engaging the nearby Wei troops. Wang Ming, endowed with remarkable martial prowess, swung his heavy sword with such force that it cleaved a Wei soldier's armor in two, instantly killing the man within. The Qin soldiers surged forward, but they faced greater difficulty than Li and Wang. The archers could not attend to close combat, and the infantry of the Qin battled fiercely against the Gongsu troops. Having the foundation of the Wei martial soldiers, the scattered Gongsu forces quickly formed cohesive units and fought valiantly. In a fleeting moment, the Qin army also suffered considerable losses. Yet the tide of battle had already turned. In less than half an hour, the Wei forces at the side gate lay defeated. The surrounding Qin soldiers surged in, advancing through the side gate directly into the command post. Li Changxiao observed another wave of Qin soldiers appearing ahead, indicating that the Gongsu forces at the main gate had also been annihilated. Thus, the only remaining contingent of Wei martial soldiers was utterly decimated. Chapter 53. After the battle within the command post, Gongsu Yun, flanked by a dozen soldiers, retreated to a burning structure. 2 groups of Qin soldiers converged, encircling the premises but refraining from entering. The flames continued to spread, and it would not be long before this command post vanished in the inferno. Gongsu Yun and his companions were merely grasping at straws. After a while, the raging fire completely enveloped them. Amidst the flames, several figures fell one after another, and it seemed that Gongsu Yun himself plunged directly into the fire. Li Changxiao erupted into hearty laughter. Reclining upon the verdant grass, his eyes gently closing as he succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 54. The return journey. After the rewards for the troops, the journey home commenced. Presently, Shaoyang City had fallen into the hands of the Qin people. Once the Wei inhabitants fully accepted the royal authority, they too would be counted among the Qin. However, before they could embrace their new identity, there remained one task: the reconstruction of their homeland. The relentless warfare had reduced the once magnificent city walls to ruins, leaving the town in utter disarray. Mountains of corpses required urgent attention, their charred remains exuding a foul stench. The Qin soldiers, already stretched thin, now had to manage the additional burden of the Wei captives, who would be put to good use. Shangbo ordered the able-bodied men to be separated from the elderly, women, and children. 100,000 Qin soldiers were tasked with overseeing the vulnerable. Should the Wei attempt rebellion, they would not hesitate to wield their swords. Subsequently, an additional 150,000 Qin troops were dispatched from Qin City, Liang to garrison Shaoyang. After accounting for the losses, the Qin military presence in Shaoyang now approached 800,000, comprising 40% of the Qin forces. Such a significant troop deployment could not all remain in one place. With the conclusion of hostilities, The Qin soldiers who had followed Shangbo from Xianyang would soon be recalled. At that time, the border between Qin and Wei would be defended by the remaining 400,000 soldiers. News of the return to the capital spread, invigorating all the Qin soldiers who had been summoned from the Guangzhou region. Shangbo fulfilled his promise to the troops, ensuring they could return home before winter set in. Li Changxiao was equally exhilarated, the corners of his mouth curving into a smile beneath his ghostly mask. Upon receiving the orders, he hastily instructed his subordinates to gather their belongings in preparation for their journey home. Of the 6 commanding officers who had accompanied him, only 3 remained alive, with Sun Shao among them. Seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos of war, Li Changxiao promoted 3 individuals to fill the vacancies of the commanding officers. In ordinary circumstances, such promotions would require approval from the Ministry of War, often resulting in an unexpected appointee from Xianyang, much like Li Changxiao had experienced previously. Upon returning to the capital, he would inevitably relinquish his position as the general of Yulin. With that in mind, he decided to extend a favor to a few esteemed veterans, ensuring they would secure their positions before the Ministry of War could intervene. After nearly 3 months of companionship, this act could be seen as a fitting tribute to the blood-soaked years of battle. The squad leader, Fang Qi, who had recently welcomed a grandson, was promptly promoted to a commanding role, overseeing 100 men. This opportunity to gain honor upon returning home could be considered a double blessing. To reward one's wife and protect one's offspring is a natural inclination. Li Changxiao was no sage. He harbored biases and would undoubtedly prioritize his own. Should the Ministry of War pursue inquiries later, as a prominent noble of the realm, he would shoulder the responsibility, and no one would dare to challenge him. In all honesty, this was merely a matter of human sentiment. The following day, the Grand Army officially set forth on their return journey. They had departed in the sweltering summer. Now, they had traversed the autumn, and the chill of winter was beginning to take hold in Qin. A delicate frost crept upon the treetops, and the biting cold permeated the air. The Qin soldiers expertly donned their woolen coats, wrapping themselves snugly against the chill. Li Changxiao gently stroked the mane of his black horse, warming his hands against its body. In truth, he felt no cold. His century-long internal strength rendered him more robust than an ox, capable of swimming in winter waters without discomfort. Yet, this sense of camaraderie provided a profound sense of security. Along the way, they consumed their hard rations, accompanied by the northwestern winds, which offered a unique flavor to their meal. After gnawing on the tough provisions for so long, Li Changxiao felt his teeth had grown stronger. He could easily crush a stone if he so desired. The army passed through several key towns where they could have paused for supplies and a moment's respite. However, with hearts longing for home, they pressed on without delay. Imagining the warmth of home, the elderly father and wife by his side, their young son nestled close, a pot of steaming soup bubbling over the fire, was enough to dispel the weariness of war. In Xianyang City, civil and military officials gathered early at the city walls, accompanied by eager citizens. Some came simply to admire the heroes, while many others awaited the return of their loved ones. In this moment of mixed emotions, women clasped their hands together, eyes tightly shut, praying to the 4 emperors and the heavens for the safe return of their kin. After 3 days of rapid travel, the soldiers of the Great Qin finally arrived at the foot of the city. From afar, they beheld the bustling scene below Xianyang. At the forefront, Shangbo halted his steed. The Qin soldiers behind him quickly straightened their appearances, even polishing their weapons until they gleamed. Each soldier stood tall, their steps becoming increasingly coordinated. Shangbo nodded in satisfaction before signaling for the army to proceed. It was no wonder he was meticulous. In the realm of warfare, countless lives were lost, and regardless of the circumstances, returning alive was a stroke of fortune. Not to mention, such a resounding victory, returning in triumph, greeted by the entire city, with throngs of people lining the streets, was the pinnacle of honor. For the vast majority of Qin soldiers, this marked their most glorious moment in life, a time worthy of heartfelt celebration. Before long, the Grand Army reached the city gates, where the main entrance swung wide open. Commander Shangbo rode forth at the forefront, followed closely by esteemed veterans, with Li Changxiao among the lesser commanders. The black horse exuded an imposing presence, its silver armor gleaming brilliantly, capturing the attention of all. The citizens of Qin, upon seeing this ghostly-faced general, felt not fear but a profound sense of reassurance. As the saying goes, a good cat is one that can catch mice. Likewise, The ghostly general had fought for the Qin army, ensuring a night of peace. Thus, the people held no fear of him. Both sides of the main road were filled with the citizens of Qin, alongside numerous officials and scholars intermingling among them. Regardless of their status, all hearts united in genuine celebration for the victorious army. As they continued forward, they encountered a fork in the road. One path led to the eastern gate, while the other led to the imperial palace. Li Changxiao felt a twinge of regret, realizing he would not be able to bid farewell to his subordinates. They would proceed directly to the palace to partake in the emperor's grand banquet, while the remaining Qin soldiers would return to their respective garrisons, as the palace could not accommodate such a multitude. The aged Emperor Tianming was no longer fit to host a feast for the three armies. Perhaps a younger emperor could, but this was clearly impractical. The only solace was that the rewards they had earned for their achievements would be promptly delivered upon their return to camp, and they could take a half-month leave to return home. With money and time off, this new year held a glimmer of hope. The grand hall had been meticulously prepared with seating arrangements. Li Changxiao scanned the room and was pleasantly surprised to see his father and elder brother present. An empty seat beside them was evidently reserved for him. A knowing smile graced Li Changxiao's face as he strode towards them, while the other Qin generals found their own places according to rank, followed closely by the royal family and ministers. Emperor Tianming had made an exception to arrive early today. His graying beard wafted lightly in the air, and the deep creases on his forehead were softened by a broad smile. The old emperor was in high spirits, for the prospects of his empire appeared promising. Chapter 55. By moshing once everyone had taken their seats. However, Emperor Tianming did not issue the command to commence the banquet. Li Changxiao turned to Shang Bo and the veteran generals, noticing their collective gaze fixed towards the hall's entrance, as if awaiting something. He also observed that a seat of honor had been deliberately left vacant at Shang Bo's side. This was no oversight by the palace attendants. Who could it be that held a rank higher than the triumphant commander Shang Bo? The high steward Fu Shun's sharp voice provided the answer. The Marquis of Wuan has arrived. As soon as the words left his lips, an immediate silence enveloped the grand palace, as if the very air had solidified. The Marquis of Wuan, by motioning to Li Changxiao's eyes brightened. He had not anticipated encountering him here. Filled with anticipation, he turned to gaze at the grand entrance. Soon, a figure emerged into his view, indelibly etched into his memory. It was a man of approximately 6 feet, with hair and brows as white as snow. Dressed in a coarse linen short robe, his lean frame resembled that of an elderly farmer toiling in the fields. What set him apart were his eyes, framed by a multitude of wrinkles, yet devoid of the murkiness often associated with old age. They sparkled with vitality. His steps were steady, and his breathing well coordinated. It was difficult to believe he was a man well into his advanced years. No, Li Changxiao quickly dismissed this notion. His late mentor, Pei Ji, had also possessed such vigor, remaining spry even beyond 90. Perhaps it was this reminiscent thought that cast a fleeting shadow of sorrow in Li Changxiao's eyes, which quickly disappeared. At that moment, he felt a piercing gaze upon him. Upon returning to reality, he realized Bai Mashing was intently observing him. Li Changxiao awkwardly returned a smile. It was indeed impolite to lose focus in public. Should Bai Mashing be displeased, he would understand. Bai Mashing said nothing, shifting his gaze away as he approached the front of the hall and bowed respectfully. Bai Mashing, pay my respects to your majesty. The Marquis of Wuan need not stand on ceremony. Please take your seat. The Emperor of Destiny rose personally, and the esteemed eunuch Fu Shun immediately grasped his intention, proceeding to lead Bai Mashing along the way. Fu Shun was perceptive. He merely guided, without any intention of offering physical support. Bai Mashing, a seasoned general though aged, possessed a resilient spirit. To treat them as ordinary elders would indeed be a grave misjudgment. Fu Shun's discernment evidently pleased Bai Mashing, who confidently walked to his designated place and sat cross-legged. Exuding an air of competence, he neither indulged in the ambiguity of rank nor came off as overly brash, embodying the essence of propriety. Perhaps those of advanced years have genuinely grasped the art of conduct, their every movement appearing strikingly natural. Once seated, the Emperor of Destiny proclaimed the commencement of the banquet. Coincidentally, just as the words left his lips, a sudden downpour began outside the grand hall, eliciting joy among the officials. Winter's onset is particularly unfortunate without rain. The saying goes, no rain on Chongyang, a clear winter. No rain on Winter's onset, a clear winter. This was indeed a significant omen. The emperor's countenance brightened with delight. I had feared that, having neglected the customary winter welcoming rites this year, my ancestors might be displeased. This timely rain today is truly a source of comfort. Your Majesty is wise, came the reply. Let it be known that from this day forth, the widowed, the orphans, the lonely, and the infirm may receive 2 taels of silver and a bolt of cloth from the Xiaofu. Today, I shall partake in joy with the people. The officials below hastily praised the benevolence of the Holy Emperor. After all, the Emperor was drawing from his own coffers, not the national treasury. By this decree alone, hundreds of thousands of taels of silver would be dispensed. Additionally, the Emperor also provided winter garments for the officials of the Great Qin, adhering to the customs of propriety. As the banquet commenced, it was customary to bestow rewards. Even before the army's triumphant return, the Emperor had already liaised with the Ministry of Revenue. Shangbo, recognized for his contributions, was granted the title of Marquis of Huayin, a commendation reflecting the Qin army's station during the conflict. Wang Ming was ennobled as the Earl of Liang in recognition of his success in breaching the city of Panpang. The patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Yinji, held a title of the loyal and brave Marquis. And now his son had attained the title of Earl of Liang, making their household notable with both an earl and a marquis. Li Changshao also received accolades, but as he already held the rank of a prince, any further advancement would lead to the status of a royal prince, a privilege reserved for the emperor's sons, which his achievements did not warrant. Nevertheless, as a representative of the imperial family in this campaign, the emperor did not slight him, bestowing an additional 3,000 in fief, elevating his holdings from 5,000 to 8,000, drawing him closer to the princely threshold of 10,000. Having expressed his gratitude, Li Changshao turned to return to his seat. At that moment, he sensed Bai Mashing's gaze fixed upon him. He refrained from turning around, yet his inner awareness allowed him to perceive the observation. Li Changshao remained composed, unperturbed by the attention. Conversely, a flicker of astonishment crossed Bai Mashing's eyes. How remarkably profound his inner strength! The other Qin commanders also received their rewards. General Zhang Qi of Jingbian was promoted to Jingyang General, an elevation of 2 ranks, allowing him to step into the upper echelons among the Qin generals. Following the bestowal of rewards, the festivities of song, dance, and fine wine commenced. The melodies of the evening banquet wove through the palace walls, continuing for 2 hours until the hour of 7 p.m., when it finally concluded. The ministers, somewhat tipsy, swayed as they departed. However, with his inner strength, Li Changshao managed to dispel some of the alcohol's effects. Due to the unanticipated rout, he parted ways with his father and elder brother upon exiting the palace. At that moment, he noticed a figure paused before him. As he approached, he recognized the silhouette of Marquis Wuan. Bai Mashing. Upon hearing Li Changshao's voice, Bai Mashing slowly turned his head. You recognize me, he stated, his tone laced with certainty. Of course, I am also a son of Great Qin. How could I not be aware of the Marquis? What an interesting young man you are. What is your relation to Pei Ji? He is my mentor. How is he faring now? My mentor passed away 3 years ago. Bai Mashing visibly faltered at this revelation. Li Changshao could hear Bai Mashing inhale deeply. After a long pause, Bai Mashing finally spoke. Since you are a descendant of an old acquaintance, shall you visit my residence tomorrow for a discussion? As the elder invites, I cannot decline, Li Changshao replied. Bai Mashing nodded and proceeded to walk towards the palace exit. At that moment, Deshun approached as well. Li Changshao followed him and boarded the carriage. In the night, the carriage wheels rolled over the ground, heading towards the prince's residence. At the entrance of the prince's residence, lanterns hung in rows, illuminating the street before the estate. The warm yellow light brought a sense of comfort to the heart. As the glow bathed his face, the carriage came to a halt. Upon drawing back the curtain, he was greeted by the sight of a delicate figure huddled beside a pillar. Her frail form trembled like scattered flower petals, evoking a sense of tenderness. Upon recognizing the visitor, the figure rushed forward. Li Changshao removed his outer garment and draped it over her shoulders. The long robe of a 7-foot man was somewhat oversized for her. Their hands clasped, and the gates of the prince's residence closed behind them. Chapter 56. A visit to the Bai residence. Servants held lanterns on either side as night fell, the shadows of the old trees merging into the darkness. Li Changshao grasped Qingli's hand, guiding her slowly along the stone path. The warmth of her soft grip and the faint fragrance in the air brought a sense of tranquility. It was then that Li Changxiao felt as though he had truly returned home, not to the city of Xianyang, nor to the Qin Palace, but to the serene and pleasant presence before him. I appreciate your efforts in managing the household during these days, he remarked as they walked. Qingli paused for a moment, offering a gentle smile. There is no need for such formality, my lord. It is merely what I ought to do. The little county lord has already retired, still murmuring about her father. Speaking of Li Luan, Li Changxiao's lips curved slightly upward. That little girl is quite clingy. With such a gentle disposition, she will surely shed tears when she departs for her husband's family. Qingli caught the hint of pride and joy in his tone and whispered, "Perhaps it is you, my lord, who will be the one to shed tears." What? The following day, due to the arrangement to visit the elder's residence, Li Changxiao rose early. After donning a simple outfit, he opened the door to find Qingli waiting outside. She held royal garments in her arms, followed by several maidservants carrying water, steam subtly rising from the containers. Li Changxiao remained still, allowing them to assist him. Her long, dark hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with a jade crown, while the red royal robe, embellished with golden threads, billowed with wide sleeves, embroidered with four-clawed dragons. The jade belt, decorated with white crane patterns, and boots adorned with auspicious clouds, complemented the scepter at his waist. The youthful vigor he radiated was now enhanced by a touch of martial prowess, shining as brightly as the midday sun. The reflection in the copper mirror was mesmerizing, and Li Changxiao couldn't help but notice this. Truth be told, he felt somewhat helpless. Though he knew he was destined to remain an old bachelor, he had been granted such a fine appearance, which seemed rather wasteful. Exiting the residence, he boarded the carriage. The Marquis Wuan's residence lay in Dehua Lane, situated in the western corner of Xianyang, not far from the side gate of the city. Beyond that, the road led to Daisen Pass, an area predominantly inhabited by the old Qin people. Bai Mashing was a notorious figure outside, yet upon returning to Qin, he was revered as a towering hero. The Qin people may not aspire to be heroes, but they undoubtedly hold them in great esteem. Emperor Qiming's conquests in Bashu alleviated the hunger of the Qin populace. When the western barbarians and the remnants of Bashu stirred unrest, Bai Mashing led the Qin army westward, leaving behind countless corpses. The Emperor of Destiny waged campaigns to the east, with Bai Mashing annihilating nations along the way. He traversed the formidable barriers of the Great Way and obliterated the distant Great Qi, connecting the eastern and western realms of Qin. Thus, regardless of the harsh winter chill, the Qin people found refuge, saving countless families. Li Changxiao pulled back the carriage curtain and observed the desolate streets, silently admiring the Emperor of Destiny's talent in finding such a quiet spot amid the bustling Xianyang. The carriage came to a halt before the residence of the Marquis. Li Changxiao disembarked, lifting his gaze to assess the plaque that bore the four gilded characters Wuan Hofu, accompanied by the inscription Year One of the Mandate of Heaven in one corner. The plaque, aged with time, had lost much of its golden luster, much like the desolation of the entrance, which subtly hinted at an air of forbidding. Two elderly gatekeepers, each with distinctive features, stood sentinel. One was blind in one eye, while the other had lost a limb. It was well known that the household of Bai Mashing employed these retired Qin soldiers, who, due to their physical impairments, could no longer serve in battle and had been discharged. The Qin court's intention was to provide them with a means of sustenance. After all, the retirement benefits for Qin soldiers were quite generous, allowing them to receive 10 taels of silver and 8 acres of land, ensuring that those nimble of hand could manage to survive. However, most of these soldiers had enlisted as youths and spent the majority of their lives in the company of their weapons, leaving them without any other skills to fall back upon. Those with relatives fared better, having at least some companionship, but many were left homeless, and due to their lack of agricultural skills, they could only consume what little they had. Though they possessed martial prowess acquired from the battlefield, they were often turned away by potential employers, who regarded their disabilities as ill omens and feared frightening their children. Thus, the lives of these Qin soldiers were indeed grim. The Qin court, despite its best intentions, was powerless. Supplies for resettlement had already been distributed, and should they set a precedent of further expenditures, it would undoubtedly deplete the national treasury of the Great Qin, spreading hardship throughout the realm. Encountering an old general like Bai Mashing was, to them, a stroke of fortune. Upon seeing Li Changxiao, the two veterans prepared to bow, They had been informed beforehand that a guest would arrive, and it was presumably the gentleman before them. There is no need for formalities, old sir. The Marquis is within. Indeed, please lead me to him. With that, the one-eyed elder guided Li Changxiao into the estate. The interior of the Marquis's residence, despite its noble status, bore no distinction from that of an ordinary commoner's home. Aged wooden beams, drooping tree canopies, and yellowed stone walls. As they ventured further, a vast expanse revealed itself, filled with fields where figures clad in coarse hemp garments toiled in the soil, harvesting. The elder brought Li Changxiao to one of these figures, who was squatting down, digging into the earth with both hands. Li Changxiao could not comprehend the man's actions, yet sensed an authenticity about him. As if sensing the movement behind him, the figure turned his head, and it was then that Li Changxiao recognized the man as Bai Moshing himself. Transformed into an old farmer, Bai Moshing cast a glance at Li Changxiao before returning to his labor, digging into the ground. Li Changxiao turned back, realizing that the elder had already moved quite a distance away. He understood that Bai Moshing's gaze signified for him to wait. Very well, I shall wait. Time is of no concern to me. The sun had just risen, and it was still early. The winter wind howled, brushing against his face repeatedly. Observing the elderly farmer before him, Li Changxiao felt his fine garments were entirely out of place. However, he felt no embarrassment and had no intention of rolling up his sleeves to join in the labor. That would merely be the folly of an outsider, hindering productivity and inviting disdain. Today, he was merely a guest, invited by the elder, and he only needed to heed the elder's counsel. Since Bai Moshing had asked him to wait, there was no need for him to overthink the situation. With nothing else to occupy him, Li Changxiao began to hum a simple tune, the melody reminiscent of a dialogue between fisherman and woodcutter. The mountains stand tall, the waters flow wide. The sounds of axes and oars echo faintly in the air. This simple melody, woven amid the verdant hills and clear waters, exuded a serene tranquility, enhanced by a sense of carefree elegance. Embodying a leisurely spirit, as Li Changxiao's voice melded with the tune, it took on a unique charm. The laboring farmer felt a surge of joy, infected by the atmosphere, as if he had an inexhaustible supply of energy. Quickening his pace, Bai Moshing, too, lowered his head, yet his ears perked up, his eyes narrowed into slits, exuding a sense of contentment. Chapter 57. Old wine. Li Changxiao had only hummed for a brief while when he ceased. For Bai Moshing and the others had completed their work. Bai Moshing casually picked up a piece of burlap from the furrow, wiping the sweat from his brow, before making his way toward Li Changxiao. With a swift step, he emerged from the muck, his movements remarkably agile. Before Li Changxiao could speak, Bai Moshing patted him on the shoulder with his dirt-streaked hand and remarked, "What a fine young man." Li Changxiao understood that this compliment was not directed at him personally, but rather at the tune he had just sung. He felt no disappointment. After all, they were merely acquaintances, and while he held Bai Moshing in high esteem, he did not overly concern himself with the general's opinion. Ultimately, their relationship was not yet of sufficient depth. However, a compliment directed at the song was tantamount to a compliment directed at the individual. And Li Changxiao grasped this nuance. "Your Excellency is overly gracious. I am but a humble performer," he replied. Bai Moshing paused, then burst into hearty laughter, quickening his pace. "I've heard that my Wanqing halberd has found its way into your hands. A weapon of the Marquis, indeed, is of exceptional quality. Do you find it cumbersome at all?" Li Changxiao pondered earnestly for a moment before shaking his head. "All is well. It feels quite natural to wield." Bai Moshing's expression transformed dramatically. "People say I am a killer, a butcher of men. Yet even I, when grasping that Wanqing halberd, feel a tremor in my heart, and at night, I find it hard to sleep. It is you, young man, who truly embodies the killer's spirit." Li Changxiao instinctively disregarded the last remark. He noted that when Bai Moshing spoke of being a butcher, his tone had lifted, carrying a hint of pride. At that moment, they arrived at the main hall, which featured a simple table and 4 small stools. Bai Moshing gestured for Li Changxiao to take a seat while he retreated into an inner room. Li Changxiao surveyed his surroundings and noticed a set of black armor hanging on the wall to his right. Though cloaked in dust, it still gleamed faintly, unmistakably a rare treasure of exceptional quality. "That armor belongs to me. It has accompanied me through over 30 years of battles, regarded as a brother," Bai Moshing remarked, emerging from the inner room, Lai Changxiao turned to find Bai Mashing holding 2 jars of wine. With a clatter, the jars were placed on the table. The seals on the jars had long since faded, indicating they were indeed antiques. Each jar contained at least 10 pounds of wine. Was this to be a drinking contest? Li Changxiao wondered, perplexed. As expected, Bai Mashing spoke. This wine was brewed by me in my youth, during the Qiming years, over 60 years ago. Li Changxiao secretly marveled at the fine wine. Bai Mashing then shifted his narrative. Only 2 jars were ever brewed. One belongs to me, and the other to your master. Since Brother Pei is not present, I shall share this jar with you in his stead. Heaven has not favored us. So you, his disciple, shall drink this wine on his behalf. Upon hearing his master's name, Li Changxiao's expression grew solemn, and he clasped his hands in reverence. I would not dare to refuse. He had not anticipated the wine to carry such significance. Not only was it a legacy from Pei Ji, but it also honored an old agreement. As a disciple, it was only right for him to accept. Bai Mashing, confident that Li Changxiao would not refuse, stood to uncork the wine, muttering, "This is precious grain wine. It is indeed a rare treasure. In my youth, it was easier to brew, but now, it would be impossible." Li Changxiao understood this sentiment. As one aged, one grew increasingly cautious of resources, especially after laboring in the fields, fully aware of the hardships behind every grain and morsel. Yet, he found it surprising that such words emerged from the lips of a so-called butcher. No, a butcher's blade only struck at enemies. Donning armor to slay foes and returning home to farm was not inherently contradictory. Noticing the conflict in Li Changxiao's expression, Bai Mashing smiled lightly as the jars were finally opened. The fragrance of the wine wafted forth, fresh and rich, not overpowering. Bai Mashing poured the wine into a porcelain bowl, the liquid slightly murky and pale yellow. Soon, he opened the second jar and filled his own bowl before taking a seat. Cherish this precious wine. Do not waste it. Li Changxiao nodded slightly, fully aware that Bai Mashing was advising him against using internal energy to dissipate the aroma of the wine. After all, it was over 60 years of aged liquor. To treat it lightly with internal force would be a true waste and a betrayal of the bond shared between Pei Ji and Bai Mashing. Li Changxiao understood that he now represented Pei Ji, and the wine and people within the room were fulfilling a promise made over 6 decades ago. Without unnecessary formalities, the two raised their porcelain bowls and drank heartily. The aged wine flowed into their bellies. Its taste remarkably smooth. Both were masters of profound internal strength, which only added to their slight inebriation. The rich fragrance of the wine swirled within their bodies, while the surrounding scene began to shift. A gentle rain began to fall, and in the hazy distance, 2 young men squatted in the courtyard. One dressed in black, carrying a sword, and the other in white, adorned with feathers, each holding a wine jar. Their laughter was filled with camaraderie. Li Changxiao closed his eyes, as if he could still hear the sound of the rain. Bai Mashing tightly closed his eyes, the varying creases on his face standing out sharply, his eye sockets glimmering with a soft light. The wine coursed through his liver and intestines, transforming into long-forgotten tears. Then, both opened their eyes simultaneously, their gazes meeting perfectly. Bai Mashing looked at the young man before him, whose eyes shone like cold stars, and whose brows were painted with an air of elegance, strikingly reminiscent of the shadow he recalled from memory in a black robe. Bai Mashing shook his head, feeling a sense of absurdity in his heart, and poured himself another cup. He took several deep gulps of the rich old wine. Even the most seasoned drinkers would not dare to indulge so recklessly. Ignoring the effects of the alcohol, Bai Mashing's gaunt, aged face flushed with color as he smiled, murmuring softly, "Brother Pei, we meet again." Li Changxiao, undeterred, continued to sip cup after cup. Possessing a unique constitution, he remained lucid, likely able to consume 1,000 cups without inebriation. Bai Mashing began to speak again. "Brother, after more than 30 years of conflict, I look back and feel a sense of emptiness I do not regret. For my sins in exchange for the peace of the great Qin." Suddenly, overwhelmed with emotion, Bai Mashing coughed violently. Li Changxiao attempted to support him, but was halted by a gesture. Bai Mashing kept pouring wine, cup after cup, yet fell silent. Half an hour later, Bai Mashing lay sprawled on the table, snoring like thunder. Li Changxiao quietly exited, his steps slightly unsteady, yet his mind remained clear. Outside, an old servant approached. "Why, Lord? You are weary. Please take a moment to rest at the table." I have instructed them not to disturb you. The old servant glanced at Bai Mashing, hearing the bovine-like sounds of snoring, and nodded solemnly. Realizing the old servant understood his intent, Li Changxiao bypassed him and made his way outside. Today, he had enjoyed an exquisite wine, abundant in quantity, which lifted his spirits. Bai Mashing had not tasked him with such thoughts. They were merely Li Changxiao's own reflections. Such precious old wine was indeed scarce, and even the snores of a sleeping man were too valuable to waste. When Li Changxiao arrived at the duke's residence, Bai Mashing had already sobered up. After a good sleep, he appeared even more invigorated. Surprised that the old servant had not woken him, Bai Mashing questioned how his companions had become so perceptive. Upon inquiry, he learned that it was Li Changxiao's instruction. Bai Mashing chuckled softly. Brother Pei, there are successors. Chapter 58. Wang Ming comes to call. By the time he returned home, it was already midday. During the carriage ride, Li Changxiao had felt slightly inebriated, but the jolting of the journey had cleared his head. With utmost sincerity, he could claim he had not used internal energy to dissipate the wine's effects. Li Changxiao lounged in a rocking chair when a servant arrived with a hangover remedy, presenting him with 2 bowls, both prepared for him. 1 bowl contained warm honey water, thick and sweet, made from wild osmanthus honey harvested by local bees from the southern mountains. Renowned for its efficacy in sobering up, the other was a steaming bowl of beef bone soup, generously seasoned with salt. His belly full of wine was merely filled with water. He was satiated, but still felt the pangs of hunger. The meat from the beef bones had been deliberately left intact, and the smooth marrow paired wonderfully, both nourishing and appetizing. Qing Li stood by, arranging the dishes for him. Li Changxiao gathered his wide sleeves, scooped up a small spoon, and brought the soup to his lips. Upon tasting, the sweet and sour osmanthus honey blossomed within, creating waves of flavor. He praised the chef, yet his hands did not cease their movements. As a practitioner of martial arts, he possessed a hearty appetite, finishing both bowls of soup with ease. He delicately picked up a small cloth to wipe his mouth, his movements refined and elegant. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, crisp and hurried. Without needing to glance, Li Changxiao stood and advanced, embracing the small figure that rushed toward him. The first question he posed was, "Have you completed your lessons with the nursemaids?" It carried the tone of asking a child if they had finished their homework. Li Luowen's tiny face scrunched up, her chubby cheeks resembling dumplings, her voice barely above a whisper. "Oh," Li Changxiao, recalling his own childhood, felt no harshness, only empathy for the little girl in her. "Pay attention to your lessons with the nursemaids. In a few days, your father will teach you martial arts. You will be able to scale rooftops and traverse the skies, coming and going freely." The little girl furrowed her brow, resembling a miniature adult, shaking her head earnestly. "I don't want to at such a tender age." She already possessed an idol's complex, quite remarkable. Yet, unfortunately, this time, she would not have her way as a young girl. She must learn a few self-defense techniques for her own safety, even if it was just for exercise to strengthen her body. Good health is a blessing. Just past midday, a servant reported that Duke Liang had arrived, disrupting Li Changxiao's plans for a peaceful respite. He was well aware of Wang Ming's intentions and waved wearily to the servant, inviting the Duke in. Rising from his rocking chair, he stretched his arms and legs, shaking off his fatigue. He did not truly wish to sleep. Rather, he sought to relieve his body naturally. When Wang Ming entered, Li Changxiao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, tilting his head slightly, a standard smile adorning his lips. Wang Ming pays his respects to the prince. Duke Liang has just returned to the capital, newly rewarded. "How could you find the time to visit me?" Li Changxiao teased. "Please do not mock me, my lord. A continuous stream of visitors, all former acquaintances. I cannot turn them away. It is far less gratifying than being on the battlefield." "Is that why you thought of me? We have ridden horses together and shared arms. The bond between us is strong. Allowing Ming to stay for a few days would not be a burden." "Would it?" Li Changxiao chuckled silently, finding this newly elevated noble quite unique. While other martial heroes clamored to expand their networks, he sought to avoid it, even longing to return to the battlefield, much like the loyal and brave Marquis. It was truly a matter of family legacy. No wonder he could achieve merit and be conferred a title. Such enthusiasm was unmatched. Letting you stay for a few days is certainly acceptable. However, Duke Liang did not come merely to take up residence. "Indeed, if I could spar with your highness, That would be splendid. Very well. I had promised you that day. You may accompany Deschun to the training grounds while I change into appropriate attire. Still clad in royal garments, they were hardly suitable for combat. The mere thought of being seen by those imperial censors sent shivers down his spine. It must be changed, however, since it was merely sparring. There was no need for armor, so Li Changxiao donned a form-fitting black outfit, allowing for ease of movement. After changing, he made his way to the training ground in his backyard, where Wang Ming was already waiting. The weapon rack displayed 18 different weapons, all fully stocked. Li Changxiao leaped lightly, as if stepping on clouds, using a deft motion to ascend several dozen meters in height before landing gracefully in front of Wang Ming. Wang Ming's face turned pale. He realized that Li Changxiao's internal strength far surpassed his own. Had he come here to seek punishment? The expression on his face was amusing to Li Changxiao, who could not help but speak. Since this is a friendly match, there is no need to use internal energy. Very well, I shall obey. Wang Ming replied respectfully, my lord. Please make your move. Wang Ming smiled, his right hand gathering a gust of wind, crashing towards Li Changxiao's face like a furious tide against the shore. His stance was as stable as a pine tree, his breath even, swiftly closing in on Li Changxiao. A flicker of appreciation crossed Li Changxiao's eyes as he transformed his hands into soft palms, leaning forward just enough to envelop Wang Ming's fist. In Wang Ming's astonished gaze, Li Changxiao exerted a gentle force, bending his legs back and tossing him backward. Wang Ming, who weighed over 200 pounds, collided heavily with the edge of the training ground. Breathing heavily, he struggled to rise. Li Changxiao's fist was already upon him, a chill permeating the air, as if even the cold wind had been stirred. Wang Ming gritted his teeth, bracing for impact. He realized that even without internal energy, he was still destined to take a beating. What a pity it would be for his handsome face to become a swollen mess today. He braced himself, prepared for the inevitable, yet the punch never came. Wang Ming opened his eyes, discovering Li Changxiao standing a good 10 meters away. He exhaled a sigh of relief, his words of submission escaping his lips. Your Highness is indeed formidable. I am no match. Duke Liang need not be modest. I too have benefited from my master's teachings and have trained diligently for many years to achieve today's prowess. You are a talented commander, and in the future, you may well become a great general. I cannot compare. Everyone appreciates kind words, and Wang Ming is no exception. This hardy man placed his hands behind his head. Feeling a tinge of bashfulness, Ming vowed not to disappoint the prince's expectations. It is not just for myself, but for the needs of the Grand Qin that the Earl of Liang is required. Li Changxiao cast a meaningful glance in his direction, prompting a serious expression to cross Wang Ming's face as he felt an overwhelming sense of duty. At that moment, Li Changxiao appeared to him as if enveloped in a divine light. The next moment, Li Changxiao patted his belly, announcing that it was time for a meal, suggesting that the chef in the residence was quite skilled, and inviting Wang Ming to sample the dishes. Still adjusting to this abrupt change in tone, Wang Ming instinctively nodded. Don't just stand there. Follow me. Oh, very well. Chapter 59. The death of the Crown Prince. After dining, Wang Ming returned home. His earlier statement about staying overnight was merely jest. Li Changxiao had known this all along. After all, Wang Ming was not like him, born with a golden key. Merely by pleasing the Emperor of Destiny, he had been conferred the title of a princely lord at a young age, a height unattainable by the noble families. Henceforth, he could do nothing at all, as his fief and the court's stipend, along with the support from the royal family, would suffice for a life of luxury. Wang Ming, however, came from humble origins, relying solely on his scholarly and martial accomplishments to carve a path to the imperial family. Everything he possessed now had been earned through hardship. Despite his reluctance, his emotions were not his own. An entire family depended on him, leaving no room for caprice. Li Changxiao observed his little daughter frolicking about and couldn't help but smile. Reaching into his bosom, he retrieved a copy of Wang Fuzi's Songshi, which he had meticulously transcribed himself, and began to read quietly. The path of virtue is serene, nurturing one's spirit. 1 month after the onset of winter, heavy snow blanketed the earth, transforming the landscape into a vast expanse of white, with snowflakes cascading gently. The bare old trees sagged under the weight of the snow, appearing even older. Wrapped in a cloak, Li Changxiao held a pot of hot tea. Standing beneath the eaves, a faint layer of steam rose, though it was unclear whether it emanated from the warmth of the tea or a soft sigh. It was likely a sigh. News had just arrived from the palace. The crown prince had passed away. The imperial physician, despite exerting all his efforts, could not save him. The prince had long suffered from illness, which had reached a critical stage. Even the greatest physicians could do nothing. He had managed to endure until the military banquet. Had it been any sooner, the entire nation would have donned mourning attire, transforming joy into sorrow. Each day of suffering was a torment, and the crown prince's survival for these last few months could be seen as his final act of filial piety to the Emperor of Destiny. Upon hearing the news, the emperor fell ill. The physicians were summoned once more, and this time they succeeded. The emperor's health was stable. The old monarch had always been mindful of his well-being and was still relatively healthy. For 40 years reigning over the court, the emperor had mastered the art of governance, with few matters capable of stirring his emotions. The passing of the crown prince was one such matter. It is said that sovereigns are devoid of affection. However, the Emperor of Destiny himself did not subscribe to this notion. As long as the state was not threatened, he believed he could still fulfill the role of a father. His eldest son, who had accompanied him for over 50 years, had now departed, and this grief was second only to the loss of his empress. The emperor mourned deeply, posthumously conferring the title of Yuanda upon crown Prince Li Qingyan, which signified great virtue, and declared that it would never be forgotten in the Wang family. The court announced to the populace that the crown prince had passed away, and the nation donned mourning attire for 13 days. The emperor donned mourning garb to attend court. Royal family members, civil and military officials all wore plain white attire, observing 3 days of mourning at home. However, there were few restrictions imposed on the common folk, as the Qin court traditionally did not burden the populace in such matters, though no joyous events could be held for half a month. The crown prince's golden coffin was moved to the Eastern Palace, where it would remain for 7 days before burial. On the day the court convened, the elder members of the royal family, along with numerous princes, went to the Eastern Palace to pay their respects. The emperor had intended to attend in person but was dissuaded by his ministers. Firstly, it would not comply with the rites, and secondly, they feared he might become overwhelmed with memories, risking a relapse of his old ailments. As the year drew to a close and the crown prince had passed, the public was already on edge. Should anything happen to the emperor, the nation would surely be thrown into turmoil, making the coming year unbearable. The emperor understood this well, and thus refrained from attending. Even before the Grand Qin, the holy emperor had to yield. On the following day, a number of grandsons and relatives holding princely titles went to pay their respects. Li Changxiao, donned in mourning attire, left the residence. Strictly speaking, Li Luan, as a member of the royal family, was also obligated to attend. With the crown prince's passing, the tutors and matrons all took leave to return home, where they would set up a separate mourning hall. They had watched the crown prince grow up since childhood, and now that he had departed, it was only fitting, regardless of the rituals, to pay their respects out of loyalty to their late sovereign. Li Luan seized the opportunity. Having never met the crown prince, she felt no sorrow. For her, these 13 days served merely as a respite. The carriage soon arrived at the Eastern Palace, observing the white cloth hanging at the entrance. Li Changxiao felt a swirl of complex emotions. The Prince of Cloud and the Crown Prince were siblings. By this logic, the Crown Prince was in fact his uncle in modern terms. That would make him a big uncle. In an ordinary family, one would expect a close bond with an uncle. However, in the royal family, relations are not as intimate. Aside from the necessary ceremonial interactions, the two families shared little connection. When the late empress was alive, she could have acted as a bridge, but as time passed, the bond inevitably weakened. Moreover, following the previous incident of framing the Prince of Cloud, the relationship between the two families had deteriorated significantly. Upon entering the palace, the site was entirely white, the air filled with the remnants of incense. The crown prince's eldest son, Li Changwei, stood solemnly before them, his expression grave, his eyes reflecting sorrow. Even upon seeing Li Changxiao, he merely offered a slight bow. Without any further gestures, Li Changxiao reciprocated with a grave bow and proceeded into the grand hall. This was not a matter of erasing past grievances, but rather a desire not to let the entanglements of the living disturb the peace of the departed. The individual had passed. The deceased deserve utmost respect. Since he has found rest, one ought not to intrude further. Kneeling on both knees, holding incense in hand, he solemnly bowed before the golden coffin. Raising his head, a clear aura ascended, faint whispers echoing. Almost dreamlike and ethereal, it seemed that even these ears could transcend the realms of life and death. Reaching the depths of the abyss, Li Changxiao had always known that he possessed a certain otherworldly quality. Perhaps the departed could still hear him. If that were the case, he might indeed be the only one able to bid farewell to Li Qingyin. Better to believe than to dismiss, Li Changxiao clasped his hands together. Closing his eyes, if he were truly a spirit, he would undoubtedly understand his innermost thoughts, so he spoke silently within his heart. Crown Prince Uncle, your nephew Li Changxiao bids you farewell. The nights are long and cold. The winds desolate, the wild geese depart, the foliage falls. May all earthly woes dissipate, and may you ascend to bliss in the hereafter. This journey is solitary and requires a thick cloak. Tread carefully on the road to the Yellow Springs. Li Changxiao was aware of his own ineptitude with words. If he were to express his emotions, it would only serve to sully the ears of others, adding to the mundane. His actions were intended to ensure that the Crown Prince's journey would not be so lonely. Should it become too solitary, he might recall Li Changxiao and, in anger, curse him once more, thus creating a commotion. 18 noon. A modest banquet was held in the Eastern Palace. Li Changxiao encountered Li Changxuan, the son of the Duke of Ning, who possessed a striking demeanor and exuded an air of nobility. The two left the residence together, opting to walk rather than take a carriage, strolling side by side to the street corner. After they had walked a few hundred steps, Li Changxuan quietly inquired, "Is the Prince of Cloud holding up well?" The Crown Prince was the brother of the Prince of Cloud. Apart from the Eastern Palace faction and the Emperor of Destiny, the one most affected by this loss was the Prince of Cloud. Li Changxiao shook his head. Why father values emotions and suffers in his own way. However, with my mother watching over him, it is manageable. Please extend my condolences to the Prince of Cloud. Let us not dwell on such matters. I have just learned that my little nephew has been born. I, as an uncle, have been remiss in not preparing a gift. Li Changxuan responded hastily. My elder brother is currently engaged in military campaigns. This matter is of great significance. My newborn son is not worthy of celebration. Since it is a joyous occasion, there is no need for modesty. Tomorrow, I will send someone to present a gift. Do not refuse, Li Changxiao asserted. With Li Changxiao's insistence, Li Changxuan dared not retort. The two exchanged further pleasantries before returning to their respective residences. Chapter 60. A storm approaches. 13 days of mourning had passed. Individuals of Li Changxiao's status, as a noble of the royal family, were best advised to remain within their residences. Should they wander aimlessly outside, they might inadvertently breach decorum, risking accusations of disrespect towards the Crown Prince. A charge that could easily lead to the loss of their titles. Even the royal family would not intercede on their behalf, for to desecrate the memory of the Crown Prince was to tarnish the dignity of the royal house. And such transgressions would not be tolerated. Despite this, Li Changxiao did not remain idle. He picked up a remnant branch from an old tree, wielding a curved knife as he contemplated his work. His long fingers occasionally flicked, sending silver shimmers flying as wood shavings fell. The art of swordsmanship and knife techniques are intertwined. Having mastered the former, he could intuitively grasp the latter. Qingli half squatted nearby, her gaze fixed on him, utterly entranced. The curved knife danced gracefully through the air, a flurry of autumn leaves, as agile as a soaring dragon, rippling like water and bursting forth like a silver floral display. Gradually, the old branch took shape. Qingli realized that what he was crafting was a small wooden sword, no longer than a palm. The blade had been rounded at the tip, and the body was adorned with designs of a tortoise and a white crane, with a small pendant attached to the hilt. But who was this tiny sword intended for? Qingli found herself puzzled, as the prince rarely engaged in frivolous endeavors, claiming that it was merely to pass the time. This is for Pinger of the Li Changxuan family. I owe that young lad a gift, and this will suffice. Changxiao spoke without raising his head, his hands never ceasing their work, as the wooden sword took shape. He instructed his subordinates to fetch walnut oil, applying it meticulously to every corner of the surface. Though the wooden sword was destined to decay one day, prolonging its preservation for a few more days was indeed a worthwhile endeavor. Having detached from the old tree, the old branch had lost much of its promise. Thus, the chance to regain some value, however fleeting, was to be cherished. After the oiling, he left it to rest indoors for 2 hours to dry. At this moment, The wooden sword was nourished and smooth, glistening like jade. Li Changshao then sought out a sturdy branch, deftly carving it into a wooden box, since it was a gift from him. Every step of its creation must be executed by his own hands, thus befitting the essence of a proper present. On the following morning, Li Changshao dispatched Deshun to the Ning Wangfu to personally deliver this item on his behalf. 7 days later, the golden coffin was conveyed to the royal mausoleum, and the crown prince was laid to rest. The mausoleum was divided into the main tomb and accompanying graves, since Crown Prince Yuenda had not ascended the throne during his lifetime. He could not be buried with imperial honors. The Tianming emperor, somewhat melancholic, issued a decree to inter the crown prince near the late empress, facilitating a reunion of mother and son. After 6 days of mourning, life gradually returned to normal. The prodigal revelers lingered, while the inebriated engaged in lofty discourse. In the imperial court, the disputes that had been set aside due to the crown prince's death reignited. The Qi faction grew increasingly anxious, as the Tianming emperor had yet to permit the crown prince's son and the crown princess to vacate the East Palace. According to customary law, the East Palace was designated for the crown prince and his heir. With the crown prince deceased, the crown prince's son could not logically remain. Ultimately, the Qi was also in a state of alarm. The late crown prince had passed at the age of 53, and the Qi himself was now 50. To put it harshly, he was aging. While the Qi could outlast the crown prince, he harbored no illusions about surviving the crown prince's son. The Tianming emperor's hesitance was akin to a torment for him, more acute than when the late crown prince was alive. The once diminished crown prince faction sensed this shift. It appeared that the balance was tilting in their favor. One by one, they regrouped to continue their struggle against the Qi faction, fighting fiercely, with heads rolling and rivers of blood flowing. It was a case of breaking the pot to avoid further loss. After all, once the Qi ascended to the throne, none of them could escape. Thus, it was better to fight for their survival one last time. Consequently, the once dominant Qi lineage recently faced repeated setbacks. First, the Minister of Revenue, Sun Ding, was implicated in the embezzlement of state funds, resulting in his dismissal and imprisonment. Sun Ding was a key figure in the Qi faction. Furthermore, the Qi heir was accused by the censors of recklessly endangering lives and smuggling official salt. Although he ultimately evaded capture, he lost several high-ranking members of the Ministry of Justice. The loss of trusted aides was secondary. It was the Tianming emperor's tacit approval that truly unsettled the Qi. The emperor's political machinations were evident in his efforts to maintain balance. Now, the Tianming emperor was actively disrupting this equilibrium, dismissing several important officials from the Qi faction. Was he perhaps paving the way for a new ruler? The Crown Prince faction had also seen many of their members imprisoned, but their influence was not on par with that of the Qi. The imperial prison had been receiving a steady influx of guests. Every day, high-ranking officials clad in crimson robes were escorted inside. The imperial prison was the Tianming emperor's private domain, managed by eunuchs, rendering the power of the princes ineffective here. The fates of the captured officials, whether alive or dead, and what they divulged remained a mystery to all. At the Shijiang Wangfu, Li Changshao sat in the hall, listening to the news gathered by Deshun, occasionally nodding or shaking his head. The tumultuous winds of bloodshed outside were of no concern to him. As the saying goes, one must stand upright and act with integrity. Unless heaven were to rain down calamity and the Tianming emperor sought his life, his presence or absence from the estate would make little difference. In the natural course of events, the Tianming emperor would not pay him any heed. Li Changshao gazed out at the swirling snow, sensing that a change was impending in Xianyang. Perhaps the Tianming emperor was indeed preparing for the future. Chapter 61. The Temple Fair. Half a month later, both the Crown Prince faction and the Qi faction suffered losses. As the year drew to a close, the atmosphere in the court began to ease. The Jinwu guards, responsible for apprehending officials, had not made another appearance. Perhaps they too were on holiday, as everyone deserved to celebrate the new year. On the eve of the new year, the Tianming emperor hosted a banquet in the palace. Besides the meritorious officials of the Xiaoliang, only the royal relatives were in attendance. The remaining civil and military officials, save for a few close confidants of the Tianming emperor, were not invited. Normally, the Tianming emperor would not make such an error. After all, as an emperor, he was expected to maintain an even-handed approach to govern his ministers effectively. Li Changshao was astonished to find that all of his cousins had arrived, whether favored or not. Totaling over 100. However, this was still far fewer than the Zhou Wenwang, who had over 100 descendants. The Tianming emperor merely had over 100 grandchildren. 1. Might consider this a form of auspiciousness. Several princes took turns toasting the Tianming emperor, presenting gifts and celebrating his advancement into old age. The Tianming emperor laughed heartily, his black robe billowing as he raised his cup, drinking to the point of intoxication. As the palace banquet concluded, a eunuch attempted to assist him but was brusquely pushed aside. The frail form of the aged emperor trembled slightly, his white hair flowing, the golden dragon insignia clinging tightly to his back, rendering him even more venerable. The eunuchs, only a few steps away, remained vigilant to prevent him from falling. Perhaps this was the last vestige of pride for the true dragon. The Jinwu guards had withdrawn their claws, and the oppressive atmosphere over Xianying dissipated. On the first day of the new year, the prince's residents had already procured a variety of ingredients, as this was a day to remain indoors. In the depths of winter, meat comprised the bulk of the fare, while vegetables included only the preserved cabbage and some dried mushrooms, along with medicinal herbs purchased from the apothecary. The head chef rose early, setting up 2 large pots in the back courtyard. 1 pot simmered mutton soup, the meat sourced from the market, plentiful and fatty. The soup was enriched with angelica, cotinopsis, astragalus, red dates, and wolfberries, providing a nourishing boost for the winter. The other pot was fish soup, emphasizing freshness and symbolizing the welcoming of the new year. The teaching matrons also returned, spending the new year together in the prince's residence. Time swiftly passed, leading to the Lantern Festival. The vast expanse of Xianying was abuzz with activity. Red lanterns adorned the eaves, and the 10-mile-long street shone brightly. The temple fair in the city welcomed worshippers, while street vendors set up their stalls. The sounds of haggling infused with the festive spirit. Dragon lanterns and phoenix candles illuminated the scene with a dazzling brilliance. Li Changxiao led Qingli and Li Luan out of the residence, all 3 clad in their everyday attire, with palace guards disguised as servants closely trailing behind. The throngs of people on the street surged like a tide, and Li Luan became entranced by the street performers. However, her petite stature soon found her blocked by the crowd, her little face a portrait of uncontainable grievance as she gazed up at Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao understood her unspoken desire. He effortlessly lifted her onto his shoulder. Instantly, her view expanded, revealing fire-breathing performers, playful monkeys, and singing maidens, all of which widened her eyes in wonder. The little girl's mouth remained agape, captivated by the spectacle before her, her first encounter with such marvels. Hearing the exclamations that escaped her lips, Li Changxiao couldn't help but smile, recognizing her as a child easily satisfied. He momentarily forgot that he, too, had once been in a similar state when he was carried out by the Yun Wang. Street performances were a craft that, compared to later generations, could rightfully be called the progenitor of entertainment. Art has never been degraded by its imperfections. Each bloom is distinct, expressing its own beauty. After enjoying the street performances, they purchased an old-fashioned palace lantern from a vendor. The lantern was adorned with intricate depictions of dragons and phoenixes, and the flickering candlelight illuminated the surroundings with a warm glow. Just then, a commotion arose by the riverside. Turning to look, they saw a large gathering of people, predominantly young men and women, drawn together by a shimmering light. Li Luan, a girl who loved to join in the excitement, urged, "Father, let us go take a look." Li Changxiao, resigned, led her forward, already knowing the spectacle awaiting them. It was a lotus lantern. A turtle was tethered beneath the lantern, while the lotus floated above, creating a mesmerizing beauty on the water's surface. Li Luan cheered loudly, fully aware that if the matron saw her in such a state, she would surely receive a reprimand. After a quarter of an hour, the turtle-drawn lotus lantern drifted away into the distance. Turning around, Li Changxiao noticed that Qingli, like the young men and women around her, had her eyes closed, fingers intertwined, her lips gently murmuring. A few strands of hair danced before her forehead, eventually settling at her brow. In that moment, a wave of tranquil contentment filled his heart. A servant stepped forward and whispered in Li Changxiao's ear, "Your Highness, it is getting late." Upon turning his head, he realized that the crowd had thinned considerably, and night had deepened. The vendors were packing up their stalls, the performers counting their earnings, the sound of coins clinking echoed as the day's fatigue seemed to dissipate. Having decided to leave, Li Luan refrained from crying or making a fuss, for she understood that the temple fair was coming to an end As they approached the exit, they noticed one last stall still open. A faint sweet aroma wafting through the air. Sensing a tug at his sleeve, Li Changxiao gently encouraged, "Let us buy something." The three of them approached, and now the stall came into clearer view. The proprietor was an elderly man with graying hair. A candle cast a warm glow through the gauze, illuminating the scene. Beside the lantern, a copper pot simmered over a fire, boiling sugar syrup, the source of the enticing sweetness. "Old man, how much for these sugar figurines?" Li Changxiao inquired. The standard ones were 6 coins each, while the old man's specialty was priced at 20 coins. Intrigued by the skill involved, he decided to indulge, saying, "I'll take 3 of the 20-coin ones. Here are 60 coins. Please accept them." Li Changxiao produced 6 large coins from his sleeve, each precisely worth 10 won, and arranged them in a line upon the board. The old gentleman's eyes sparkled with delight as he swiftly gathered the copper coins, his brows and eyes crinkling into a smile of gratitude. "Thank you, my lord," he exclaimed, before laying out an oilcloth and retrieving a copper spoon to scoop some syrup. As he lifted it, strands of syrup cascaded down, perfectly landing on the oilcloth. It turned out he was crafting sugar figurines. The old man's wrist flicked and twirled, the syrup lines intertwining and spiraling with his deft movements. Resembling a dense web, gradually, it took the shape of an elephant. Upon closer inspection, one could faintly discern the outlines of 3 figures. Once the syrup solidified, he switched to bamboo skewers, further refining the details of the garments. The expressions and the flowing hair, all becoming vividly clear. "Father, that is a ner, and there's also Chingy," Li Luoan exclaimed, as if uncovering a great secret, shaking Li Changxiao's sleeve excitedly. Indeed. Once the syrup had set, the old gentleman punctured 2 small holes to connect the figures, and his specially crafted sugar figurine was complete. Li Changxiao accepted it and handed it to Li Luoan, whose eyes sparkled with delight, yet she hesitated to take a bite. The 3 of them walked back, each holding a sugar figurine that was remarkably lifelike. It is food, after all. Its ultimate fate is to be consumed. Thus, Li Changxiao took the initiative, taking a bite from the figurine that represented himself. The candy was still warm, sticky as honey, leaving a mess on his lips. A gasp erupted nearby, and Li Changxiao chuckled, realizing he was not the only one caught in the sweet trap. Chapter 62. Contentment in Small Fortunes. After the Lantern Festival, life resumed its usual rhythm. Li Changxiao embarked on another journey, this time to the ethereal Miao Mountain to pay respects to Pei Ji. It was the 5th year, and as a disciple, he felt compelled to express his gratitude, perhaps with a stick of incense, standing solemnly before the tombstone. After much effort to cultivate the right emotions, he gazed at the empty gravestone, words of tribute caught in his throat. At last, he understood why descendants erect stone carvings. For one cannot convey feelings to an empty inscription. However, lacking the skill required, and with others unaware of Pei Ji's visage, he feared he might inadvertently desecrate the memory of his ancestor. Resigned, he began to speak softly. Sitting cross-legged, his pure yang energy emanating to the surface, the jian of flying swallow resting upon his knees. Both were gifts from his master, instilling a sense of intimacy. He recounted the experiences of these past years. Upon concluding, he exited the Ling Shou Hall, only to find dusk had settled around him. It dawned on Li Changxiao that he had been quite the chatterbox, or perhaps that he harbored so many thoughts yearning for expression. Yet, such sentiments were not for the ears of others, for they too would eventually depart, and Li Changxiao would be left to recount his tales anew, a poignant realization. Pei Ji was a capable listener. Having spent a lifetime in cultivation, he had likely transformed into a mortal deity, roaming freely between heaven and earth. Li Changxiao resolved that as long as Pei Ji could remember his stories, that was sufficient. His long journey had not been in vain. Having completed his homage, he descended the mountain, politely declining his disciples' insistence to linger. Though night had fallen, the inn at the mountain's base buzzed with activity, suggesting the proprietor had managed to run a thriving establishment. A tea station outside dispensed complimentary hot tea, seemingly heeding Li Changxiao's past advice. As he approached, a young servant rushed over with a teapot in hand. "My lord, would you care for a cup? It's on the house, thank you." The servant promptly filled a small bowl to the brim and presented it to Li Changxiao. He gently blew on the steam and stepped into the inn, where the waitstaff diligently served dishes, bustling about. The proprietor, counting his earnings with an abacus, beamed with joy. Upon noticing a shadow fall across him, he looked up, and his smile broadened upon recognizing Li Changxiao. "Ah, esteemed guest, you have returned." The proprietor's memory was indeed remarkable, recalling Li Changxiao even after time had passed. As a humble innkeeper, I must remember the preferences of my regular patrons, and how could I forget someone of your stature? Li Changxiao chuckled, appreciating the flattery, as the proprietor's sincerity was evident. "Thank you for your previous teachings. They have surely brought prosperity to my establishment. Facilitating others is to facilitate oneself. Your willingness to heed my counsel deserves its own rewards." "I have kept your words close, my lord. Small fortunes lead to contentment. Recently, I sent my grandson to study under a teacher, hoping our Wang family might also produce a scholar. I wish the proprietor all success in this endeavor." With that, Li Changxiao drained his cup of tea and made his way outside the inn. The proprietor wished to call him back but found his hand suspended in midair, sighing inwardly. To encounter such a celestial being twice is a rare blessing indeed. He then patted his shoulder, feeling a little less sprightly. With the inn thriving, his family was well fed and lacked for nothing. He needed no more from life. His existence felt complete. It was time to pass the inn to Taizhu, and then to enjoy a tranquil old age. Suddenly, caught up in excitement, the proprietor coughed a few times. An elderly woman emerged from the back, cautiously carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, scolding him as she did so. "You troublesome old man, you're more worrisome than the younger generation?" The proprietor accepted the medicine with a smile, his face glowing with happiness despite his wife's admonishments. Li Changxiao stepped out of the inn, ready to retrieve his black horse. The horse had just finished its feed, exhaling heavily in satisfaction, clearly pleased with the grass from Miao Mountain. "I haven't eaten anything yet. You've already indulged yourself," Li Changxiao teased, patting its mane. The intelligent horse understood his jest, leaning its head toward him. All right, I won't tease you further. I still need you to take me home. It is I who seeks your assistance." Upon hearing this, the black horse lifted its hooves proudly, as if to say, "Leave it to me." The man and horse enjoyed a delightful companionship, traversing the night under the moonlight. The young man atop the steed, with long hair cascading like a waterfall, filled the forest with his hearty laughter. When fatigue set in, they found a spot to rest, the earth serving as a bed, the sky as a quilt, both man and horse keeping each other company. When dawn broke, bathing his face in sunlight filtering through the treetops, they resumed their journey, the sound of hooves echoing in the woods. They traveled through the vast mountain ranges, encountering yet another lively scene. Here, itinerant merchants set up stalls, while local villagers, baskets on their backs, came to procure goods, transforming the area into a bustling market. With the bandits eliminated, life could once again flourish. The Qin court had stationed officials here to collect market taxes, and similarly, they would dispatch troops to quell any banditry. Li Changxiao dismounted before the market, blending into the throngs of people. The sounds of bargaining floated from the stalls, evoking a sense of familiarity in him as the mundane necessities of life were exchanged. Villagers, with limited means, hesitated to spend a single copper coin, often opting to buy only the essentials. The merchants, aware of their circumstances, typically brought coarse salt, unsold fabrics, and copper wares, items the villagers would need to purchase in the city, thus saving them a journey. Simultaneously, the merchants would buy up local produce, homebrewed wines, vinegars, sauces, furs, and vegetables, to sell elsewhere for a modest profit. Upon exiting the market, it was not far to Xianyang City. After several days of rough travel, Li Changxiao appeared somewhat disheveled, yet his heart brimmed with satisfaction. Gazing at the towering walls, a surge of ambition filled him. After the trials of travel, he had finally returned. In the remaining days, Li Changxiao began teaching Li Luoan some foundational martial arts. The young girl initially resisted but soon became eager upon hearing that martial arts would enhance her beauty. "Little girl, you still have much to learn." Thus, under Li Changxiao's guidance, Li Luoan commenced her martial training. Practicing martial arts involves cultivating internal energy and refining one's physical form, the latter being significantly more challenging. Therefore, Li Changxiao decided to have her focus on internal cultivation first, setting aside the techniques of external power and instead practicing the foundational stances. What he intended to impart was the renowned Hunyuan 8 stances. This method was famed for its gentleness among various stances, supreme nothingness, limitless merit, cultivating truth and nurturing one's nature, remaining tranquil and centered, preserving essence, chi, and spirit, connecting heaven and earth, unity of chaos, pure yang returning to truth. Through the cultivation of vital energy, the honing of spirit and intention, and the regulation of body and strength, a solid foundation is established for the inner school of practice. The young girl, earnest in her studies, found herself in considerable discomfort at first, nearly brought to tears by the strain. With tears brimming on her small face, she refrained from weeping, understanding that her father had her best interests at heart. To cry would only serve to worry him. The sight of her brave demeanor tugged at Li Changxiao's heart, yet this was an unavoidable path, one from which she could not shy away. Chapter 63. The resolute Mi-he. In the third month, Li Luowen had just begun to grasp the practice of the Hunyuan 8 stances, nurturing energy first, then achieving stillness of the qi. And from that stillness, clarity of spirit followed. In addition to her studies of court etiquette, she diligently practiced the stances, and with Li Changxiao's guidance nearby, her progress was commendable. Though she had not yet attained true beauty, her essence, energy, and spirit were all remarkably revitalized, allowing her to pass muster. As the awakening of insects approached, the Emperor of Destiny mobilized a great military campaign. News reverberated through the court. A large army set forth into Wei territory, launching an attack on Hudong. From Shaoyang City, an army of 200,000 was dispatched, supplemented by an additional 100,000 troops from Hanzhong, totaling 300,000 under the command of the seasoned General Meng Zhong. To the south of Daqin, the loyal and brave Marquis Wang Yinji, alongside his 35,000 Qin troops, established a base at Danyang, relentlessly assaulting the borders of Seichu. In 5 years, they had captured 41 cities, leaving them a mere 200 miles from the former Chu capital. Upon receiving this news, the Chu court was thrown into disarray. Empress Mi-he summoned the elders of the 3 major royal families, along with numerous feudal lords who held estates and fiefs. The Qin bandits have raised arms against us. What are your thoughts? Mi-he's gaze sharpened as she scanned the assembly of silk-clad nobles below. The hall fell silent, save for the sound of the Empress's finger tapping upon the dragon throne. A sharp, clear sound akin to a heavy bowstring that tugged at the hearts of the ministers. No one stepped forward at me. He felt a twinge of disappointment and casually pointed to the elder at the front, the Chancellor Jing Huan, a member of the royal Jing clan. What insights does Lord Jing have? Mi-he inquired, her tone low and seemingly casual. Jing Huan, steeling himself, stepped out from the ranks and respectfully bowed. A seasoned politician with over 30 years in the court, he quickly formulated a strategy in his mind. I beseech your majesty to send troops to reinforce Ying, collaborating with its garrison to repel the invaders. Upon hearing this, Mi-he turned her attention to the commander Huang Xian as the leader of my Chu forces. What is your view on Chancellor Jing's proposal? A heavily armored general without a beard stepped forth. His shining armor clanked heavily upon the ground as he spoke in a resonant voice. I believe it to be unwise. The stationed troops in Ying exceed 200,000, while only 40,000 remain in Shochuan ready for battle. It is insufficient to defend the capital, let alone to spare forces elsewhere. After speaking, Huang Xian let out a cold laugh, glancing at the nobles flanking him. If you esteemed lords are willing to provide provisions and troops, I shall personally lead the army to aid Ying. With the threat now looming over them, the Chu nobles could no longer remain passive. One by one, they rose, arguing that Ying's defenses were adequate and urging the empress to reconsider. Mi-he's expression darkened at their opposition. While a flicker of understanding crossed Jing Huan's eyes, he had anticipated that Commander Huang Xian would not easily agree to send troops, shifting the burden onto the feudal lords who held lands and titles. The 3 major royal families could remain uninvolved. The debates among the court officials grew increasingly fervent, with the military achievements of Commander Huang Xian and his faction clashing against the self-important Chu nobility. The grand court resembled a marketplace, filled with coarse language and unrestrained bickering. Mi-he's expression grew increasingly grim, and the oppressive atmosphere within the palace thickened. Sensing the tension, the Chu officials below fell silent. Have you reached a consensus? Mi-he asked, her tone flat. No one dared to respond. Then allow me to speak. Bring forth the left Sima, the Yu-in, and the Ping Wu Bo, for causing chaos in the court. Each shall receive 20 strikes and a year's salary forfeited. As her words echoed, dozens of armored warriors entered the hall and escorted 3 individuals from among the officials, one clad in armor, a general, and the other 2 richly dressed nobles. Soon, the sounds of pleading could be heard from outside the hall. The officials lowered their heads, no longer daring to meet the Empress's gaze, fearful that they too might be dragged out next. He felt a sense of satisfaction, her tone lightening with a hint of amusement. "Let me propose a solution. What do you gentlemen think?" "In accordance with your Majesty's decree," the ministers replied in unison. A rare moment of unity among them. "Those with fiefs under 5,000 shall contribute 10,000 in silver and 500 stones of grain. Those above 5,000 shall contribute 30,000 in silver and 1,000 stones of grain. The state treasury shall provide an additional 100,000, designated as military funds, while Commander Huang Xian shall mobilize 100,000 soldiers to support Ying." This proposition fell into silence among the court. The nobles winced at the thought of parting with their wealth, yet dared not oppose the empress. Each sighed, shaking their heads in resignation, accepting it as a necessary expense to avert disaster. The Huang faction, despite their martial prowess, possessed no fiefs and thus complied with the majority. The ministers echoed, "We shall obey your command." Jing Huan observed the empress, who remained composed upon the dragon throne, and a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes, yet he felt a sense of relief. The act of instigating was merely a ruse. The true intent was to set an example. The emperor's favor was evident. Yet the importance of the 3 royal families had diminished. As the head of the Jing clan, Jing Huan felt compelled to take action. Once more, he stepped forward and bowed deeply. With the Qin forces invading, the nation faces dire straits, the sage said. The Son of Heaven guards the borders, while the prince sacrifices for the nation. To bolster our army, I implore your majesty to allow the crown prince to lead the expedition. He furrowed her brow, unable to discern the old man's true intentions. She had never favored the crown prince. Given the gravity of the situation, and considering the nation's strength, she ultimately acquiesced. "I am willing to send my eldest son to accompany him." To ensure his safety he was somewhat astonished. Jing Huan's eldest son was poised to become the next Jing king, and Jing Huan was willing to risk him. Her doubts were significantly alleviated. Shortly thereafter, the current rulers of the Chu and Zhao clans also stepped forward, indicating their intention to send their eldest sons along. The 3 princes, having forged bonds over decades, needed no words to communicate their intentions. The Jing king had laid the groundwork, and they followed suit, all for the benefit of the 3 royal families. As the most prominent heirs of the Chu kingdom stepped forth, the remaining nobles hastily dispatched their own sons to accompany them, though not necessarily their eldest sons. Clearly, they aimed to gamble on fortune and favor. Should fortune smile upon them and they gain the favor of the crown prince and the 3 heirs, their entire family would stand to benefit. After the court session, the officials returned to their residences, needing to prepare grains and silver to be delivered to the commander by day's end. The rulers of the Chu, Jing, and Zhao clans gathered at the Jing palace. "Brother Jing, have you arranged for contingencies? Our heirs must not face peril. Do not worry, my lord. I have made preparations. Each of our 3 families shall contribute 5,000 troops to provide protection. At that time, we shall let those warriors charge into battle while we observe." "Haha, Brother Jing, you remain astute. After this campaign, the position of the crown prince will surely be secured. That is only natural." The sound of hearty laughter resonated within the confines of the chamber, while outside, the vicinity was already teeming with skilled warriors from the royal families, rendering eavesdropping utterly impossible. Prince Mi Yin of Chu, born of the queen, was of a timid disposition and held no favor with the Chu emperor. The 3 prominent royal families had resolved to elevate Mi Yin to the throne in due time. The new emperor, lacking independent judgment, would inevitably rely on the support of these 3 great houses to stabilize the court, thereby securing their power and wealth for decades to come. Chapter 64. The Advantage of Terrain and Unity of Hearts. One day later, the Chu army set forth to reinforce Ying. The military camp at Shochuan mobilized 80,000 seasoned veterans and recruited an additional 20,000 new soldiers. Accompanying them were over 50 noble scions of Chu, each accompanied by their own retainers. Prince Mi Yin journeyed at the rear of the troops alongside the 3 heirs, each of whom contributed 5,000 guards, complemented by an additional 3,000 from the prince's own household. Totaling 18,000, when including various household guards, the army swelled to over 100,000 strong, supplemented by 200,000 silver taels and 11,000 stones of grain. The Chu court had thoroughly prepared for a protracted conflict. In Ying, 4 years into the management of the fief, the Xiong clan had seized the territory of the original lord of Ying, amassing a force of 30,000 armored soldiers, thanks to the prestige of his grandfather Xiong Can and his own military prowess. As well as the allegiance of several martial lineages, the available forces exceeded 100,000. With a total military strength of merely 200,000 in Ying, Xiongli could command half. Thus wielding considerable influence, as the formidable Qin forces approached, the cities within 100 miles of Ying had already fallen. The intentions of the Qin army were glaringly apparent, aside from Xiong Can. The most powerful military descendant in command was named Wei Si. Wei Si's ancestors were originally from Wei, having fled to Chu, and over 5 generations produced 3 Sima and 1 Grand Chancellor. The family's fortunes had declined, prompting Wei Si to take command in Ying with aspirations of a resurgence. His army, the Wei clan, boasted 50,000 soldiers. Xiongli and Wei Si found their circumstances akin, both striving to restore their family names, and thus shared a mutual respect. Upon learning that the commander of the Qin forces was Wang Yinji, a glint of murderous intent flickered in Xiong-Li's eyes. In the previous war between Qin and Chu, Xiong Can had suffered defeat and met his end at Wang Yinji's hand. For the sake of the sovereign and the state, as well as personal vengeance against his grandfather's nemesis, Xiong-Li felt compelled to act. Within the city, 200,000 armored warriors stood ready, their supplies ample. Although the Qin forces were numerous, they did not fear them. Dispatch from Shochuan reported that Prince Mi Yin himself was leading an army of 100,000 to provide reinforcements, along with a bounty of 1,000,000 silver taels and 100,000 stones of grain. Xiongli and Wei Si instructed their subordinates to transcribe the report and post it throughout the city. They even sought out a few seasoned storytellers from the marketplace to spread the news of the prince's imminent arrival. The kingdom of Chu held a profound belief in the divine, and in the eyes of the populace, the Chu royal family were descendants of the gods, true deities in their own right. With the heavenly god Tai as the father and the goddess of the Xiang River as the mother, Prince Mi Yin, as the legitimate heir of the Chu king, was regarded as the true son of the divine. His impending visit was undoubtedly a source of great inspiration, quelling the initial panic caused by the Qin siege. The citizens of Ying spontaneously engaged in the defense of their city, with able-bodied men reinforcing the walls, women preparing meals for the troops, and even children singing praises of the Chu soldiers. The bustling city of Ying seemed to revive its former glory as the capital of Chu. 1 day later, the Qin forces set up camp 50 miles from Ying, with 350,000 troops. The first to arrive were 20,000 vanguard soldiers. The Qin had already penetrated deep into Chu territory, having captured key strongholds along the border. The terrain of Chu was predominantly hilly and humid, rife with miasma. Upon their arrival, the Qin soldiers struggled to acclimate to the environment, and many fell ill. Despite prior preparations of medicine and physicians, over 100 soldiers succumbed to illness within a mere 3 days. While more than 1,000 clung to life on their sickbeds, to bolster the morale of his troops, Commander Wang Yinji personally visited the front lines. From a distance, he could see the Chu soldiers standing resolutely on the city walls, their demeanor disciplined and determined. The nearby woods stirred occasionally, and with 30 years of military experience, Wang Yinji recognized them as Chu scouts. Due to the terrain, the Qin forces were unable to capture them, and the unfamiliar environment compounded the difficulty of thorough reconnaissance. In this situation, the Qin army found themselves at a natural disadvantage. Wang Yinji gazed at his deputy and the throngs of Qin soldiers behind him, exhaling a deep sigh. "Your Majesty is indeed too hasty. If we could wait several decades for the next generation of Qin soldiers to adapt to the miasma of Chu and develop new strategies, our situation would improve significantly. By then, Chu would be unable to withstand the might of Qin's forces, and the fall of their cities and the annihilation of their state would be imminent." Yet, as he reflected on the fate of the heavenly mandate emperor, Wang Yinji sighed again. His Majesty is advanced in years and has little time left. It is only natural for him to feel anxious. Before closing his eyes for the last time, he wishes to witness the capture of the Chu emperor and the annexation of Chu into Qin. Well, if the young master succeeds, I shall have no regrets. As he thought of his son Wang Ming, the usually stern Wang Yinji smiled. Nothing could compare to the pride of having a successful heir. If I were to fall ill, the Wang family would not fall into decline. And I, Wang Yinji, would have lived up to my ancestors. With clarity of thought, Wang Yinji rose abruptly. The Qin generals around him quickly straightened their postures. He swiftly ordered his subordinates to take action. The first step being to clear the outer city obstacles. With the miasma raging and the Chu forces invigorated, prolonged combat was inadvisable. As the influence within Ying was purged, the internal situation of Qin had yet to fully unfold, leaving only the option of a strong assault. Thus, they had to await the arrival of reinforcements and supplies. Half a day later, the remaining 15,000 Qin soldiers arrived. That very night, Wang Yinji organized the first wave of assault on the city. From a distance, chariots and crossbows launched projectiles at the city walls, while near the front lines, Qin soldiers raised ladders and set up siege platforms. In a brief moment, numerous Chu soldiers fell from the battlements. The newly constructed city walls crumbled under the onslaught of flying boulders. At this juncture, Wei Si led the Chu soldiers to the city walls, promptly replenishing the dwindling ranks. Logs and boiling water were poured onto the ladders, causing many Qin soldiers to tumble down, only to be trampled in the ensuing chaos. The siege engines were also set ablaze by raining fire arrows, and the assault devolved into a stalemate. With the Qin casualties escalating rapidly, Wang Yinji's expression the entirety of his being seemed to be brimming with vigor, a single roar resounding like thunder, shaking the very mountains beneath his feet. Wang Yinji, filled with elation, directed the nearby Qin soldiers to relay the command, engaging in battle while simultaneously retreating. The conflict commenced at dawn, transitioned into the night, and ultimately returned to daylight. As the sky gradually brightened, the troops from both sides had created a considerable distance between them. The fallen bodies formed towering walls, their blood congealed and subsequently frozen by the biting wind, an endless sea of humanity. Swords clashing amidst a tumult of flesh and blood found them utterly exhausted. What lay ahead was the final psychological contest. Should either side exhibit signs of weakness, the other would undoubtedly surge forth, transforming into the most ruthless of marauders, wielding their long blades to shatter them to pieces. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed once more through the city, as yet another contingent of Chu soldiers burst forth from within. The hearts of the Qin troops were thrown into disarray, their night filled with trepidation, their lives wagered in a desperate gamble, now crushed under the weight of the approaching hoofbeats. Worse still, the despair that had gripped them was akin to ashes devoid of warmth. Hope flickered only to be extinguished once more. The Chu soldiers were evidently invigorated, brandishing their shields and swords as they advanced. Wang Yinji could barely discern the nearby warhorses, while the distance revealed a desolate expanse. Suddenly realization struck him. He had fallen into a trap. This was the Chu's psychological warfare. He immediately summoned his inner strength and shouted, "This is the scheme of the Chu." Yet, the frontline Qin soldiers could not comprehend his words. The fear within them had gained the upper hand. Trembling, they remained oblivious even as the Chu's long spears approached. In that instant, countless casualties ensued. It was over. A fleeting thought of despair flashed through Wang Yinji's mind. The hard-won morale of the troops was once again shattered by the Chu's stratagem. He glanced at the young general in the red robe before him, and their eyes met in that brief moment. Wang Yinji deduced that this psychological maneuver had indeed originated from the hands of the young general. In resignation, he had no choice but to order a retreat. The Chu soldiers continued their pursuit, engaging in battle while retreating, until they ultimately fell back to their encampment. Wang Yinji recalled that they were at Jishan, the highest peak near Ying, which had initially been a vantage point for reconnaissance but had now become a graveyard. He surveyed his surroundings once more. The remaining Qin soldiers were few, their heads hung low, and even his personal guards had suffered heavy casualties. Should the entire army be annihilated, the territories previously seized from Chu would inevitably be lost. Yet, this mattered little. As long as Danyang remained secure, the Qin army would still have the opportunity to regroup. Gazing at his deputy, Wang Yinji made a resolute decision. "Old Ming, what is it? What is your command?" "My lord, I entrust you with one final task, and it must be accomplished." Ming Bo discerned the determination, and even a hint of fatalism, in Wang Yinji's eyes. Having worked together for over a decade, they were well aware of each other's dispositions. Once a decision was made, it would be futile to dissuade him. "My lord, please give your orders. I shall fulfill them even at the cost of my life." Wang Yinji felt a sense of relief wash over him, his spirits lifting. "Lead 30,000 brothers to defend Danyang. That is my command. and it is the fate of the 350,000 Qin soldiers. And you, my lord? If you were to return personally, you could certainly defend it. Do not speak further. If I remain, you will have a chance to escape, and my Qin shall have the opportunity to rise again. I, Wang Yinji, cannot betray my comrades nor the great Qin. Understood, my lord. Meng Bo stifled the rising emotion in his throat, delivering a sharp slap to his own face. To preserve his life for a worthy cause. There was no need for false pretense. With that, he led the remaining Qin soldiers down the mountain path, racing towards Danyang. Wang Yinji watched Meng Bo's retreating figure, a sudden lightness filling his heart. He then turned to his gathered comrades and declared sternly, "The calamity of today is my responsibility. I have burdened you all with my troubles. In this life, I cannot repay you, but I shall ensure that when I return, I shall repay you in kind." The Qin soldiers understood their fate. Perhaps the path ahead was clear, or perhaps witnessing the deaths of their comrades had brought them some measure of acceptance. In battle, casualties were inevitable. It was not an era of peace. It was uncertain who initiated it, but someone called out, "Glorious old Qin." The others echoed the sentiment, their voices rising in a thunderous chorus that shook the heavens. Wang Yinji felt the corners of his eyes moisten. At that moment, the Chu forces caught up. The Qin soldiers, having long been prepared, took advantage of the terrain, brandishing their weapons, as the winds rise and the clouds soar. Our might shall reign over the land and return to our homeland. Where can we find fierce warriors to guard our borders? I, Qin General Wang Yinji, stand here. A day later, the Chu army recaptured territory north of Ing. Their chariots racing through the city, covering 500 miles a day. On the third day, Xiongli led his forces to the gates of Danyang, which remained tightly shut. Meng Bo, atop the city walls, gazed down at the vast army below, a flicker of sorrow crossing his heart. Ultimately, the general had chosen his path. At that moment, a soldier stepped forward to seek his orders. Meng Bo clenched his teeth, his eyes swollen with tears, and spoke fiercely, "Hold steadfast. Let us fight fiercely, for the sake of our 32,000 comrades and the general. We shall not hesitate to sacrifice ourselves." The soldiers, their expressions grave, responded, "Understood." They then rushed to the city walls, instructing their comrades to prepare the stored oil, boiling arrows, and poison darts. They only needed to endure for 3 days. Reinforcements from Shanglua would soon arrive. Yet, less than 3 days later, during the night of the second day, the Chu army retreated, leaving behind more than 10,000 corpses. Once scouts confirmed the Chu had departed, the Qin soldiers atop the walls embraced one another in tears. For their survival was a testament to their resilience. The outcome of the Qin-Chu war reached Xianyang. 300,000 Qin soldiers had perished, and the loyal and brave Marquis had given his life for his country. The Emperor of Destiny, clutching the battle report, felt his hands tremble uncontrollably. Soon after, the second report arrived. Danyang had been successfully defended. The Emperor dismissed his attendants, staring blankly at the report, somewhat lost in thought. A map lay on the table with a red brush marking Danyang. The might of the great Qin had ultimately been thwarted. Loyal and brave Marquis, I am deeply remorseful. Chapter 66. Parting ways on the second day after the retreat of the Chu army. The 12,000 Qin troops from Shanglua took up residence in Danyang, led by Gongsun Su. After his arrival, Gongsun Su swiftly directed the Qin soldiers to erect a defensive line to the south of Danyang, utilizing the natural barriers of the Shishui and Danshui rivers to maximize their strategic advantage. Subsequently, from Xianyang, an imperial envoy was dispatched, the eldest son of Prime Minister Situ Shang, named Situ Nan. He brought with him the edict from the Emperor of Destiny, posthumously honoring Wang Yinji, the loyal and brave Marquis, as the Duke of Jing. The edict also granted compensation to the fallen Qin soldiers, exempting them from taxes for 5 years. As the highest-ranking officer of the remnants from the Battle of Jishan, Meng Bo received the decree on Yinji's behalf. After receiving the command, he finally felt a sense of relief. The defeat was not wholly Yinji's fault, however. With many Qin soldiers perishing in battle, he, as the commander, could not escape responsibility. The punishment for such a loss could justifiably include the revocation of his title and confiscation of his assets. The emperor's decree now served to exonerate Wang Yinji, reflecting a desire to protect him, and it was unlikely that the malcontents beneath would dare reproach the Wang family. The term Jing is synonymous with Chu, hence the Duke of Jing is equivalent to the Duke of Chu. Attaining the rank of Marquis is the pinnacle of nobility, while being posthumously honored with a dukedom is an unparalleled distinction. The title bestowed in the name of the Chu state signified the emperor's resolute intent to wage war against Chu territory. Naturally, Li Changxiao from the Prince of Xiang's residence also received the news of the loyal and brave Marquis' sacrifice for his country. He set up a mourning hall in his residence and observed a 3-day fast in remembrance. Although the loyal and brave Marquis was a general of defeat, he was preferable to those who sought to preserve their lives at any cost, dying with valor and truth. Li Changxiao did not know the loyal and brave Marquis personally. Their only connection lay in his eldest son, Wang Meng, who was currently involved in the campaign against the Wei state. Xianyang had temporarily sealed off information, and with Danyang still standing, there was still a chance for redemption. Thus, the morale of the front lines remained unaffected. A month later, news from Shaoliang reported that Meng Zhong's forces had captured 13 cities in Hudong, pushing the Qinwei border westward by another 400 miles, precisely reclaiming the homeland previously lost to the Chu. Having learned from earlier experiences, the Emperor of Destiny understood that military affairs could not be rushed. That very night, he personally visited the residence of the Marquis of Wuan, engaging in a candlelit discussion that lasted until the midnight hour before returning. The following day, the Emperor summoned Meng Zhong, instructing him to establish himself locally and refrain from further advancement in the aftermath. The previously calm Qin court was once again thrown into turmoil. The Jinwu Guard returned to the scene. In led by the Chu Crown Prince Mi Yin, the Chu royal family and aristocrats celebrated their victory. The Chu generals from Ying were seated at the lower end of the banquet table. It was evident from their attire that they belonged to two distinct groups, those adorned in brocade and satin, untouched by the grime of battle, and those clad in coarse hemp garments, riddled with wear. In this battle, the Chu state suffered the loss of 17,000 soldiers, the majority of whom were local defenders of Ying. The reinforcements from Shochuan arrived late, resulting in the loss of only 40,000 of the 100,000 Chu soldiers, predominantly fresh recruits. The 2,000 troops under the Crown Prince's command remained largely unscathed. Stationed at the rear of the line, under the machinations of the three major royal families, the Shochuan faction dispatched an envoy to announce the Chu emperor's rewards. The envoy, named Songyu, was affiliated with the Jing royal line. The Crown Prince was granted a fief of 10,000, and the Eastern Palace Guards were expanded by 3,000. Each of the three royal heirs received 5,000 in fiefs and were appointed to prominent positions. The latecomers among the Chu nobility also received rewards of gold, silver, jewels, fertile lands, and beautiful maidens. Those who had won the Crown Prince's favor were further ennobled, while the defenders of Ying seemed to be overlooked. The imperial edict made no mention of the compensation for the 13,000 Chu soldiers who had died in battle. Although the Crown Prince's bounty for the troops was claimed to amount to 1 million, only 20,000 taels actually reached the Chu army in Ying. Under Wei Si's command, the Wei family army suffered over 30,000 casualties, leaving only 10,000 capable soldiers remaining in recognition of his ancestors. He received the title of Lord of Yanling. Xiongli performed admirably in this battle, yet all his achievements were attributed to the Crown Prince, leaving him with little credit. Ultimately, it was the Chu Emperor Mi He who, against the tide of dissent, conferred upon him the title of Lord of Jiangling, with his fief being the territory already held by the Xiong family, lacking any additional rewards, as by the time it was his turn, the lands reclaimed in battle had already been largely allocated in military matters. It is most critical to maintain clarity in rewards and penalties. After the envoy read the edict, many of the defending generals in Ying clenched their fists in frustration. Xiongli was also filled with indignation. The satisfaction of avenging old grievances was overshadowed by the revelry of those at the palace. He rose to his feet, intent on seeking an explanation for his comrades. A broad hand pressed him down. Turning, Xiongli discovered it was Wei Si. Wei Si shook his head at him, then returned to his meal, seemingly unfazed. At long last, once the victory banquet concluded, Xiongli immediately sought out Wei Si. "Why did you stop me just now? Zili, you acted impulsively. Had I not intervened, you would now be imprisoned, dragging the Xiong family into trouble. This victory was a collective effort of Ying. How dare they act thus?" Xiongli replied, somewhat aggrieved. Wei Si sighed. It appeared that his friend, who was so astute in military affairs, had failed to comprehend the court's situation. Thus, he patiently inquired, "Let me ask you, do you consider the current emperor to be a wise ruler?" Naturally, Xiongli responded without hesitation. Are you aware of who governs our great Chu? How can you be so foolish, Wei? If not for the Mi clan, who else could it be? At that moment, 3 or 4 Chu nobles stumbled forth, thoroughly intoxicated, their loose robes wide open, long hair cascading as they sang lewd songs, with the phoenix in disarray. Night falls into day. Soft moans and sighs. Do they come my way? This disgraceful display was even more pitiful than that of beggars on the streets. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiong Li's eyes. Even among his fellow countrymen, he felt no inclination to associate with such individuals. Little did he know. Wei Si pointed towards them, his expression inscrutable. They are the lords of this great Chu. If you are unwilling to stand up for your comrades, just say so. There is no need to deceive Xiong Li. Disappointment flashed in Xiong Li's eyes. He had expected a kindred spirit, only to find such timidity. He lamented his poor judgment in choosing his companions. With that, he forcefully shrugged off Wei Si's hand and strode determinately toward the palace. Not looking back, Wei Si's hand lingered in the air. His face a mixture of words left unspoken. Countless thoughts culminated in a long sigh. He knew that after this night, he would lose this cherished friend forever. Remembering his wife and children at home. Along with his late father's dying wishes, a resolute expression crossed his face. I am sorry. Zili. The following day, Lord Jiangling, Xiongli, was imprisoned for the crime of assassination. The Crown Prince of Chu acted on the imperial edict, stripping Lord Jiangling of his title and reclaiming the fiefdom of the Xiong clan. He commanded his subordinate troops to personally raid the Xiong residents, seizing their wealth. Elder Xiong Li, upon witnessing intruders breach his estate, retreated to his chambers to retrieve his personal sword, ultimately meeting his demise amidst the chaos of the attacking soldiers. 3 days later, Lord Yinling, Wei Si, reported the Xiong clan's conspiracy to rebel, presenting letters as evidence. The Crown Prince of Chu received this information with delight, rewarding Wei Si with a promotion in military rank. The conspirators were to be executed, and Xiongli was beheaded 3 days later at the Kaishaku. That night, the former Chu soldiers of the Xiong clan gathered 3,000 troops, breaching the city prison and, under the cover of darkness, absconding with Xiong Li. By the time the Crown Prince of Chu discovered the situation, Xiong Li and his companions had already fled several dozen miles from Ying. In the obscurity of night, the charioteers could not discern their surroundings and were forced to abandon the pursuit. Chapter 67. The Salt and Iron Case. Xianyang. The war between Qin and Wei had finally come to a close, with Meng Zhong's forces pushing the border of Qin and Wei to Anyi. As the autumn harvest commenced, a season of respite was upon them. The Emperor of Destiny seized the opportunity to cleanse the court of dissenters. The imperial guards were once again mobilized, their efforts to apprehend court officials more vigorous than ever. Numerous officials were detained and imprisoned, subjected to severe torture, and their properties confiscated. Among the royal family, many were also apprehended, including the highest-ranking noble, Duke Xiao, Li Yang, Prince Anshuan, Li Chongde, and Prince Niao, Li Yuanming. The common thread among these three was their entanglement in the power struggle between Crown Prince Yuenda and King Qi. The clan elders of the royal family personally adjudicated their crimes, leading to the stripping of the two princes' titles. Duke Xiao's entire family was exiled, and he himself was removed from the royal register. It seemed that the Emperor of Destiny intended to settle scores after the harvest, as the imperial guards patrolled. Each household in the capital was engulfed in trepidation, doors tightly shut. The political landscape in the court had once again grown murky. The previous purge had targeted the faction of King Qi, while this one appeared to be directed against the Crown Prince's supporters. The few remaining senior officials of the Crown Prince's party were successively apprehended, including Sun Zhuchang, the father of the Crown Princess, who served as Deputy Minister of Justice. This caused the previously confident Li Changwei to feel a twinge of anxiety. It was only through the Emperor of Destiny's support that the Crown Prince's faction had not completely collapsed. Now that the Emperor had turned his hand against the remnants of the Yuenda Crown Prince's establishment, did it imply he had forsaken the Crown Prince's supporters? That night, Li Changwei visited the residence of Sun, conferring with the Grand Tutor, Sun Ju, to devise a strategy. At the Prince of Xi's residence, due to the influence of King Yun, Li Changxiao was privy to the details of the current purge. Recently, the governor of Jiangnan had reported the capture of a group of merchants involved in the illicit trade of salt and iron. Under normal circumstances, such matters would be overlooked, as everyone had their own unsavory dealings. The problem lay in the fact that the smugglers were merchants from the Chu state. With the war between Qin and Chu freshly concluded, associating with the Chu merchants at such a critical juncture could spell disaster for anyone involved. The Emperor of Destiny ordered the governor of Jiangnan to conduct a thorough investigation and dispatched 3,000 imperial guards to assist with the inquiry. Within 3 days, the merchants involved in the smuggling of salt and iron, along with the local officials, were apprehended one after the other. Each time one was interrogated, another was swiftly captured. Eventually, the investigation led to the Sun family, from which the crown princess hailed. This sparked a scene in the court, where implicated members of the royal family were involved, yet they were spared by the ancestral edicts and merely demoted to commoners. As for the officials entangled in the scandal, any who had a hand in it faced execution, their blood serving as a sacrifice to honor the souls of the 320,000 fallen Qin soldiers. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Li Changxiao boldly strolled into the streets, with Deshun bowing behind him. His outing for tea was to satisfy a peculiar sense of ritual. As the saying goes, the first tea of autumn. Along the way, the imperial guards would salute him. Not only the officials but also the emperor's hounds, who had come to regard him as a figure not to be trifled with. In contrast, the other imperial grandsons did not enjoy such privilege. Similarly, they approached the imperial guards with great caution. Ignoring the guards, Li Changxiao walked leisurely, eventually halting before a 3-story wooden tea house. A massive stone stood at the entrance, inscribed with elegant, vigorous characters, Zhu Ranming, clearly indicating the name of the establishment. Zhu Ranming was a time-honored brand, and Quan Yizhao had opened his shop here. The proprietor, a man in his 30s named Lu, recognized Li Changxiao from his previous visits. His visage indeed memorable. As Li Changxiao pushed aside the curtain to enter, he heard a call from behind. Xiao Di. Turning around, he discovered it was Li Changtai, the son of King Qia. Li Changtai's face was flushed, evidently anxious. Observing the troop of imperial guards behind him, Li Changxiao quickly grasped the situation. This fellow was using him as a shield. Not feeling irked, Li Changxiao smiled faintly and proceeded into the tea house. Taking a seat in the west corner on the ground floor facing the street, no sooner had he settled than hurried footsteps approached from behind, unmistakably belonging to Li Changtai. Proprietor Lu approached and inquired, "What would the esteemed guest like to order today?" "Wui tea," Li Changxiao replied. "Very well. And what does this young master desire?" Lu turned to Li Changtai, who, clad in silk, was addressed as young master. "I too desire wui tea." "Please wait a moment," Lu said, departing to fetch their orders. Intrigued, Li Changxiao tapped the wooden table and asked, "When did you, brother, develop a taste for tea?" "You flatter me," Xiao Di. "I'm but a simpleton, lacking understanding of such refined matters. Since you are unwilling to speak, I shall not press further," Li Changxiao said, casually tearing a piece of tea cake and savoring it. The cake was sweet and delicate, its thin crust yielding easily to the bite, producing a crisp sound that inexplicably alleviated stress. Seeing him in such a tranquil state, Li Changtai sighed deeply, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, Proprietor Lu returned with the brewed tea. Lifting the lid, a delicate mist wafted upward, the tea a vibrant crimson, topped with a frothy layer resembling dew-kissed plum blossoms amidst cloud-kissed peaks. Li Changxiao, undeterred by the scalding heat, first took a sip along the cup's rim. The warmth and fragrant tea essence quickly filled his nostrils, prompting him to squint in satisfaction. Evidently relishing the experience, Li Changtai wished to emulate him but was halted. "Brother, it would be wise not to follow my lead. Be cautious of burns. I possess internal strength, unlike you." The unspoken implication was clear. Hearing this, Li Changtai paused, a wry smile creeping onto his face. "I truly envy you, Xiao Di, for you remain untroubled by these turmoils and enjoy the favor of our imperial ancestor. You drift through life like a carefree cloud, which I greatly admire. Each has their own happiness. If you desire to live as I do, it would not be difficult," Li Changxiao replied. Li Changtai shook his head. Though he spoke thus, he was naturally inclined towards labor and could not endure a life of leisure. At that moment, a troop of imperial guards marched past the tea house, escorting a family into a prisoner cart. Judging by their attire, they were clearly officials who had fallen foul of the law. Likely due to the salt and iron affair. One misstep could lead to riches or imprisonment. This perilous silver was not easily earned, and one careless mistake could cost them their lives. The family, clad in tattered prisoner garb, huddled together with disheveled hair, crouching within the cart. Crowds of onlookers lined the streets, their gazes akin to that of spectators observing a circus. Brother, this path is fraught with danger. One misstep could lead to total ruin, Li Changxiao remarked, casting a meaningful glance toward the officials in the prisoner cart. Li Changdai understood his implication, feeling somewhat helpless. Those caught in the web had no control over their fates, having long since resigned their lives to chance. Once the imperial guards passed, Li Changtai rose. Thank you for the tea, Xiao Di, I shall take my leave. Please, Li Changxiao responded. Chapter 68. The Exile of the Crown Prince. Yesterday, news arrived from the imperial prison. Former Deputy Minister of Justice, Sun Juchong, had taken his own life in remorse for his crimes while incarcerated. It was not uncommon for officials of the second rank to perish in the imperial prison. But Sun Juchong's background was quite extraordinary. Setting aside his official title, he was the father of the Crown Princess and the father-in-law of Crown Prince Yuanda. The Grand Eunuch, Fu Shun, reported this information to the Emperor of Destiny, who was receiving a head massage from Consort Shu, the mother of Prince Ning. With his eyes closed, the Emperor murmured, "Do they truly believe that death can absolve them? They underestimate me grievously." His words carried a chilling severity. Casting an oppressive atmosphere over the hall, Fu Shun knelt below, trembling as he awaited the Emperor's orders. Slowly, the Emperor opened his eyes, and Consort Shu ceased her ministrations, voluntarily offering to depart. The Emperor nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched Consort Shu's retreating figure, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the Emperor's gaze. Her perceptiveness had pleased him. He then turned to Fu Shun and commanded, "Apprehend all members of the Sun family and throw them into the dungeons." "Yes, Your Majesty," Fu Shun replied. Fu Shun clasped his hands in respect and withdrew, heading towards the Jinwu Guard to muster troops. The following day, all 300 members of the Sun family were apprehended and confined in the Celestial Prison. All assets within the estate were thoroughly sealed, pending a formal decree for disposition. The elderly and young of the Sun family were segregated by gender and cast into 2 separate prisons. While the household servants were dragged to the market for sale, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Sun family had no hope of redemption. Their lives were precarious at best. The servants sold off were the fortunate ones. Although their futures were uncertain, it was still preferable to facing death alongside their masters. Within half a day, news of these events reached the Eastern Palace. Upon hearing the dreadful tidings, the former Crown Princess, Lady Sun, collapsed on the spot. Li Changwei found himself in a state of despair, resolved to send someone to summon the Crown Prince's tutor, Sun Ju, for counsel. Before long, the Scent Guards returned with disheartening news. Sun Ju had been taken to the imperial prison the previous day, and a contingent of Jinwu guards surrounded Sun's estate. The reality sank in for Li Changwei. If even Sun Ju had fallen into trouble, it was a grievous sign. At that moment, the princess appeared, leading her young son, Li Xuanyi, toward him. Seeing his father, Li Xuanyi ran up and performed a semblance of a salute. Proclaiming, "I have met my father," Li Changwei suppressed his inner turmoil and donned a smile, asking, "Have you completed your studies today?" "Yes, the teacher praised me," the child replied, pride evident in his tone as he eagerly awaited compliments. Li Changwei affectionately ruffled his hair and turned to the princess, inquiring, "How is your mother?" "Mother has just awakened and had a few spoonfuls of thin porridge. The physician claims there is nothing serious," she responded. "That is good to hear," he nodded, his brow furrowing slightly as some of his gloom lifted. As long as she could eat, things were not too dire. That moment, the wet nurse approached and took Li Xuanyi away. The princess then turned to Li Changwei, her eyes betraying concern. After years of marriage, they could not conceal their feelings from one another. She immediately perceived his hidden worry. Without uttering a word, the princess stepped closer and leaned against him. Li Changwei did not resist. He embraced her, resting his chin on her forehead, drawing comfort from her presence. In a soft voice, he reassured her, "Do not worry. I shall shoulder everything." His gaze drifted to the ancient tree outside, its expansive branches shedding withered leaves, drifting in the autumn breeze, uncertain when they would finally fall that night. The Jinwu guards arrived at their door, only to find the Eastern Palace's gates wide open. The Crown Prince stood within, clad in royal attire, resembling an impenetrable wall. "I will accompany you, but do not disturb the peace of this household." The leading officer of the military was about to speak further when he was silenced by the palace eunuch delivering the edict. In the darkness, the imperial prison welcomed another occupant. Li Chongwei was stripped of his royal garments and donned a prisoner's attire, confined in the innermost cell, known as the armor cell. Being the son of the late Crown Prince Yuanda, the prison officials did not mistreat him, specifically instructing the guards to afford him some dignity. Within the pitch-black confines, only a small oil lamp flickered above, casting a faint glow. The emperor had bypassed the ancestral halls to imprison him, indicating the gravity of his alleged crimes. As soon as Sun Ju was taken, the Jinwu guards appeared at his door. Li Chongwei, though not particularly astute, realized that the issue must have stemmed from Sun Ju's involvement. In matters concerning salt and iron, only he and Sun Ju were fully aware of the details. Without substantial evidence, the emperor would not have dispatched men to apprehend him, mindful of the implications for the imperial family's reputation. Carelessness was not an option. Once confined in the imperial prison, Li Chongwei felt an unexpected sense of relief, no longer burdened by the anxiety that had plagued him. He chuckled softly, momentarily unable to discern whether the imperial prison was part of the Eastern Palace or vice versa. On the second day, the emperor personally visited the prison. Li Chongwei, clad in prison garb, knelt before him, his head bowed to the ground. The emperor showed no intention of allowing him to rise. "Do you have something to report to me?" "I acknowledge my guilt," Li Chongwei replied. "I shall ask again. Did you conspire with the people of Chu regarding the salt and iron?" "I acknowledge my guilt," he reiterated. Very well, the emperor, infuriated, laughed bitterly, pointing a finger at Li Chongwei. After a long moment, he finally waved his sleeve and departed. After the emperor left, Li Chongwei maintained his previous posture of kneeling and bowing. On the third day, a eunuch arrived at the prison to deliver a summons. The edict declared, Crown Prince Li Chongwei, for colluding with the people of Chu, is stripped of his royal title and exiled to Longxi County, never to return to the capital. Li Chongwei prostrated himself. "The guilty subject accepts the decree and thanks your majesty for your grace." The edict mentioned only his exile, omitting any reference to the Eastern Palace. It was evident that the emperor had shown some leniency. At the very least, the princess and their eldest son could remain in the capital, spared from the suffering of exile alongside him. With the residual influence of the late Crown Prince Yuanda and the protection of elder members of the royal family, there was little to fear regarding his wife and child being mistreated. The weight of his worries began to dissipate. As news of the Crown Prince's exile spread, it became impossible to conceal the truth. All households received word, and the most apparent change was the disappearance of the Jinwu guards that had once been omnipresent on the streets, signaling the end of the emperor's purging campaign. Everyone understood that the prince's faction had been extinguished. With the crown prince stripped of his title and exiled, no one could rally the officials of the prince's faction again. Prince Qi sat within his estate, truly reveling in what seemed a windfall. No longer was there anyone to contest his claim to the throne. The western gate of Xianyang. A contingent of 500 Qin cavalry emerged from the Jingyang army. Li Chongwei, clad in coarse garments, was escorted in their midst. According to the edict, he was to depart for Longxi without delay. He dared not request a farewell with his family, fearing it might provoke the emperor's ire and endanger his wife and child. Longxi County lay at the far western reaches of the Qin, characterized by desolation and isolation. It was easy to anticipate the harsh days of exile that awaited him. As the group passed through the western gate of Xianyang, they encountered a mountain. Beyond the mountain, the vegetation thinned, giving way to arid desert. Fortunately, Longxi remained within the confines of the Qin Great Wall, ensuring some measure of safety. Upon reaching the base of the mountain, a black horse suddenly galloped past them. The commanding officer swiftly drew his blade, signaling for everyone to be on alert. A figure emerged, none other than Li Chongxiao, dressed in common attire. Seeing Li Chongxiao, the officer's vigilance waned. He was a subordinate of Zhang Qi from Jingyang, having risen through the ranks due to his merits in battling against the city. The Jingbian army and the Jingyang army had fought together along the Shaoyang line. So the officer recognized Li Chongxiao. He stepped forward, speaking respectfully, "We are tasked with escorting the crown prince. I kindly ask for your cooperation, Your Highness." The officer was aware of Li Chongxiao's strength. If he were to forcibly take the crown prince, even his 500 men would be inadequate to stop him. Li Chongxiao spread his hands, indicating he bore no weapons. "I too seek a favor. Allow me a moment to speak with the crown prince." The officer hesitated, knowing that if the prisoner were to escape, he would undoubtedly face repercussions, potentially endangering his family. Li Changxiao recognized his concerns and produced his official insignia, tossing it to the officer. If the crown prince escapes, I shall take full responsibility and ensure your safety. The officer examined the insignia closely before storing it away and instructing his men to clear the path. Clad in coarse garments, Li Changwei stepped forward. Upon seeing Li Changxiao, his expression was one of surprise. Your Highness, you cannot exceed 15 minutes. Otherwise, we shall have difficulty explaining ourselves. Rest assured, I shall not make it difficult for you. Li Changxiao replied, slowly approaching Li Changwei, seizing him as they swiftly headed towards the mountainside. Several Qin soldiers turned pale, thinking it was an abduction, and were about to pursue them when the officer restrained them. His eyes filled with apprehension, though not pursue. If the prince intends to act, we cannot stop him. It was no simple feat to traverse the air using inner strength. Only those with decades of cultivation could accomplish such a feat. Li Changxiao's ability to carry someone while soaring through the air indicated that his inner strength had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Upon the officer's urging, the Qin soldiers clearly understood this and looked at him with gratitude. Realizing he had saved their lives, Li Changxiao held on to Li Changwei, and they soon paused halfway up the mountain, arriving at a small clearing. Once on solid ground, Li Changwei felt dizzy. Could you not be gentler? He muttered in complaint. Li Changxiao merely smiled faintly, remaining silent. He then retrieved a letter from his robes and handed it to Li Changwei. This is a message from your wife. Read it carefully. Li Changwei eagerly accepted it, his hands trembling as he clutched the familiar handwriting. By the way, if you have anything to say, write it on the back. I will take it back with me. After saying this, he produced a small ink brush and an ink pot the size of his thumb, tossing them over as well. After reading his wife's letter, Li Changwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Could you not bring another piece of paper? I want this one to keep as a memento in long 11. Do not make things difficult for them. Though we are of royal lineage, we must not lose our sense of compassion. Li Changxiao remarked, referring to the officer and his men. According to the law, exiles were not permitted to take anything with them, not even a piece of paper. Seeing this, Li Changwei refrained from pressing further. Instead, he flipped the letter over and began to write on the back with the ink brush. Li Changxiao stood quietly beside him. Why do you choose to assist me? Li Changwei suddenly spoke. The relationship between the two could hardly be described as harmonious, especially in light of the incident involving the theft of the Cloud King's seal. Little did he expect to find himself in such dire straits, with others avoiding him at all costs. Ultimately, the one who extended a helping hand was, unexpectedly, Li Changxiao, who, even if only delivering a brief letter, was regarded by Li Changwei as a treasure beyond measure. Li Changxiao hesitated for a moment, a serious expression flitting across his face. Helping you is a matter of my own volition. There is no need to inquire about the reasons. If you find this troubling, then attribute it all to the crown prince and the empress dowager. Why, father? Li Changwei pondered deeply, yet could not untangle the intricacies of the situation. Gazing at his cousin, Li Changxiao suddenly expressed curiosity. Do you have any regrets about your current plight? To say I regret would not be entirely truthful. My father is the crown prince, and thus I must vie for that throne. Defeated by the uncle of Qi? I have no regrets. Even in death point one could consider it a case of seeking virtue and obtaining virtue. What is there to resent? No, I speak of the salt and iron matter, across the various states. Both goods and the lands of Yan and Zhao have yielded ample rewards. Why then target the people of Chu, inviting the displeasure of the Empress Dowager? Upon hearing this, a trace of bitterness crossed Li Changwei's face as he sighed. Those engaged in trade are driven by profit. The Chu people offer more, hence they are chosen. The alliance between Qin and Chu is a matter of national warfare. The strength of Chu and the weakness of Qin are not the doing of us Qin people. Changxiao, I have no other choice. Without resources, there can be no faction of the crown prince. If my father were to pass away and the uncle of Qi were to ascend, my family would not be spared. In this moment, sacrificing myself to ensure the safety of my wife and children is already enough. Li Changxiao detected an unsettling note in his words, his expression turning serious. Are you suggesting that you have resolved to die? On the day of my exile, I was stripped of my humanity. I contemplated ending my life to escape this earthly suffering. And what of your wife and children in the capital, your mother and the empress? A flicker of sorrow and despair flashed in Li Changwei's eyes. I in this lifetime We shall never meet again. Perhaps my death could placate the Empress Dowager and grant leniency to my wife and children." Li Changshao surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was present before speaking. Even if the Empress Dowager remains healthy, her time is limited. When the new emperor ascends, your family, left vulnerable, would be subject to bullying. How could you bear such a thought? But at present, I am merely a discarded pawn. That is a fallacy. You are no longer a threat to the new emperor, if you were still alive. The new emperor would show kindness and thus favor your family. As time passed, the appointed hour with the commander arrived. Li Changshao tucked the already written letter into his bosom and seized Li Changwei. Propelling towards the location of the Qin troops, the commander at the base, anxious, relaxed upon seeing the two approaching figures. Upon landing, Li Changwei no longer appeared as disheartened as before. "Your Highness, here is your token." The commander retrieved the token from his robes and handed it over. "I kindly ask you to take care of my elder brother. Once he is safely escorted back to the capital, I shall treat you all to drinks." Li Changshao accepted the token and immediately leaped onto a black horse. The steed galloped towards Xianyang, quickly vanishing from sight. Li Changwei watched his departing figure. Feeling an inexplicable pang of melancholy, he found himself, rather unexpectedly, developing a fondness for Li Changshao. Do not misconstrue this. The commander patted his steed, and the group set off. Half an hour later, Li Changshao led his horse into the city of Xianyang. He brushed off the dust from his sleeves, chuckling to himself. "I told you not to meddle. Look what you've done now, wasting another garment." Li Changshao himself could not comprehend why he had chosen to send off Li Changwei. If pressed for a reason, he would say it brought a sense of relief to his heart. Perhaps it stemmed from sympathy, or perhaps it was to comfort the departed Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. After all, they were of the same bloodline. It shouldn't seem too shameful. One may break the bones, yet the tendons remain connected. Chapter 70. The ascendance of the noble consort. The next day, the Jingwu Guard took the members of the Sun family, young and old, from the dungeon and escorted them to the execution ground, where Li Yingwu, the Prince of Donghai, served as the executioner. With a single decree of execution, none from the Sun family survived. Following this, the emperor bestowed a decree that reached the Eastern Palace. Crown Prince Yuenda was wise and benevolent, and he conferred the title of Marquis of Lintao upon his eldest grandson, Li Xuani. With a fief of 1,000, the former crown princess and her entourage were transferred from the Eastern Palace to the Marquis of Lintao's residence. Lintao County is one of the 7 counties under Longxi Commandery. Coincidentally, the place of Li Changwei's exile. The emperor's intent was profound. The deposed crown princess, accompanied by Li Xuani, received the decree with thanks, and the messenger was particularly courteous. With the crown prince's eldest grandson exiled, it was evident to all that the Yuenda crown prince's faction held little hope for the throne in the future. At present, the emperor, under the guise of the Yuenda crown prince, conferred a title upon his grandson, thus providing some security for the isolated widow and her son. According to the laws of the Great Qin, a marquis receives a fief of 2,000. Due to the existence of the crown prince's eldest grandson, the emperor reduced it to 1,000, which was still sufficient to maintain a household even without indulgences. The residence of the prince. Upon hearing of Li Xuani's conferred title, Li Changshao found himself harboring different thoughts. The exile of the crown prince's eldest grandson may have been intentional. It was clear to any discerning eye that since the passing of the Yuenda crown prince, the once mighty crown prince faction had scattered like birds and beasts. Even with the eldest grandson and the grand tutor Sunjiu maintaining a semblance of cohesion, they could not escape the decline. The Qi prince faction was gathering the ministers and was at the height of its power. While the emperor was present, he could still suppress their arrogance. However, with the eldest grandson losing the emperor's favor, even without the salt and iron case, the collapse of the crown prince faction was inevitable. Early exile may not be a bad route for self-preservation. 7 days later, the cavalry escorting the eldest grandson returned to Xianyang City. Taking advantage of a brief holiday, Li Changshao arranged to meet with the commander, giving him 100 taels of silver as a fulfillment of his promise to treat them to drinks. The commander did not refuse. Having just assumed his position, he needed the silver to build rapport with his subordinates and win their favor. Their partnership was thus formed. How is the eldest grandson faring in Longxi? The eldest grandson appears quite well. We paused for 2 days, and he even bid us farewell upon departure. That is good to hear. By the way, did you leave anyone to guard him? Rest assured, there are 30 riders, Li Changshao nodded. With 30 riders for protection, his life was at least secure, unless Lin Tao were to be attacked. After all, he belonged to the imperial family. Even in exile, his daily needs would not be overly lacking. Although it could not compare to Xianyang, ensuring a life free from want was still feasible. The only challenge was to endure the severe cold of Longxi. Subsequently, Li Changshao bid farewell to the commander and returned home, quietly mourning for the Qi prince within his heart. Just as he had begun to rise, he was forced to retreat. The high-ranking officials previously imprisoned had either perished or been exiled, leaving numerous vacancies in the court. The Qi prince sought to place his own people in these positions, yet the emperor preemptively filled these roles. In the back and forth, the Qi prince faction even lost the position of Minister of Revenue. The newly appointed officials belonged neither to the Qi prince faction nor to the former crown prince faction. They were neutral, collectively known as the imperial faction. As the name suggests, they were loyal to the emperor and his old ministers. This could be seen as a signal of the emperor's reassertion of control over the court. A royal decree from the harem, however, extinguished the fervor within the Qi prince's heart. Noble consort Zhang, having conducted affairs within the palace diligently and with utmost respect, is hereby granted the title of first-rank noble consort. The noble consort and the noble consort hold the same rank, yet their significance is entirely different. According to protocol, should there be no offspring in the central palace, the noble consort wields the phoenix seal. Prior to this, the phoenix seal had always been held by the Qi prince's mother, concubine Da. Now that the noble consort was established, the phoenix seal would naturally be transferred. According to rumors, concubine Da had thrown a tantrum over this, shattering numerous pieces of porcelain. Li Changshao reclined in a rocking chair, listening with great interest to the tidbits brought by Deshun. Not only did the ministers have their circles, but the eunuchs did as well. Due to Li Changshao's favored status, Deshun held a significant position among the eunuchs. Thus, sources of information were plentiful. The palace is the most transparent wall in the world. As soon as events transpired within the palace, the little eunuchs rushed to deliver the news. Deshun, knowing his master's fondness for gossip, diligently collected the news, ensuring it was fresh and accurate. So, it seems this round has gone to the noble consort, Li Changshao said lazily. Indeed, the wet nurse by concubine Da's side was punished and died for slandering the noble consort. As Deshun spoke, Li Changshao would occasionally interject with comments, treating it as an interaction. After all, Li Changshao had also undergone the teachings of the Empress, and he had not missed a single episode of the 76th installment. It was a rare opportunity for him to encounter such a situation, naturally igniting his interest. Amidst his excitement, Li Changshao found himself admiring the Emperor of Destiny. With both the court and the harem under his control, he truly deserved the title of the cunning fox who had reigned for 41 years. His dual approach was executed with remarkable finesse, nominating the noble consort and drawing the Ning Wang into the fray, while simultaneously inciting the Qi Wang's ire through the defay, thus provoking a rivalry. Seated comfortably upon the dragon throne, he enjoyed a sense of ease. If Li Changshao's intuition served him right, the Ning Wang was merely a new pawn introduced by the Emperor of Destiny to maintain the balance of power in the court. What awaited the Ning Wang next was likely a substantial subsidy from the Emperor, amounting to billions. It would be wise for the Emperor not to become too accustomed to the intricacies of this maneuver. The following day, the noble consort's brother, Zhang Chongling, was promoted to the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel, while the Ning Wang's father-in-law, Shi Qianqian, ascended to the role of left supervisor of the Court of Judicial Review. Even the Ning Wang himself was elevated to the rank of Prince of the Five Pearls, a title that, while slightly inferior to that of the Qi Wang, equaled that of the Yun Wang, who served as the court's official. At this point, even the most obtuse observer could discern the emperor's intentions. The rise of the Ning Wang was inevitable. Although he might not yet possess full strength, with the emperor's backing, obstacles were not a concern. After the court session, those officials who had previously aligned themselves with the crown prince and the Qi Wang, having found no means to secure favor, began to visit the Ning Wang's residence. The Ning Wang, exercising discernment, welcomed a number of capable officials into his fold. He also provided a list of potential candidates to his uncle, Deputy Minister of Personnel Zhang Chongling, for their advancement. Prior to this, the Ning Wang had leaned towards the crown prince's faction, which led remnants of the Yuan crown prince's supporters to gravitate towards him. Thus, his foundation began to take shape. The Ning Wang was acutely aware that the emperor was merely utilizing him as a contender against the Qi Wang, and did not genuinely favor him. The promotion of his mother was simply a tool in the emperor's hands. Nevertheless, he found joy in the experience. As a prince, how could he not harbor aspirations for that position? Opportunities had eluded him in the past. Yet the emperor had now extended this chance directly to him, and he had no reason to refuse. Moreover, he had no ground to decline. From the moment his mother was promoted, it was destined that either he or the Qi Wang would spend the remainder of their lives in confinement. He hoped that it would be the Qi Wang who would be so confined. Chapter 71. Journey to Yongqing. Within the court, the newly emerged factions of the Ning Wang and the Qi Wang engaged in mutual accusations. The Ning Wang, indeed, was a seasoned prince, possessing skills in courtly rivalry that far surpassed those of the emperor's eldest grandson. Exploiting the emperor's bias, he succeeded in toppling 3 high-ranking officials from the Qi Wang's faction in the Ministry of Justice within a fortnight. The Minister of Personnel remained loyal to the imperial faction, refraining from intervening in the struggle for succession. The Deputy Minister of Personnel was also a relative of the Ning Wang, and thus the Ministry of Justice successfully replaced its officials with those loyal to the Ning Wang. With the addition of the Court of Judicial Review, the Ning Wang had effectively seized control over the punitive powers of the Great Qin, posing a significant threat to the Qi Wang's faction. Li Changxiao was astonished by the Ning Wang's decisiveness and vigor. It was noteworthy that prior to this, the Ning Wang had been renowned within the royal family for his benevolence. Was it power that transformed a person? Or had the Ning Wang always possessed such qualities? As he fed Li Luan, Li Changxiao murmured to himself that it had been quite some time since he last sought out Li Changsun. Li Changxiao had his own concerns. Having managed to extricate the Yun Wang's residence from the quagmire of the succession struggle, he could not afford to become ensnared himself. As the legitimate son of the Ning Wang, Li Changxuan was undoubtedly involved. Though his role remained uncertain, should the Ning Wang fail to ascend, Li Changxuan would find himself in a precarious position, potentially facing exile like Li Changwei, or even worse. Contemplating this, an inexplicable sense of regret welled up within Li Changxiao, only to dissipate swiftly. The favor of the sovereign was a double-edged sword. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the winter solstice, as the saying goes. Light snow seals the ground, heavy snow seals the rivers. And the winter solstice ushers in the cold. Following this day, the yang energy would awaken, heralding the emergence of life from the depths of winter. The city of Xianyang appeared somewhat desolate, with citizens remaining indoors to worship deities and honor their ancestors, and the patrolling Qin soldiers dwindling in number. If one were to pay close attention, they would notice the usual frivolities. Cockfighting, cricket battles, and bird-walking were conspicuously absent. 3 days prior to the winter solstice, the Emperor of Destiny had led his ministers to the old capital of Qin. Yongcheng. Xianyang was situated 300 li from Yongcheng. Considering the emperor's advanced age, the procession moved slowly, taking 2 days to reach their destination. Yongcheng was the ancestral seat of the Qin people. After the Qin dynasty relocated its capital to Xianyang, Yongcheng assumed the role of a sacred site for rituals. Successive heirs and newly enthroned emperors would pay homage in Yongcheng, where the ancestral temple of the Li clan was located. This year's visit served 2 purposes. The first was to perform the ritual of offering sacrifices to heaven, with the emperor representing the populace in beseeching divine favor for peace and bountiful harvests in the coming year. The second was to conduct ancestral rites, honoring the past Qin kings who had reigned before the establishment of the Qin dynasty. It was a year marked by warfare, with the Qin Wei and Qin Shu conflicts ongoing. The Qin had triumphed against Wei, and this journey served to console the spirits of their forebears, ensuring they were aware of the present. Conversely, the Qin had suffered defeat against Chu, resulting in the loss of 320,000 Qin soldiers. This journey was also a plea to the ancestors, imploring them to protect the scattered Qin soldiers and grant solace to their wandering souls. With hopes of avenging their fallen comrades when the nation regained its strength and resources, the son of the royal lineage, Li Changxiao was also required to attend. Aware of his profound inner strength, the emperor commanded him to guard the surroundings. The carriages of the Qi Wang and Ning Wang traveled parallel to the dragon carriage, neither yielding ground. The dragon carriage led the procession, with Li Changxiao riding alongside it. The magnificent steed beneath him, a striking white horse, had been procured from the imperial stables. He had initially intended to ride his black horse. However, it had sustained an injury days prior and remained at the residence. The Jinghong sword was secured at his side, ready for any unforeseen circumstances. Li Changshao felt somewhat superfluous. After all, the emperor's entourage was accompanied by numerous ministers, making an assassination attempt unlikely. Furthermore, on this journey to Yongqing, the number of Golden Guard soldiers alone exceeded 20,000. Amused by the thought, Li Changshao casually scanned his surroundings. The road between Xianying and Yongqing was remarkably smooth, tracing along the banks of the Wei River. As they progressed halfway, trees began to emerge along the sides of the road. The Golden Guard soldiers positioned themselves along the thoroughfare, prepared for any sudden developments. Li Changshao gently urged his horse forward. Drawing closer to the front of the procession, at the forefront, a general clad in golden armor, adorned with red plumes, commanded attention. Li Changshao recognized him as General Wu Yunzhao of the Golden Guard. He rode alongside Wu Yunzhao and quietly inquired, "General Wu, where do you think an ambush might be set?" Wu Yunzhao regarded him with a serious expression. "This area is less than 50 li from Yongqing. If there were to be an ambush, this would be the most advantageous location." Li Changshao nodded in agreement, as he had harbored the same thought. He then began to scrutinize the woods ahead. With a century of internal cultivation at his disposal, his vision naturally exceeded that of the average person. Wu Yunzhao sensed the depth of Li Changshao's inner strength, and a flicker of astonishment crossed his rugged face. It was remarkable that a royal scion had achieved such formidable inner power. Upon further assessment, Wu Yunzhao's demeanor shifted, for he realized that his own cultivation level paled in comparison to that of this young prince. Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Changshao's expression suddenly turned grave as he spoke in a low voice. "General, 200 paces ahead, the right side of the thicket is stirring." Upon hearing this, Wu Yunzhao's expression changed, and he swiftly channeled his inner strength to enhance his vision. However, he awkwardly discovered that he could not discern the situation 200 paces away. Instinctively, he was disinclined to believe it, yet recalling Li Changshao's formidable inner power, he ultimately raised his right hand, signaling the procession to halt. The dragon carriage behind them came to an immediate stop, as did the carriages of the ministers. The Golden Guard soldiers tightened their grips on their long spears, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, the chief eunuch Lai Fu rode forth. Upon seeing Li Changshao, he bowed respectfully, saying, "Your Majesty has sent me to inquire about the situation." Before Wu Yunzhao could speak, Li Changshao interjected, "This prince has detected irregularities 200 paces ahead, hence the order for General Wu to halt." Lai Fu's expression grew serious, and he clasped his hands in gratitude, stating, "We are grateful for the prince's vigilance. I shall report this to his majesty." He then spurred his horse back towards the dragon carriage. Wu Yunzhao glanced back at Li Changshao, his eyes filled with gratitude. Li Changshao had clearly taken the responsibility upon himself. Should the assessment prove erroneous and incite the emperor's wrath, the blame would not fall upon Wu Yunzhao. Li Changshao chose to disregard Wu Yunzhao. Instead, gripping his Jinghong sword tightly, he had understated his observations earlier. 200 paces ahead, there were at least 100 breaths, undoubtedly the enemies lying in ambush. To state that he heard their breaths would have seemed too extraordinary. So he had opted for a more subtle description. He turned to a nearby Golden Guard soldier, asking, "Do you have a bow and arrows to lend me?" Upon being called to halt, the Jinwei promptly stepped forward. Retrieving the arrows from his back and the bow from his arms, Li Changshao gently drew the bowstring, discerning that it was a 3-stone bow, somewhat light for him, but he could not afford to dwell on such details now. With a swift motion, he leaped onto the horse's back, seizing 10 arrows from the Jinwei's hands. Bow in his left hand and string in his right, his inner strength flowed through his hand. Enveloping the arrows, Li Changshao aimed at the thicket ahead. Whoosh, 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 5 arrows flew forth in rapid succession, followed by another volley. They sliced through the air with a sharp sound, and in the next moment, 6 corpses were propelled from the center of the path. Wu Yunzhao witnessed this scene and hastily drew his sword, shouting, "Enemy attack, protect his majesty." The Jinwei, obeying the command, swiftly gathered around the dragon carriage. Soon after, hundreds of sword-wielding figures clad in black burst forth from the bushes on either side. Utilizing the trees as leverage, they advanced with astonishing speed. Chapter 72. The heavy sword sect of the Great Wei. The black-clad swordsman rapidly approached. "You are from the heavy sword sect," Wu Yunzhao exclaimed, drawing his sword and channeling his inner strength to strike at the nearest black-clad figure. With a slash, the garments of the nearby swordsman were shredded. revealing a gruesome wound on his abdomen from which blood poured forth in torrents. After struggling a few moments, he succumbed to death. Wu Yunzhao's expression darkened, for the disciples of the heavy sword sect were mercilessly slaying the nearby Jinwei, each one imbued with inner strength, capable of fending off 10 opponents with ease. A few royal retainers stepped forth from the back of the ranks to confront the nearby disciples of the heavy sword sect. Wu Yunzhao dispatched 4 black-clad figures in quick succession and was about to continue when one of them charged directly at him, wielding a black sword that emitted a brilliant glow. Wu Yunzhao had no choice but to raise his sword in defense. The clash of blades produced a faint spark as they collided. After several breaths, both men retreated 10 steps. Such strength among the heavy sword sect. Wu Yunzhao remarked. The black-clad swordsman did not respond, maintaining an aggressive stance with his sword. Wu Yunzhao's face reflected surprise. This opponent was evenly matched with him, possessing at least 35 years of inner strength. A name surfaced in his mind, and he blurted out, "You are Lu He of the heavy sword sect, the current sect master." Upon hearing this, the black-clad figure hesitated momentarily, then removed his mask, revealing a weathered face with deep-set, luminous eyes. "What if you guessed right? You, a mere hound, should worry about the Qin thieves and how they will meet their end," he retorted. And no sooner had he spoken than a burly black figure surged toward the Qin Emperor's dragon carriage. His speed was astonishing, appearing as a mere wisp, a blurred line darting through the encirclement of Jinwei. Those he passed fell to the ground without a drop of blood, as if he killed without leaving a trace. Wu Yunzhao grew anxious, preparing to turn back for assistance when a sword light slashed toward him. Wu Yunzhao, feeling helpless, continued to raise his sword in defense. His inner strength erupted, the veins in his arms visibly bulging. "Qin dog, I am here to save you. If you cannot defeat me, how will you triumph over my master?" Lu He said nonchalantly, his intent clearly to delay Wu Yunzhao from providing aid. The shadow swiftly approached within 20 steps of the dragon carriage. At his speed, he would reach it in less than 3 breaths. Just then, a figure clad in white surged forth from the Qin ranks, wielding a gleaming silver spear. Moving with remarkable agility, the spear tip crackled in the air, ominously resonating with a sound like an impending explosion. He charged directly at the black figure. Eye in the distance, Wu Yunzhao, engaged in battle, momentarily relaxed his furrowed brow upon witnessing this scene. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Lu He's eyes as the white-clad figure reached the black figure's side. Declaring, "General by Hen of the Jinwei is here. Do not harm my sovereign." As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a fierce wind with his spear, as if to tear through the very fabric of space. Observing this, Li Changshao shook his head. The white-clad general would not prevail. His spear technique was commendable, yet the disparity in inner strength was a critical flaw. As the black-clad figure approached, he laughed disdainfully, casually swinging his heavy iron sword. With a thunderous sound, the white-clad general was sent flying, along with his spear, a muffled grunt escaping his lips. The 2 chief eunuchs before the dragon carriage paled. For the destined emperor lay within, eyes closed, showing no sign of movement. Having accomplished this, the black figure pressed on towards the dragon carriage, now only 10 steps away, 0.9 steps, 0.8 steps. Suddenly, a white horse, bearing a figure, blocked the path before the dragon carriage. It was a youth clad in a red robe of the royal house, Li Changshao. The black figure smirked disdainfully, dismissing him as a mere child of the Qin royal family seeking death. "If you seek death, I shall oblige," he thought. Eye in the distance, Wu Yunzhao observed the unfolding drama, his previously furrowed brow relaxing swiftly. Seizing the moment as he withdrew his sword, he patted his chest, still somewhat apprehensive. "What? The Qin thief is to perish, and you appear so pleased, Wu Yunzhao. With such a subordinate, the Qin thief cannot escape calamity today. Nay, it is you who cannot evade disaster. That is your master," Wu Yunzhao replied earnestly, his tone tinged with caution. "Has this Qin dog been frightened into folly?" Lu He questioned, a hint of doubt passing over his face, before he turned to regard the dragon carriage, his eyes alight with excitement. 5 steps, 0.4 steps, 0.3 steps. The black figure now stood before Li Changshao, repeating his previous tactic, swinging his heavy iron sword, a smile still gracing his lips, 3 parts arrogance, 7 parts disdain. In the next moment, he found himself frozen in place. The black figure, taken aback, turned to behold the scene before him, his expression turning to one of sheer shock. For the opposite end of the heavy iron sword had been seized by Li Changxiao, who then applied strength, rendering the sword, weighing 64 pounds, as pliable as clay. With a swift motion, Li Changxiao grasped the figure's neck, lightly leaping upward from the horse's back, his form suspended in the air. The cold wind whipped around him, his ink-black hair flowing like a waterfall, the jade crown reflecting a prism of light, making him appear as if a deity descended from the heavens. The black-clad figure struggled in vain. Realizing that an overwhelming force of inner strength had ensnared him, rendering him utterly immobile in the distance, Lu He gasped, "Master!" The disciples of the heavy sword sect turned in unison, witnessing their master suspended in midair, the descendant of General Gong Sun Yen. The second-generation sect master of the heavy sword sect, Gong Sun Shi. Li Changxiao regarded Gong Sun Shi with a gentle smile, inquiring softly, "Sect Master Gong Sun, am I correct in my assertions?" Gong Sun Shi's face flushed crimson. Yet he could utter not a word. Li Changxiao then turned his gaze towards the dragon carriage, his tone respectful. "May the Emperor issue commands on how to deal with the traitor Gong Sun." A resonant, commanding voice emanated from the carriage. "Let him live." The tone was unadorned. Yet those who had served the destined emperor for many years could discern the emperor's excellent mood. "Understood," Li Changxiao replied. Before delivering a punch toward Gong Sun Shi, this seemingly ordinary strike instantly shattered all of Gong Sun Shi's meridians upon impact, obliterating the inner strength contained within his Ren and Du meridians. Gong Sun Shi promptly lost consciousness. "Jinwei, obey my command and slay the enemies." The previously sent flying by Hin had somehow returned. He rallied the Jinwei to charge at the remaining disciples of the heavy sword sect. Li Changxiao, exasperated, thought to himself, "This fellow seemed even more eager to show off than he was." If memory served, Bai Hin was indeed the grandson of the Marquis of Wuan. By Moshring it appeared the old man had led quite the colorful youth in his day. Chapter 73. Left Jinwei Deputy General Li Changxiao casually discarded Gong Sun Shi to the ground. The ever-watchful Jinwei swiftly approached, binding his hands behind his back and taking him into custody. Bereft of his inner strength, Gong Sun Shi was reduced to a mere ordinary elder with only a modicum of martial skill, posing no threat. Meanwhile, Bai Hin led the Jinwei in swiftly dispatching the nearby disciples of the heavy sword sect. The chief eunuch Fu Shun stepped forward, his gaze toward Li Changxiao imbued with even greater respect. "Please, Your Highness, take action." "Very well," Li Changxiao acknowledged, understanding that Fu Shun referred to the sect master, Lu, on the other side. The battle between Wu Yunzhao and Lu He raged on, with Wu Yunzhao declaring, "Sect Master Lu, I warned you. Your master is overestimating his abilities." Wu Yunzhao laughed heartily, his long sword now appearing even more agile in his grasp. "Your Majesty, may you remain in peace," he declared, free from any lingering anxieties and ready to engage in battle with abandon. Lu He, however, was utterly stunned. Coming from a lineage of martial prowess, he had been a renowned swordsman a century ago. Yet he had been vanquished by that young man in a single strike. Contemplating this, Lu He could not help but wonder about the terrifying strength possessed by the youth, as he surveyed the scene around him. Witnessing the relentless slaughter of the disciples of the heavy sword sect by the Qin army, a sense of retreat began to stir within him. Consequently, he concentrated all his internal energy into the tip of his sword and aimed a strike at Wu Yunzhao. The sword was without edge. Naturally, Wu Yunzhao dared not take the blow head-on and deftly sidestepped. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a feint. The black sword was swiftly retracted. Wu Yunzhao had already retreated a dozen paces. Seizing this opportunity, Lu He summoned all his strength and swiftly darted backward. Wu Yunzhao's expression changed. He had fallen for this old trick. He prepared to pursue when a voice interjected, "Do not chase. Leave it to me." It was then that he noticed a flash of red light, which vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, Wu Yunzhao turned back and rejoined the fray against the disciples of the heavy sword sect. Lu He ran for his life, despite the rapid depletion of his internal energy. He dared not pause for even a moment. With clenched teeth, his aged face bore an expression of terror, while thoughts of Li Changxiao's face plagued his mind. What manner of monster is he? As Lu He glanced back, he found nothing behind him save for the bushes flanking the roadside receding away. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a voice suddenly rang out above him, "Are you looking for me?" As Lu He raised his head, a fierce gust of wind struck him, and darkness enveloped his vision. Li Changshao seized him and returned him to the Qin army's position. The exchange transpired in scarcely more than 100 breaths. The remaining disciples of the heavy sword sect had dwindled to a mere handful. The leader's flight had extinguished their fighting spirit. When the last disciple fell amidst a pool of blood, Wu Yunzhao and Bai Hin bowed before the dragon chariot. "Your Majesty, the villains have all been vanquished." Coincidentally, Li Changshao arrived, dragging the incapacitated Lu He along. He unceremoniously tossed him toward the Jinwu guard, who, having gained experience, swiftly bound him. Executing their task with exemplary skill, they continued onward. From within the dragon chariot, a voice emerged, "Proceed." 3 hours later, they finally reached the gates of Yong City, which stood wide open, lined with Qin soldiers outside. As the dragon chariot approached, the distant soldiers shouted in unison, "We welcome your Majesty." The multitude's chorus resonated like a mighty thunder, shaking the heavens. Li Changshao maintained an air of indifference. The accolades were not directed at him, yet he felt an inexplicable sense of pride. Indeed, he remained but a mortal man. The prefect of Yong City was adept at flattery. With his keen hearing, he discerned that the breath of the emperor within the chariot had quickened, evidently due to Lu He. The art of flattery, when skillfully employed, is a matter of the heart. The prefect of Yong City must be well versed in this craft. Subsequently, the group entered the city. As the former capital of Qin and the residence of the Qin emperor, Yong City also housed a palace. With but a day until the winter solstice, the ministers entered the hall, taking their places along either side, with the principal officials present, resembling the court of Xianyang. Li Changshao, holding the title of duke, held no other official position and was not ordinarily required to attend court. This was his first time participating as an attendant. Once everyone had settled, the emperor spoke first. "What do you all believe should be done with the assassins who dared to strike at me?" No sooner had his words left his lips than 2 individuals were brought before the throne by the Jinwu guard, none other than Lu He and Gongsun Shi. Their advanced age, coupled with the depletion of their internal energy, rendered them even frilier. Gongsun Shi, barely able to breathe, appeared on the verge of death. General Wu Yunzhao of the Jinwu Guard was the first to step forward, kneeling on one knee. "I believe the assassins should be executed, and the heavy sword sect should be eradicated. Our great Qin's mighty lion is already near Ani. I earnestly beseech your Majesty to issue a decree to attack Ani and obliterate the heavy sword sect." Following closely, General Bai Hin of the Jinwu Guard emerged from the ranks. "I second this motion." The kings of Qi and Ning exchanged glances, each snorting in disdain, and simultaneously stepped forward. "I second this motion." Soon after, civil and military officials on either side began to step forward in turn. An unprecedented consensus was reached among the ministers. Those who dared to assassinate the emperor must bear the consequences. The emperor, delighted, stroked his dragon beard and laughed heartily. "Good Laifu. Here, your servant is present," came the reply. "Convey my decree to Meng Zhong. From this day forth, we shall attack Ani on the day the city falls. Not a single soul from the heavy sword sect shall be spared. Should anyone obstruct us, they shall be executed without mercy." "Understood." Laifu bowed and slowly retreated to the emperor's side. Lu He and Gongsun Shi's expressions changed drastically. Lu He trembled as he pointed at the emperor. "Qin traitor, how dare you?" Before he could finish, Bai Hin stamped down on him, declaring, "To offend the emperor's countenance is a capital offense." Lu He, his face contorted in pain, could not rise. Gongsun Shi, beside him, lay prone on the ground, utterly motionless. When the Jinwu guard pulled him up, they discovered that Gongsun Shi had already drawn his last breath. The emperor furrowed his brow slightly. Sensing an ill omen, Laifu understood his thoughts and hastily urged, "Do not allow this place to become tainted. Take them away." Consequently, the Jinwu guard carried Gongsun Shi's corpse out, along with Lu He. Burial was out of the question. Not even a complete body would be left intact. A special team would execute the punishment of dismemberment and cast the remains into a mass grave. As they departed, Lu He continued to curse. "Qin traitor, you slaughter the innocent. I curse you and your nation to meet a wretched end." "I shall await that," the emperor replied with indifference, his aura of authority unmistakable. After punishment comes reward. General Wu Yunzhao and General Bai Hin of the Jinwu Guard, who had fought valiantly, were commended for their service in protecting the emperor, as they had not ascertained the ambush from the heavy sword sect beforehand, which had startled the emperor. Their merits and faults balanced out, and thus no rewards or penalties would be administered. The families of Jinwu Guard soldiers who had died in battle would receive compensation to be shared equally between the national treasury and the Xiaofu. Without exception, the two generals expressed no grievances. To have startled the emperor was reason enough for demotion or dismissal. With their merits and faults balanced, they had narrowly escaped calamity. Prince Shi, the emperor continued. Your servant is present. Li Changxiao stepped forward. The emperor's gaze toward Li Changxiao bore an unusual warmth, prompting the other ministers and the kings of Ning and Qi to take note, their hearts filled with envy. Prince Shi has rendered meritorious service in protecting the emperor. Convey my decree. I hereby increase his fief by 2,000 and appoint him as the left general of the Jinwu Guard. Li Changxiao, already possessing 8,000 in fief, now found his total increased to 10,000. Equivalent to that of a princely title. It was likely that since the founding of the Great Qin, no duke had attained such a status. The assembly was abuzz not merely for the elevation to a fief of 10,000, but for the appointment as left general of the Jinwu Guard. The title of left general of the Jinwu Guard ranked as a fourth-tier position, commanding 2,000 Jinwu Guards, a position of substantial authority. The emperor's bestowal effectively elevated Li Changxiao to a high-ranking position within the Jinwu Guard. 2,000 Jinwu Guards could be pivotal in turning the tide during critical moments. The kings of Ning and Qi recognized this shift, their gazes toward Li Changxiao now burning with intensity. Below, Wu Yunzhao and Bai Hin were momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure. They had witnessed Li Changxiao's extraordinary prowess. To declare him unrivaled would not be an exaggeration. Should anyone dispute this? Gong Sun Shi's fate served as a cautionary tale. Li Changxiao bowed deeply. Thank you, Your Majesty. Subsequently, he returned to the ranks of the courtiers, his countenance serene. However, if one were to speak of his emotions, they could be described as a blend of joy and sorrow. With an official position bestowed upon him, the days of leisure had vanished irretrievably, transforming him into a life of toil, rising early and retiring late. Yet, there were advantages to be had as the left general of the Golden Guard. He enjoyed the emperor's favor. The royal lineage of the Cloud King had always been characterized by idleness, indifferent to worldly affairs. Presently, Li Changxiao had been granted an official title, which could serve to bolster the two royal households. Instilling a measure of dread among the unscrupulous. One might consider this a positive development. After all, the Golden Guard had a notorious reputation for ruthlessness, making them a force to be reckoned with. Li Changxiao glanced upwards at the Emperor of Destiny, and from the way the old monarch's brows were arched, it was evident that his mood was quite favorable indeed. How could he feel otherwise? A mere position had enabled him to command the loyalty of an extraordinary master, a veritable stroke of fortune. Just as Li Changxiao perceived, the Emperor of Destiny was indeed pleased with his own machinations. Previously, he had allowed Li Changxiao to accompany him in the imperial carriage, merely having heard of his exceptional swordsmanship, using the opportunity to demonstrate his favor. He had not genuinely expected Li Changxiao to be of significant utility. During the attack by the heavy sword sect, Li Changxiao's performance had been nothing short of astonishing. The reputation of Gong Sun Shi was well known, even to the Emperor of Destiny. This veteran of the sword arts, who had traversed the realm for decades, had been effortlessly subdued by Li Changxiao, a testament to his formidable prowess. Setting aside these considerations, for the Emperor of Destiny, strength was secondary. What he valued most was Li Changxiao's reverence towards him. The sage of Confucianism once said, "To know reverence is to possess a steady heart. To have a steady heart is to remain unyielding and resolute in one's purpose. Without reverence, how can loyalty be expected?" The Emperor of Destiny harbored his own self-interest. The life of the Qin Emperor was fraught with peril, with countless individuals wishing to assassinate him. With Li Changxiao at his side, he had no fear of the unscrupulous individuals from rival states. This afforded him the luxury of a peaceful slumber, which was indeed a most welcome prospect. As the court session concluded and the ministers departed, Li Changxiao found himself unable to leave. As the newly appointed left general of the Golden Guard, he was obliged to take his post. Given that the Golden Guard accompanying the emperor was already under various commanders, the 2,000 troops under his command, along with the chief historian, were temporarily beyond his control. It would not be until they reached Xianyang that he could rectify this situation. Thus, he was effectively a commander without troops, Li Changxiao was rather pleased by this arrangement. A few more days of duty would afford him some respite, which was certainly most agreeable. Yet, the Emperor of Destiny required him to assume his role immediately. With no golden guard available, he was to attend to the Emperor's side. Consequently, Li Changxiao, with the stunning Hong sword at his waist, followed the Emperor into the inner palace, specifically the Zhai Palace. The permission to bear a sword was a sign of trust and favor from the Emperor. However, Li Changxiao had long seen through the old monarch stratagems. It was a classic case of a slap followed by a date, compelling Li Changxiao to serve diligently. Very well, after all, there was no room for refusal. Unable to change the situation, he resolved to accept it. Li Changxiao silently encouraged himself. Suddenly, the Emperor of Destiny spoke. "Punger, what is it that you seek?" Li Changxiao was momentarily taken aback, perhaps lost in thought for an instant before responding, "Your Majesty, I am but a foolish grandson. May I inquire what aspect of my desires you refer to?" "Naturally, it pertains to your lifelong aspirations. I perceive that you seek neither power nor wealth. Born into the royal family, this is quite a rarity." Li Changxiao pondered for a few seconds before articulating his response. "As long as my parents are well and my children safe, I desire no worries in this life, and to live until a ripe old age." Upon uttering this, a flicker of uncertainty crossed his face, unsure if the Emperor would chastise him for lacking ambition. The Emperor of Destiny was genuinely taken aback, a clear sign being the abrupt halt of his steps. He turned to gaze at Li Changxiao, his eyes piercing as if seeking to unravel the depths of his soul. With the keen insight honed over 41 years of sovereignty, he discerned within Li Changxiao's gaze a mixture of reverence, astonishment, and regret, yet found no trace of cowardice. Even so, the Emperor's gaze remained fixed upon Li Changxiao's eyes, unwavering for an extended moment, before he suddenly broke into laughter. Remarkably, he extended a hand and gently patted Li Changxiao's shoulder. A flicker of satisfaction crossing his aged visage. "I recall that you have a daughter, do I not?" "Indeed, thanks to your Majesty's grace, she has been conferred the title of Princess of Dunyang," Li Changxiao replied candidly, with a hint of vigilance. For a royal daughter to be remembered by the Emperor was not necessarily a good omen. One could never know if it might lead to a marriage alliance or a betrothal. The Emperor of Destiny seemed to discern his thoughts, and his expression darkened slightly. "I have no intention of setting my sights upon your daughter. The foundation of my Qin dynasty was established through the toil of my ancestors, not through the sacrifice of my royal daughters." Li Changxiao contemplated this, and it indeed seemed to be the case. As he raised his head, he found the Emperor of Destiny gazing intently at him. His brows slightly arched, clearly in good spirits. "Let me clarify. Only the daughters of princes may be conferred the title of princess, while those of dukes may at most be designated as county princesses." With this, the Emperor turned and continued towards the inner palace, prompting Li Changxiao to hastily follow, his movements considerably more agile. The Emperor's final words were akin to a bait, as though he had revealed everything but said nothing at all. Yet, Li Changxiao understood that this bait was one he could not afford to disregard. The title of princess would afford Li Luan greater options in seeking a husband in the future. However, his estimation of the Emperor's political acumen had risen yet another notch. With just a few words, the Emperor had deftly seized upon his vulnerabilities. His understanding of human nature had reached a level bordering on the uncanny. Each word and phrase flowed seamlessly, and every gesture was a demonstration of his mastery in governance. In pursuit of this princely title, Li Changxiao felt compelled to work diligently. At noon, the Emperor of Destiny partook of a simple meal in the palace before resting for half an hour. Li Changxiao stood guard outside the hall, sword in hand. At the hour of the Wu. The following day marked the winter solstice, when the Emperor would personally inspect the sacrificial animals. Li Changxiao would accompany him, as this entailed verifying the suitability of the livestock for the impending rituals of heaven and ancestors. Prior to this, the officials had confirmed the selection multiple times. The sacrificial cattle, sheep, and horses had been gathered from various regions within Qin. Beyond species distinctions, they were further categorized into numerous breeds, thus necessitating thorough inspections. Sacrifices were of the utmost sanctity and could not be approached with carelessness. During the inspection of the livestock, Li Changxiao chanced upon an amusing sight. For instance, sacrificial cattle and sheep were rarely old. There were not even any calves or lambs. Most were in their growth phase, representing the tenderest and most succulent meat. Conversely, The horses designated for sacrifice were entirely opposite. Scanning the scene, one could only see young, frail horses with none robust in stature. This choice was not without reason. Horses held great value. War horses could gallop across the battlefield, while draft horses were used for transport. Thus, it had always been the custom in Qin to select young, weak horses for sacrifice, emphasizing practical utility. This practice had been upheld by successive emperors and kings, ensuring that no thought of neglect would arise among their descendants. 3 days before the sacrifice, a period of fasting was required. On the 75th day, during the winter solstice, the Grand Minister had previously determined the auspicious time. The hour of the Ein was associated with wood, marking the genesis of yang energy, coinciding perfectly with the winter solstice. When Ein reaches its zenith, as dawn broke. While the sky remained dim, the Emperor of Destiny led his ministers to the altar of heaven for the sacrificial rites. Upon arrival, they took their positions, with ministers standing to either side. The Emperor donned his grand robe and crown, slowly ascending the sacrificial platform. His upper garments were adorned with patterns depicting the sun, moon, stars, mountains, dragons, and auspicious insects, symbolizing the heavens. His lower garments were embellished with motifs of various plants, fire, fine rice, ancestral totems, and ceremonial patterns, symbolizing the earth. Upon reaching the sacrificial altar, the assembled ministers knelt and bowed in reverence. For the people of Qin, this was a tribute to the celestial deities and the 4 emperors. The Emperor of Destiny also bowed his head, demonstrating his respect for heaven and earth. The sacrificial platform towered several meters above the ground. Viewed from a distance, it appeared as though the Emperor was communing with the divine. Charged with the mandate of heaven, may he enjoy everlasting prosperity. The words of prayer echoed silently in his heart. Too sacred to be shared with outsiders, for such heavenly secrets must remain undisclosed. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the Emperor stood up, signifying the conclusion of his prayers. The Minister of Sacrifices stepped forward and declared in a resonant voice, "Present the offerings." The preordained cattle, sheep, and horses were drawn to the designated location. After confirming that everything was in order, the ritual officiant continued to give orders for the sacrificial slaughter. No sooner had the command been issued than a butcher's knife descended upon the living beasts. With a single stroke, the animals, both large and small, fell to the ground, convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Graves were dug one after another, and the lifeless creatures were pushed into the pits. Accompanied by prepared jade figures of both genders, jade song, iron farming implements, and bronze chariots. The jade figures, crafted entirely from jade and roughly the size of a man's palm, served as substitutes for living sacrifices. At this moment, the officiants of ritual music, dancers, and singers stepped forward. The music and dance accompanied the chants, with bells ringing to honor the great nation, and the elegant melodies of Ye filled the air. Marking the completion of the heavenly sacrificial rites, the Emperor of Divine Mandate slowly descended from the altar. The ministers, who had previously knelt in reverence, rose to bow towards the Emperor, distinguishing this act from the earlier worship of heaven and earth. Subsequently, the Emperor led the ministers into Yongqing for the ancestral rites in the ancestral temple. The officials did not follow, leaving the matters of the Li royal family to themselves. The ancestral temple was divided into family temples and distant ancestral halls, where the ancestors of the Li clan from earlier generations would be relocated. Li Changshao discerned the subtleties. The so-called distant ancestors were, in fact, those recognized by successive Qin kings, and only they would be moved there. For instance, ancient emperors were acknowledged primarily to reinforce legitimacy, without necessarily implying blood relations. Apart from the usual offerings of incense, the royal family seldom visited the distant ancestral hall, keeping it at arm's length. This occasion was a visit to the family temple, where offerings had already been laid out. The emperor led the princes in honoring the ancestors, beginning with the first Qin king, Qin Fizi. The royal family, holding incense, knelt before the tablets of the past Qin kings, and the emperor did likewise. After the rites for the 19 Qin kings were completed, his expression turned solemn as he performed the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations before the ancestral tablets. Li Yuanzhua, accompanied by royal kin, addressed the ancestors. This year's campaigns have resulted in many casualties, all of whom are my great Qin subjects. I beseech the past kings to shelter the souls of our fallen warriors in the underworld, allowing their lonely spirits to rest in peace and continue the legacy of our fortunes. Following this, The emperor bowed and knelt 3 times once more. Counting the previous bows, this marked the 6th time he had prostrated himself. Exceeding the prescribed rites, Li Changxiao observed the Grand Minister and the older royal family members, noting their lack of intent to intervene. Seemingly accustomed to this practice, it appeared that with each ancestral tribute, the emperor consistently added the traditional 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations, resulting in what could be termed 6 kneelings and 18 prostrations. The words of the tribute repeatedly emphasized the nurturing and protection of the lonely souls. As Li Changxiao gazed at the emperor, who continued to bow and kneel, a peculiar sense of conflict arose within him. Was he benevolent? Not at all. Hundreds of thousands of Qin soldiers had perished due to his pursuit of immediate results. Was he cruel? Not necessarily. At least, Li Changxiao could discern that the emperor sincerely wished for the slain Qin soldiers to return to their homeland in spirit. He could not articulate the emotions swirling within him, feeling both suffocated and bitter. If the fallen soldiers were aware, would they feel honored? Would they feel no regrets? Their vibrant lives and youthful years had been buried beneath the weight of the great Qin's ambitions. The solid yet cold sensation beneath his feet was indeed a grim reminder of the countless bones that formed the ground. Once the great ceremony concluded, the aging emperor, having conducted the rites repeatedly, was visibly fatigued, with beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Fu Shun and Lai Fu supported him on either side as they exited the ancestral temple. This time, the emperor did not push them away. The dragon chariot awaited outside the hall, ready to carry him back to his palace. After the emperor's departure, only the royal princes remained within the ancestral hall, and a few elderly clan elders gradually took their leave. The younger princes, centered around the king of Qi and the king of Ning, subtly divided into 2 factions, with only a small group standing beside Li Changxiao as a neutral faction, refraining from involvement. Li Changxiao was somewhat astonished, unsure of what methods his 2 royal uncles had employed to draw so many clan members into the succession debate. In any case, he was not concerned with such matters. Li Changxiao stepped forward, drawing nearer to the tablets of the past kings. Incense burners were placed before the tablets, and the fragrant smoke rose gently, hovering over the offerings as if savoring the tribute from the descendants. This scene evoked an ethereal and elusive ambience. Li Changxiao's gaze traversed the tablets of the past kings, and memories of their achievements flooded his mind. Records inscribed on bamboo slips, left for posterity to remember and celebrate. Today, he had become one of those descendants, honoring Qin Fizi, the founder of the state, the victorious Qin Zhuang Wang who triumphed over the Shirong, and Qin Xian Wang, who reformed rituals and sacrifices. Due to his familiarity with the royal texts, Li Changxiao could instantly recite the life achievements of each king upon seeing their tablets. In a moment of reverie, a profound sense of pride welled up within him. The accomplishments of his ancestors filled him with a sense of honor. The clang of weapons and the thunder of cavalry echoed in his mind, evoking images of a fierce and formidable presence. If the past kings were aware in the afterlife that their deeds were remembered and frequently invoked by those in the mortal realm, they would surely find great solace in a spontaneous act. He bowed before the incense burner, proclaiming, "May the virtues of Qin shine brightly, and may our great Qin enjoy peace and prosperity, with military fortunes flourishing." After completing the rites, he turned around only to find that the king of Ning and the king of Qi had departed without him noticing. The temple was now left with just a handful of individuals. The biting cold wind outside brought an air of desolation. The grand priest awaited outside the hall, and after the princes left, the ancestral hall was closed once more, with the spirit dust cleaned and offerings tidied. After returning to his sleeping quarters, the aging emperor fell into slumber. However, being of an advanced age, he could not sleep deeply in the depths of the night. The emperor of divine mandate opened his eyes. Unable to find rest as he tossed and turned, an inexplicable sense of regret and melancholy enveloped him. He understood that this might be the last time he would personally conduct the heavenly sacrificial rites in Yongsheng during his lifetime. He hoped that his ancestors would not hold it against him. Chapter 76. The capture of Hudong Commandery. The next day, a grand procession made its way back to Xianyang. With the previous encounter in mind, the Qin court dispatched 50,000 soldiers from the Lishan camp to guard the route from Yongsheng to Xianyang. They indeed uncovered 2 groups of conspirators, one from the northern state of Yan and the other from Zhao. Comprising the Zhao royal family's martial elite and assassins from Yan's Yishui pavilion. Upon realizing their plans had been exposed, the masters of both states did not linger and dispersed in haste. Consequently, the return journey was remarkably smooth. 2 days later, the sovereign and his ministers returned to Xianyang. After escorting the Emperor of Divine Mandate back to the palace for rest, Li Changxiao stepped out of the palace gates. Intending to head straight home, at that moment, 5 members of the Golden Guard approached him. As they drew near, they all bowed in greeting. "We pay our respects to the Central General." Li Changxiao immediately understood that they were not addressing him as a prince, but rather by his title within the Golden Guard. It seemed that these individuals were likely his subordinates. As he had suspected, the leader continued, "I am Su Renyuan, the Grand Historian of the Golden Guard, sent by the general to lead the Central General to the camp." Li Changxiao nodded in acknowledgement that Su Renyuan presented the already prepared horses, and the group mounted, galloping towards Qinghuafang. The left Golden Guard was stationed in the west street of Qinghuafang, while the right Golden Guard was located in the east street of Jishanfang, not far from the Qin Palace. Should any upheaval arise within the palace, the Golden Guard would be the first to arrive and take control of the situation. Additionally, a contingent of 8,000 Golden Guards was stationed at the palace gates, with 2 divisions of 2,000 each. Thus, the emperor's intentions became quite clear. Li Changxiao, along with the 2,000 Golden Guards assigned to him, was to bear the responsibility of safeguarding the palace. Is Su Changshi assigned to serve under the general? Indeed. I hope the general will be understanding in the days to come. It is only right. Li Changxiao replied, his words devoid of any hint of estrangement. The chief of staff was his aide, and would not encroach upon his authority, making him a rather suitable tool. Should there be any unpleasant tasks that Li Changxiao was reluctant to undertake, he could readily delegate them to the chief of staff. Hence, Li Changxiao deemed it appropriate to afford the tool some measure of respect. Upon arriving at Qinghuafang, the street was desolate, with scarcely any residents. This was partly due to military considerations. The Jinwu Guard's mobilization signified an urgent edict from the emperor, which could not be delayed, thus necessitating the clearing of the surrounding streets. However, Li Changxiao was inclined to believe another hypothesis, that the citizens of Xianyang, even if reduced to living on the streets, would prefer not to reside across from the Jinwu Guard. After all, a miserable life was still preferable to death, if only to continue existing. Subsequently, Su Renyuan led him to the military camp, which was overseen by 4 officers, each commanding 500 Jinwu Guards, totaling 2,000. News of Li Changxiao's victory over Gongsun Shi had spread early and had become a topic of lively discussion among the citizens of Xianyang. The soldiers of the Jinwu Guard had evidently heard of it, their gazes towards Li Changxiao filled with reverence, thus sparing him the trouble of consolidating his authority. For this, he owed thanks to Gongsun Shi. After the formalities, Li Changxiao did not linger, returning directly to his residence. Now that he held an official position, he would need to rise early the following morning to report for duty at the palace. Leaving him with increasingly little time at home, he summoned Li Luowen. Upon seeing her father, the little girl joyfully leaped into his arms, her spirits high. Li Changxiao, curious, inquired, "Anur, has something good happened?" "Today, I received praise from the nurse." She replied, "Oh, what did they commend?" Li Changxiao's interest was piqued. Her manners were elegant, and she carried herself with poise, responded Li Luowen, her voice brimming with pride. Upon hearing this, Li Changxiao erupted into laughter, his deep internal strength manifesting in a resounding and prolonged mirth. His intention was to commend his daughter, yet Li Luowen misinterpreted it, thinking her father was laughing at her. With her brows furrowed and lips pursed, the little girl huffed, then clung to Li Changxiao's arm. Swaying back and forth, Li Changxiao reclined in the rocking chair. The sudden movement from the little girl caused the chair to sway, quickly inducing a slight dizziness. He wished to plead for mercy. Yet the smile upon his face was unyielding. "Ha ha ha ha, father!" The exuberant laughter of Li Changxiao echoed alongside Li Luowen's indignant huffing throughout the courtyard of the royal residence. Qingli stood quietly to the side, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth, covering her mouth as she chuckled. The following day, at the break of dawn, Li Changxiao prepared to depart under the cloak of night. After breakfast, he donned his refined armor and secured the Jinghong sword at his waist. Deshun had previously instructed someone to lead the black horse to the front gate. Just as he mounted, Qingli emerged from the residence, bowing to him as a gesture of respectful farewell. Li Changxiao suddenly felt a surge of fulfillment within. Patting the black horse as he set off, the black horse, too, was spirited, galloping forward with vigorous strides. at this hour. The street corners were occupied only by a few vendors and a handful of sedan chairs, carrying officials en route to court. The palace gates were bustling with civil and military officials entering through the eastern entrance. Li Chongshao led the Jinwu guard stationed at the southern gate, the closest to the emperor's sleeping quarters. For several consecutive days, they had been rather idle. However, upon reflection, he deemed it preferable to be unoccupied. If even their contingent of Jinwu guards were to mobilize, it would undoubtedly indicate a crisis in Xianying. As the year-end approached, it was better to exercise mutual understanding and avoid adding to their troubles. Half a month ago, news arrived from the front lines that Meng Zhong had led the Qin army to breach Anyi City, leaving no survivors in the heavy sword gate, thus avenging the emperor's grievances. Consequently, the entire Hudong region of Wei fell into the hands of the Qin. On this occasion, the emperor chose not to issue further orders, instead entrusting Meng Zhong with full authority over the Qinwei front. The envoys from Xianying, bearing rewards of wine and meat along with commendatory documents, were dispatched to Hudong. Upon their return, they were to bring back the heads of the high-ranking officials of the heavy sword gate for verification. Upon hearing of the fall of Hudong, the officials of Wei were aghast. Emperor Wei Ji, grandson of Emperor Wei Wu, was irate. The throne had initially seemed beyond his reach, yet through the collective efforts of the civil officials, it had been thrust upon him, primarily due to his indifference to state affairs and his penchant for pleasure. True to his nature, Wei Ji had little trust in the royal relatives, delegating all political matters to the chancellor. After the laborers of Shaoyang had finally expelled the Qin, it was not long before the Qin army launched another offensive. Seizing the entirety of Hedenjit would be disingenuous to say that Wei Ji felt no anger. However, his ire was directed not at the Qin, but rather at the court of Wei, as the management of state affairs had always rested with these civil ministers. With a darkened expression, Wei Ji bellowed, "Where is the chancellor?" No sooner had he spoken than an elderly man clad in official robes emerged. Though frail and diminutive, no one in the Wei court dared to overlook him. This man was none other than Chancellor Hui Feng, a descendant of a prestigious family. Facing the emperor's wrath, Hui Feng maintained a calm demeanor and responded with a bow. "I am here, Your Majesty." "Pray tell me, Chancellor, what prompted this invasion by the Qin?" Hui Feng, unhurried, retrieved a scroll from his robe and presented it with both hands. The old minister has ascertained that it was the descendants of General Gongsun who attempted to assassinate the Emperor of Qin. Inciting his wrath, "Please, Your Majesty, take a look." Wei Ji furrowed his brows, a contemplative expression crossing his face as he took the document from the eunuch and began to read. Chapter 77. The reappearance of Xiongli. The emperor's gaze ultimately settled upon the name Gongsun Shi inscribed on the document, a flicker of bewilderment passing across his countenance. Gongsun Shi was a figure of considerable renown in Wei. He had heard of him even during his time as a prince. Wei Ji found it hard to believe. Could this Gongsun Shi be the famed king of the black iron sword from our land? "Indeed, Your Majesty," came the response. "Does the Qin possess such formidable talents? Is he the king of the black garb sword of Qin?" Hui Feng's face flushed slightly as he replied, "Pei Ji has been deceased for many years. The one who acted is his disciple, hailing from the Qin royal family." Wei Ji, somewhat taken aback, chose not to pursue the topic further. "Chancellor, let us discuss how to thwart the Qin." Hui Feng's eyes brightened, casting a furtive glance towards the direction of the Grand General. "Given the involvement of the Gongsun clan, we must capture them to alleviate the animosity towards the Qin. I have also heard that this matter is connected to the Grand General. I hope Your Majesty will consider this." Upon hearing Hui Feng's words, Wei Ji turned his gaze towards the military officials. "Grand General, do provide me with an explanation." When Fan Yang heard his name called, he inwardly lamented, bracing himself as he stepped forward. "I pay my respects to Your Majesty." Before he could finish, Wei Ji interrupted him. "Tell me what must be done. Spare me the idle chatter." Fan Yang hesitated, then quickly stated, "I request Your Majesty's permission to lead troops to aid Shandong County and seek assistance from Yin and Zhao." Requesting intervention from the two states, the mention of Yin and Zhao, Wei Ji instinctively recoiled. As fellow emperors, to find himself in a position of seeking aid from other nations was undoubtedly a matter of great embarrassment. Nevertheless, he ultimately acquiesced, nodding in agreement. "As the Grand General advises, we shall send troops to Shandong. Additionally, summon the envoys from the two states to court tomorrow." Having completed these matters, Wei Ji felt a wave of dizziness and discomfort. undoubtedly a consequence of excessive drinking the previous day. Thus, he waved his hand dismissively, and the Grand Eunuch promptly announced the end of the court session. Fan Yang glanced at Hui Feng, stroking his beard, a look of satisfaction on his face. Chancellor, it seems His Majesty places even greater importance on us. Hui Feng smiled, his words dripping with sincerity as he offered, I wish the general a smooth journey. Then I shall accept the Chancellor's good wishes, replied Fan Yang, leading the military officials out of the Grand Hall, each walking with an exaggerated gait. Once he departed, civil officials approached Hui Feng. Chancellor, such brazen displays by the military cannot be allowed to undermine the foundation of our great way. Fear not, their triumph will not last long, Hui Feng replied nonchalantly. Chancellor, your wisdom is unparalleled. The civil officials promptly lauded. The warriors and eunuchs in the hall remained unaffected by the exchange, as the discord between the civil and military factions of the Wei court was no secret. After the court session, Hui Feng returned to the Chancellor's residence, entering the inner courtyard. A young man clad in red was practicing with a long spear in the yard. Had Meng Bo been present, he would have recognized him as the Chu General Xiongli, who had dealt a heavy blow to the Qin army during the Battle of Jishan. After fleeing from Ying, he had fallen into obscurity, only to find himself in Wei, residing in the Chancellor's estate. Xiongli had already heard the footsteps approaching from outside and surmised the identity of his visitor. He set down the spear and respectfully bowed to the newcomer. Son-in-law, I greet the Chancellor. Ha, we are all family here. No need for such formality, Li. You are now my granddaughter's husband. You should address me as your grandfather, Hui Feng said, his face beaming with genuine warmth. His smile far more sincere than the pretense he had shown to Fan Yang. Xiongli did not refuse, replying, Son-in-law greets grandfather. That is how it should be. No wonder you are the descendant of a renowned general. The Chu Emperor was indeed blind to your potential, rest assured. While the Chu may betray you, we of Wei shall not. Thank you, grandfather. And how fares your study of military strategy? General Gongsuan's military strategy is indeed remarkable. And Li has greatly benefited from it. That is well. Once this battle concludes, I shall present to you the entirety of the Gongsun family's military doctrines. A glimmer of brilliance and fervor flickered in Xiong Li's eyes. One day later, Fan Yang led 300,000 Wei troops from Daliang, heading straight for Hudong. 3 days hence, the Qin army along the Ani line, under the command of Meng Zhong, began their advance toward Shandong. At this moment, only 2 days remained until the new year. According to Qin tradition, the official holiday commences on the first day of the lunar month. Li Changshao was experiencing his first duty on New Year's Eve. Fortunately, Emperor Tianming was somewhat lenient towards him, having ordered the delivery of special meals for him, which also benefited his subordinates in the Jinwu Guard. Gazing at the swirling snow, savoring the dishes in hand, there was a unique flavor to it all. Typically, the duty shift ends at the hour of Yu, but today, due to a banquet set in the palace, it was extended to the hour of Su, 7 p.m. At long last, the hour of Su arrived. After reporting, Li Changshao mounted his black steed and set off towards the royal residence. Chief Clerk Su Renyuan happened to emerge as well. Being of a scholarly disposition, he was somewhat frail, and standing guard in this frigid weather was indeed a trial for him. Chief Clerk, wear more clothing. On New Year's Eve, do not let your family worry, Li Changshao commanded, as you wish. My lord, Chief Clerk of the left, Su Renyuan, Li Changshao suddenly called out. Your subordinate is here, Su Renyuan promptly replied, a hint of trepidation in his voice, fearing he had erred once more. Wishing you a prosperous new year. Li Changshao said nonchalantly, then urged his black horse forward, leaving Su Renyuan standing there, bewildered, yet now clutching a pouch. The pouch was crafted in a remarkably crude manner, much like the heart of its maker. Once he regained his senses, he too smiled, finding such a superior officer rather agreeable. Upon returning to the manor, the main gate was ajar. Li Changshao handed his black steed to a servant and strode directly into the inner courtyard. His pace brisk, each step laden with anticipation. Soon, a brightly lit room came into view, particularly conspicuous on this New Year's Eve. As Li Changshao approached the door, he gently rapped on it. Coming, was the swift response from within. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing the face of Qingli. Upon seeing the visitor, she offered a warm smile, the curve of her lips perfectly crescent-like, and promptly said, Your Highness, do come in. Once inside, Li Changshao noticed that the dishes on the table were covered with a food lid. The little girl sat obediently, idly toying with her hair, her small face displaying a palpable sense of dejection. Li Changxiao spoke softly to as if recognizing his voice. Li Luan lifted her head. Upon seeing Li Changxiao, two shallow dimples instantly appeared on her cheeks, and she exclaimed, "Father, are you hungry? Please eat something." "Very well." At this moment, Qingli approached. "Your Highness, the food has grown cold. Shall I warm it up again?" Li Changxiao lifted the food lid and, seizing the opportunity, infused a small amount of internal energy into the dishes. Thus, when the food was presented, it still emitted a steaming warmth. He turned to Qingli and said, "Since you miscalculated, I shall impose upon you the penalty of staying to guard the new year with us." "Aunt Qing, stay," Li Luan aptly chimed in. The father and daughter exchanged a knowing glance. After a moment's hesitation, Qingli found a spot at the lower end of the table. That night, amidst the swirling snow, a soft warmth filled the room under the candlelight. Chapter 78. Prince Ning asks for a sword in the 42nd year of Tianming. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Fanyang and his Wei troops fully arrived at Shandong County. The 300,000 Wei troops from Daliang, the existing 100,000 Wei troops in Shandong, and the 50,000 Wei troops from Dongjun together brought Fanyang's forces to a total of 450,000. In contrast, Meng Zhong's Qin troops at the Shandong front numbered only 270,000. On the second day of the Lunar New Year, Meng Zhong launched an assault on the city, but was met with the vigilance of Fanyang's forces, suffering 3,000 casualties. Over the next 2 days, Meng Zhong continued his siege, resulting in over 10,000 Qin troops lost and nearly 10,000 wounded. On the fourth day, a Wei scout reported that the Qin forces had retreated. Fanyang rejoiced and personally led 200,000 Wei troops in pursuit, destroying several Qin camps along the way and seizing a remarkably substantial amount of provisions. By this point, Fanyang's suspicions regarding the Qin's feigned defeat had been entirely dispelled, prompting him to assign a deputy commander and summon an additional 100,000 Wei troops from Shangjuan. Thus, a total of 300,000 Wei troops pressed onward to reclaim Anyi in one fell swoop. On the sixth day, the Wei troops arrived at Anyi, only to find the Qin troops suddenly turning their weapons against them. The Wei soldiers, weary from their long march and the harsh winter, were at a disadvantage, while the Qin troops, having conserved their strength, managed to gain the upper hand despite their smaller numbers. Just then, an additional 100,000 Qin troops arrived at Yongcheng, encircling the Wei forces from behind. Understanding that he had fallen into the Qin's trap, Fanyang quickly commanded a retreat. Most of these Wei troops had been brought from Daliang by Fanyang himself. They were well trained and maintained their formation amidst the chaos. Another contingent of Qin troops arriving from Jishan intercepted the Wei forces' escape route. Coinciding with the winter season, the river had frozen over. Under the Qin's intentional blockade, the remnants of the Wei troops were driven onto the icy river. The Qin forces remained motionless, effectively trapping Fanyang's Wei troops in this location. The ice occasionally cracked, and coupled with the Wei troops' inadequate winter preparations, over 10,000 were lost within 3 days. After 3 more days, due to excessive casualties and insufficient provisions, Fanyang had no choice but to continue moving southeast under duress. Ultimately, over 20,000 Wei troops were besieged near the Salt Lake region. On the Lantern Festival, Fanyang, leading the remaining 70,000 Wei troops, surrendered. The Qin forces removed their armor and divided them into captivity, leaving 50,000 Qin troops to guard the prisoners while the rest assaulted Shandong County. With the main force of the Wei army lost, their line contracted. Within 7 days, the Qin forces captured 9 cities in succession, and over half of Shandong County fell into their hands. Meng Zhong ordered the Qin troops to cease their assaults and secure their positions. News of this reached Xianyang, and the court was filled with jubilation. With Shandong County secured, they could now stifle the northern threats of Yan and Zhao. Overjoyed, Emperor Tianming issued an immediate decree, ennobling the Qin general Meng Zhong as the Marquis of Anyi, a hereditary title that would endure alongside the state. On the following day, envoys from the states of Yan and Zhao arrived in Xianyang to meet with the Qin emperor. The 2 envoys made their intentions clear, demanding that the Qin withdraw from Shandong County. "If I refuse to withdraw, what then?" Emperor Tianming inquired, casting a steely gaze at the 2 envoys, his aged pupils radiating a palpable aura of menace. The Yan and Zhao envoys had prepared themselves for martyrdom upon their arrival. Thus they remained unfazed. With 500,000 allied troops from Yan and Zhao gathered at Chongping, should the Qin emperor persist, a battle would ensue. The Zhao envoy, wearing a smug expression, threatened. The court is filled with anger. Emperor Tianming remained unperturbed. Minister Situ Shang, your servant is here. Convey to Ming Zhong the order to take Shandong within a month. Also, summon Marquis Wuan from retirement to command 1 million troops. From this day forth, we shall wage war against Yin and Zhao, and we shall not return until we achieve victory. As you command, Minister Situ Shang proclaimed loudly. The court officials were instantly invigorated, though a few senior ministers exchanged knowing glances that soon faded. Minister Situ Shang, with a solemn expression, departed to carry out the decree. The Yin and Zhao envoys exchanged glances, both recognizing the panic reflected in each other's eyes. Marquis Wuan, by Ma Xing, was undoubtedly a nightmare for the states of Yin and Zhao. The fact that he still walked the earth was alarming enough. The Qin emperor was actually dispatching him to the battlefield. Even if the two envoys were unafraid of death, they were now in a state of disarray. Wherever by Ma Xing tread, not a blade of grass would survive. If coupled with 1 million fierce Qin troops, the casualties among the people of Yin and Zhao would be incalculable. Uncertain of other sentiments, the emperors of Yin and Zhao would undoubtedly take action against them and their families. This was absolutely unacceptable. Thud. The Yin and Zhao envoys, disregarding their dignity, knelt down. Emperor, please remain calm. We have offended you. And there must be a misunderstanding. The two spoke with trepidation. Oh? The emperors of Yin and Zhao wish to attack my Qin. What? Am I not allowed to fight back? Yin and Zhao, do not overstep your bounds. The final words, do not overstep your bounds, were uttered by Emperor Tianming with a voice laced with fury. The two envoys exchanged glances, understanding that the mission dictated by the emperors of Yin and Zhao was one they could not fulfill. Allow us to consult with our sovereign. We shall provide an explanation to the Qin emperor. We beseech you to call back the troops. Their words were earnest, even tinged with humility. Emperor Tianming understood that this was the utmost they could do. Any further coercion would only backfire. Minister, return, Emperor Tianming said coolly. Thus, Situ Shang, who had just stepped out of the hall, returned to his position. The court session concluded. The Yin and Zhao envoys swiftly relayed the news back home. Awaiting a response, Emperor Tianming summoned Prince Ning and Prince Qi to the inner chamber, subsequently dismissing the surrounding maidens and eunuchs, while arranging for a contingent of Jinwu guards to secure the outer hall completely. At the forefront stood Li Changxiao, wielding the Jinheng sword before the hall. By decree of the emperor, anyone who approaches within 10 steps of the hall shall be executed. Within the hall, Emperor Tianming gazed sternly at the two princes below. What are your thoughts on the matter of my Qin's military expedition? As soon as the words fell, the expressions of King Qi and King Ning revealed a contemplative demeanor. The inquiry from the Emperor of Destiny was undoubtedly not without purpose. It was a test of the tude. After a prolonged silence, King Qi was the first to break it. I believe we should seize the momentum of our great victory in Shandong and take this opportunity to launch an assault. With Marquis Wuan still at our side, our great Qin still possesses the strength, bolstered by 100,000 Qin soldiers, to surely annihilate both Yin and Zhao Mem. The Emperor of Destiny acknowledged with a nod. Uttering no further remarks, however, he did not cast another glance at King Qi, his gaze now fixed upon King Ning. Within the depths of his dark pupils, there flickered a hint of anticipation, imperceptible to outsiders. After a moment of deliberation, King Ning finally spoke. I believe we should pursue negotiations. Our great Qin has been engaged in continuous warfare for years, depleting our national strength and exhausting our military resources. It is imperative that we take a few years to recuperate before engaging in further conflict. King Qi scoffed at this. He was all too familiar with his father's disposition. To describe him as a warmonger would not be an exaggeration. King Ning's words effectively negated the possibility of military action. This young man is finished. As expected, the Emperor of Destiny's countenance darkened abruptly. Drawing a treasured sword from its stand, he pointed it menacingly at King Ning. Appearing almost frenzied, he cast the sword at King Ning's feet. If you cannot elucidate the reasons, then use this sword to take your own life, and inform me of the demise of our great Qin. King Ning's expression turned grave as he solemnly bowed to the Emperor of Destiny. If your majesty is willing to heed my counsel, I would die today without regret. With that, he picked up the sword from the ground and held it against his throat. The Emperor of Destiny remained expressionless, as though nothing had occurred, merely uttering a single word. Speak. Chapter 79. How can one bear it? I am not one to overestimate myself. Your Majesty's mention of Marquis Wuan and 100,000 Qin soldiers is truly a ruse to deceive Yin and Zhao. Our great Qin's military might is drained, and we lack the strength to engage in further warfare. King Ning bowed again. King Qi, overhearing this, nearly burst into laughter. Who knew how his royal brother could conjure such absurdity? How could the vast nation of Qin possibly fail to muster a mere 100,000 troops? It was indeed a preposterous jest. Clearly, the governance of this great Qin ought to fall to him. The next moment, the Emperor of Destiny spoke. He did not refute King Ning's assertion, but simply asked in a measured tone, "On what basis do you say so?" His tone was not particularly warm, but it was far less tempestuous than before. King Ning bowed once more, the sword still poised at his throat. If we consider a cycle of 15 years, since the 25th year of the reign of Destiny, our great Qin has waged war against the various states 17 times, 12 victories, 2 defeats, and 3 stalemates. We have deployed over 300,000 Qin soldiers, with 100,000 perishing and 100,000 wounded. Today, we have fewer than 100,000 soldiers fit for battle. At this point, King Ning shifted his tone and continued, moreover, at the time of the campaign against Shandong, although Marquis Ani managed to seize Wei territory, our Qin people still suffered losses. Now that Yin and Zhao are upon us, it is my foolish opinion that we must seek peace. Though the Marquis Wuan still lives, he is advanced in age and should be allowed to enjoy his twilight years. To continue military endeavors would be unkind to our generals and to the common folk. As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor of Destiny cast a glance at Lai Fu, who immediately understood his master's intent. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, dashing towards King Ning. Clang! The sword in King Ning's hand was wrested away by Lai Fu, who sheathed it and knelt beside the Emperor of Destiny. Holding the sword with both hands, a sense of foreboding rose within King Qi, for he could see the darkness in the Emperor's eyes dissipate entirely. Having accompanied the Emperor for 40 years, King Qi understood that the Emperor was pleased with King Ning's response. He was about to speak, but was met with the Emperor's piercing gaze, filled with warnings and agitation, with a faint hint of murderous intent lurking deep within. King Qi's body turned cold. His father truly harbored thoughts of killing him. Realizing this, King Qi dared not speak further, standing quietly by, his previous confidence utterly shattered, radiating an aura of desolation. What would you do in my place? The Emperor of Destiny rose from the dragon throne and approached King Ning, his fierce gaze fixed upon him. King Ning felt a twinge of anxiety, but more so, he was elated, knowing he had placed the right bet. Out of caution, he uttered, "Your Majesty is wise. My humble opinion may tarnish your ears. It matters not. Speak freely, and I shall grant you clemency." The Emperor of Destiny, hands clasped behind his back, appeared to be in good spirits. Observing this, King Ning felt entirely at ease. I have heard that the foundation of the Zhao Empire is weak, reliant on old ministers. The Yin Empress governs with a veil, and the external relatives hold power. These two factors have led to the neglect of state affairs. The Yan's chancellor and Zhao's counterpart are inherently timid, seeking comfort and favoring gold and silver. It would be more prudent to offer them gold and silver to negotiate peace. The Emperor of Destiny nodded in agreement, indicating his consent. He regarded King Ning and tossed a golden edict to him. The matter of bribery is now entrusted to you. I expect to see results within 3 days. I shall obey, King Ning replied, preparing to depart. Not so fast. The Emperor of Destiny called him back, taking the sword from Lai Fu's hands and handing it to King Ning. This sword is yours. Should anyone obstruct you, slay them without mercy. In 3 days, should you succeed, this sword will be conferred upon you. Understood, King Ning replied, a glimmer of resolve and determination flashing in his eyes. He comprehended the Emperor's intent. This was the sword of the Son of Heaven. Should he fail, he would use it to end his own life, setting an example for others. The entire family bore the weight of expectation. If successful, he would be remembered through the ages. If he failed, he would be scorned for eternity. As King Ning caressed the cold blade of the scabbard, he seemed to catch a whiff of fresh blood. Those who stand in my way shall die. With that, he rose and strode towards the palace exit. The Emperor of Destiny watched his retreating figure, a vague sense of melancholy stirring within. Perhaps he was truly growing old. This vast empire would eventually need someone to carry it forth. Before that could happen, the turbulence within the dynasty must be quelled. The great Qin had been in chaos for far too long. The Emperor of Destiny turned his gaze to King Qi, his eyes flashing with thunderous intensity. He then glanced towards the palace entrance and softly called out, pointed in but a breath or two. Li Changxiao, clad in silver armor, appeared before him, half bowing in greeting. I pay my respects to your majesty. Li Changxiao, the left general of the Golden Guard. I am here. I command you to escort King Qi back to his residence for recuperation. There must be no mistakes. Understood, Li Changxiao replied, straightening his posture and moving to stand beside King Qi. Royal uncle, please. He extended a hand, gesturing for King Qi to exit the palace. From the moment the Emperor of Destiny summoned Li Changxiao into the hall, King Qi had already surmised his fate. He raised his gaze to the Emperor, but was met only with the Emperor's icy glare. With a sense of despondency, King Qi made his way towards the palace exit, while Li Changxiao kept watch with his sword at the ready. Upon reaching the southern gate, a carriage awaited him. Just as Li Changxiao was about to mount, King Qi called out to him. Changxiao, would you accompany me for a while? King Qi's tone was somewhat subdued. Li Changxiao cast him a glance of mild regret. It is my duty. I ask for your understanding, royal uncle. King Qi gazed earnestly at him. This young man before him was reminiscent of the brilliance he had displayed years ago. Time had favored him, leaving no trace behind, both in appearance and in heart. King Qi mounted the carriage, but his mind raced through memories of his royal nephew's past. What merits did he possess to earn such favor from the emperor? King Qi had envied Li Changxiao more than once. With all the blessings showered upon him, the thunder above had never struck. Why was fate so unjust? In the days to come, he would have ample time to ponder this question. Go. Li Changxiao urged the black horse onward. The surrounding golden guards and King Qi's carriage began to move. The sound of wheels clattering and hooves thundering filled the air. Li Changxiao realized that an era was coming to an end, signaled by the cacophony of carriage and hoofbeats. At that moment, a bitter smile crept onto his face. The emperor was placing him in a difficult position. Anyone with half an eye could see that the faction of King Qi was finished. As the escort, Li Changxiao's name would undoubtedly be mentioned in the future. This was a form of notoriety, potentially winning him the favor of the new emperor. Yet, this was not the reputation he sought. It seemed that this princely title was not easily earned. As they passed through the bustling market, King Qi, for the first time, drew back the curtain of the carriage. His eyes were met with a sea of people, stretching endlessly. The sounds of the carriage were swallowed by the din of the masses. Ordinarily, he held these common folk in disdain. He would likely continue to do so. King Qi's gaze fell upon the neck of the coachman, and he contemplated that should he remove his crown, he could surely stab him. At that moment, racing through the streets in the carriage, might there be a glimmer of hope for survival? As this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed it. He was certain that his royal nephew would intervene. In that eventuality, life and death would be of no consequence. The wave of sorrow washed over King Qi as he yearned to question. Father, how could you be so cruel? Chapter 80. The Alliance at Qinshui. As they approached the residence of the Qi King, Li Changxiao entered the palace alongside him. Behind them trailed two cohorts of the Jinwu guards, each comprising 500 elite soldiers. Their mission was to disarm and disband the palace troops of the Qi King. Previously, the Qi King had risen to prominence and enjoyed immense favor, which led to the permanent stationing of a 500-strong guard within his palace. However, now that the heavenly mandate emperor had appointed a crown prince, this latent threat posed by the Qi King's forces had to be eradicated. The Qi King appeared despondent, having once contemplated a desperate stand with his palace guards. Yet, the 1,000 elite soldiers brought by Li Changxiao were seasoned warriors, many of whom were veterans returning from the battlefield, far surpassing the Qi King's palace guards in combat experience. Upon entering, one of the 500-strong guard units swiftly advanced to collect the weapons of the palace guards. Most of the palace guards offered no resistance, and the disarmament proceeded smoothly. Only a few, seeking to ingratiate themselves with their lord, attempted to show off their loyalty. The Jinwu guards seized this opportunity. After all, what better display of fidelity than the sacrifice of one's life? The household servants and stewards attempted to obstruct the process, but those who resisted met with the same fate. Li Changxiao personally led 200 guards into the inner courtyard of the palace. The Qi King's family members emerged one after another, their countenances filled with alarm upon seeing the Jinwu guards at their doorstep. Just moments before, they had been lost in dreams of princely and princessly grandeur. only to be thrust back into the harsh reality. Li Changxiao dispatched the Jinwu guards to search the inner courtyard for any secret passages or concealed tunnels. Should the Qi King attempt to flee in the future, the responsibility would fall upon him as the escort. Naturally, Li Changxiao would not risk his own safety. The Qi King's family members, though seething with indignation, dared not voice their grievances, instead shrinking back in fear. The bloody corpses at the entrance starkly reminded them that these individuals were indeed capable of murder. The Qi King, feeling utterly powerless, retreated into the inner chambers, closely followed by the queen and her attendants. The only ones left outside were the Qi King's offspring, with the eldest being the Qi King's heir, Li Changtai. Upon witnessing the aggressive advance of the Jinwu guards, he understood the gravity of the situation. A bitter smile creased his face as he approached Li Changxiao. The Jinwu guards moved to intercept him, but Li Changxiao raised a hand to halt them. He exchanged a knowing glance with Si Jie, who promptly led the guards a few steps back. Li Changtai finally spoke, his gaze towards Li Changxiao fraught with complexity. "Xiao Di, does this mean my father has been defeated?" "Indeed," Li Changxiao replied candidly. "Has the emperor mentioned how we shall be dealt with, and whether our lives are in peril? That depends on your uncle. Should he choose to remain complacent, the splendor and wealth may be preserved. However, it would mean living like a caged animal until the end of one's days," Li Changtai continued. Li Changxiao remained silent, for the truth was evident to all. There was no need to spell it out. Once human affairs become entangled, clarity is often lost, leading to confusion that is difficult to unravel. Thus, the Qin laws were established, and the concept of clan hierarchy was upheld. "Xiao Di, should we indeed dare to fight back? What might the outcome be?" Li Changtai suddenly unsheathed the sword at his waist. Without uttering a word, Li Changxiao drew his own Jihong sword. In a flash, Li Changtai's weapon was cleaved into 3 segments. Clattering to the ground, the emperor has decreed, "Those who disrupt the great Qin shall face execution without mercy." As the words left his lips, the blade's edge gleamed ominously, revealing the latent power amassed over a century. The point of the Jihong sword was leveled at Li Changtai, and Li Changxiao's eyes radiated cold determination. Should Li Changtai make another move, the next strike would sever his life. Li Changxiao understood that since the heavenly mandate emperor had drawn him into this game, he had left no room for leniency. To show mercy today would only endanger his own family tomorrow. Li Changtai had already anticipated this outcome. His previous actions were merely a manifestation of his unwillingness to accept defeat. With a heavy sigh, he turned and walked toward the inner chambers. The echoes of those caught in the game have no control over their fate lingering in his ears. Li Changxiao's expression grew stern as he slowly sheathed his sword. He had come to grasp the helplessness that accompanied birthright into the royal family. National affairs are irreversible, and prevailing trends cannot be defied. This is the essence of human existence. That night, Li Changxiao departed from the Qi King's residence. They had uncovered 3 secret tunnels in the courtyard, all leading outside the city. He borrowed labor from the Ministry of Works to seal these openings. Before leaving, he stationed 500 Jinwu guards as both protectors and watchers. On the following day, the Ning Wang entered the palace, clutching the letters of promise from the Yin and Zhao states. His face bore the marks of exhaustion, clearly indicating he had exerted considerable effort. The heavenly mandate emperor accepted the documents and perused them. Upon seeing the official seals, he nodded in approval. "Excellent news. This matter has been well handled," he remarked, smiling at the Ning Wang. "It is but my duty." "Your Majesty." "Very well, you may leave." The next day, in the court, General Bai Hen of the Jinwu Guards assembled his troops outside the hall. Once the ministers had taken their positions, a throng of Jinwu Guards surged forward, taking a large number of ministers away, those loyal to the Qi King. Additionally, several guards from the House of Clan Relations escorted a few princes and nobles of the Qi King's faction out. Following this, the emperor issued decrees promoting several ministers to fill the vacancies. It was evident to all that today's arrangements had been meticulously planned. The Jinwu guards stationed at the Qi King's palace had already conveyed their message. The Great Qin was undergoing a transformation. The ministers cast heated glances toward the Ning Wang, their eyes ablaze with fervor. 2 days later, envoys from Yin and Zhao returned with the monarch's responses. The content this time was decidedly more amicable than before. The Yin and Zhao states acknowledged the Qin's occupation of the 9 cities of Shandong, and the Qin was required to sign an alliance with the 3 states, Yin, Zhao, and Wei, at Pingzhou. The heavenly mandate emperor raised an eyebrow slightly. The actions of Yin and Zhao aligned perfectly with his intentions. However, he was averse to the sensation of being led by the nose. He regarded the two envoys and asked, "Should I find your proposal unsatisfactory? How would you respond?" "Please speak, Your Majesty," they replied, their demeanor markedly submissive. They had arrived with a mandate to ensure the Qin Emperor agreed to the alliance, even if it required concessions. The Heavenly Mandate Emperor felt a sense of amusement. The prospect of receiving substantial rewards was enticing. His mood lifted, and he found himself developing a more favorable opinion of the Ningguang. "Pingzhou lies within Zhao territory, which is unjust to us Qin. I propose Qingshui instead." The two envoys exchanged glances, as Qingshui lay south of Shandong County and north of Yangdi, well within Qin territory. The location of the alliance was of utmost significance, and they had no authority to decide. "Your Majesty, please forgive us. We must report back to our sovereign," they stated. "I shall await your good news." A day later, news arrived from Yin and Zhao, granting the Qin's request. The site for the alliance was confirmed to be Qingshui, where the four monarchs would convene to sign the treaty and cease hostilities, scheduled for half a month hence. After leaving the court, the news of the alliance began to circulate. That night, Li Changxiao entered the palace, where the Heavenly Mandate Emperor was indulging in a massage from the favored consort. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to be in a state of bliss, as if sensing Li Changxiao's arrival. The Heavenly Mandate Emperor spoke casually, "You shall accompany me for the alliance. I humbly obey." Li Changxiao replied, "At that moment, the Heavenly Mandate Emperor suddenly asked with significance, "Punger, have you ever held any resentment towards me?" Li Changxiao was taken aback. He understood the emperor was alluding to the events surrounding the Qi King, and he promptly responded, "Your Majesty is deep in thought and concern. There must be intention behind it. I am aware that with gain comes loss. There is no principle of gaining without effort. If everyone could possess your level of understanding, I would not have come to this point," the Heavenly Mandate Emperor remarked, somewhat gratified, as he signaled for Li Changxiao to withdraw. Chapter 81. The meeting of the four emperors. On the following day, the Heavenly Mandate Emperor officially named his successor, appointing Ning Wangli Qingwen as the crown prince, who would oversee state affairs in the emperor's absence. Another edict was issued regarding the Qi King. He would be stripped of his title and renamed Duke of Ji, facing lifelong confinement within the palace. Although it seemed his rank had not diminished, the distinctions between the titles of Qi King and Duke of Ji were profound. The Duke of Ji ruled over a small territory, while Qi had once been a nation of great magnitude. The disparity in both land and status was undeniable. Thus, the protracted battle for succession lasting 40 years came to a close. Xianyang was 1,000 miles from Qingshui, and the Qin military had set out 10 days prior. Chancellor Situshang was retained in Xianyang to assist the crown prince in governance. Accompanying them were 20,000 Jinwu guards and an additional 130,000 Qin soldiers dispatched from the Lantian camp. Due to the advanced age of the Heavenly Mandate Emperor, the Imperial Hospital had sent over 10 elderly physicians to accompany him, even the chief physician attending to his every need. As they journeyed alongside the dragon carriage, Li Changxiao could hear intermittent bouts of harsh coughing emanating from within. Immediately, attendants would bring herbal remedies. The physicians had anticipated this eventuality, thus a small stove had been specially installed within the carriage for brewing medicinal concoctions. The medicine jar was securely sealed, and the entire process of preparation to delivery to the dragon carriage took no more than a minute. Upon lifting the lid, the acrid and pungent odor of the medicine wafted through the air. Li Changxiao tightened his nose in resignation. From the scent alone, he could surmise the emperor's deteriorating health, in the early stages of illness. The focus is on gradual recovery, using milder medications that nourish without harm. However, as time passed, prolonged ailments led to new afflictions. The Heavenly Mandate Emperor was evidently approaching the final stage, relying on medication merely to sustain his life. Originally, he had expected to have more time before reaching this phase, but the emperor had insisted on changing the medication. The Qingshui alliance was to be a meeting with the three emperors of Yin, Zhao, and Wei. To present himself in such a frail state would be a disgrace and a source of mockery for outsiders. In his lifetime, Li Yuanzhu has never been inferior to others. His peers, the emperors of his generation, have all experienced glorious epochs, now long turned to dust. Only the Emperor of Destiny continues to reside in this world. A testament to his pride, Li Changxiao can almost envision the scene of the Emperor of Destiny furrowing his brow as he swallows his medicinal soup. The potent essence of the tiger and wolf spreads through his internal organs, invigorating his weakened faculties, as if every part of his body were engaged in battle. Indeed, it is a battle. For the Emperor of Destiny, this will be a war he personally orchestrates. 8 days later, the Qin army arrives at Qingshui. Marquis Mengzhong of Anyi leads the various divisions of the Qin army to welcome the Qin Emperor. The Emperor of Destiny descends from his dragon carriage, clad in a black dragon robe embroidered with golden threads, wearing a crown that reaches the heavens. His long, pale hair is neatly arranged, imparting an aura of vitality. Li Changshao, donning a ghostly mask and wielding a sword, follows closely behind. Upon reaching the army, the Qin troops collectively shout, "We pay our respects to your majesty." All are Qin people. You need not stand on ceremony. The Emperor of Destiny gestures with open hands, a smile gracing his face, instantly establishing an image of a charismatic monarch. The meeting will take place outside Qingshui City, where the emperors of Yin, Zhao, and Wei will lead their armies through Wei territory to arrive at Qingshui. The four sovereigns will gather atop the altar to swear blood oaths and establish their covenant. 2 days later, the emperors of Yin, Zhao, and Wei arrive simultaneously, their accompanying armies encamping nearby. Should circumstances change, the venue for the meeting could swiftly transform into a battlefield, a common occurrence among the states. According to the agreement, the emperors of Yin, Zhao, and Wei each command 30,000 troops to reach Qingshui. While the Qin garrison can only muster 100,000 soldiers, on the day of the meeting, the Qin forces march out of the city, and the Emperor of Destiny rides his dragon carriage to the altar. The altar, where the covenant will be established, is entirely earthen, measuring 10 zhang in length, 8 zhang in width, and rising about 1 zhang above the ground. The emperors of the four states arrive one after another at the altar's front. Subsequently, the armies of the various states retreat 30 li, creating a vacuum around the altar, leaving only the officials overseeing the covenant, the sacrificial attendants, the monarchs, their bodyguards, and close eunuchs. Once in position, the emperors of the four states proceed as customary. The Qin army stands to the west, while the emperors of the other three states ascend the altar from the north, east, and south respectively. As they draw nearer, Li Changshao finally discerns the appearances of the three emperors. The Wei emperor appears pale and unsteady, evidently a man accustomed to indulgence in wine and pleasure. The Yin emperor, a mere youth, is led forth by the Yin empress dowager. His body trembles slightly, his face flushed, and he even sweats a few drops, indicating his nervousness. It is absurd for a sovereign to be so anxious, yet in light of the empress dowager's regency, it seems somewhat justifiable. Li Changshao furtively observes the Yin emperor, harboring the hope that he is merely putting on an act, enduring humiliation to prepare for a future of governance and power after coming of age. After all, every emperor under the regency has played such a role, a fact that no longer surprises Li Changshao. Just as he shifts his gaze away, he senses a pair of eyes upon him. Turning back, he discovers the Yin emperor's head bowed low. An inadvertent confession? Hunger. A female voice softly calls. Li Changshao refrains from further scrutinizing Yin, ultimately directing his attention towards Zhao. Among the four emperors present, only the Zhao emperor appears to be in the prime of his life. Behind him stands a towering general, 9 feet tall, wielding a formidable weapon. The Pingxi speared Li Changshao estimates that this Zhao general's prowess parallels that of Wu Yunzhou. The general of the Jinwu Guards, however, a faint aura of bloodlust surrounds him, indicating that he has recently taken lives, and in considerable numbers, Li Changshao immediately associates him with Zhao's martial elite. The four emperors take their seats in succession, while Li Changshao and the accompanying entourage stand behind. Soon, the emperors engage in casual conversation, primarily concerning affairs within each other's territories. For instance, the Zhao emperor inquires of the Qin emperor, "I have heard that your nation has recently established a new crown prince. Does this mean you intend to abdicate and enjoy your twilight years?" The Zhao emperor's words are laced with malice, for if news of today's events were to reach Qin, it may very well incite turmoil within the court. "Your concerns are unnecessary, for I do indeed wish to leave a legacy for my descendants, but the Zhao emperor will not permit it." The Emperor of Destiny feigns helplessness, seemingly earnest in his pretense. "What brings forth such words, Qin emperor?" The Wei emperor suddenly interjects. The Zhao emperor shoots him a glare, only to be met with a defiant stare from the Wei emperor. The Wei emperor appears relaxed, clearly intent on stirring the pot. If he could incite discord between Qin and Zhao, it would alleviate much of the pressure facing Wei. Li Changxiao narrows his eyes, realizing that the alliance among Yin, Zhao, and Wei is not as solid as it seems. He notes the Zhao Emperor's earlier gaze towards the Yin Empress Dowager, laden with meaning that only men understand. It appears that even the closest ally, Yin Zhao, harbors secrets, compounded by the scheming nature of Wei. Is no wonder the Emperor of Destiny has managed to weave his intricate plots. Chapter 82. The sword shocks the four courts. A few days prior, the Zhao Emperor's martial elite had indeed visited our great Qin. The Emperor of Destiny smiles gently, his tone tinged with mockery. Upon hearing this, the Zhao Emperor's expression shifts slightly, quickly replaced by a smile. The people below are unaware of the situation. Please do not blame the Qin Emperor. Noticing the Zhao Emperor's retreat, the Emperor of Destiny remains silent. Li Changxiao, hands clasped around the Jinghong sword, finds the atmosphere somewhat tedious. At his level, comprehending the thought processes of these emperors proves too challenging. Indeed, the Emperor of Destiny has deftly extracted himself from the fray, redirecting the flames of discord towards the Zhao and Wei emperors. Formerly close allies, they now regard each other with disdain. The Zhao Emperor disparages the Wei Emperor several times, but the Wei Emperor remains unfazed, his eyes fixed on the Yin Empress Dowager, his pale skin contrasting with her beauty, exuding a certain allure. The intensity of his gaze is such that even the young Yin Emperor feels discomfort, subtly inching closer to the Yin Empress Dowager. Wei Emperor, mind your manners, the Yin Empress Dowager finally interjects. Unperturbed by her admonishment, the Wei Emperor shifts his gaze to Li Changxiao, initially curious, but then his expression changes when he sees the sword he carries. You must be the one who killed Gong Sun Shi. The Wei Emperor suddenly states. As his words fall, both the Yin Empress Dowager and the Zhao Emperor turn their attention to Li Changxiao. Li Changxiao steps forward, declaring with a cold tone, "Indeed, it is I." His voice, though somewhat stern, unmistakably reveals his youth. The emperors are taken aback. It is remarkable for one so young to hold such proximity to power, arousing their curiosity. Qin Emperor, will you not introduce him? The Zhao Emperor prompts, my grandson, a disciple of Peiji. The Emperor of Destiny replies nonchalantly. Yet even in his tone, Li Changxiao detects a hint of pride, a disciple of the Sword King. How fortunate for the Qin Emperor. The Zhao Emperor praises. The Emperor of Destiny remains silent, merely observing him. Seeing that the Qin Emperor does not engage him, the Zhao Emperor continues on his own. I have a suggestion. The region of Shandong shall be divided between Qin and Wei. Today, let us settle it once and for all. Upon the Zhao Emperor's proposal, the Wei Emperor and Yin Empress Dowager display little reaction, clearly having prearranged this matter. Pray tell, how shall we conclude this? The Emperor of Destiny narrows his eyes, a glimmer of coldness flashing within. Raising troops is hardly a pleasing endeavor. Why not let our warriors compete in martial prowess to determine the rightful claim? The Zhao Emperor's gaze remains fixed on the Emperor of Destiny. The Emperor of Destiny ponders briefly. The region of Shandong, with Qin holding 9 cities, primarily Wuxiang, Qinxian, and Nye, compares favorably to Wei's 8 cities of Xiangyuan, Tunliu, and Changzi. In terms of area, Qin is not at a disadvantage. I have no objections. Zhao Emperor, please proceed. Let us have our subordinates test their martial skills. The Qin Emperor's grandson is both a disciple of the Sword King and of royal blood. He should be able to take on this responsibility. The Emperor of Destiny turns to Li Changxiao. You may bear this duty, he states. Your Majesty, I shall take on this task. Li Changxiao bows respectfully. His demeanor serious, he does not overlook the fleeting smile in the Emperor of Destiny's eyes. Excellent. When you succeed, I shall reward you handsomely, the Emperor of Destiny declares with great enthusiasm. The faces of the other 3 emperors turn sour. Even before the match has commenced, the Qin Emperor and his grandson are already discussing rewards, which seems to disregard their presence entirely. The Yin Empress Dowager stands first, addressing the cloaked figures behind her. Jingli, go. At your command, responds a raspy voice from the shadows. The Zhao Emperor and Wei Emperor each give orders to their attendants. Wu Wei, calls the Wei Emperor. Zhao Zhuang, replies the Zhao Emperor. This is Emperor Zhao. Their guards emerged from behind, totaling 3, each exuding an extraordinary presence. The trio, brimming with internal energy, burst forth with grace, arms outstretched, soaring through the air with the lightness of a swallow. soon landing steadily upon the sandy battleground before the altar. The individual from the state of Yin, Jingli, hovered half a foot above the ground, leaving not even a trace of his footsteps. At that moment, a gust of wind swept by, allowing Li Changxiao to take flight. As if riding the very winds, his form ethereal and seemingly untraceable. The grayish-white armor he wore gleamed under the radiant sun, enhancing his aura of sanctity. Once everyone settled, the emperors of the four nations rose in unison and approached the edge of the altar. Qin Huang, Jun Wuxiu, one among them declared, "Should my three nations prevail, the Qin must withdraw from Shandong." "That is only natural," the Emperor of Heaven's mandate replied. As the four figures stood on the battlefield, they promptly divided their positions. Wu Wei and Zhao Zhuang drew forth their weapons. Wu Wei wielded a long spear, while Zhao Zhuang brandished an iron dagger. The Zhao Emperor on the altar commanded, "Commence this battle." No sooner had the words left his lips than Jingli from Yin surged forward, his black garments shimmering with silver, reminiscent of weaponry, appearing almost ghostly. Light as a shadow, he ascended with the wind. Elusive and indistinct, heading straight for Li Changxiao, Wu Wei and Zhao Zhuang also summoned their internal energies, flanking him on both sides, their feet barely touching the ground, their cultivation levels easily exceeding 40 years. Their targets were none other than Li Changxiao, along with Jingli, effectively sealing off Li Changxiao's path from the front, left, and right. The trio's coordination was as if it had been instinctively choreographed. To claim otherwise would be implausible. It seemed evident that this duel was a trap set by the Zhao Emperor from the very beginning. In terms of martial prowess, I have never suffered defeat, Li Changxiao murmured. These three adversaries were indeed the most formidable he had encountered in his martial journey thus far. Realizing he needed to unleash his full potential, he drew forth the Jinghong sword. In an instant, a beam of sword light surged skyward, rippling through the vast expanse of clouds. He unleashed his internal energy without reservation. The profound pure yang energy swiftly coursing through his channels, activating the latent acupoints within him. A tremendous force radiated outward, targeting none other than Jingli of Yin. The voluminous black attire was swept away by the gale of his energy, revealing his true form, a slender young man. Before he could react, the sword light reached him. "You," he began, but the words barely escaped his lips before a line of blood appeared at his throat. Just as Li Changxiao intended to retract the Jinghong sword, he felt it brush against a bulging object within Jingli's sleeve. With a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, he searched Jingli's person and discovered what seemed to be a manual. As Li Changxiao contemplated his next move, Wu Wei and Zhao Zhuang approached within 10 meters of him. Looking down, he noticed the endless stretch of yellow sand below. A sudden idea struck him. Thus, amidst their astonished gazes, Li Changxiao grasped Jingli's lifeless body and descended from the art. As he neared the ground, he turned his hand into a palm, channeling a century's worth of internal energy directly into the yellow sand. With a thunderous roar, akin to an army of 1,000 horses, the sound reverberated through the heavens and earth. The surrounding yellow sand swirled upwards, forming a towering wall of sand, 3 to 4 zhang high around Li Changxiao. Wu Wei and Zhao Zhuang hastily retreated, yet they were still too late. The residual force of a century's energy hurled them towards the altar. Seizing the opportunity, Li Changxiao swiftly concealed the manual in his clothing. In barely 2 breaths' time, he lifted Jingli's corpse and soared back to the sacrificial platform, kneeling before the Emperor of Heaven's mandate. Reporting to the Emperor, your grandson has fulfilled his mission and returns victorious. Chapter 83. When holding the reins, splendid, truly. My descendants of the Qin are remarkable. The Emperor of Heaven's mandate chuckled heartily, while stroking his beard. Meanwhile, the expressions of Emperor Zhao and Emperor Wei darkened. Wu Wei and Zhao Zhuang approached slowly, clutching their chests, evidently injured by the earlier shockwave of internal energy. Upon reaching the platform, they bowed deeply before their sovereign. Useless. Emperor Zhao spat in frustration, casting a meaningful glance at the Emperor of Heaven's mandate. The latter remained unfazed, seemingly indulgent of the Zhao Emperor's blatant disrespect. Li Changxiao placed Jingli's body at the edge of the altar, while the Yin Empress's face turned a shade of iron. Only her envoy lay slain, which seemed to suggest that the state of Yin could be trifled with. The Yin Emperor cowered in the embrace of the Empress, furtively glancing at Li Changxiao. If even the elder of Yishui Pavilion, Jingli, could be so easily slain, one could only imagine the extent of the adversary's strength. Emperor Zhao, do not forget our agreement, the Emperor of Heaven's mandate intoned solemnly. I understand, Emperor Zhao replied, somewhat disheartened. Had the Qin barely triumphed, he would have had contingencies, but the disparity was stark. Even with the most eloquent of tongues, he could offer no clever retort. Emperor Wei regarded Emperor Zhao with a less than amiable expression. The wagered Shandong's 8 cities lay firmly under his jurisdiction. Unable to provoke the Qin, he could only seek recompense from the Zhao. Yet, that would be a matter for later. For now, the affair concerning Shandong was concluded. And the formal alliance ceremony was to be held on the altar. A platform 6 zhang high had been constructed. The 4 emperors ascended in turn. The Yin Empress could not participate in such a ceremony, so the Yin Emperor would act in her stead. Once the emperors were in position, the alliance officer stepped onto the platform, his expression grave, and declared in a resonant voice, "Let us sacrifice." Beside him, the Rong general moved the prepared sacrificial cattle to the square pit in his hand. He held a knife, flanked by 4 officials bearing jade basins to collect the blood. With a swift motion, the knife flashed, and the sacrificial cow collapsed, lifeless. The officials stood aside, holding the jade basins. The Rong general advanced once more, severing the left ear of the cow and placing it in a pre-prepared jewel plate. The alliance officer took the plate from the Rong general, turning to the high platform. Upon reaching it, he presented the plate to the Qin emperor, while the officials distributed the jade basins to the other emperors. A flicker of envy and regret crossed Emperor Zhao's eyes. The left ear of the cow bestowed upon the alliance leader symbolized the control of the alliance, with Qin territory and administration. Thus the leader was rightfully the Qin emperor. The Emperor of Heaven's mandate took the cow's ear, squeezing the blood into the jade basin. The other emperors followed suit, each dipping their basins into the blood. Then, the alliance officer took the cow's ear, dipped it in the blood, and inscribed the alliance document. The 4 emperors regarded one another, and the Emperor of Heaven's mandate raised his jade basin first, consuming the blood within. Next came Emperor Zhao, followed by Emperor Wei, and finally Emperor Yin. Although the order was dictated by status, all emperors were sovereigns, none wishing to appear inferior. Hence, they opted for a sequence based on age. The Yin emperor suffered a slight disadvantage. As the blood coursed down his throat, the briny taste surged forth, nearly provoking him to retch. He fought to suppress the rising nausea, while the Wei and Zhao emperors looked on, surprised and somewhat disappointed. Had the Yin emperor succumbed to his stomach's revolt, it would have made for a spectacle. At that moment, the alliance document was also finalized. The content, already known to the nations, had been duly copied for their records upon returning home for ancestral worship. The alliance officer descended the high platform, consigning the handwritten alliance document and the carcass of the sacrificial cow into the square pit, where they would be buried and marked with a stone. Thus, the alliance was officially established. The emperors of the 4 nations returned to the altar, their respective guards encircling them. With the rites concluded, the previously dispersed armies of the nations began to converge upon the altar. Li Changshao safeguarded the Emperor of Heaven's mandate as they moved toward the Qin soldiers, yet he remained acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Despite the seemingly grand nature of the alliance ceremony, with blood oaths and divine declarations, the binding power of this document was virtually non-existent. It was not uncommon for one day to witness an alliance, only for the next to see a declaration of war. Such occurrences were routine. Before long, Meng Zhong led the Qin soldiers to their front. "Your Majesty," he saluted, "no need for formalities." The Emperor of Heaven's mandate responded nonchalantly, proceeding toward the dragon chariot. Being closest to the Emperor, Li Changshao keenly sensed a change in his demeanor. His breath quickened, and even his internal energy was thrown into disarray. A chilling aura enveloped him. A violent surge of energy. Li Changshao understood that the poison of the tiger and wolf medicine was taking effect. As for the peculiar timing, he surmised it was due to the conclusion of the alliance, which had allowed the Emperor's tension to dissipate, thus unleashing the poison's potency. Alarmingly, they had not strayed far from the alliance platform. Should the Emperor fall, the nations would undoubtedly perceive the implications, inciting immediate conflict anew. It was conceivable that the Qin could even lose Shandong. After a moment of contemplation, Li Changshao quickly devised a plan. He took a few steps back, kneeling before the Emperor's retreating figure, summoning his internal energy, and declared loudly, Now that Shandong belongs to the Qin, I, your servant, extend my congratulations." His voice resonated like thunder, rippling across the surface of water. The Marquis of Ani, Meng Zhong, appeared puzzled. Li Changxiao turned to him. His eyes filled with determination and sincerity. Consequently, Meng Zhong knelt as well, echoing Li Changxiao's proclamation. "Now that Shandong belongs to the Qin, I, your servant, extend my congratulations." With the head coach leading the way, the Qin soldiers below began to emulate him. In an instant, the shouts from the Qin army resounded like thunder, stirring up tumultuous waves. The soldiers of the other three kingdoms were momentarily taken aback by the sudden cacophony. They clearly heard the proclamation of Shandong returning to Qin, and the gaze of their own sovereign was filled with confusion. The Emperor of Zhao turned his head to look towards the direction of the Qin soldiers, his eyes brimming with fury. Akin to a sword steeped in poison, the Qin people have caused him great suffering. I shall not coexist with them. A number of Qin soldiers diverted their attention, allowing the Emperor of Destiny to hasten his steps into the dragon chariot. After the curtains were drawn, faint sounds of coughing could be heard. Meng Zhong evidently sensed something amiss and promptly ordered the army to retreat. The soldiers from the other three kingdoms began to withdraw into Wei territory. Li Changxiao, laughing, rode his horse to the side of the dragon chariot. Inside, apart from the coughing, there were occasional sounds of liquid dripping. It remained uncertain whether it was blood or medicine falling. The court physicians hastily presented a concoction with a strong flavor to slightly mitigate the toxicity. Employing poison against poison, the Emperor of Destiny's condition was beyond salvation. The physicians aimed to prolong his life as much as possible. A loud crash, unmistakably the sound of a porcelain bowl shattering, emanated from the dragon chariot, followed by Fu Shun's exclamation and the Emperor of Destiny's faint groan. At this moment, halting the dragon chariot for the physicians to attend to him would have been the wisest course of action. Yet no one proposed such a suggestion, neither the Emperor of Destiny nor Li Changxiao. They both understood that in such a critical moment, no mistakes could be afforded. It was imperative not to reveal any weakness in front of the three emperors, for otherwise all would be lost. Nevertheless, a sense of sorrow inevitably welled up within Li Changxiao. Life, aging, illness, and death. Even a mighty sovereign like the Emperor of Destiny was powerless against fate. How could one remain indifferent to the notion of longevity? Chapter 84. The dragon rides the sky in the courtyard of Qingshui City. The Emperor of Destiny lay upon his sickbed, the faint sound of snoring echoing in the room. Li Changxiao knelt before the bed. After entering the city, he seized an opportunity to transfer some of his internal energy into the Emperor of Destiny's body. The exact amount was beyond Li Changxiao's comprehension. In such extraordinary times, an abundance of internal energy was undoubtedly desirable. Moreover, given his unique constitution, he did not mind the expenditure of his internal strength. This vast reservoir of internal energy temporarily slowed the spread of the poison, allowing the Emperor of Destiny to finally drift into slumber. Fu Shun and Lai Fu stood quietly by the Emperor's side, their faces etched with worry. Marquis Ani, Meng Zhong, personally led the Qin army northward to seize the 8 cities of Shandong County. As per the agreement, all Wei soldiers were required to withdraw from Shandong County. For precautionary measures, there were as many as 300,000 Qin soldiers accompanying Meng Zhong on this expedition.